The cold voice echoed off the underground tunnels, making it hard to discern its origin. Kai lay motionless on the icy stone floor. He cradled Kia's head in an attempt to wake her, but she seemed to have sunk back into unconsciousness. Shit, shit, shit. He had just freed himself from those damned shackles. Given a handful more minutes, he could have woken his sister and vacated the cell. Instead, he might not have seconds. Why now? Biting the inside of his cheek, Kai closed his eyes and channeled body augmentation to enhance his hearing. Drops of moisture dripped from the ceiling with a crisp patter. Multi-legged creatures skittered in the dark corners. The voice he'd heard earlier had been barely a whisper. Was it possible he had imagined it? His mind was still muddled from his capture and imprisonment. Are you sure? A man with a husky tone rumbled in the distance. His words severed the silence, and Kai's hopes could be a gust. These tunnels are full of drafts. I know what I heard. The cultist snapped. There was a distinct tapping and blabbering. Could be a cavern spider or a stoneworm. The mana of the lake keeps eating at the wards. Perhaps the cultist growled. Either way, we must check. The pretor doesn't like to lose resources. Do you know what happened to the last fella who let the critters devour specimens? No. My point exactly. Well, where is it? The husky voice inquired with a gulp. It came from over there. Kai's heartbeat deafened their words. Please, don't point in my direction. Am I not supposed to be lucky? He tightened his lips, wishing he could strangle whatever rotten deity made favor so unreliable. Heavy steps replaced the echoes of the conversation. The sounds were still faint but moving closer. Soon they'd reached the cell and noticed the prisoners weren't shackled. A crash of rocks reverberated in the tunnels. Before Kai could wonder about its origin, he noticed the silver furball was missing. His suspicions were confirmed by the smug satisfaction flowing through his familiar bond. That came from the opposite direction, the husky guard pointed out, sneer obvious in his tone. Yes, obviously, the other snapped, clearly irked. We'll check this way first, then loop back, if you think that's better. Fuck, righteous irritation rang through the bond. Hobbs watched the dull humans, weighing a bigger rock to roll with his paw. No, don't, it won't work. The cultist was determined to look over here out of pride. If Hobbs made the distraction any more obvious, they might raise the alarm without even checking. Then their chances of escape would truly be none. Damn it, they must solve this quietly. Plans flashed into his mind and got discarded. They couldn't run. Opening the cell door would alert the cultists of their position, and he couldn't carry 3 unconscious people by himself. Feigning being still imprisoned was out of the question too. There wasn't time to chain every knot silently, at least. Not to mention, it'd leave them powerless if the guards noticed something off. If running or hiding are out, that leaves only fighting. His mind throbbed from having been drained of mana, his body was sore from the beating, and his limbs numb from the shackles. Those weren't even the main issues. His sword had been seized during capture. The spare knives in his ring couldn't replace his main weapon. I should have bought a substitute. Regret was worth a fistful of sand now. He had fought in more desperate conditions in the hidden sanctuary, though not with 3 unconscious people at his feet. Kia, Mari, and Rain gave no sign of stirring. If he was overwhelmed, retreat wouldn't be an option. Should I try to wake them? The noise risked alerting the guards, and it might still not work. Rain's bruised body appeared too battered even to stand. Mari or Kia looked better, though they'd likely be too dazed and weak to help. Anyway he put it, he was alone, with no proper weapon and half-empty mana reserves, just how I like it. Outside the cell bars, a blue light flickered in the rough stone. The thuds of boots punctuated the impending arrival of the guards. Time was running out. Moving quickly, Kai stored the keyring in his spatial artifact and lifted Kia to move her beside Rain and Mari in the darkest corner of the cell, away from the metal door. Scraping together his shadow mana, he cast a cloak over them. The rush spell wouldn't pass an attentive examination, but it had hopefully tricked the guards long enough for its purpose. So where did you think you heard that noise? The husky cultist rumbled, his voice echoed by the ringing of metal on metal. These cells were emptied last week. Not all. Behind the metal bars, the jailer's shadows wavered on the tunnel walls. Kai slipped his hands into the shackles, leaving the cuffs wide enough to easily slip out. The enchantment only blocked his mana when tightened to his wrists. If his favor wasn't totally worthless, the cultists wouldn't notice the wide loops in the dark. I didn't imagine it. It came from around here, the cold voice said. Kai crossed his legs so his freed ankles wouldn't be noticeable and hung his body limply from his arms. Pain shot through his wrists when the metal dug into his wounded skin. He clenched his teeth to suppress a wince. The light from the guards shone on his closed eyelids. This one then, the husky guard said, rapping his knuckles on the metal bars. There is a boy here. I told you. The smugness was obvious in the annoyed cultist's tone. Kai felt their heavy breath mix in the stale air of the cell. Their words sounded dangerously close. Well, he must have blabbered in his sleep, the guard said dismissively. He looks half dead, won't last another round. We should check the other disturbances. Some critter might have snuck in. Thank the spirits. Wait, the cold cultist halted him. Kai fought against the impulse to squirm under the eyes watching him. The warden's siblings brought this one in today. You mean those snooty highbloods? The man snorted. They were helpful to lure adventurers in Limgrel, but I don't understand what the praetor sees in them. They couldn't even capture a couple of brats and made a mess. Either way, unconscious people don't blabber or move. The cold voice cut the rambles of his comrade. What? People knocked out by the life-siphoning array don't make sounds in their sleep. The man sneered, making the light source flicker. He should be unconscious for half a day, and there should be 3 others with him. Shit, Kai fought the impulse to jolt and attack. He gathered mana in his arms, ready to unleash his elemental spells. His survival hinged on picking the right moment to act. Too soon, he would waste his surprise. Too late, the guards might recognize his deceit. Are you sure? The bars of the cells rang under the touch of the guards. Maybe they were put in a different cell, or one of the researchers could have taken them. They would have told us if more materials were needed. There was nothing in the registry. Yeah, because those flesh knitters always bother to inform, the husky voice sneered. How else are 3 prisoners missing? Did they get eaten? There is no blood. Not all beasts leave trails of blood behind. The guards continued to argue to have the last word. Just leave. There is nothing to see. His back had started itching on top of the pain from his wounds. If the cultists decided whether to leave or look closer, he could at least move in response. Wounded and chained in an underground cell without his skills, they never suspected he could have freed himself. Who could even conceive the intervention of a majestic spatial cat? When faced with an unexplainable situation, most would sooner resort to simple explanations. Kaylee knew about the existence of the royal furball, but not of the extent of Hobbs' abilities or his peerless intellect, and Kai wasn't only saying that because his familiar was listening in to his thoughts. Stay hidden. I can handle it. Hobbs lingered in the adjacent tunnel. Frontal assaults had never been his specialty. Getting past the jailers was just their first step to escape. His familiar's help would be needed later, and his energies weren't infinite. Check and look at the registry. Find the guard with the husky voice huffed. Without watching, Kai missed the gestures and context of their conversation. The clink and rattle of a key sliding into the cell lock were followed by 3 sharp clacks and the quiet creaking of an old door swinging open. Why couldn't they just leave? The heavy steps of the guard scraped against the broken floor of the cell, edging close. The light source waved over his closed eyes, threatening the effectiveness of his shadow spell. It should still hold up. From the number of footsteps, only 1 guard had entered. Kai maintained a slow and even breathing, though his heart drummed loud enough that the cultists might hear it. Not being able to see and gauge the guards' reactions was maddening. Did they already suspect him? Were they about to strike him down? He'd get one chance to take them by surprise. Come on, a little bit closer. Kai grasped the streams of blue mana to visualize a water spell. What usually came naturally felt sluggish and clumsy in his current state. Picking the right moment to act was a game of chance and honed instincts. A bead of sweat formed on his brow. It tickled his forehead, about to fall. Kai could feel the guard's presence looming over him, just a breath away. Is it? A soft whisper brushed his mind. Mana Observer expanded through the cell and surrounding tunnels. A flood of information filled his mind. Only the guards mattered. Opening his eyes, a man with a grizzled goatee and dark yellow eyes stood before him with a lantern in hand. The spark of realization flickered in his gaze, his mouth ajar, about to shout. Got you. Kai removed a slick, curved dagger from his ring and released his spell. Icicles flew at the heads, hearts, and guts of the guards. He had to finish them before they could raise the alarm, or it would be all for nothing. The icicles shot ahead of him. He slipped his hands out of the manacles and pushed his crossed legs on the stone to lunge at the guard. Despite channeling mana into his limbs, the movements lacked precision after the forced stillness. Blue light flashed in the cell where the lantern hit the floor. The guard was about to get impaled by the ice when he twisted at an unnatural angle, his body covered with the dark glow of a skill. The icicles aimed at his head, and heart flew past him, while the last shot opened a gush in his side before it also shattered against the metal bars behind him. Kai flared body augmentation to adjust the trajectory of his lunge. Despite the guard's swift dodge, less than a meter separated them in the cramped cell. A dark flame engulfed the man's right hand while he tried to unsheath a knife with the other. Blood flowed from the wound in his side, his face twisted in pain and shock. You. Too slow, he was already upon him. Aiming his dagger low for a sure hit, Kai followed the man's attempt to dodge and plunged the blade into his stomach, pushing with his whole body weight. In his perception, the icicles aimed at the second guard shattered against the stone with a crystal note missing. Both the men had fully stepped into yellow, while he was tired and without a proper weapon. Damn, I was too greedy. I should have focused on one. The cultist staggered back but managed to keep his feet. Kai twisted the dagger to finish him when a searing heat neared his head. Trusting his instincts, he abandoned his blade and spun his momentum to carry him past the man. A fist shrouded in black fire swung above his ear. Pyromaniacs, who sets fire to their own hand. The flames crackling over his arm didn't seem to bother the man. Kai landed in a roll in the corner adjacent to the door, taking out a serrated knife from his ring to press the attack. The cultist at the entrance seemed ready to engage, a saber in hand. Kai shot a wave of ice shards to slow him and summoned 2 icicles to finish off the injured cultist. "You vermin." The man held the dagger in his stomach with a hand to slow the profuse bleeding. His face contorted in rage and pain. He blocked the icicles with his flame-shrouded arm, the ice melting without harm. "Your magic tricks are useless. Just die." Kai wasted no breath talking and sprung toward him, feigning another desperate lunge. Before entering the man's striking range, he planted his foot to pivot his attack into an upward slash. The man raised his arm to defend his head, but the flames weren't effective at stopping the enchanted blade from cutting into his forearm. Another wound. Blood hissed within the black flames. Kai circled his injured side for an opening. He took out another dagger from his ring, striking with quick jabs. "What are you waiting?" The guard's yells were cut short as he evaded deeper into the cell. He hung onto his life with irritating efficiency, taking gashes to avoid fatal wounds. When his back hit the cell wall, the black flames swelled to cover him. "Raise the alarm, you dimwit," he shouted at his comrade. "Fuck." Kai encased his leg in ice to deliver a kick to his stomach. His time was running out. He turned to the cell entrance, mana pumping into his legs to dash. The 3 strides separated him from the door. In the tunnel outside, a wiry guard raised a saber at him, though it was the other hand that sent Kai into despair. He held a blue bead no bigger than a marble. The intricate runic pattern engraved on it left little doubt of its purpose. "Why?" The cultist gave him a vicious grin. "I'll enjoy watching you pray for death." A wet cough interrupted his words, followed by another, and red blood dripped down his chin. Click, click, click. Bead rattled on the stone floor. 4 severed fingers dropped around it. Umig, the guard, watched his hand, uncomprehending. His black robe was tinged a darker shade where the tip of a blade poked from his chest. He tried to raise his saber, but his body flopped to the ground. What? The pyromaniac cultist leaned against the wall of the cell to keep upright. He tried to staunch the blood gushing from his stomach, eyes wide at his dead comrade. Not wasting the opening, Kai spun to shoot an icicle. The spell pierced the man's heart before he could react. He slumped to the ground, leaving a trail of red on the wall. "It's done." Kai released the mana, empowering his body, and turned to the cell entrance. 2 shadows stood over the guard's body, one very tall and one very short. "Long time no see." The shroud of shadow fell away as Flynn stepped into the light of the discarded lantern. His gaze flew over the cell, looking for threats. He crouched to retrieve his dagger from the dead guard, his grin strained by worry and tension. "Did you miss me?" "Oh, it was nothing." Flynn bit his lip at the honest response before his brows furrowed with seriousness. "You're bleeding." Kai looked down at his cuts and bruises. His wrists and ribs were in especially bad shape. In the hurry to check on his sister, he had forgotten to treat his own wounds. When he escaped the shackles, the pain grew sharper as the adrenaline of the fight left him. Just a few scratches. He shrugged and downed a green vial from his ring in one gulp. "I'll be fine in a bit. None of them are deep. They look serious." "Emro." Hobbs pranced into the light, preening to receive his due praise. "Mew." Hobbs sat to groom his silver coat, feigning modesty. "You're not fooling anyone." Smug satisfaction overflowed the bond. From the images and impressions Kai got, the furball had gone to fetch Flynn when he'd told him not to fight. "You did well," Kai admitted, feeling his familiar's ego balloon to rival the moon's. "We should move before more guards come." Flynn gazed over the cell with a grimace. "Right. Do you know where Kia and Rain are?" "We must." With a snap of Kai's fingers, the shadows retreated from the corner of the cell to reveal Kia, Mari, and Rain still unconscious. "You're getting good, but magic is still my thing." He grinned at Flynn. The spell held up remarkably well despite the rushed cast. "Mio." Hobbs flicked his tail. "Shut up, Hobbs. I'm not half as smug as you." Kai walked past his pompous familiar to sit by Kia's side. Her face regained color from the healing potion he had fed her earlier. "Is she hurt?" Flynn asked with concern. He was about to crouch beside her when his eyes fell upon Rain's bloodied visage and froze. "Is he?" "He's alive," Kai gave the best assurance he could. He had also given Rain a potion before the guards arrived, though he couldn't spot much improvement. In the pale blue light of the discarded lantern, any visible area of his body was a patchwork of cuts and swollen bruises. His pale hair stuck to his face, crusted with blood. More worryingly, there were fractures in his ribs, arms, and legs. "I didn't realize it was that bad." Even a human at the peak of yellow would risk ding. Thankfully, he wasn't human. Can you help him?" Flynn knelt beside the siren and turned to him with a pitiful look. "He'll be okay." Kai bit his cheek. "I'm sure he'll be all right. If he has held up till now, he should survive." "Help me treat their wounds." Kai unloaded his entire stock of balms, potions, and powder medicines. With Limgrel's dwindling population and lack of trade, getting his hands on decent herbs had been a challenge. "I'll take care of Mari and Kia. You help Rain. We'll have to move him if he doesn't wake up." Flynn nodded, busy picking apart the collection of vials and boxes. They worked efficiently, sharing what had happened since they had gotten separated. "I've crossed a few cultists on the way here, but they didn't look like patrols." Flynn wrapped a bandage around Rain's head. "From what Hobbs told me, the guards are still searching the areas where he lured them." Kai threw him a look. How do you understand Hobbs better than I do? Oh, we better move before they realize they went chasing a cat. Kai used an empty bag to cushion Kia's head, had liberally applied any potion that might help her. He bandaged the wounds on his own wrists last. The alchemical mixtures were mending his body, though full recovery would take hours and sap his energies, and we still have no idea how to escape. Kai clenched his teeth. They wouldn't be in this situation if he had realized the trap sooner. I'm sorry. It's not your fault. Flynn seemed to read his thoughts at a glance. I knew something was off too, but I never imagined Kaylee would betray us. She had been traveling with Kia's team for months, even before getting to Limgrel. It's all so messed up. He huffed and slammed his fist into the ground. All the time Kaylee acted strange. I thought she was scared her brother might be dead. Instead, they were both part of this crazy cult. It probably wasn't a coincidence we never found clues about the missing. Thinking of the long betrayal reawakened his anger. It ripped through his veins like molten metal. How many more people were involved in this? He could make a few guesses from the snippets he overheard from the guards. There was no better way to control an investigation than from the inside. By running around Limgrel, Kaylee could ensure no one uncovered the truth and encourage more adventurers to pursue the bounty. If a bunch of newbies could safely search for months, the quest couldn't be that dangerous. The theory rang true, though he might miss a few pieces. And I guess the adventurers didn't just give up on the quest after a couple days and leave. It was a possibility he had considered, though never found proof. Adventurers often wandered between cities to make a living. It wasn't unusual for them to disappear for months. No one apart from the Hall of Seekers kept track of them, and the Stygian cult had already infiltrated the local branch. Did all Seekers who came to Limgrel get abducted? Even if the number was just half, it'd still mean the missing were over twice what they suspected. His thoughts branched into a myriad of speculations. The whys and hows don't matter if we can't escape from here alive. Working quickly, they took just minutes to tend to the unconscious trio. Come on, wake up. He lightly shook his sister's shoulder. Aside from the bruises, her mana flowed smoothly. Her eyelids stirred like she was about to open her eyes but never quite managed. I did try the nice way. Don't hold it against me. With a flick of his hand, Kai conjured a sphere of icy water over her face, stepped back and let it splash. The effect was immediate. Dark green eyes widened, darting to identify the threat. Kia bent to the side coughing and swung a punch at a target who had wisely retreated. Another cough interrupted her. It worked better than I thought. Her gaze spit fire. She looked ready to pounce when her memories of the trap caught up to her. I keyed in how her lower lip quivered as the betrayal sank in. How could she fury burn through the shock? She gritted her teeth so hard Kai worried they might shatter. I did not think about this part. He evaporated the water from her face. Casting a spatial displacement spell seemed easier than finding the right words to say. Comforting had never been one of his talents. Kai stared at the sole of his boots, his mouth dry. Awkwardness choked his mind. Compared to his rage toward Kaylee, the betrayal cut Kia much deeper. He couldn't imagine what emotions coursed through her. You woke up, I was so worried. Flynn was beside her in a blink. He took her arm to help her stand and check her condition. How are you feeling? Does it hurt anywhere? You've been out for several hours. I'm fine. Kia blinked under the flood of questions. It's my fault we got captured. Her eyes shimmered as she looked away. Stop talking nonsense. Kai stepped in. Unless you were working with the cultists too? What? She spluttered, eyebrows rising. No, but... Then it's not your fault. He raised a hand to shush her protests and hugged her. You trusted the wrong person. That happens to everybody sometimes. Focus on what matters now. He gestured to where Rain and Mari lay. I think I did all right. Kia pulled away once she had tamed her tears. I understand. She gulped as if to swallow her feelings. When she watched him again, her face was smooth. She surveyed the cell, moving toward Mari. How is she? She had already lost a lot of blood before getting captured. Kia lightly shook her shoulder, examining her bandaged wounds with a critical eye. We did all we could for her. Kai scratched his nose with his thumb and summoned another batch of icy water. Splash. Mari's awakening was equally swift, if much less violent. She coughed and tried to stand up, wincing when she pushed on her injured shoulder. Where am I? Wet strands of brown hair covered her face. She pulled them back to watch her surroundings. What happened? I can't remember. It's all right, you're safe. Kia gently helped her sit, not forgetting to glare silently at him. The spell worked, didn't it? With a sheepish smile, Kai evaporated the water and left the explanations to his sister. It was a trap. Kia briefed her on what had happened in a dry, almost detached tone, as if she hadn't been part of the events herself. I see. Mari massaged her temples, listening to the news of their capture and betrayal with surprising calm. So it's mana exhaustion. I thought the migraine was familiar. I didn't know you could affect someone else's mana to this extent. She produced a palm-sized diary from her boot and started jotting down her speculation. The only sign of something wrong was the quivering hand holding her journal. Everyone has their coping mechanisms. So what's the escape plan? Mari put away the booklet, leaning on Kia to stand up. Why are you both looking at me? Kai scratched his head. Even if, by luck, they managed to evade the cultists and retrace their steps to the secret passage in the meadow, they'd still be stuck on an island inside the Lake of Mist. Kaylee must have already gotten rid of their boat to prevent any chance of Flynn's escaping. Only someone with a death wish would cross a beast-infested lake without an enchanted vessel. If he were alone, he might survive, but the idea of diving into those frigid waters twisted his guts with a forgotten terror. There are no good options, just least bad ones. The longer they hesitated, the more time the cultists had to discover their whereabouts. Everyone but him would sooner wrangle beasts than with a bunch of bloody cultists. We'll worry about crossing that bridge once we escape. Flynn, can you lead us back to the passage where we entered? I remember the way. Flynn looked up from where Rain still lay unconscious, but it cuts straight through the area the cultists are searching. They're probably expecting me to go for that exit, so it'd be another trap. Have you seen any other way out? Kai asked. A shady secret base must have more than one exit, none that I could recognize. Flynn shook his head. This place is much larger than we thought. I couldn't even tell how far the tunnels went. Some look dug with magic while others are natural. He pointed to the rough stone ceiling. From how far I've moved, we are well beneath the lake. Oh. The drops falling from the ceiling suddenly assumed a different meaning. An uncountable amount of water stood above their head, enough to make Kai feel claustrophobic. Don't think. He raked a hand through his hair, inspecting the bodies of the two guards he had dragged into a corner of the cell. Aside from the engraved blue bead, he found a few silver messars sewed in an inner pocket and took the saber from the guard Flynn had stabbed. We must look for another exit. We'll move out and circle the outer edge of this compound. Hobbs can scout ahead to evade the guards. Hobbs, you mean your cat? Mari frowned and looked around the cell. Where is he? Don't worry, he's nearby, and he's a very smart boy. You can do it, right? The only answer was a wave of contempt at the foolish question. Kia helped Mari stand. Although they were still suffering from the side effects of mana exhaustion, they should have no problem moving. After another attempt to wake Rain with water magic failed, Flynn decided to carry him. Just help me get him on my back. I can cloak us both if necessary. Kai helped lift the unconscious boy. That left only him free to fight in an emergency. Hopefully, they could avoid direct confrontation. When did my plans ever go wrong? He used the shackles to chain the bodies of the guards to the wall and froze them to stop the bleeding. That might gain them a little time if no one looked too closely. To his surprise, none of his companions commented on his actions. Okay, let's move. Kai slipped a pair of enchanted manacles in his ring for later study and locked the prison's door behind them. The stark clanks of the key turning accompanied them into the dark tunnels outside. There wasn't much to see except rock, empty cells, and faraway blue lights. He stored away the guard's lantern to move in the dark. From the rough stone of the walls and crooked path, this part of the underground had formed naturally with few adjustments to straighten the floor. Hobbs, can you find us an exit? The request was received with puzzlement. Kai soon realized the concept of entrance and exit made little sense to a teleporting cat, a physical door or passage that leads out of the underground. Yeah, I know humans are silly creatures that build silly things and never learn proper magic. Can you find it? No, I don't have salted fish snacks with me. I've promised to get whatever you want once we get out of here, yes. Your generosity truly knows no bounds. This way, stay close and watch your feet, Kai whispered. With the grumpy furball opening the way, the bigger danger was getting caught from behind. 24 paces opposite the direction the guards came from, the tunnel bifurcated into two narrow passages empty of cells. Kai followed Hobbs' stilted indications to a ramp of stairs carved out of the rock, deeper into the underground. The smell of damp moss, earthy mushrooms, and blood hung in the air. The cavern sprawled in a maze-like pattern. Most branches sported rusted prison doors or circular chambers. Every second turn, his familiar frustration at their inability to move through walls shot through the bond. Turning into another tunnel lined with metal doors, the coppery scent and stale air grew heavier, mixed with other unpleasant smells. Kai was about to creep forward when a faint sobbing made him falter. A sweep of mana observer confirmed these cells weren't empty. Numerous glowing presences filled each prison room. Kia walked past him toward the closest cell door, her intentions clear. Wait, I know you want to help them, but we can't save everyone, Kai whispered, holding her shoulder. We have no time and they'll make it harder to get out. Kia firmly stared back. What if Neil is here? Kai bit his cheek. He had been trying not to think about that. Neil was probably dead, but could he leave without checking? What choice would he regret more? All right. Kai breathed out the cold air of the underground, channeling mana to enhance his hearing. A discordant chorus of sobs, rattling chains, and pained moans filled the tunnel. At a glance, he counted more than 20 auras in 3 cells. Dungeon continued past the range of mana observer, likely hiding more. Seeing people alive gave him hope to find Neil, though he wondered just how many had been taken. Are they? Flynn caught up with him, Rain's unconscious head on his shoulder. He studied the cells in gloomy silence. The same calculations of risk and mercy ran on his face. There would be a price to help the imprisoned. We must save them, Mari whispered. She rested her arm on the rocky wall, weak on her feet. Despite her usual detached attitude, her firm expression looked determined. We can't abandon Neil, Kia said, moving toward the first cell. At least she's being more realistic. Wait. Kai held onto Kia's arm and lowered his tone. I want to find him too, but we can't carry everyone out of here. It was doubtful if they could even save themselves. If they see us and start shouting, the guards could swarm us. What do you mean? Mari turned to him, incredulous. We can't leave them here. Lower your voice. Kai ground his teeth. He couldn't let emotion cloud his judgment. I don't like this either, but it's our only choice. We can't sneak out of here with everyone, and we can't fight an army of cultists. The best shot to save these people is to send for help after we escape. He's right, Mari. Kia bit her lip, her face scrunched up in reluctance. We're wounded and without a clear way out. I want to free everyone, but what good does that do if nobody makes it out? She gave him a curt nod. We'll follow your plan. Kai glanced at the cells, wary that their argument had alerted them. 10 seconds later, there was no change in the murmurs and cries. I'll check if Neil's here with Mana Sense. Just give me a few seconds. Is that really possible? Yes, I need to focus. He gestured for silence and expanded his senses to analyze the glowing auras. Most captives were between the peak of orange and early to mid-yellow. Each person's mana veins possessed tiny differences even at the same grade and profession. Is he not here, or am I missing him? It had been over a month since he had last seen Neil. To complicate matters further, the prisoner's flows showed varying degrees of impairment and uneven circulation signs of starvation, blood loss, injuries, and clusters of twisted channels Kai couldn't diagnose. What did they do to them? Time was tight. Feeling Kia and Mari's stares, he identified 3 individuals who fit Neil's grade and rough physique. None were a perfect match from his memories, but he had spent a month of imprisonment. Have you found him? Kia asked with cautious optimism. I have to check the cells. Kai kept his tone terse to not give her false hope. Stay back. Before they could question him, he cloaked himself in a veil of shadow and crept toward the metal door on his right. The smell hit him first, a mix of blood, sweat, and human waste. From the sharp angles of the stone cell, it had been carved into the cavern wall with magic. Behind the enchanted bars, 7 shadows huddled in the darkness, a grimy bucket abandoned in the corner. The only light came from a crystal in a chamber they crossed 20 meters back. Kai might have thought the people dead if not for the sluggish mana flow. He channeled body augmentation toward his eyes, spotting the gleam of familiar shackles. Mercifully, if it could be called that, these people hadn't been chained to the walls. Could they even stand or run? The shackles are already overkill. All 7 captives had cuts on their chest and abdomen from the shape and repeated pattern. The wounds had been inflicted with purpose. Slumped on the wall adjacent to the door, a woman groaned weakly. She seemed young, though he couldn't tell her exact age under the layers of grime and blood. She held a swollen wound on her side, probably infected. How much longer could she last? How many daughters and sisters had gone missing in Limgrel? Had he met with her family while looking for clues? Did he know her name? Focus. His nails dug into his palms till the pain cleared his thoughts. Kai forced his gaze away, couldn't carry her out of here, not now. The choice was between saving himself or getting them both killed. I'll bring help, I swear. Even if he had to drag the Republic's clerks here by their hair, he'd make them listen. He rolled a healing vial beside her leg with earth magic so she would find it when she stirred. That's the best I can do for now. I must find Neil. Kai squinted at a man who matched his friend's height and grade. Crouched in the corner opposite the door, the darkness was too dense to see his face. Come on. His eyes started watering from the amount of mana he channeled. Any further and he risked hurting himself. Frustrated, he took out a light crystal wrapped in a woolen scarf, just the slightest glow to pierce the darkness. It's not him. Their builds were similar, but the man had coppery red hair. Disappointment swelled. Kai shook his head at Kia and Mari and moved to the next cell. The people inside had cleaner clothes and fewer wounds, probably kidnapped more recently. And where have I seen them? Their builds and faces reminded him of adventurers he had seen in the Hall of Seekers. He couldn't remember exactly who or when. Too many teams had passed by Limgrel in the last weeks. The cult really is abducting adventurers. Confirming his theory did not comfort him. A man resembling Neil lay near the door. He had a missing eye and skin too pale for a native of the Isles. There is one more. The third cell hosted 9 captives, their conditions somewhere between the previous 2 groups. Chains rattled and soft whispers echoed from inside. Peering in, Kai sighed Another miss. Is Neil dead? In grim relief, his senses found 3 more cells in an adjacent tunnel. He gestured to Kia to follow. Past a corner, the cavernous walls flattened with the telltale signs of spellcraft. The prisoners here had fewer wounds and strange auras, their veins tangled and tainted as if ink had been mixed through the glowing channels. What are they trying to accomplish? Compared to the backdrop of murmurs and rattling behind them, only soft breathing was audible here. Humans in tattered clothes sprawled on the icy stone, their faces catatonic and empty. What's wrong with them? Mari asked. Her footsteps scraped the rock to keep up with him. Their mana is weird. Is Neil here? Kia pressed with a barely contained whisper. I'm looking. Kai replied for both and focused on his task to not let his mind wallow in misery. No one matched Neil in the first and second cells. Guts-wrenching, he finally spotted a young man in the last one. Please be alive. He held the veiled crystal in his hand and squinted inside. A man with dirty blonde hair and sharp features sat just beyond the door. Damn it. For a brief moment, he had truly believed they'd find Neil and mend past mistakes. Reality wasn't so merciful. The cultists might keep more captives in another part of the sprawling tunnels, but he had no way or time to find them. He's probably dead. It was the most logical conclusion. From his sagging shoulders, Kia guessed the result without needing words. Are you sure you didn't miss him? You barely gave them a glance. I could. I didn't make mistakes. He's not here. His tone was gentle but firm. We must move. Hobbs has found a potential. Are you real? A slurred whisper sounded behind his back. Shit. Kai expanded his shadow veil to muffle the words and pivoted toward the source of the noise. The young man with Neil's build stared up at him with a tilted head. A large grin split his face upon meeting his gaze. Yes, I can see you. I'm not crazy. He giggled, pulling on his matted blonde hair. His speech mumbled with frantic speed, though it remained blessedly quiet. Rotten luck. He had let the captive's apparent stillness lower his guard. A stream of water wrapped around the man's mouth to cut off his ramblings. Normally, a person's aura would hinder magic close to their body, but Kai felt no resistance whatsoever. It was like touching a piece of driftwood. Is it an effect of the manacles, or their tainted mana? Pressed for time, he archived the disturbing discovery. Thankfully, the other captives gave no signs of stirring, their expression still vacuous. Only the blond man moved, clawing the water on his face as he struggled to breathe through his nose. Water and shadow couldn't perfectly cover sounds. If the man alerted the guards, Kier and Flynn could suffer a fate worse than death. Should I kill him? His thoughts slid down the path with cold pragmatism. By the time anyone noticed the body, they would be long gone. Given the state of the captives, the cultists might not even suspect foul play until they found the bodies of the guards. What am I thinking? Detachment turned to disgust. Killing someone out of convenience either was no justification. He was a victim too. If I knock him out, it'll earn us a few minutes head start. It would be his first time putting someone unconscious with a spell. He had to cut off the blood supply to the brain just long enough. The spell played in his mind, ready to. The blonde guy bit on the shackles cuffing his wrists. Has he lost it? Kai frowned. His confusion turned to surprise when the enchanted manacles disrupted his water spell. It actually worked. The guy stared at his cuffs with a triumphant grin, water dripping down his chin. That was kind of smart. Kai admired his ingenuity as he prepared to send him to dreamland. Kier and Mari had wisely retreated into the shadows of the tunnel to let him handle the situation. Wait, the guy held his open palms up. I'm Daryl. Nice to meet you, Daryl. Time for a nap. Don't worry, Daryl. You won't die. Kai tried to sound reassuring as much as someone about to cast spells on you could. It'll be as if we never met. Wait, I'm not going to scream. Daryl's high-pitched urgency lowered to a muffled mumble. Let me speak. You're not one of those madmen, right? Yeah. Kai held the spell at his fingertips, no point denying the obvious. And I'm also in a hurry. It's nothing personal. I'm sure you understand. Give me a moment, please. Daryl scrambled closer to the bars. A manic gleam lit his different colors' irises, one blue, one golden. I can help you. Sure. Kai stared at the manacles on Daryl's hands and feet, not to state the obvious, but... I have information, he whispered, almost too faintly to hear. I memorized the route where they take us, the number of guards and how often they patrol here. Tempting but not worth much. Hobbs can probably do better. I meant you can definitely do better, buddy. Now stop eavesdropping. You're looking for someone, right? Daryl pressed his golden eye between the bars of the door. A family member, a friend maybe. That's why you're looking through the cells. Nice work, Sherlock. Maybe so, he amended. It changed nothing. I might know them. No, I'm sure I do. I was born lucky. Daryl hit his forehead with a fist and winked. Tell me what they look like. He's mad he'll make up a tale no matter what I say. Still. Kai bit his cheek. Time was ticking by. It was foolish to entertain a nutcase, but he also couldn't leave without turning every shell. My friend's 20 with tan skin, brown hair, and a similar build to you. He purposefully left out the eye color. Green wasn't common in the Republic, but a desperate man would try to guess anyway. Daryl drummed his finger on his cheek and smiled widely. You must mean Nil, nice fellow. Shared a cup of water last week. He twirled a finger beside his temples. A little nuts, but who's not these days? Am I right? How Kai gulped, his throat dry. What were the chances? He would suspect Daryl had used some arcane skill if he weren't shackled. There weren't that many captives in absolute numbers, but it was quite a coincidence. Is it my luck? I told you I'd know your friend. He smirked. Is he dead? Kai asked, his voice coming out strangled. Fear wrenched his insides. Not the last time I saw him. Daryl jingled his cuffed wrists. I'll tell you everything I know if you lend me a hand. You must know how to open these if you have escaped. Kai stared at the man's unhinged grin. Even if Daryl had truly met Neil, that didn't mean he knew his current whereabouts. I've got a better deal. If I find Neil alive, I'll come back to free you. I swear it on the moons. The best way to get all the information was to make their goals align. Daryl's smile faltered. Why don't you? You've got 1 minute to tell me everything, Kai cut him off. If my skill tells me you're lying or speaking half-truths, I'll knock you out, and I won't be gentle. Reading the mana flow, he couldn't always distinguish lies, but he believed Daryl wouldn't take the chance. I've not agree. 58 seconds, and the best way to deal with a liar was to give them no time to think. If they bargained on an even playing field, Daryl could walk away, but here only one of them was chained now. The blond man licked his cracked lips.
56, you skipped a number. 53.
Okay, Daryl raised his hands in surrender. Holy goddess, you're a tougher bargain than my grandma, though she wouldn't have accepted these thuggish manners. I should introduce you. 49, hey, I get it. I last saw Neil 2 days ago when he was moved. Some of the bloody cultists like to keep their projects close if they think they're promising. Those people rarely come back, before you ask. No, I don't know what they're trying to do. Every time those jerks take me, I get one glance at their creepy drawings and collection of pointy tools before the pain starts. Daryl shivered, furiously rubbing his face. It's pretty much black after that. I wake up back in the cell feeling like absolute crap. He swallowed before continuing. Neil was lucky. A dark-haired guy brought him bread twice, and he got picked the least of anyone but me despite being here the longest. Well, that was at least till 2 days ago. Do you know where he was brought? Kai pressed. His drumming heart choked his breath. I do. Are you really planning to go? Daryl squinted his blue eye. Anyone with sense would run away and not turn back. Yeah, Kai smiled coldly. Anyone with sense also wouldn't have listened to the ramblings of a madman and just slit his throat.
Right.
Taché, glad we're both mad. Daryl giggled to himself, quickly mumbling the sequence of tunnels where the cultists had dragged him. It wasn't very far. If Neil's alive, he should be around there. Remember you promised to come back. Kai nodded. I will. I've got just a couple more questions. Some details weren't adding up. How are you the only one awake? Daryl glanced at the captives behind the veil of shadow. I'm not. Half of them are faking it. The guards tend to pick the livelier ones here. They won't make a peep even if you hit them with a bat. I see, and how did you realize I was here? You sat before the door as if waiting and stared straight at me. I've just got good perception. Daryl shrugged dismissively. Staying near the entrance is safer. It means you didn't have the strength to crawl and hide from where the guards threw you. Kai narrowed his eyes. It was a plausible explanation, but it didn't feel like the whole story. The deal is for no half-truths. Coming back here might be too much of a hassle. After all, he turned, as if to leave. Wait, Daryl clenched his jaw, sulking. I got lucky, okay? Always have been since I was a babe. Is he talking about fate? He's just at the peak of orange. How lucky exactly? That's private information. Daryl crossed his arms and tilted his head. Oh, fine, but you better not ditch me. I had 69 luck the first time I saw my status. Kai blinked, then blinked again. There is still time to kill him. I shouldn't take any risks. My grandma always said I was special. Well, she would never admit it now, but she still thinks it. Daryl continued to blabber, unaware. You know, less than 1 in a million humans are born with over 50 points. And mine's quite a bit higher. You'll definitely manage to escape if we go together. Guess I'll have to kill a few more people.
To think he had considered himself.
Lucky for being born with a couple points of favor. Kai felt the urge to push his arms through the bars and throttle Daryl till the insufferable guy stopped moving. Patience. I can do that once we're out of here. He couldn't throw away any advantage Kia and Flynn counted on him, but later there would always be time to correct the mistakes of fate later. Wait here and don't make a sound. I'll be back. Kai released the spell he had been holding. A stream of water wrapped around Daryl's neck, constricting bitter to avoid risks. No, wait, his words turned into a gurgle before his eyes rolled back and he flopped to the ground. And that's done. Kai shrunk the veil of shadow to just himself. He was running low on the slippery motes, though they were abundant in the underground. I'll top off my reserves on the way. Retreating from the cell, his companions flanked him and whispered questions over each other. Are you all right? Flynn furrowed his brow at Daryl. Do we have to run? Kia inched closer. What happened? Why did it take so long? Did you kill him? Mari looked at the unmoving body. He'll be fine. I just put him to sleep. Kai waved away her worries. I know where Neil has been taken, just a few tunnels deeper in. Every other question died on their lips as a hesitant hope climbed onto their faces. We can't dally. Kai took advantage of their stunned silence to share his plans. I'll go alone and rescue Neil if it's possible. If I'm not back in 15 minutes, free the guy I knocked out and run. He passed the keyring for the shackles to Kia. Hobbs will help you find a way out and alert you if something goes wrong. Kia accepted the keys before giving them to Mari. I'm coming with you too. Spirits, I should have known that. Now's not the time to be stubborn. Kai pleaded with his sister. There's no point risking everyone when Neil could be dead. Someone must make it out alive if I get captured. And it'll be easier for me to sneak alone. Kia watched him with clear eyes. I'm not doing this on a whim. Neil's been my friend for years. I can't just abandon him. I know how to fight and hide quite well. You can trust me too. You can't do everything alone. Kai held her gaze, looking for her familiar temper and failing to find it. Perhaps she had a point for hands were better than two. Okay, you can come, but you must follow my lead without arguments. That's a deal. I've no intention of dying here. Kia smiled thinly and looked at the others. Get ready to leave if we don't come back. Mari held her injured shoulder with a conflicted expression. Please be careful, we will. Kai was ready to leave when he caught Flynn's gaze. His friend immediately lowered his head. It's fine, he patted his shoulder beside Rain's head. You need to take care of him and someone must lead them out if I'm not here. They wouldn't know what Hobbs is saying. Flynn bit his lip and slowly bobbed his head. I swear I'll get them out. I'm counting on you. He gave him one last squeeze before creeping down the man-made tunnel with Kia. Stay close. We have no time to waste. He repeated Daryl's instructions in his mind to build a mental map. Hobbs, can you scout the way? Set with a destination, they swiftly crossed the maze of tunnels, taking a single detour to avoid a patrol. Kai spread his senses ahead of them, careful to keep his touch light. He knew the turns to take, but not their exact distance. We should be almost. Here, he made a sign at Kia to halt at the intersection of two corridors. A crystal illuminated the space ahead of them uncomfortably bright, leading up to a door marred with dark red splotches. 7 auras glowed inside, one so feeble he almost missed it, and one that matched Neil's. Kai gulped. I've found him. The realization sank in like a rock, slow and bulky. Since Neil had been abducted, the scene at the Misty Docks had replayed countless times in his head. If only he had reacted faster, kept an eye on their surroundings, adapted to the kidnapper's nullifying abilities. The failure to protect his companion gnawed at him for a month. Kai re-examined the glowing world of Mana Observer. There was no mistaking it. The network of veins was a perfect match for his memories, except for the murky tangle around the torso, but he felt certain that man was Neil. Whatever twisted experiment the cultists had performed on him, he could reverse it once they got him out of there. If his alchemy wasn't enough, he had enough gold to buy his way to a solution, as long as he's alive. Matt Kia poked his back, voice laden with tense anticipation. He realized he had gone silent without sharing the news. He's here. There was no need to say more. Kai couldn't see her reaction through her camouflage skill except for her fluttering aura. Are you sure it's him? Her voice quivered. I am. He's in there. He gestured at the figures in the chamber. Daryl's intel and his memories both matched. More than that, he felt certain. Is this? He took a moment to recognize the ephemeral murmurs of hallowed intuition. So long they had stayed silent. The lake of mist dampened the skill, but this time it had been different. He had followed Kaylee into a trap without receiving a whimper of warning. Kaylee knew I had a fate-based danger skill. Despite trying to hide the exact details, slips were inevitable over weeks. Spirits, I feel so stupid. Kai clenched his fists to control his boiling temper. Even at sea, the cultists who boarded the Intrepid had messed with his intuition. With prior knowledge, they must have prepared tighter countermeasures when I get my hands on that traitoress. The soft brushing of Kia's arm on his shoulder dragged him back to the present. His sister took half a step forward before looking at him. What's the plan? Urgency to act dripped from her tone, not the slightest hesitation for the danger. Kai stifled a smile. If he were to lead, he had to be level-headed enough for both of them. Give me a moment. At the end of the brightly lit corridor, past the black painted door layered with wards and a polished handle, 7 auras shone inside. Ideally, they would have rescued Neil when he was alone, but the world rarely cared for his preferences. Each second, the chances someone would find the guards they killed increased. Keeping his touch light, Kai sifted the mad cultists from the victims who sported inky blotches of twisted mana. There are 4 of them inside, all fully at yellow, he said dryly. This many foes would have been a challenge in the best of conditions. Now his mind and body were still reeling from the imprisonment, yet there was no time to rest. Plan for the worst, hope for the best. There wasn't room for error if he wanted to walk away alive. 5 minutes had already passed since leaving the others, which left just 10 to get back in the agreed timeline. Even taking into account that Flynn would delay departure, he had little time to ponder. Go keep an eye on them, Hobbs. I'm counting on you to get them out. I can handle it here. Kai scoured the depths of his ego to radiate self-confidence through the bond. Despite Hobbs' apprehension, his sense of duty toward Kai's companion, at least Flynn won out. The furball commanded him to avoid silly human whims before his presence skipped away through the tunnels. If the rescue went awry, the familiar bond was the quickest way to tell Flynn to run. Whatever happens here, they can make it out. Relieved of one weight, he turned back to the black door. We'll have to fight head-on. Are you sure you want to? Kai scratched his neck, hesitating. Kia lowered her camouflage and glared at him for an answer. I expected that. I had to ask. He raised his palms to placate her. I know you're determined, but bridging the gap between grades isn't a matter of willpower. I'm willing to take the chance for Neil. Kia bit her lip, expression souring. He would do the same for me. He did when he stayed in Limgrel to save a traitor. We'd all be safe if I. Kai squeezed her shoulder. We're all good at acting in hindsight. Let's get Neil out of there before arguing who's to blame. but Kia scrunched her face and breathed out through her nose. Okay, do you have a plan? Obviously, I'm going to knock and ask them to let me in. His sister stared at him for a long while before realizing he wasn't joking. That's your plan? He grinned. They'll never expect it. Yes, because it's stupid. Well pressed for time, Kai quickly shared the rest of his idea. Knocking is just the first part. Once he finished explaining, Kia shook her head and checked the daggers he lent her. It's a gamble, but it's better than any idea I got. Can't I be the one to knock? Did she admit I'm better at something? You must trust me to do my part, Kai said, his voice colder than he intended. No matter what happens, you stick to the plan. I can't worry you'll do with your head once we start. I understand. And I'm glad you're here. Kia looked away, begrudging but determined. Anyway, this is not my first time fighting people on the mainland. We'll talk about that later. I'll trust you with my back. Kai gave a slight nod before stepping into the lit corridor. His boots sounded uncomfortably loud on the flattened rock. He felt exposed but suppressed the instinct to watch his back and continued onward to the door. They couldn't beat 4 cultists in a fair fight, so they had to get creative. The chamber had a single entrance engraved with inky runes, tightest protection Kai had encountered here. A week might not be enough to crack it, let alone minutes. He considered blasting an opening with earth magic, but it would reveal his presence without any assurance of success. The cultists inside might not carry beads to raise the alarm like the guards, but the less time he gave them to plot, the better. Knock, knock. Kai rimmed his knuckles on the painted wood. His knocks echoed in the eerie silence. No one would suspect an intruder to announce themselves deep into their secret lair, right? Let me be lucky for once. If the cultists checked who was at the door or asked for a passcode, his chances of success would plummet to the depths of the sea. His heart pounded in his ears, sweat drenched his back. Kai gripped the hilt of his scavenged saber. The balance felt awkward in his hand, but it was pointy enough to make do. Come on. I told you I didn't want interruptions, an irritated man growled. As if a sound ward had suddenly been deactivated, more voices and muffled screams appeared in the background. Kai intently stared at the door handle, willing it to turn, but fate was in the habit of disappointing. What is it then? The man barked over the noise. I'm busy here. We're finally making some progress. Fuck. The cultist clearly expected an answer. Kai ran through his memories, looking for anything that would make the man open the door. Each second he delayed would rouse their suspicion. The praetor wants to see you. He imitated the slurred accent of the cultist hopefully. It sounded believable through the door, when as she returned the noise inside the chamber abruptly cut off. Kai counted up to 10 without receiving an answer. Hallowed intuition maintained its unnerving silence no matter how hard he probed. Had he botched the only chance they had? He raised a hand to gesture Kia to run when a set of heavy steps thumped beyond the door. I'm coming. The cultist sounded stiff, grumbling under his breath. How does she expect me to make any progress if? The iron handle turned and the door began swinging inward. Kai lunged toward the gap, channeling shadow and earth through elemental swordsman to give his blade more power. The stream of mana stuttered upon touching the saber before bending to his will. It still has an edge and a pointy end. Stop being picky. The blade turned translucent and heavy as body augmentation burst through his body to fuel his acceleration. The soft resistance of flesh being pierced and the crack of bones confirmed the strike hit the target before he could see him. His charge through opened the door the rest of the way. Kai met the gaze of the stunned cultist as they stumbled inside. For a man who played with human lives, he looked disappointingly ordinary. His chestnut hair and scruffy beard wouldn't turn an eye in a crowd. Kai twisted the saber below the sternum to pierce his heart. Despite the unfamiliar weapon, the dimming light in the foe's eyes told him he hadn't missed. Erg falling on his back, the man coughed blood before his body turned limp. A human with a mid-yellow profession died just like that. 1 down, 3 to go. There was no time to celebrate. Standing over the corpse, Kai pressed his boot down to jerk the blade free from the ribcage where it had snagged and surveyed the vast chamber. His first breath nearly made him retch from the overpowering stench of blood. He suppressed his instinct to gag. Contrary to his expectations of a shadowy lab, the crystals in the ceiling lit the heart of the round room to near daylight. A runic circle covered over half the pale flooring, chains of jagged runes made by thousands of tiny black symbols twisted in an intricate pattern. Kai abandoned any attempt at deciphering them and moved his attention to the 3 humans standing over it. The cultists, 2 men and 1 woman, huddled over what looked like a union between an altar and a torture chair. Chained on top was a 4th figure, Neil. Kai did a double take, failing to reconcile the smiling man from his memories with what was before him. Blood crusted over Neil's face, and roughly shaved, skull-torn clothes hung from his legs like rags, leaving his upper body bare to show black lines carved into his flesh. What have they done to him? He wouldn't have recognized his friend if his aura hadn't matched what he saw from outside. He knew he had to keep his momentum going, strike the cultists before they gathered their wits, yet Kai faltered for an instant. It was one thing hearing about the inhuman experiments, another was seeing the results. The woman with purple hair and red lips recovered first. She wielded a sharp steel stylus dripping blood and ink, retreating to a table with an equally gruesome collection of instruments. Her voice broke Kai from his lull. Like a rubber band being released, he stomped the ground to fling himself toward the closest cultist, a thin man, with oily hair and half his scalp covered by melted flesh on the right of the altar. He cast 3 icicles mixed in a rain of ice needles as a distraction and readied to swing. A dozen meters separated him from the center of the runic circle, where the trio congregated. He had closed half the distance when the man lifted his eyes off his dead companion and scrambled back. A wall of darkness swallowed the ice spells and cut his path. Kai growled at the last cultist who had cast the spell from the left of the altar. The balding man watched with a cold sneer. Wisps of black smoke revolved around his body, making his eyes look black. "You vermin, what do you think you're?" Kai ignored whatever banal insult the cultist was about to utter and redoubled his charge. Essence flooded his limbs with exhilarating strength. He coated his body with ice and plunged headfirst into the darkness. He had to keep the initiative before they leveraged their numbers or called reinforcements. Robbed of his sight, the foreign essence ate at his spell like a hungry beast. In his mana sight, the darkness filled only a meter, though once he was inside, it felt like crossing 10 times the distance. Ignoring his distorted senses, he exited on the other side. What the thin cultist with half his scalp melted fell on his ass, looking up terrified. Standing over him, Kai swung his saber, heavy with earth mana. A few palms separated him from splitting the man's skull when hallowed intuition screamed at him to move. There was no time to question it. Muscles tearing, Kai twisted his legs to turn his momentum sideways. Black flames engulfed the space on his right, hissing against the ice shield he had hurriedly erected while his left shoulder crashed against the altar. "Get a grip, Carol." Standing behind a table, the woman snorted in disdain. "I don't know from which ditch this urchin crawled out, but he looks like a prime candidate for the infusion ritual." She licked her painted lips, looking at him with a cruel grin. "I'll enjoy making you scream for killing Zert." "Hey, you almost hit me." Carol screeched, patting a burnt sleeve and scrambling to his feet. "I'll remember that. Shit." Kai bit the inside of his cheek, filling his mouth with a metallic taste. This was exactly what he had hoped to avoid. He'd get butchered in a battle of attrition. "I have to buy more time." A rattled breath made him turn to the unconscious figure on the altar. Flesh and ink mingled on Neil's chest, appearing even more gruesome up close. Kai forced his gaze away, couldn't risk exposing their connection or getting distracted. Rage washed over his thoughts, though instead of scalding heat, it was cold. It carried a simple certainty: these bastards needed to die. A wave of smoky darkness forced him backward. He cast a hail of ice at the middle-aged cultist as a stream of inky water whipped toward his head. He raised his saber to parry. The impact reverberated up his arm, making his muscles scream in pain and the blade wobble. "You'll pay for your arrogance." The thin man bared his teeth from the edge of the chamber. "I'll skin your pretty face till you pray your pathetic gods for death." Guess that's a little more creative, at least. Kai dodged back as the cultists coordinated their attacks on him. He was glad they had no melee profession among their ranks, though facing 3 casters presented a different set of challenges. Spells rained on him without a break. Black flames crackled and singed his clothes, murky streams of water aimed to slice his limbs, and darkness devoured any spell he threw. It was a losing battle, ceding ground to retreat toward the door. "Don't let him escape." The woman threw flames from both hands to cut his retreat. "I want to capture him." Her words ended in a gurgle, a bloody line drawn across her throat from ear to ear. Kia stood behind her with a dagger, her figure camouflaged back with the stone and messy shelves in the background. The cultist burst into black flames in a fruitless attack. She collapsed on the ground, holding her throat in a vain attempt to staunch the profuse bleeding. "I'm not the one who should worry about running." Kai kicked the door behind him, shutting the only entrance to the chamber. Burnt flesh mixed with the stench of blood as the cultist was consumed by her own flames. 2 down, 2 to go. "You all tear off your limbs before life leaves you," the middle-aged man snarled, veins popping on his neck with a red tinge. Amidst the enraged swearing, a wave of darkness surged toward Kia and fizzled against a curtain of water. "I thought you were going to rip me apart," Kai said. His spell was devoured by the inky blackness, but it bought his sister enough time to meld with the background. "Is this the best you can do?" Darkness thickened around the cultist. His head snapped toward him. "You'll get your turn. I'll make sure you watch while I kill her." "And are you going to do that from across the chamber?" Kai mocked, looking at the distance where the man retreated. "Or are you scared to end up like your friends?" Provocation was the best tool he had left. While they had cut down 2 cultists, he would have to face the remaining 2 without tricks. "Keep your eyes on me." Since her camouflage was revealed, Kia stood no chance in a direct confrontation. Without armor or magic of her own, any spell could prove lethal for her. She crept near the edge of the chamber, among cabinets and desks filled with fraying tomes, bloody tools and glass jars filled with fleshy contents. 5 narrow cells completed the creepy decor, the openings too short for an adult man to stand. Two held occupants, the last auras Kai had perceived from outside. You did your part well, now's my turn. He gripped the hilt of the unfamiliar saber. Casting a volley of ice shards as a distraction, he dashed towards the cultist with the half-melted scalp Carol. The thin man recovered more quickly from the death of his second companion. What have you done? His disbelieving grimace contorted into anger. You've no idea who we are. Death's too good for you. I was hoping you'd get more original with the insults, not less. 3 streams of inky water whipped at his neck. Kai swallowed a sarcastic reply and turned his charge into a sideways slide on the pale flooring. His back hit the engraved altar. Despite their losses, the cultists seemed reluctant to damage the runes. Hold on a little longer, Neil. Channeling mana into his muscles, Kai pushed against the altar and dove to the side. Tendrils of darkness stretched like a skeletal hand over him, his body twisted to avoid the closing coils. A shapeless wisp brushed his forearm in midair. He jerked his hand away, but his skin already stung as if burned by acid. Damn, it hurts. You're not very good at aiming, are you? Kai taunted through clenched teeth. It was like a swarm of insects gnawing on his arm. The pain barely lessened when Kahali's retribution turned his wound into a warm trickle of power. We'll see if you keep laughing when your body melts, the older cultist smiled grimly. The chatty ones always scream the loudest. Want to bet? Your Kai bent backward to dodge a whip of water whistling above his nose. He nearly bit his tongue to interrupt his words. That's plain rude. Throwing his left arm out, he flung an ice shard to disrupt Carol and stabbed his saber in the groove of a rune with his right. The weapon gave him the leverage to pull himself in a side pivot, only to find wispy darkness heading for his face. There wasn't space to evade. He condensed an ice sheet to slow the attack. Earth magic increased the friction of his boots on the stone, helping him push his momentum in yet another direction. Despite his ligaments protesting, he had to keep moving. The cultists would trap him against the tables on the outer wall if he hesitated. Run like a rat. I'll still cut you into mincemeat. Carol spat, not wasting breath to repay the taunts. Kai concentrated on evading the inky streams. The murky water fizzled against anything it touched. He could have dealt with either cultist one-on-one together. They were the problem. Distance helped him dodge their spells, but he also struggled to pierce their defenses. Why couldn't they be runesmiths with no combat skills? Or maybe they are. It was hard to judge mid-yellow professions. He had hoped cultists used to tinker with human flesh wouldn't be proficient at fighting, but life was a series of disappointing discoveries. The two men retreated to near opposite edges of the runic circle 15 meters apart, so he couldn't attack one without exposing his back to the other. If you kneel and beg, I'll consider keeping you alive. The older cultist darkly chuckled. Your pathetic existence could be part of something meaningful. What do you mean? Kai huffed between dodges. Death would be the preferable choice to what they did here. Come on, start monologuing about your evil plan. The man didn't elaborate on the details of his villainy. You'll find out soon enough. Black tendrils cut Kai's retreat while inky streams cracked the air in front of him. It wasn't the most elegant pincer, but the cultists knew how to leverage their numbers. I prefer incompetent villains. Kai cursed forced into another awkward dodge. All his acrobatic evasions didn't get him closer to killing his enemies. Less than a minute since the fight started, his body already felt the strain of repeatedly flaring body augmentation. He aimed 5 icicles to disrupt his opponent's casting instead of using sweeping spells. It conserved mana in exchange for a larger burden on his mind. I can't let them strategize with a cool head. Perhaps he could outlast the cultist's mana reserves, or perhaps he'd mistime a dodge and weigh one head lighter. The longer he waited, the higher the chance a new variable would appear. While he had to kill the cultists to survive, they just needed to buy time until another one noticed the commotion and raised the alarm. Kia could also try something stupid if things go on much longer. The camouflage from her profession was good when her opponents weren't aware of it. Knowing what to look for, Kai easily followed the cloudy flicker of her aura. The plan was for her to run if things went bad, but he didn't want to test her commitment. It'd be easier if I had my sword. The saber made for a mediocre replacement. Just using swordsmanship was a struggle, and from the first exchange, the scavenged weapon clearly couldn't parry many spells head-on. What else can I use? The middle of the chamber was empty of anything but the altar and runic circle. There were no plants to grow with nature magic, and the runic circle stopped him from shaping the stone beneath it. Stop running and face me. Carol summoned a 4th inky stream to strike him. You've nowhere to go. It's not like you're coming at me either. Kai cast a sphere of water to disperse the impact of the flail. A faint whisper tickled his mind, stilled his dodge, and ducked to the ground as a pitch-black bolt flew above. That was quicker than the others. Slippery bastard, the middle-aged cultist glared, narrowing his beady eyes. You won't get lucky again. Try me. Kai hid his concerns behind a cold smile for Kia's sake. The cultists were becoming more methodical and coordinated, though neither seemed willing to endanger themselves up close. The maniacs on the Intrepid would have already charged me. Guess I am lucky. He dove through a cloud of darkness, donned in a layer of ice. Landing in a roll, he hurled 5 frozen blades to intercept the inky streams. I can't let this drag on. The cumbersome saber disappeared into his ring. He dashed to his right, curving a winding path toward the thinner man. With the cultists on the same line of sight, he could avoid getting flanked and hinder their attacks. They could reposition to keep him in the center, but from what he observed, most people couldn't cast complex magic on the move. The duo had stood still for most of the battle, likely not an exception. Finally accepted your death, Carol licked his lips eagerly. Come here, I promise to make it almost painless. Remember, there is another rat hiding. The older cultist rumbled. It'll already be a pain to continue our research with just us two. Stop nagging me, Drowson, Carol scoffed. I've got an eye on her if she comes close. The man didn't retreat. Kai had little time to rejoice when the whips doubled their speed, their frenzied flailing creating gusts across the chamber. Thought you could really win? Carol regarded him with a disdainful sneer. You never stood a chance against me. You know that there are 2 of you. Kai didn't argue the man's delusions and continued his dash, using spells to block the attacks he couldn't avoid. 2 steps forward and 1 back, he inched closer to the cultist. With each narrow dodge, the whispers grew louder, as if piercing through a haze. Hallowed intuition was waking from its slumber. Whom courting death is always rewarding. He wove around the streams of inky water, anticipating strikes and ignoring feints. The closer he got, the less space he had to evade, making every instant of forewarning invaluable. I never told Kaylee my skill was near the peak of yellow. I got underestimated again. During a normal fight, he'd have to sift through a sea of entangled murmurs, but whatever was suppressing hallowed intuition let only the most pressing threats rise through, helping him in a way. That's not how Carol's smirk turned into a grimace. Beads of sweat ran down his melted scalp as he intently focused on pushing him back. You're dying first, Kai said. Despite pushing his body to the limits, he made sure to plaster a mocking grin on his face as he drew closer. A cloud of darkness on his right was swatted by the streams of inky water before it could reach him. What are you doing? Drowson barked. Get out of the way. You're helping him. I'm trying. You idiot, can't even handle a rat. Snorting loudly, the dark-eyed man moved out of the runic circle to flank him on the right. Try again. Kai bent below a flailing stream and dove above another to keep Carol between them. Even with hallowed intuition, it was an audacious maneuver, but he couldn't afford to hesitate. As he inched closer to his target, the fake smirk on his lips turned into a real smile. Spirits, I might be mad, but I missed this. There was a beautiful simplicity to fighting at the very limit of his abilities. Worries and fears melt into the background, his entire being honed in on how to best his opponents. Only the present moment mattered him and his opponents, dancing a thin line between life and death. Kai wove among deadly spells in a struggle for survival. He had never felt this free since leaving the hidden sanctuary, unburdened by anything but the burning of his muscles and mana rushing through his veins. Get away from me, Carol scrambled back. The inky water coiling around him lost its deadly grace and flailed wildly. Less than 2 meters separating them, barely half a step for him, though the hardest to cross. Get a grip. The older cultist moved toward his companion to better aim his spells. Don't get fooled. The boy's hanging by a thread. We just need to hit him once. I knew you were the sharper one. His icicles shattered against the frenzied streams of water. Kai grunted to avoid a whip, breath heavy and eyes fixed on the thin man. He dodged left around Carol to hinder Drowson. Despite holding the upper hand on the surface, his body neared its physical limit. Enhancing his attributes with body augmentation extorted a heavy burden, and the imprisonment had already strained him. If he got hit, he wouldn't get up. Almost there, just a step closer. You're done. Kai gritted his teeth. He sacrificed most of his remaining water mana to conjure a fist-sized hail of ice, intent on bulldozing through Carol's defenses. You're coming down with me. Wait, stop. The older cultist finally lost his composure. Rushing toward his companion, he cast a heavy curtain of darkness to defend Carol. Kai used their defensive stance to watch his opponent standing side by side 2 meters apart, his left leg bent on the stone floor, groaning to absorb his sideways momentum. Now. The ice shards shot forward, whizzing past the cocoon of water and darkness mostly unscathed to go at Drowson. Kai sprang in the wake of his spell, moving right for the first time. Drowson's eyes widened, hurrying to call the darkness back to defend himself while an oily black layer formed over his clothes. Then the hail hit, crashing with the fury of a storm. Darkness devoured the ice to protect his master, but its shapeless form couldn't block 36 blocks of ice. The older cultist flew back like a rag doll, his body crashing against a cabinet in a clamor of broken glass and cracked wood. Kai dashed after him, armed with a saber and a thin smile. If he had gone for Carol, his spell would have at most caused injuries. To finish him off, he would have had to engage in close quarters and scrape his reserves of every speck of mana. Even in the best-case scenario, wounds would have been inevitable against the acid water, and he would still have to deal with Drowson alive and well. The older cultist was clearly the more level-headed and quick thinker. Kai couldn't predict what he would do if left for last. Be it cursed magic or sending for help, cornered beasts were always the most dangerous. He had to be eliminated first, without a chance to react if possible. Luckily, Drausen fell for his act and exposed himself to help his companion. Whether it was arrogance, stupidity, or compassion, the result was all that mattered. 3 down, 1 to go. Kai kicked the debris off the broken cabinet to look at the man beneath. Blood poured from deep gashes in his shoulder and gut. His face was smashed in, and one arm bent at an unnatural angle with fragments of white bone protruding. Despite all that, Drausen somehow still breathed. Good defense. The cultist gave a wheezing cough, blood flowing from his mouth to speak. Kai plunged a dagger in his heart, snuffing the light and pain from the unfocused gaze. This was probably more merciful than the man deserved, but time was tight. Kai left the dagger and dashed toward the surviving cultist. That was your best attack. It barely tickled, Carol chuckled. Peeking from the coils of his inky cocoon, his smugness froze into pallor. What a fool, even covered in darkness and water. The man should have been able to see what happened with mana sense. Kai used the shock to cross the distance and offer his condolences in the form of a throwing dagger. Proving not totally worthless, Carol raised the inky streams to stop the blade. The flowing shield swept away the knife, though it exposed his back to Kia's flying dagger. Too late to react, the cultist's screams made the inky water ripple. Kai sent a disapproving look where his sister was retreating. You promised to hide till it was over. He would have been mad if not for the perfect timing and execution. We'll talk later. Time to close this. Barely any blue motes remained in his veins, and his body was running on fumes. Kai took out the saber and channeled shadow to turn the blade invisible, charging before his foe recovered. By accident or skill, an inky stream swatted the saber. Carol ran toward the door instead of counterattacking. You'll pay 1,000 for. Took one step and stumbled with another cry, his foot pierced by a stone spike from the floor. Kai consumed the last of his water mana to cast an ice spear while more spikes cracked the ground from below. A skilled mage would have noticed the earth mana pooling beneath their feet and disrupted the channeling, but perception clearly wasn't the man's strong suit. The inky water fizzled on the floor as the coils unraveled, tinged with red. You should have stayed on the runic circle. Kai stabbed down with the saber. Strengthened by earth, the blade cut through the weak defenses and pierced the cultist's chest. I told you I would kill you. Crimson streaks spread through the inky water pooling beneath Carol, his listless eyes and face contorted in a grimace. Kai didn't lower his guard till the cultist's mana completely stilled. 4 out, none left. The absence of whispers confirmed there were no more impending threats. He relaxed the grasp on his saber, lowering the weapon. A spiderweb of black lines branched where the blade clashed with darkness magicalready scrap metal. He wasn't particularly attached to it, but it was the only weapon that could replace his sword. I've won. Losing a scavenged saber was a low price. He had carved out a victory against multiple opponents with higher professions at any moment. A single misstep could have doomed him. His experience fighting Gand, often fleeing packs of more powerful beasts in the sanctuary, helped, and so did hallowed intuition. Without the skill whispering where to evade, he would have gotten seriously injured. Who says my plans are bad? The subtle warmth of satisfaction made him forget being trapped in the damp, underground lair of a crazy cult. Then his thumping heart reignited the urgency to move. We can't stay here. Letting go of body augmentation, a wave of dizziness made him stagger. From his feet to his neck, torn muscles, ligaments, and his bruised ribs laced his body with pain. I can still move everything at least. The underground air was pleasantly cool after the heated battle, though he'd do without the overpowering taste of blood. Kai closed his eyes, counting up to 3 for his vision to stop swimming. Are you injured? Kia's worried voice echoed on his right. The warmth of her hand hovered on his forearm where the darkness spell grazed him. I'm fine, just need to catch my breath. He gave her a smile of reassurance. The skin above his wrist had turned angry red with shades of purple, but the pain paled compared to the rest of his body. I've had rashes worse than this. Pity Kahali's retribution doesn't work with self-inflicted wounds. Kia narrowed her eyes but didn't say more. Her attention turned to the fallen cultists. She prodded Carol's body with her boot while holding a dagger. I didn't think they'd be so strong. If I had been alone, she bit her lip, posture slumping. Your dodges were just ridiculous. I wish I could have helped more. You did plenty taking down one, more than enough really. He hadn't forgotten her last-minute intervention against the agreed plan. All's well that ends well. I'll let it slide. Kai took out a stamina tonic from his ring. Uncorking the vial with his teeth, he downed the pearlescent liquid smelling of peppermint and cut grass. A cool energy spread from his stomach, steadying his weak legs and clearing his thoughts. Tonics could only delay greater exhaustion, but they'd keep him up and alert in the meantime. Future Kai could deal with the aftermath if he survived the next few hours. There are more important matters. How's Neil? He turned to the figure shackled at the center of the runic circle. During the battle, both he and the cultists kept their attacks away from Neil, if for very different reasons. Right, remembering why they came here, Kia flung herself toward the altar. Creases of concern marked her face as she bent to examine Neil's condition. He's still breathing. We must get him out of here. Let me help you. Kai drank a few more healing potions and made his way over. Under the stark light of the crystals, Neil looked worse than from his mana senses. Blood and grime made his gaunt face seem years older, though it was the part below the neck that made Kai's blood boil. The cultists had carved circles of black runes into Neil's flesh with gruesome precision. Blood and ink trickled from fresh cuts onto the altar beneath the bloody tattoos. A crisscross of pale lines covered his entire body. From their shape, they must be the scars of older experiments, healed as if to clean the canvas for another try. How many attempts did they make? I shouldn't have given them such easy deaths. Kai gripped the edge of the altar until his knuckles whitened. Given the warped veins and murky essence, the physical wounds were less than half of the suffering, and he had no idea how to start treating them. I'll find a solution once. Hey, stop staring and help me get him out. Kia wrestled with the shackles, chaining Neil's arms to the altar. Despite the evident strain in her arms, the cuffs gave no sign of giving out. How do you get these things off? Rotten spirits. Why is there no lock? Glaring at the manacles, she threw a look at him. Can't you use your magic to open them? That is not how magic works, Kai sighed. Let me take a look. After defeating 4 cultists, they couldn't get stopped by a pair of enchanted shackless. Evan fate couldn't be that cruel. The runes on the cuffs resembled the ones in the dungeons, which he still couldn't decipher in just minutes. There weren't any seams he could force open with water magic. Either the lock was likely magical if there was no keyhole. It can't be too complicated. People are always lazy. The ruins in the hidden sanctuary had taught him the price of tinkering with unknown enchantments. Those lessons were for people who could afford to wait. Good news, it probably won't blow me up. Bad news, the cuffs are linked to a creepy altar. What could a bunch of mad cultists devise? Kai clamped down on his imagination to keep it from wandering. Once his mind quietened, he channeled a thread of mana into the metal to prod the runes. Click, click. The cuffs snapped open as he brushed the first jagged shape. Sometimes I forget I'm supposed to be lucky. Didn't you say you couldn't magic them? Kia raised an eyebrow at him. I didn't. Kai bit down a lesson in runesmithing and grabbed a handful of vials and balms from his ring. Can you help me get him ready to move? A stream of water washed away the blood and dirt before they could apply the potions and bandage the worst wounds. With his face clean, Neil once more resembled the young man who smiled kindly, always taking care of others before himself. Help me lift him, Kai said. Kia anticipated him by grabbing the shoulders. You're the better fighter. I should carry him in case we meet more cultists. He blinked, stunned. Did she just compliment me again, twice in a day? Kai glanced around the chamber, expecting the great spirits to descend. All right, are you Sue? Neil's soft groan cut his words. His eyelids stirred before slowly drawing open. A pair of confused green eyes squinted at the bright crystals in the ceiling. Matt, are you in Kia? Neil hummed to himself, coughing in between. A frown creased his brow. Did I go mad, or am I dead? How are you here? I'm real, you clamhead. Kia helped him drink from a cup of conjured water, her eyes glistening. We've come to get you. Did you think we'd abandon you? Neil, do you understand me? Neil blinked as if it took a physical effort to elaborate the words. His face turned a shade paler. How did you find me? No. You have to. You can't stay here. Keaton betrayed us. Kaylee too, you can't let them catch you. Why did you come? Kia shut him with a tight hug, blinking rapidly to clear her eyes. Stop speaking nonsense. We're already here and we're all getting out. She waved to the corpses spread around the hall, daring him to contradict her. The assholes who did this to you are dead. Calm down and help us get you out of here. Can you walk? Neil nodded weakly. His unfocused gaze regained some sharpness. Not fast, but I'm feeling better. He licked his cracked lips. Did you give me a potion? Are there more? You're not in the condition to drink more. Take this. It's cold down here. Kai gave him a pair of his own clothes. The white shirt was one size too small and the pants didn't quite reach his ankles, but they were better than the rags Neil wore. Come on, the others are waiting. Kia pushed him to his legs off the altar. Her blunt methods kept Neil busy in the present, away from what the cultists did to him. Neil leaned heavily on the altar, the effort of standing evident in his shaky limbs. I should be able to move. His gaze fell on the jagged runes, and he jolted away his arm as if burned. The sudden jerk made him lose balance. Be careful. Kia dashed to grab him before he fell. Lean on me. We're getting you out of here. She didn't wait for a response to lead him toward the exit. Shit. 2 faint signatures still glowed in the cramped cells. We can't carry 2 more people through the tunnels, Kai said, forcing the emotions out of his tone. He had lost track of time during the fight, but their deadline must be nearly upon them. Guilt and shame twisted his guts, but that didn't change the facts. Those people looked in an even worse state than Neil. He couldn't lift their bodies and evade the guards on the way back. Even by his standards, that was akin to suicide. I know you want to help them, but we can't save everybody, Kia said, gently rubbing his arm. We'll send for help once we escape. The Republic can't ignore us if we bring them proof. They won't last that long. Neil had a desperate glint in his eyes. And I didn't mean to bring them with us. You don't know what they do here, it's better. Kai felt his blood freeze. Any hope of misunderstanding died when Neil avoided meeting his gaze. He tried to swallow, but his throat was suddenly dry. Are you sure that's better? We promised each other. Neil stared at his bare feet on the stone floor, shoulders shaking. Each time we lost too much blood, they healed enough to keep us breathing. They wouldn't let us. Even the shackles alerted them. If it's what they want, Kia grimaced, taking a step toward the cells. No, I'll do it. Kai stopped her. You get him ready to move through the tunnels. I can. You promised to follow my directions. He steeled his tone. We have no time to argue. But Kia pressed her lips in a thin line. Shaking her head with a downcast look, she helped Neil toward the door in silence. Let's get this over with. Kai suppressed the tide of rising emotions and strode toward the closer cell. At each step, he wanted to turn around and forget about the people imprisoned. It wasn't his responsibility to help everybody, especially not like this. A myriad of arguments surfaced in his mind, each one a sweet excuse to take the easy choice. But once unmasked, the truth refused to be ignored. I can't save them. This is the least I can do. Before he realized it, he was standing in front of the first cell. Brushing his finger over the enchanted metal, the door creaked open with the same runic pattern he found on the shackles. The foul stench of prolonged imprisonment wafted over him, making him gag. Kai ignored it to focus on what was inside. Every wall was covered in webs of intricate black arrays. The cell was barely large enough for a human to sit crouched in a pile of rags. He couldn't tell their age under the layers of filth, but he guessed it was a woman when she weakly lifted her head, orange eyes like empty pools. Kai hadn't expected her to be conscious. Panic fractured his determination. He crouched beside her, raised his palms, and smiled to reassure her. I'm here to offer help if you want it. Met with her empty stare, he repeated the words till a spark lit her eyes. Time was slipping through his fingers, but his voice remained unhurried, patiently waiting for an answer. There wasn't a spot on her body not covered in jagged black runes up to her shaved head. The cultists, her whisper was barely audible, mixed with fright. Dead, at least the ones here. There are more outside. He hesitated, forcing the sour words out in one breath. I can't carry you out. She grabbed his hand, her cold grip surprisingly firm. Kai let her pull his arm closer. The orange eyes studied his face, searching for deception. I'm sorry. Kai immersed himself in mana observer, unable to bear the sight. He gathered a trickle of water mana and visualized every detail, vainly trying to stall. It wasn't the first time he had killed someone, but those were usually murderers themselves. This was different. Pressed by the ticking urgency, he released the spell. Amidst the world of glowing motes, the blue spell cut with the precision of a scalpel's grip on his hand immediately slackened. Kai jolted to his feet. The phantom feeling of where she held his hand seemed to burn. He turned to the last occupied cell. When he opened the second door, he felt relief and guilt to see the man inside was unconscious. He couldn't stand to see another smile. The emaciated figure was a tapestry of dried blood and ink, his murky channels flickering like dying embers. Life was draining away from the man. He'd probably never wake up without the intervention of a healer, and the only healers around here were part of the Stygian cult. You can rest. The spell cut the air with a soft thud. With his vision blurring, Kai turned to run toward the door and bumped into one of the desks that lined the chamber. It held 3 haphazardly strewn journals. Out of habit, he stored them in his ring. Perhaps one of them might help Neil. Another time, he would regret leaving the chamber without analyzing every clue available. Now he was just relieved they couldn't linger. He strode toward his companions. Let's move. Follow behind me. His voice was stilted, almost belonging to a stranger. No one mentioned what happened. Neil hummed, his gaze lost in the grains of the door. He leaned on Kia to step aside. As he walked past them, his sister squeezed his hand with a sad smile. Kai wiped his face with a sleeve and turned the knob to head into the maze of tunnels. Kai extended Mana Observer and tentatively listened for hallowed intuition's whispers. With an effort, he forced his thoughts away from the blood-soaked chamber to the path ahead. The illuminated hallway outside was one of the most dangerous sections they had to cross. No point hesitating. Each second they wasted increased the chances of being discovered. There was no true safety till they escaped. Inhaling the cold air of the underground, Kai opened the door a crack and slipped outside, knees bent to dash and spells at his fingertips. The flattened stone corridor ran straight up to a dark bend branching into 2 passage-no cultists' footsteps or voices. Stay close, he gestured to follow, casting a veil of shadow to include Neil and Kia. He should have just enough mana to get back to the dungeons. Refilling his reserves once they left the chamber risked alerting any watcher. I'll have to make do. His sister's camouflage only worked on herself, and Neil wasn't in any condition to sneak around even if he had the skills. Creeping forward, the lit corridor seemed to stretch unbearably long. He couldn't go faster than Neil's limping pace, nor would he. His battered limbs already struggled with the effort of muffling his movements at this speed. Once inside the safety of darkness, Kai loosened his grip on his mana. He couldn't say how long had passed since they set out to find Neil, but it was definitely longer than 15 minutes. Despite Hobbs' efforts to not distract him during the fight, the familiar bond buzzed with concern and barely suppressed impatience. "Hey buddy, are you guys doing all right?" Breaching the silence, a whirlwind of emotions, impressions and questions flooded the bond. Kai rested his hand on the damp rock wall to parse through the chaos. "We're fine, Hobbs. I won the battle and we found Neil. He's alive. Are you waiting for us?" The response slapped him with a wave of irked obviousness. Kai knew Flynn would delay leaving, but the confirmation still warmed his gloomy mood. "Tell him we're on our way. 5 more minutes at most. No, there is no need for you to come. I can avoid the cultists. Hallowed intuition is working again. Keep an eye on the patrols in the dungeons. You can't be discovered." Arguments traveled back and forth before Hobbs acquiesced, shutting his end of the bond with a grumpy snap. "Trust me, bud, we'll be fine." Despite the confidence Kai projected, his senses stayed keen on the branching tunnels. It was soon to relax, and scouting kept his mind away from places darker than the underground. Behind him, Kier and Neil shadowed his movements through the maze of intersecting caverns. A whisper warned him to backtrack into a crooked cranny. Kai followed the instinct as a group of voices echoed ahead. Damn it. Cold sweat drenched his back, and author confrontation would be disastrous in their condition. He held his breath, trusting hallowed intuition over the urge to escape further down. "Prepare, the Praetor doesn't care about excuses." Human shadows flickered on the far wall, the voices fading in the distance. In the dripping quiet of the cavern, Kai set out without delay. Besides the corpses in the cell where they woke up, now there were 4 more in the ritual chamber. Even in the sprawling underground, it was only a matter of time before someone discovered them. He wanted to be as far away as possible by then. While hallowed intuition's whispering remained sporadic, crucial dangers seemed to pierce the ward, suppressing his skill. Curious about any changes, Kai spared a thought to check the guide. Hallowed Intuition LV 8084. 4 levels, elation rose above the tension. Kai considered himself lucky to gain a level in his highest skill every couple months. Even facing beasts had lost effectiveness after years in the sanctuary. He must thank the cultists for the training opportunity right after he stabbed their shriveled hearts. A spike of anger urged him to run rampant, numbing pain and fatigue, though it didn't make him any quieter. Focus on the path. Where are we? Kai unclenched his fists, trying to make sense of the passageways. The detour to avoid the cultists had forced them into an unfamiliar area. He would have already gotten lost without Hobbs' presence to act as a fixed beacon. The prisons should be around here. Using earth magic, he widened a crack in the rock to squeeze into a corridor with cells on both walls. If his mental map was correct, their destination was near, right there. He spotted a group of weak and murky auras beyond an abandoned storeroom. "We're almost there." Kai pointed to the worn door that closed the room. The lock had faded with the enchantments, though the rusted hinges proved an effective seal. He didn't have enough earth to pierce the thick wall and no time to gather more. The quick solution it is, stay back. Sound traveled to unpredictable distances within the caverns. Kai wrapped water and shadow around the rusted metal and kicked the lock of the door. The muffled creaking still made him cringe. He had controlled his strength to not destroy the rotten wood and needed another kick to crack it open. Familiar blue crystals lit the tunnel beyond. Kai never thought he'd be happy to spot the gleam of enchanted bars. Taking a step inside, he jerked to the side to avoid a blow to his head. Adrenaline and mana surged through his veins. In a moment, his sore limbs brimmed with incandescent power. He prepared a shard of ice at his fingertips when he saw the scraggly face of his attacker. The man watched his wooden club, confused at the failed strike. He was tall, with an emaciated body and unkempt beard, definitely not a cultist. One of the adventurers who got kidnapped. What is he doing here? A group of prisoners armed with broken pieces of furniture and rocks clustered behind the man. The inkling of an idea brushed Kai's thoughts first. He had to defuse the situation. "Hey." He dispelled the veil of shadow on himself and raised his palms for peace. "I'm not." Die. The adventurer swung his bat, eyes gleaming with anger and fear. The splintered wood glowed with the reddish tinge of a skill. "I was trying to be nice." Kai bent beneath the blow and hooked his leg to trip the man. Caught unprepared, the gaunt adventurer fell on his backside. "You stay down." Kai kicked the bat away and turned to regard the crowd. "Do I look like a cultist to you?" He met their frightened gazes, pointing at his face and clothes. The prisoners huddled tighter, exchanging hesitant looks. Who else could be down here? Someone called amidst the crowd. Yes. A girl lifted a rock in her trembling hands, her head shaved and engraved with bleeding marks. Those monsters always me mess with my head." "Stand down." He's telling the truth. Kia ripped the veil of shadow with her mana to stand beside him. Neil leaned on her shoulder, sweat on his forehead and feverish eyes. "We're also just trying to escape. They're using darkness magic to hide." "Oh great." Kai didn't see who screamed, but the hostile gazes eliminated any hope for negotiations. Words couldn't reach people gripped by fear. He gathered the last scraps of his mana to push the blockade when another shout halted him. Wait, a young man with dirty blonde hair shoved his way through the crowd, waving his arms to get attention. Don't attack, I know him. He's the cranky guy I was telling you about. He and the girl are with the group who brought the keys.
Is he telling the truth? They do look weird.
Whispering among themselves, the wary glances turned hesitant as they took stock of their appearance. The tall man with the bat stood back and even murmured an apology. What's going on here, Daryl? Kai freed his arm once they were away from the crowd. Daryl, the man said with a sharp smile, and you're lucky I was around to save you even after you hit me. You deserved that. I didn't hit you, I just knocked you out with a spell. And how is that better? Daryl pursed his lips and massaged his throat. I thought I was gonna drown. Kai gave him an apologetic shrug, too tired to truly feel guilt. You haven't answered my question. What are these people doing? Humph, you're changing the topic. Daryl huffed, heading down the corridor of now empty cells. We've been guarding every entrance to ambush the patrols. With those people, that doesn't seem very effective. Even if he hadn't been paying attention to Mana Observer, that blow couldn't take down a cultist. That group would only get slaughtered. Well, Daryl glanced behind his back. These guys are the weakest since the entrance was supposed to be sealed. We had to keep them busy so they wouldn't run before we're ready. Daryl grinned as they crossed into another cavern of the dungeon. Scattered groups of prisoners huddled outside the cells. They spared a look at the new arrivals before going back to mumble amongst themselves. Is everything all right? I heard a Flynn walked out of a cell holding the keyring, and Hobbs slumped over his shoulders. He blinked at them, then his face broke into a smile. You made it back. Neil too. You found him, and you've kept yourself busy. Yeah, Kai didn't have time to speak more when he was swept into a three-person hug with Kia grumbling. He would have enjoyed it more without the spikes of pain in his ribs. Hey, you're making me feel left out. Daryl watched them with crossed arms and a sulk. I'm a sucker for reunions, but we're in a bit of a hurry. Flynn threw him the keyring to get rid of him. Do one last round for those who want to escape. Emru, the furball kneaded his head from his high perch. You're right, Flynn patted the needy cat. Hobbs told me you were fine, but I was worried. Are you? We're fine, Kai said. They were at least, but we need to get him out of here. He needs a proper healer. What? You're alive. Mari walked out of the same cell door and ran straight at him. She raised her arms to hug him but stopped upon seeing his condition. What's wrong? What did they do to you? I am all right. Neil offered her a weak smile, averting his gaze. After crossing the tunnels, he had got paler and his bandages showed patches of red. He held his arms around himself, leaning his back on the wall. I'm just tired. How can you say that? You're bleeding. Mari moved to help him, brows furrowed in concern. What happened? While they talked, Kai pulled Flynn aside, throwing a glance at the people crowding the tunnel. What's going on here? Flynn hung his head with a guilty look. I'm sorry. I know you only said to free Daryl, but Mari couldn't ignore the other prisoners in the cell, and I couldn't bring myself to stop her. Then more people noticed the ones we were freeing. They started shouting and begging, and I. It's fine, you don't need to apologize. Kai gave a sympathetic squeeze on his shoulder. The situation wasn't entirely unexpected. You did the right thing. After seeing what the cultists did in the bloody chamber, he couldn't abandon anyone behind either. It might not be the most prudent choice, but he had already left a trail of corpses behind. Saving a few more people wouldn't change much, perhaps more than a few. He could count over 30 escapees, and there were more in the tunnels beyond. How long do you need to move? We can't stay here. It would already be a nightmare to carry so many with them. They couldn't delay any longer. We're ready to go. I just need to get Rain. Flynn glanced at a nearby cell with a single aura lying inside, then pursed his lips at the freed prisoners. Better if we hurry. I've tried to organize them with Daryl, but they aren't going to wait much longer. Especially the recently abducted adventurers don't like listening to a foreign kid, of course. He had to act while they were still frightened and confused. Given a few more minutes, many would want to do with their heads. What about the ones still chained? A quarter of the prisoners remained locked up in the cells. Those Flynn used his index and thumb to massage his eyes. They don't want to leave. What do you mean? They want to stay here. Flynn shook his head with a grimace. Many of the prisoners who have been here a month or more are too weak or scared to run. Some think escaping is a trap of the cultists, and a few others are not exactly present. He tapped his temples. They ignored anything I said, so I focused on those who wanted to escape. Yeti, have mercy on them. You did your best. Kai scanned the people hunched in the cells. Could he drag them out against their will? It wasn't feasible. Moving Neil and Rain would already be challenging, and there wasn't time to convince more. I can't help those who don't want to help themselves. Not now. Hopefully they could alert the Republic to save them once they escaped. Kai raised his voice to be heard over the incessant murmurs. If anyone else wants to come with us, we're moving out. Several heads turned to him. Despite their wary demeanors, no one questioned who he was or asked to be freed. Most observed what he would do. Hobbs, you have an idea where to go, right? MRO. The silver furball flicked his tail without deigning to answer. Apologies for the silly question, just checking. The expectant gazes following him were unnerving. Did they wait for some kind of speech? His mind was blank. He had never liked public speaking, and he wasn't going to start training his oratory skills now. Daryl, Kai called the self-proclaimed lucky man who was spinning the keyring on his fingers. Gather everyone who wants to escape with us. We move out immediately. Why do I? Ignoring his protests, Kai helped Flynn move an unconscious Rain onto his shoulders and joined his companions. He had to focus on those he could help. Mari hung onto Neil like a clam to its rock while Kia studied the crowd and whispered, "What's the plan, Matt?" Well, Kai covered his mouth with a hand in case anyone read his lips. "We're going to run and hope they can follow." Stealth wasn't an option with so many people that left only speed. Noticing his movements, the self-appointed leaders of several small groups stepped forward. "Do you know where we are? How are we going to escape? Where are we?" Kai evaded the questions again and strode down the tunnel Hobbs indicated. He couldn't get embroiled in a lengthy explanation or worse, an argument. Is this everybody? He counted over 40 people, way more than he'd like and significantly less than the number he estimated. Daryl left the escapees to keep pace with him. "You owe me one for this," he grumbled, trying to rake a hand through his matted blonde locks. Two groups of adventurers in charge of guarding the tunnels left on their own. "Damn jerks, when did it happen?" Kai kept his tone level no matter what happened. He couldn't show doubt. His plans had taken into consideration a few assholes would go their own way. Splitting up could serve as a distraction when the cultists pursued them, though he had hoped they'd separate later, a minute ago or a little more. Carroll shrugged and raised his voice enough for everyone to hear. "Don't worry, you're with me. I can pick the best path of escape. Yeah, I know where to go." Kai turned to regard the mass of pale and gaunt faces, the cultists' research carved into their flesh. "If anyone wants to try their luck on their own, you have 5 seconds to go. 1. He raised his hand to count while keeping his tone low. 8 more people took the chance to slip away, lowering the head count to 34. Once those got out of hearing range, Kai rummaged through his pocket to take out his stock of stamina potions, giving half to Daryl to hold. Being paranoid about running out paid off. "Where did you get?" "Split into 2 lines and take 1 each," Kai said. "These will keep you going for a few hours. Come on, hurry up." The words barely left his mouth when a young woman stood in front of him with her hands cupped, more lining behind. It seemed getting abducted hadn't diminished the desire for free stuff. In less than 30 seconds, he had emptied his ring of low orange tonics, and the aspirant fugitives looked noticeably livelier. "Good enough. Watch your feet and follow us in a line. From no one, no lights, and no words unless a cultist sees you first. If anyone causes a commotion, I'll personally knock you out and leave you there." That wasn't a bad speech. Hobbs, lead the way. Kai expanded his senses and set out through the dark cavern. He was taking his second turn when a whisper stabbed his mind like a frozen knife. Before he could guess its meaning, something in his pocket started vibrating. Frowning, he fished out the blue bead belonging to the first patrol he met, likely an enhancement to raise the alarm. The network of intricately engraved runes now glowed with an ominous red light and quivered. Shit. Kai stared at the luminous bead vibrating in his palm. He wrecked his brain for an explanation other than the obvious cultists had raised the alarm. Whether they had found the bodies of their comrades or captured other escaped prisoners, they would soon learn everything. Damn it, it's too early. Everything all right? Kia whispered upon noticing him stiffen. Kai waved the bead nonchalantly to mask his jittery urgency. "Yeah, we just have to hurry." Is that she furrowed her brow before paling. "We must go faster." Her gaze snapped between the branching caverns, as if expecting to see cultists charging. Kai lightly nodded as anticipation stifled his breaths. The tunnels were silent aside from dripping rocks and the occasional stumble among the scared escapees. Even if the Stygian Circle discovered the empty cells, they'd still have to track them through the sprawling underground. "We still have time." "What's happening?" Flynn caught up at the head of the group, hunched to carry Rain on his back. "This is the fastest pace we can keep. Do I remember wrong, or did that magic marble not glow before? Are we?" "What are you 3 mumbling?" Daryl squeezed past Neil and Mari to join the party. "No need to be shy if you need my help. Anyone else want to come?" Kai put the bead away before it attracted more snoopers. "It's nothing. We were discussing how far these tunnels go. Down to the abyssal layers and as wide as the Lake of Mist," Daryl said with a dramatic tone. "The cultists killed the beasts around here, but it's still easy to get lost, which is why you should listen to M." "Wait," Kai shushed his ramblings. "What did you say?" "These caverns extend beyond the lake." "Really good, like 1 in a million good. Once I." "If it's so good, how did you get kidnapped?" Kai exhaled a puff of vapor. The temperature had fallen just above freezing. Perhaps it was night outside or they were further underground. The cold wouldn't affect him much, but many escaped prisoners barely had rags to cover themselves. They'll collapse when the stamina tonic runs out. Another reason to hurry. Tell me if you get any strong hunch. Otherwise, keep quiet. The echoes can carry far. Kai pushed ahead where the tunnel became too narrow to get flanked. Hobbs, is it possible to find a way to the surface outside the lake? Yeah, I know we'd already be out if we could teleport like you, but you're a space cat, not a silly oracle cat. I know, okay, stay close. Behind the peeved mental remarks, his familiar admitted to not being all-knowing. He'd have to travel too far to find an exit on firm land that might not even exist. You're doing great, bud. Get us as far away as possible from the cultists. Kai squeezed every morsel of his confidence through the bond. A potential underground path was much better than getting trapped on an island and swimming through beast-infested waters. If the cavern system reached beyond the lake, he could dig his own way out given time. I did also tell Vela where we were going. Knowing her, she must have alerted the Republic soon after he left the House of Mirrors. Kai only doubted whether the officials would get off their butts and do something. From the bead vibrating in his pocket, their time was tight. If we go any faster, they won't keep up. Marching through the dark, craggy tunnels was already a hazard. The prisoners' moods were high on the spur of their escape, but they had to stumble without light or warmth for hours more. His pragmatic side was thankful to the prisoners who ran on their own and provided a distraction. How far do we have to go to be safe? Is there even a distance? A vague sense of ominousness lingered in his mind. The cultists could be a mile away or hot on their heels. How far does their base reach? The passage opened into a vast cavern with a flattened floor and a crystal filtering light from above. At least the wards had gotten scarcer. Daryl used the wider space to poke his back. You're good at sidetracking me. Something's up. I have to know what is happening to help. He's not gonna give up, is he? I told you it's nothing, Kai said, hoping to drop the subject. Escaping was hard enough without the ex-prisoners going into a panic. Sure, Daryl rolled his eyes back so much he almost tripped on a rock. Stupid pebbles, wait. Did the cultist realize we escaped? I hate you. Damned snooper, keep your voice down. Kai grabbed his arm to drag him ahead of the main group, shaking his head as Kia was about to join. Flynn was murmuring to himself and hardly seemed to notice. It's nothing we didn't expect. They still have no idea where we are, hopefully. You don't have to convince me. Daryl attempted to free himself. And I know I'm a treasure, but care to remove your grip. You're gonna leave an imprint. Kai weighed the chances of Daryl making a bigger communion and let him go. Sorry, I'm just nervous. Yeah, being chased by a group of bloodthirsty nutjobs tends to do that. Daryl nodded sagely as if he had a lot of experience on the matter. I try to focus on the positives. This morning I was chained in a cell, and now look at me. Free as a butterfly, things tend to work themselves out when you're lucky. I was getting worried you hadn't mentioned your luck in the last 5 seconds. I'll keep that in mind. Kai turned away to focus on replenishing his mana reserves. Daryl either didn't get the hint or more likely didn't care. He strode by his side as if he were the one leading. Do you have a plan besides running as fast as we can? No, do you? I'm open to other ideas. Well, you could let me help pick a path. Better than going at random. Kai almost groaned out loud, using Mind Split to speak with Daryl. Did any of the tunnels we took give you a bad feeling? No, but that's not always how it works. Did you have the whim to pick a different tunnel? Well, his mismatched gold and blue eyes narrowed on him. Now that you mention it, no, it's strange. Some of my good fortune must have rubbed off on you. I've always been good at inspiring people, though Daryl leaned to stare uncomfortably close at his face. What's your luck? Such a punchable face. That's personal information. Come on, man, just give me an estimate. I told you mine, and I freed you from a cell and a fate worse than death. I say you got a pretty good deal. Okay, Daryl rubbed his arms with a sulk. Technically, it was your tall friend who unlocked my shackles, but fine, let's not get hung up on the details. I can smell a fellow gambler even if you don't say anything. Or at least he has lowered his tone. Kai massaged his temples, wondering how much time the blabbering man could net them if he froze him to a wall to distract the cultist Salas. He had no mana to waste. It's not luck, it's that we're not running blindly. What? His eyebrows spiked up his forehead. Do you have a map? My familiar is scouting the path ahead. Daryl deflated, craning his neck to scan the man-made tunnel. You mean that puffy silver cat? I was wondering where it had gone. I'm more of a dog person myself, not to be judgy. Your cat looks like an indoor pet with all that shiny fur. Have you tried trimming it? No, I like having 2 hands. I'll let you try if we survive. Kai smiled, imagining the scene. Hobbs can move faster than people think. Really? Why did your friend carry him around then? You shouldn't teach your pet bad habits. How can he act lazy in this situation? Spirits, I can't wait to introduce you to. Kai stopped at the entrance of a jagged cavern. A whisper sent a shiver down his back, making his heartbeat spike. Not yet. Just as he questioned if he had heard right, his thoughts were drowned in murmurs of danger. Hobbs reached through the bond over. A dozen cultists were on their tracks, 7 tunnels back. Shit, why are there so many? This way. Kai decisively jogged down a tunnel. Hobbs, see if you can lure them away. Confused exclamations echoed behind him at the sudden increase in pace, though Daryl remained strangely quiet. What's going on? Can't we rest a moment? Why are we? Kai took out a crystal light to get their attention. Time for stealth was over. There was no point in pacing themselves if the cultists captured them. They're onto us. Spare your breath and run faster. Their thumping footsteps soon became the only sound in the cavern. Fear killed any complaint and pushed their legs, too focused on not falling behind to argue with him. Without getting asked, Daryl slowed to help Mari carry Neil, while Kia ran up to him, gripping a dagger. How many? Too many to fight, Kai spoke firmly. We'd stand no chance even if we were well rested. And we aren't. Can't we set an ambush? We already did it once. That won't work again, Kai said, shaking his head. These aren't like those unaware bastards in the chamber. They're expecting us and probably have martial professions and weapons. Even if we take down a couple by chance, they'll overwhelm us. Kia pressed her lips tight. Okay, I understand. I'll close the line so no one falls behind. But we can't keep this pace for long. How is it going, bud? Not well. Despite Hobbs' attempts to lure them in another direction, the cultists weren't taking the bait. They stuck to the trail and ignored any distractions. Only 5 tunnels between them now. Watch them from a distance. They found the trick. You can't let them see you. Hobbs' identity and powers were one of the few trump cards he had left. Kai took a sharp turn into a spell-made corridor, scanning ahead to avoid dead ends. No matter how many winding paths they took, the cultists stayed right on their track. Fuck me and them, they have a tracker skill. Their lead was rapidly closing. He could go faster, but the rest of the worn-out group couldn't. Kia helped a girl from tripping at the tail of the line and pulled another to their feet. Grit and fear couldn't break physical limits. Many already heaved for breath, too weakened by the imprisonment. They could barely keep pace, let alone go faster. We can't outrun the cultists. His mind whirled in 100 directions for a solution, a way to salvage the situation. The truth was undeniable. If he didn't act, the cultists would catch up to them in minutes. Even if they weren't killed outright, they wouldn't get another chance to escape. What can I do? Among the dozen cultists, they would have the magic to shatter an ice wall. Same for a wall of vines or dirt. Kai briefly considered collapsing a tunnel before remembering they were beneath a lake. Drowning in a dark cavern was high on his list of deaths to avoid. The dense mana in the rock prevented Mana Observer from seeing far, and even if he succeeded, the cultists would find another way through the interconnected cave system. Come on, think, I must do something. There isn't time. The cultists were just 3 tunnels back, and he still couldn't devise a decent plan. Kai hesitated before the umpteenth branching tunnel. Hobbs hadn't had time to scoot tea, and hallowed intuition was a mess of whispers. Pick left, Daryl shouted behind him. They're all too exhausted even to put up a fight. Does your luck say anything else? Kai asked. I could use some advice, or a miracle. It says my best chance is to ditch you, Daryl said with a bright grin. Hey, don't scowl at me. I didn't say I would do it, but it doesn't look good. While irritating, Daryl did have a point. There were only 2 choices left. They could either abandon the other prisoners, or someone had to stay behind. Both were shitty options. Kai cursed any gods willing to listen. He had already gotten stuck in the hidden sanctuary once to protect the archipelago. Did he have to sacrifice himself again to protect these strangers? He wouldn't have considered the option if Flynn and Kia weren't also here. The 33 runaways would fold to the cultists in seconds if left behind. How much faster could they run while carrying Neil? Enough to beat a squad of yellow professionals with home field advantage. Mari looked at the end of her rope, and Flynn would soon be too tired to carry Rain. I am doing this again, aren't I? His mana reserves were almost full. He was the only one who could lead the cultists away. Any other solution would gain them a handful of minutes at most. Guess I'm doing this again. Kai felt strangely relaxed once he made his choice. Fighting for his life looked much less stressful than leading a group. Kia would argue and cave in since she was the only one who could carry Neil. Daryl, lead the way. I'll try to slow them and hide your traces. Okay, I'll pray to the moons for your safe return. Daryl's quick response made Kai question if the guy hadn't anticipated his choice. Does it make a difference? I'll punch his face if I survive. Wait, Flynn stopped him as he was about to go to the tail of the line. Kai slowed despite having no intention of changing his mind. It'll be easier if I do this alone. I know, but Rain wants to come with you. What, when? I woke up when you started running. Sorry for not telling you. I had to clear my mind. I didn't want to distract you. Kai swallowed the flood of rising questions. Cultists were 2 tunnels away. You're badly hurt. Can you even stand? I can cast spells. My head wasn't hit too badly and my mana is full. Rain finally met his gaze, an icy determination over a spark of anger. I admit I might have underestimated the dangers, but I can help you now. I'd rather return to the deep than flee. Well, if you put it like that, who is he to deny someone else's reckless decision? Kai passed Neil's limp body back to Mari while Rain weakly attempted to stand alone. Hold on a little longer, I'll buy you time. Best of luck. Don't worry about me, I'll bring these people out. Daryl waved with a wink before disappearing down the leftmost passage. I'm so gonna punch him. Mari mouthed him an apology before running after the moron. They stood at the intersection of 3 tunnels. Flynn lingered with a foot in both tunnels, his jaw tight and shoulders slightly hunched. I'm sorry I'm so. Don't say stupid stuff and run. You must keep an eye on Daryl. I trust you to lead them out. Kai curtly gestured for him to go. Come on, I'll see you on the other side. Flynn nodded. See you on the other side. Stop wasting time and go, Kai said, pulling the siren aside before the main group trampled them. He moved them to the cavern on the right while the frantic mass of prisoners ran them by. Most people barely seemed to notice them, only Kia stopped to stare at him, an unconscious girl on her back. Go, Kai said, they need you, we'll be fine on our own. Kia chewed her lip, gaze flickering, just don't die, I never do. Kai smiled and watched her go. There were only they left in the cavern. He sent a pulse of earth to erase the tracks on the ground and turned to the last passage that led them here. There are 14 coming, Rain informed him dryly. I can take down half of them in this state. Any ideas for the other half? Kai gathered every speck of earth mana in his veins. We're going to bring down the ceiling, and pray luck is with us. Kai had extensively considered why collapsing the cavern was a bad idea. A whole lake of bad floated above their heads, together with several tons of rock that might or might not crush them into mush. Extreme problems require extreme solutions. Do I remember that wrong? It has been a while, not that it matters. He would worry about the semantics after they survived. Right now, a cave-in was the only solution he could find. The fleeing prisoners would never manage to shake off the cultists if there was a trail. Even if he goaded, taunted, lured the cultists in a different direction, some would still chase the main group. He had to remove the possibility entirely for Flynn and Kia's sake. Why do I always end up doing reckless stuff? I swear I try to avoid it. Alas, time was too short to pity his unjust fate. The thumping steps of the escapees were fading in the distance. Beside him, Rain rested his back on the rock wall, scanning the cavern. The siren had gone silent after he heard his plan. He must already be regretting this. Kai bit his cheek, masking his nerves behind an impassive veneer. He shouldn't have dragged someone else into this mess without explaining the danger. Perhaps he was still in time to send him away. He was about to open his mouth when Rain spoke first. Are you sure about this? Well. Rain tapped the rocky wall with his less bandaged injured arm. The cavern vault looks pretty sturdy, and I know earth magic isn't one of your strongest elements. It'll be hard to bring it down. Kai blinked as his brain attempted to make sense of what he heard. Is he worried not enough boulders will fall on our heads? I can give you a hand, Rain said, head tilted to stare at the ceiling. I've never destroyed anything this large outside the sea, but a gravity field should add a little oomph to your spell. A little oomph? Don't worry, I've got this, Kai said all too quickly, then softened his tone to not sound ungrateful. I've had some experience cutting stones inside a cavern. I can manage it. His experience mainly consisted of building shelters in the hidden sanctuary. Not the same, but he only needed to collapse one tunnel. How hard could it be? If you're sure, Rain turned to the farthest tunnel. Kai was almost certain he detected a hint of disappointment in his tone. I'm sure, just cover me. I'll focus on blocking the passage that the others took first. Depending on how it goes, we might have to run and lead the cultists elsewhere. Okay, I'll leave it to you. Rain raised his good arm to his face, a gold-speckled marble suddenly in his hand. He popped it into his mouth and grimaced as if he had bitten a lemon. I still won't be able to run for a while. That's fine, I can carry you, Kai frowned. Where did that golden candy come from? There hadn't been on him anything when he had bandaged his wounds. What was that? Rain arched his split brow. You mean the rejuvenation pill? Liquid potions aren't very practical underwater, and the ones you gave me weren't strong enough, not that I don't appreciate it. He hurried to add, wiping a drop of blood running down his cheek. I would have taken hours to wake up alone. I didn't share the pills because I don't know if they're safe for humans. I see Kai nodded and buried a dozen questions threatening to spill from his lips. But where did you take that pill from? My storage space. Rain unwound the bandages around his wrist to show a bracelet of seashells that Kai was certain hadn't been there a moment ago. It got hidden when I lost consciousness. Yours doesn't. No, is there anything it can't do? Kai assumed the cultists had stolen the spatial artifact since Rain often used it in front of Kaylee. How could he have forgot to consider the anti-theft guarantee that came with underwater purchases? Note to self, never touch Rain's stuff without permission. One day he might trigger some anti-snooper ward and get turned into a pufferfish without knowing why. They're here. Rain's cold tone slid between his thoughts. A flickering glow lit the passage across from them. Boots scraped the ground and jumbled whispers echoed. Hobbs' disdain confirmed their identified cultists were here. Stay hidden, I can handle this. Well, probably. Kai kept the last thought to himself. If they got buried under a few tons of rock, he'd rather his familiar stayed well away. Come on, I can do this. There were 3 tunnels leading into the cavern. The one the main group used to flee on his right, the one lit by the cultists across from them, and the smallest one where he and Rain stood. With just seconds left, Kai started gathering earth mana toward the ceiling. Guess getting crushed is better than drowning, at least. Can a siren breathe underwater in human form? He didn't remember seeing any gills on Rain, though the siren was a bottomless pit of mysteries. Even now, slouched against the stone, he shaped streams of blue mana into strange patterns with no sign of nervousness. Kai would hardly be surprised if breathing were optional for him. Okay, let's focus on bringing down the cavern. Exhaling out to clear his mind, he focused Mana Observer on the ceiling 5 meters above them. While the rock to collapse was massive, a few cracks in the right places could easily cause a chain reaction. The issue was ensuring those cracks didn't extend over their heads. He was still tweaking the spell when 14 people with masked faces entered the chamber. 2 trackers opened the formation, followed by rows of armed warriors and casters with gnarly staffs of ebony in the back. The ease of their postures showed their readiness to fight. Kai was relieved to have sent Kier away. These weren't amateurs' ambushes or tricks wouldn't have worked. The cultists slowed upon seeing them waiting, their auras pulsing with eagerness. Told you we were close, only 2 of them. These 2 rats probably got ditched by the rest. Do the flesh knitter need them alive? The cultists chatted among themselves as if Kai and Rain were of no consequence, but despite the sneering comments, they didn't lower their weapons or break formation. Kai was too busy weaving streams of earth mana to complain about the extra time. Not a dark brown mote remained in his veins had one shot at this. If the spell was too weak to block the tunnel, the cultists would chase after Kier and Flynn, making his gamble useless if it was too strong. He risked a very unpleasant death. It'd be easier if I could see through those damn rocks. The distance and dense ambient mana blurred his senses. It was like drawing a portrait blindfolded, and one wrong line would kill him. He wouldn't attempt it without hallowed intuition. Whispers buzzed in his mind, swaying widely every time he tried adjusting his spell. They're getting close. Rain said with just a hint of impatience. I can't hide your casting much longer. I'm almost done. Kai let the world fall into the background as he focused on manipulating the threads of earth mana toward the ceiling. His mind honed in on his intentions. The danger from the approaching cultists mixed with the whispers from his spell. In seconds they would be upon them, but Kai continued to tweak the spell without hurry. Like when keeping his breath underwater, panicking only worsened the situation when your lungs screamed for oxygen. Almost there, a thread of mana pushed deeper into the stone, making the whispers fall by more than half. Kai released the spell before some twitch ruined the precarious balance. Opening his eyes, shattered ice, shouts and whistling projectiles assaulted his ears. Frozen palisades and bubbles had risen against arrows and crackling black fire. Rain sent icicles flying in retaliation while the cultists advanced behind walls of inky water and spears. It's working. The fissures kept expanding. Crumbling dust and rock lifted every eye as the first massive slab of rock began falling. There wasn't time to run. Kai flattened his back against the wall and cast a layer of ice to protect them from the debris. His panic was mild compared to the cultists scrambling to escape with shouts and curses. Instants seemed to stretch. Crash! The slab shook the cavern with a loud rumble upon impact, and many lost their footing. Cracks continued to spread in the ceiling on his right, and boulders rained amidst the thundering crashes. Shit, it worked. The crystal lights shattered, and darkness engulfed the cavern. Kai protected his ears from the deafening rumble and pressed himself harder on the cold rock. Spirits, why did I think this was a good idea again? The gods of the archipelago were too far to answer, but rational thoughts were remarkably difficult at the moment. He'd even take Zervatha's help at the cost of listening to his narcissistic nagging. A rock shattered not far from his feet, showering him with pebbles. He felt like suffocating. The ceiling and walls were closing on them. Meters of rock and water lay above their heads. Craning his neck, he wished to see the sky instead of dust and darkness. We're gonna be fine. We're gonna be fine. We're gonna be fine. Only one person remained unbothered while the underground shook. Crouched on the cavern wall beside him, Rain used his good arm to aim ice spears at the fleeing cultists. His first spell pierced a swordsman in the leg. As the man turned to seek his attacker, the second spear impaled him through the chest. With a serene smile, Rain moved to the next target through the rising cloud of dust. He never once glanced at the falling rocks, either incurant or confident they'd be safe. I wish I had his confidence. Kai unclenched his teeth, forcing a thread of calm through his drumming heartbeat. Why did the cultists have to build their hideout beneath a lake? I hate this place. It seemed an eternity before the cavern stopped shaking, though it probably wasn't more than a handful of seconds. We're alive. Never doubted it. Kai tasted the rock dust on his lips and coughed into his elbow. The passage on their right had been buried under tons of debris, and he couldn't see any leak from the lake. I did it. We're not going to die drowned in the darkness. Unfortunately, the cultists also escaped the collapse. A falling rock was too slow to catch someone at their level, though they hadn't been as lucky with Rain's spells. 3 corpses lay with their hearts pierced beneath the debris of the cavern. The survivors had retreated to the furthest passage. 11 left, still too many. I couldn't aim properly. Rain clicked his tongue in annoyance. Why did they run without trying to fight? The boulders were easy to dodge. Yeah, I really can't imagine why. Kai helped him stand up, careful not to press his injuries. Let's go before they organize or more of them come. I can take down a few more. Rain stared at the passage where their enemies took cover, jaw clenched. You're quite skilled in earth magic. How did you make sure no rocks fell on us? Well, I'll tell you when we get out of here. We have to move now. Kai tried to pull him along. The goal was to lead the cultists away, and Escapathy couldn't get embroiled in a fight. Kai considered throwing Rain over his shoulder before deciding on a more cautious approach. Come on, you can shoot anyone who chases us. Rain broke his cold stare. Okay, you're right. He must really not have liked getting abducted. The cultists had finished regrouping and were moving out in a tight formation. Their auras flickered with anger. Kai all but threw Rain on his back and started running. Hold on tight. Seeing them flee, the pursuers abandoned caution to chase. He had worried the cultists might split to track down the main group, but capturing the guy who collapsed the ceiling on their heads must be far more appealing than a faraway prey. Hobbs, lead us away. The Bond quivered with grumpiness at being ordered around, though a path immediately appeared in his mind the furball had been busy scouting. Kai chuckled at Hobbs' suspicion. Mana rushed through his veins to let him dash through the twisting tunnels as he took a sharp turn. They'd have to cross back into the heart of the hideout for another way out. Still, he was more relieved than stressed. With Kia and Flynn safe, he just had to keep himself alive. Was good at that. Carrying Rain barely slowed him. His companion was unusually light. Did sirens weigh far less than humans, or is he using gravity magic? His curiosity was interrupted when arrows and magic whistled behind them. Several blazing presences were trying to catch up to quickly close the chase. Yep, they're definitely pissed. Kai focused on running, trusting Rain to deal with the bugs. Where water met fire, a hissing filled the tunnel with fog. Before he could offer to help, a wave slammed into the pursuers and drowned their shout. Why are they acting so cautiously? Rain snorted when the cultists fell back. It's anyone's guess, really. Sweat trickling down his face, Kai increased the pace to shake off the cultists for good. Deeper in, the presence of wards forced them into an increasingly convoluted path that doubled down on itself. Just as he thought they were free from pursuit, Hobbs warned him to backtrack. Another team was cutting the path ahead of them. Damn it. Enchanted doors and chambers lined each corner of this level, and the stark blue lights made him feel exposed. The Bond rang with Hobbs' growing frustration at the humans' inability to cross solid stone. Any attempt to leave the central areas of the hideout made them run into more patrols. Kai stopped at the intersection of two corridors. Soft whispers of danger came from every direction. They were surrounded. They've blocked all the paths. Kai heaved to catch his breath and pulled back his sweaty hair. Can't we charge through them? Rain asked. Though he never complained, many of his wounds had opened in the rough run and dotted his bandages with fresh crimson patches. Kai shook his head. They have all 8 or more fighters. If we stop to deal with one, the other groups will catch up. Any wound he took would make him too slow to escape, and he didn't have enough earth mana to collapse another tunnel. Maybe I've got an idea. Hobbs, can you find a path to lose them like that? Yeah, you were right. If his idea failed, they'd be forced into a hopeless fight. It's our best shot to escape. They had survived a collapsing cavern. What was one more gamble? His familiar jumped on the idea with a mix of eagerness and skepticism. Don't worry, I can do it. This way. Kai slowed his run to draw the patrols closer. He had no breath or time to explain. They headed toward the worn door at the end of a corridor. It was a deadened, the steps of several patrols echoing close behind. I'll make this work. The rusty lock opened with a kick. Inside, the room was filled with all manner of dusty cabinets. Kai cast a thick block of ice over the door and pushed the furniture aside to reach the flat wall beyond. Why are we here? Rain stirred, realizing there were no other exits. Can you cut through the stone? No, the walls are warded against earth magic. It'd take too long, and they could easily follow, Kai said and grinned over his shoulder. We're going to blink through. For the first time, the siren looked speechless. Several emotions flashed in his gaze before settling on the most important question. Have you done this before? Of course. Once alone over a month ago. Kai gave him his most confident smile. Surely his skills had improved enough since then. No time for doubts. Rain glanced back at the door as if considering fighting 24 cultists. All right, he sighed at last. I trust you know what you're doing. Do you need me to do anything? Just stay close and don't resist my mana. He won't be too upset if he misses a couple fingers or toes, right? The cultists were gathering in the corridor outside. Confident they had cornered them, they approached with caution. Come on, I can do this. The wall was only a few meters thick, a negligible distance according to his familiar, ran over twice what he had crossed before. Resting his palm on the smooth stone, Kai collected every speck of space mana he possessed. His mind reached through the bond to share a fraction of Hobbs' innate understanding. The furball warned not to disgrace him. He wove the spell around himself and Rain, intentions clear in his mind. Hallowed intuition buzzed with every adjustment. He wouldn't die, though he couldn't say about losing any appendages. Crack, shards of ice shattered from the door under the cultists' attacks. Too late, bastards. The iridescent mana enveloped them, pulling his body in 100 directions. Then in a blink landed on the floor of an empty chamber, all his fingers still attached. You're right, Hobbs. Blinking is the superior mode of transportation. You okay? Kai turned to check on his companion. Yeah, Rain had a green tinge beneath his bruised face. He stared at his surroundings and cautiously pinched his own cheek. We're on the other side alive. His disbelief filled Kai with pride. I told you, you did. Any other secret talent I should know of? This is probably the last one. Kai wished he had longer to enjoy his achievement. We must go before the cultists realize what happened. Hobbs had specifically chosen to cross here because reaching this chamber from the other side would take minutes. They had to hide their trail before the cult organized another encirclement. Exiting the chamber, Kai cloaked them in shadow and gathered more space mana through astral pathways so he wouldn't get detected. Having an emergency stash proved quite useful. They crept forward, mindful not to leave tracks. The rooms on this side seemed emptier. They had just crossed into a vast cavern when Kai heard an unexpected jingle. I thought I silenced the notifications. What is it? Name, Kai Thailand Matthew Reese Viernon. Race, yellow 404,023, 500,000 XP. Profession, favored son of the Isles, LV 10 max. Body stats, strength 36. Dexterity 37. Constitution 4338 plus 5. Mind 5343 plus 10. Spirit 6050 plus 10. Perception 3934 plus 5. Favor 83. Boons Gifts of the Earth. Kahali's Retribution. Spatial Attunement. Profession Skills, Natural Prodigy LV 100 max. Rippling Echo LV 100 max. Astral Pathway LV 96 100 max. He had maxed his last profession skill, the last hurdle to evolve it. Water dripped from the stalactites in the cavern ceiling. Kai stared at the scroll window before his eyes. Ignoring the icy droplets that ran down his neck, his gaze focused on the words and numbers summarizing his entire life. Maxing the profession skills wasn't necessary to evolve his profession, but it was the surest way to improve his options for advancement. General skills and experience also played a part, but the benefits were nebulous to gauge. A single milestone might improve his choices, or he might spend years without any gains. I don't know if it's great timing or terrible. This time there would be no do-overs or gods exerting their divinity to fit his needs. Whatever he picked would affect the rest of his life. What is it? Rain whispered, scanning their surroundings. Have they already found us? Kai jolted from his thoughts and moved forward to hide his embarrassment. No, just thinking. Hallowed intuition hummed a somber tune in his mind. They might have evaded their pursuers for the moment, but they weren't safe. The cultists would soon realize what happened and look for their tracks by then. They had better be far away. We can't stay put. The safest place was on the move, cloaked in shadow and inching closer to an exit. Following Hobbs' direction, they sneaked past a corridor hosting the sleeping quarters and several warded chambers. This section of the underground was nearly deserted. Hopefully, the cultists were on a wild goose chase away from the escaped prisoners. I hope they're okay. He had done everything he could to help Kia's group escape, though a knot of anxiety still gnawed at him. If half the nonsense Daryl spewed about his luck is true, they'll already be out. There was nothing he could do for them except escape himself. His status still hung in the corner of his vision, tempting him with promises of power, maybe just a peek. He had long waited to advance his profession, not wanting to obsess over the options before they were final. In his plans, he'd sift through his options with a notebook and a warm cup of tea instead of the cold and damp underground, but wishes had to bend to practicality. The lair of a crazy cult will have to do. Evolving his profession to orange wouldn't net him any attributes till he leveled it, but upgraded skills and a potential new boon were immediate benefits. There would also be a feat if he recalled correctly. He couldn't discard any point in favor when his life was at stake, and it's not like I need to make a decision immediately if I see the options. Curiosity burned his last shred of hesitation. Kai split his attention to keep track of his surroundings and sent the mental prompt. Ding. Favored son of the Isles. Red has reached level 10. You've met the requirements to advance your profession to the next grade orange. Do you wish to proceed? Show me. In a blink, several windows scrolled through his vision. Kai quickly folded them and increased their transparency to read while walking. He counted over a dozen options, following no particular order. Do people really struggle to get a couple? This is gonna take a while. Checking the turn of a corridor to ensure the way was clear, he began reading the first window. Profession, Blessed Crafter. Main requirements, Thrice Blessed. Mana Manipulation Skill Yellow, Crafting Skill Yellow, Knowledge Skill Yellow, Enchanting Skill Orange, Alchemy Skill Orange, Favor 30+. Description: Blessed by 3 Divinity, you've strived down the path of mystical artisanship since a young age. Continue to hone your mana and arcane knowledge. Perfect your creations through blessings and fate. Attributes: 1 Dexterity, 1 Mind, 1 Spirit, 1 Perception per level. Boon, +1. Skill slots, +2. Not a bad start. Split Mind wavered as more of his attention was pulled to understand what he was reading. Blessed Crafter sounded like a general crafting profession with a unique twist, using his blessings and favor to improve his creations. It was a fascinating idea, made all the more appealing by not being bound exclusively to enchanting or alchemy. Experiments, runes, and recipes swirled through his mind. He He could spend days theorizing the potential applications. Not that he would ever pick it in the end. Even if he weren't in a hostile land, he had long resolved that the life of a crafter wasn't for him. The window faded with a thought, together with a myriad of possibilities. No point whining. What's next? Profession, subject of the spirit beasts. Main requirements: mana sense skill yellow, blessing of the god of the hidden sanctuary. Zervathi familiar skill yellow, contracting a spirit beast. Description: you've struck a familiar bond with a spirit beast, a feat requiring equal parts luck and skill. Travel the land to contract more spirit beasts and share their power. Attributes: 1 mind, 2 spirit, 1 perception per level. Boon, +1. Skill slots, +1. Low. Another intriguing option. Kai wasn't certain what a spirit beast was, something to do with elemental magic if he had to guess. What do you think, Hobbs? Would you like to have some new friends? A sharp and irked. No severed the thought at the root. Hobbs filled the bond with an outrage that bordered on murderous. Just kidding, bud. It was a joke. No new siblings for you. Let's focus on getting out of here. Hobbs sent a last imperious wave before turning to scouting. Clearly, the furball liked being an only child and wasn't keen on sharing. Definitely not this one. Spirits, how many more are there? Profession, lucky swordsman. Profession, mana scholar. Profession, elemental conjurer. Oh boy, this is going to be painful. Kai quickly flipped through a dozen pages. He would have loved to pour his mind over every detail and word in different setting, but circumstances didn't allow him to dally on options he knew he wouldn't pick. His academic curiosity must be put on hold. While the guide allowed him to push his path in multiple directions, especially in the early grades further away, he went from his original profession, the weaker the evolutions got. He understood himself enough to know he wouldn't be happy with a suboptimal pick. Whispers of danger lingered at every turn of the underground. It wasn't the time to hesitate. Hardening his resolve, Kai discarded any profession that wasn't a direct evolution of favored son of the Isles. I've still got 4 left. It wasn't too surprising since the scope of favored son of the Isles was quite broad. Skimming through them, their attributes, skills slots, and boons were noticeably higher than the other choices. Let's see the good stuff. Profession, champion of the Isles. Main requirements: favored son of the Isles, weapon skill yellow body, enhancing skill yellow, danger skill yellow, battle, 100 plus yellow foes, defeat 10 plus yellow foes, in solo combat, favor 50 plus. Description: recognized by the great spirits, Kahali and Yade, and tempered in Zervathi hidden sanctuary. You've survived every trial and repeatedly defeated the odds. Test your skills against mortal foes to grow stronger. Balance your life at the edge of a blade, slip through death and triumph. Attributes: 1 strength, 1 dexterity, 2 constitution, 1 perception per level. Boon, +1. Skill slots, +3. Now we're talking, 3 additional skills and 1 boon. In addition, he'd likely receive upgrades to those he already had when picking a direct evolution. It's a martial profession. From the requirements and description, Champion of the Isles focused on melee combat and survival over spellcasting. He didn't overly mind that Teat might even be ideal in the situation. A physical profession didn't prevent him from cultivating elemental magic on his own. The issue was the attributes. The numbers were good, but the lack of mind and spirit would affect the growth of his mana skills. I still can't exclude it in this situation. Profession, favored scholar of the Isles. Main requirements: favored son of the Isles, mana sense skill yellow, analysis, skill yellow, knowledge, skill yellow, decipher the basics of a language of power on your own, favor 50 plus. Description: recognized by the great spirits, Kahali and Yade, and the god of the hidden sanctuary, Zervathi. You've explored ancient ruins and delved into forgotten knowledge. Uncover and decipher the myriad of paths of the arcane. Attributes: 1 constitution, 3 mind, 1 spirit, 1 perception per level. Boon, +1. Skill slots, +3. Another solid option with solid benefits. The attributes were even higher at the upper limit of what Orange could offer. From the description, favored scholar of the Isles would help grow his mana skills and expand his knowledge. He might even be able to decipher the cultists' jagged enchantments and make sense of their journals he stole, but it has no direct combat application. That was the biggest flaw. Knowledge might be power, but it requires time and planning to be useful. Scholarly knowledge couldn't save him when the cultists held a blade to his throat. It was a pity, but the circumstances didn't allow him to take this choice into consideration. A flick of his finger made the scroll window disappear like the others. His eyes moved to the last 2 options. Profession, favored mystic of the Isles. Main requirements: favored son of the Isles, water magic, yellow nature magic, yellow space magic, yellow mana sense skill, yellow mana manipulation skill, yellow water, earth and space affinities, 50 plus, favor 50 plus. Description: recognized by great spirits, Kahali and Yade, and the god of the hidden sanctuary, Zervasi, you've learned to deftly shape the essence of the world to your purposes. Attune to the elemental forces of the Isles and unleash its forces to bend the laws of nature to your will. Attributes: 1 constitution, 2 mind, 2 spirit, 1 perception per level. Boon +1.
Skill slots +3.
Kai exhaled a relieved breath, glad to see an evolution focused on mana. The benefits were equal to the previous choice but aimed in a much more palatable direction. Thud, thud, thud. Steps echoed from the corridor behind them, pulling his attention away from the guide. Rain stiffened on his back, a stream of mana twisted around his arm, ready to be unleashed. Hold, Kai whispered, raising his hand to halt him. By coincidence or skill, the cultists were getting closer. He stilled in the crook of a cavern and tightened the cloak of shadow. Seconds slowly ticked by. It seemed an eternity when the patrol finally passed them. We're safe for now. Careful to avoid brightly lit areas, Kai hurried to follow Hobbs into a cavern with a slight upward incline. They were getting closer to the surface. He didn't know where they would exit, but he needed to make a decision. One more. Profession: chosen of the Isles. Main requirements: favored son of the Isles intuition skill, LV 50 plus yellow, defeat 10 plus followers of a hostile divinity, favor 80 plus. Description: blessed by great spirits, Kahali and Yade, and the god of the hidden sanctuary, Zervasi, you've been lifted from your mortal coils to be their herald. Bring glory to the gods of your homeland and become Zervatha's envoy to spread his teachings throughout the land. Attributes: 1 constitution, 1 spirit, 4 perception per level. Boon +2.
Skill slots +2.
Not in a million years. Kai didn't care if this profession offered 2 boons. There was no world where he became the priest for some narcissistic god. The fact chosen of the Isles specifically mentioned Zervathi aside from the others was already suspicious. Over my dead body. Did he tamper with my options? He clenched his fist, wishing he could curse out loud. That damn snooper must be spying on him. His temper was still flaring when Hobbs informed him he had found a way out. Are you sure? Is it safe? From their bond, the wards woven around the exit were too tight to see the other side without risking detection. Kai spread his senses through the cavern ahead. The way was clear of cultists, though he was too far to examine the exit, and hallowed intuition's low hum hadn't quietened. Almost out. If he wanted to advance his profession, he had to make up his mind now. It irked him to pick without breaking down every pro and con, but annoyance didn't matter if they died. Until they were safe away from here, he couldn't ignore even the tiniest advantage or he'd regret it. There are only 2 options, really. Champion of the Isles or favored mystic of the Isles. While he leaned toward the second, a martial profession was usually easier to use than finicky mana skills. The mention of escaping death was also a perk. Kai chewed the inside of his cheek and raked a hand through his hair. He hated making these decisions. Better attributes still win. He was working with vague guesses, and the difference in advantages was too thin. If he had to carry this profession for the rest of his life, he'd pick what benefited most. Ding. Are you sure you want to evolve? Favored son of the Isles, LV 10. Red into. Favored mystic of the Isles, LV 0. Orange, warning, this choice is irreversible. Go ahead. A slight tingling spread from his chest through his limbs. His channels subtly shifted and grew in new directions. The evolution was so smooth and quick that it was already over by the time Kai realized it. If Rain noticed the change, he didn't say, "If this is so easy, why does advancing my race hurt so fucking much?" He huffed, stretching the mana through his new veins. A wall of notifications soon spread to crowd his vision. Congratulations, favored son of the Isles, LV 10. Red has advanced into. Favored mystic of the Isles, LV 0. Orange ding. Your boons have been enhanced by. Favored mystic of the Isles, LV 0. Gifts of the earth. Increase the mana capacity of your body and your kinship to nature. Kahali's retribution. Each wound received in battle fuels your power, letting you ignore pain and fatigue. Spatial attunement. Improve your intuitive perception and understanding of spatial forces. Ding. Your profession skills have been evolved by. Favored mystic of the Isles, LV 0. Natural prodigy, LV 100. Natural prodigy, LV 1. Your innate understanding of nature allows you to grasp the use of herbs and enhance your nature spells. Rippling echo, LV 100. Echoing empath, LV 1. Improves your understanding of mana skills used against you, allowing you to more easily learn and improve them. Astral pathway, LV 100. Astral pathway, LV 1. Allows you to connect with the sea of space mana floating in the cosmos to refill your reserves wherever you are. Ding. New profession skill learned. Water cannon, LV 1. Shoot a condensed ball of water with great destructive power. Ding. New profession skill learned. Nature healing LV1. Allows passive recovery from wounds by absorbing the nature mana in your surroundings. The skill can be exerted once per day for a quick bout of healing. The higher the concentration of nature mana, the stronger the healing. Ding. New profession skill learned. Spatial shift LV1. Allows teleportation to a nearby location based on skill level and affinity currently 9 meters. The skill causes a heavy strain on your mana channels, requiring a prolonged recovery time that grows exponentially with repeated use. Ding. Boon granted, minor elemental attunement. Gain a minor boost to your elemental affinities. Ding. New feat professional advancement orange. For training your profession to the peak and advancing to orange, you are awarded +3 favor. Kai found himself grinning as his eyes flashed through the slew of information. His mind ran at lightspeed to digest all of it, how he wished to be sitting in a cozy inn with a notebook. Matt, Rain poked his back, his tone unusually tense. We've got company. Kai spread his senses to both sides of the tunnel. The euphoria from advancing his profession turned into a cold sweat on his back. He couldn't perceive the cultist, but trusted Rain and hallowed intuition's ominous buzzing. Are you sure it's not another patrol? I am. Rain peered into the darkness behind them. They're tailing us and keeping our same pace. I barely noticed the shroud they're using. Fuck. In a few more minutes they would have reached the exit. Can't anything ever be easy? Kai readied his mana and dismissed the notifications crowding his vision. He had been too focused on finding an exit and neglected to scout behind them. Hobbs were being followed. Don't slow down. Rain furrowed his brows, his tone sharp. They must have a way to keep track of us. If we move abruptly, they'll likely charge. I'll find another route. Kai kept his brisk pace, sharing his intentions with his familiar. The cavern branched into numerous paths ahead of them. All led to dead ends, except for one blocked by another group of cultists. It's not a coincidence. They've trapped us. He had been too confident after he used space magic to escape the encirclement. Whether they had triggered a ward or failed to account for some unknowable tracking skill, it didn't matter now. They've surrounded us, Rain asked as if already expecting the answer. Yeah, Kai said with a sour look. If the cultists were keeping their distance instead of engaging, they must have set up an ambush ahead. The longer he waited to act, the fewer their chances to escape, and if he made the wrong call, he'd get them both killed. We can break through one of the patrols, but is it even worth it? They'd be back in the cult's hideout, looking for yet another way to escape with their pursuers on their tail. It would prolong an inevitable end without getting them closer to safety. He could already feel the fatigue creeping in on his mind and body. Advancing his profession was smoother than his race, but it also carried none of the benefits. The stamina tonics he drank couldn't sustain him forever and would soon demand their due. We must get to the surface, Kai said. Even if they set up an ambush at the exit, it's better than going back, if you're okay with it. I was thinking the same, Rain grinned. Despite his wounds and bandages, his pointy canines gave his smile a chilling air. We're not getting out of here without a fight. Better to choose the place while we still can. We need to break through them and escape. Kai suddenly felt the need to specify, of course. Rain patted his back with a serene look. We should hurry. The cultists could still be gathering their forces, whom they'll notice if we run. Can't you collapse the tunnel behind us? We just need to slow them long enough to deal with the threats on the surface. Yes, Kai rubbed his face. He had been refilling his reserves since they blinked through the rock, and gifts of the earth had increased his mana capacity further upon evolving. No point in stalling. Hobbs, how far is the exit? Flashes of the winding tunnel filled his mind up to a spiral staircase that rose into the ceiling. He could reach the exit in a couple minutes if he gave his all, even with Rain in tow. We're not gonna get a better chance than this. Hold on tight. Kai channeled a steady trickle of mana into his legs and shot forward, abandoning his attempts at stealth with shadow magic. They've noticed us running. They're catching up, Rain said a few seconds later, not sounding particularly worried. Can you go faster? You know I'm carrying you. An orb of water lazily floated in Rain's palm. Or I can slow them down when they get closer. I'll go faster. We're almost there. Kai pushed more mana into body augmentation. The upward incline had grown steeper, making his muscles burn with effort. Almost out. Hobbs, stay back. The thumping strides of the cultists were getting closer. His own boots scraped against the gravel floor to turn a corner. The staircase came into view, lit by a string of blue crystals. The steps carved into the rock were similar to the passage they used to go underground. Not knowing where they would come out made him restless. We'll find a way to deal with whatever we find. Earth mana gathered in his palms. An intricate web of enchantments wove around the staircase, pushing his aim at the tunnel behind. He didn't have time to look for tiny cracks in the ceiling and fissure points, so he opted for a rougher approach. The spell flowed into the stone, making the rock groan and shatter with explosive force. Kai climbed the stairs 3 steps at a time without looking back. The shouts and the deafening crashes of boulders confirmed the success of his plan, though a cave-in wouldn't stop the cultists forever, considering how deep they dug underground. We'll be gone before that. The runes engraved on the staircase shielded the stone from the spreading cracks. Hobbs waited on a step near the top. His silver fur shone in the darkness as he licked his paw. Kai slowed to catch his breath and dried his sweat with a sleeve. The stairs ended in a seamless wall engraved with inky runes. Up close, he could distinctly distinguish hallowed intuitions whispering about the danger above. "You can put me down." Rain glanced in the direction of the collapsed tunnel through the rock, then turned to study the enchantments. "I won't be able to run, but I can stand on my own during the fight." Kai bent to let him down. "Our goal is to escape, though we probably need to deal with them first. They wouldn't be able to shake off the cultists while any of them breathed, and he was tired of being chased. It'll be all right." Rain stood surprisingly firm on his feet despite the injuries, stretching his arms and legs with a grimace. "I'll take care of them, just stay close. I've also fought with worse odds." Kai retrieved a knife from his ring. He wished he could have tested his profession skills, but he'd have to learn on the field. "It'd be better if I had a sword." Guessing his thoughts, Rain took out a silver spear with a blade that covered half its length. "Here, it's not a sword, but just stick the pointy end in the bad guys. Better if you pierce the head or heart." He showed him 2 quick jabs before offering it to him. Rich kids always have the best stuff. It had been a while since he had wielded a spear, but he appreciated having a long, pointy stick to keep enemies at bay in close quarters. "Are you sure I can use this?" "Yeah, I have mine." A trident appeared in Rain's hands, scraping the stone stairs. He spun it in one hand with the smooth gestures of habit. "Do you need more time to prepare? I think I found the trigger to open the passage." Kai mimicked a few strikes to test the reach of the spear and downed a cocktail of enhancing elixirs. If they survived the next half an hour, the aftereffects wouldn't matter. "I'm ready. I have more if you want them. Those aren't souvenirs." Kai pursed his lips. "I'll guard our right. We must break their formation if they've surrounded us." The elixirs sharpened his mind and infused strength into his tired limbs along with an eagerness to move. "Then I'll take the left." Rain drummed his fingers, pushing a tendril of mana into the wall. The stone parted as if it were liquid. Exhaling a breath, Kai dashed outside before the passage fully opened. Swaths of dense fog rolled past him as his feet stepped on the wet grass. The stairs opened in a sparse woods of birch trees. From the lush greenery and mana density, they were on an island in the lake of mist. "At least we're out. It'll be easier to hide our tracks in the mist." Dark shadows moved between the tall tree trunks, circling them from all sides. "Stolen story, please report." "You really thought you could escape?" A gravelly voice sneered. The man stepped out from a tree. He wore a dark cloak and pointed a saber in their direction. "Yup." His villainous speech was interrupted when a trident whistled through the mist. The man hastily attempted to retreat behind the tree. The blow pierced the wood, taking out his shoulder and arm in a spray of blood and splinters. Even with Rain's aura blazing beside him, Kai wasn't sure how he had attacked so fast, nor did he have time to find out. Before the dying man could scream, chaos erupted in the woods. Cultists shouted, outraged arrows and darkness spells hissed through the misty air. Kai summoned a water curtain to deflect the projectiles and dashed low to the ground. Shrubs whipped his legs. The mana rushing through his body filled him with a familiar thrill. He aimed toward the hole in the formation to break the encirclement. Will Rain be fine with his injuries? The stray thought was pushed aside. Kai had no mind to spare. Black fire sizzled on the grass beside him, filling the woods with acrid smoke. Only the sparse trees hindered the rain of spells and gave him a chance to evade. He counted 12 cultists spread around Theme 11 without the one Rain impaled. It was a nearly suicidal battle, and any misstep would turn their chances to 0. His chaotic thoughts honed to grasp the line of survival. He pushed his boots against a trunk to twist his momentum in another direction. He gripped the silver spear in both hands, lunging toward the cultist in black garb that barred his path. The man drew his saber to deflect the jab. Darkness writhed along the edge of his blade toward him, only to disperse upon brushing the silver spear. Sweet. Kai used the enemy's surprise to dash past him and adjusted the grip on the spear to parry the retaliatory strike. Before he could take another step on the underbrush, a chain of slashes forced him to twist and confront the attacker. The heavy strikes made the spear ring and his arms ache. Damn, what's his strength? Without a sword, he was outmatched in technique, and darkness swallowed every spell he cast at his foe. Not much further behind, the woods lit with the magical clash between Rain and the other ambushers. Damn it. A dozen strategies to victory swirled in his head, all too slow. If he got embroiled in a fight, the other cultists would gang up on him. He had just seconds to close it quickly or flee. Well, there is nothing like field experience. A hail of ice created the opening to draw his spear in an upward arc. The cultist parried the attack but was forced to lift his guard. Please work. Kai stretched his left palm below his weapon, his fingers angling on intuitive knowledge. Water mana flowed in an intricate pattern, blessedly quick. A fist-sized sphere swirled in his hand and shot forward. Water cannon punched through the hastily reinforced darkness coating. Bones shattered and blood sprayed from the ribcage. The body crashed against a tree and didn't get back up. A dedicated attack skill slot has its perks. Bewildered by the power of his spell, Kai wasted an instant to react when a large hooded figure leaped out of the mist. Shit. The burly cultist swung a greatsword shrouded in black flames downward. There wasn't enough space to dodge. Kai conjured an ice shield too thin in the limited time and raised the spear shaft. More mana flowed into body augmentation. He didn't doubt the silver metal could endure the blow, but wasn't as confident about his arms. The ice cracked like a sheet of glass. Before the greatsword could land, a trident shot out of the fog. With a pale gleam, it ripped the left arm off the hooded man and sent him crashing to the ground like a rag doll. Taking the opportunity, Kai raised his hand to cast water cannon. The orb blasted the cultist before he could get up and smeared his insides over the vegetation. Another down. You okay? Rain walked out of the mist, bloody trident in hand. A stream of water coiled around him to deflect an incoming arrow. His feet seemed to float over the grass as if he were weightless. Neat trick. Kai gave him a curt nod. Let's end this before more arrive. Rain opened his mouth to say more when a jet of black fire washed over his defenses. An arrow pierced the hissing water and nicked his cheek. Glaring back, the siren cast a swarm of blades. Be careful. You too. I'll take care of the archers. Kai cast a veil of shadow over himself and dashed in the direction of the shot. Let's see who's hunting who. The cultists' wide encirclement worked against them in the misty woods. They aimed to cut every escape route instead of grouping to coordinate their attacks. Guess they didn't expect to fight a siren hundreds of miles inland. Too bad. There were 8 bastards left to his countwo armed with bows. By arrogance or stupidity, they hadn't thought to conceal themselves. Kai threw himself into a roll to avoid an arrow and scraped his arms against a root. He'd like to know how they tracked him, but for now it was safe to assume they knew his position. The battle could easily reverse if the cultists got time to form up. Torn between caution and urgency, he raced through the underbrush, performing increasingly awkward dodges. The mist hardly hindered him. With hallowed intuition, the challenge was to avoid crossing more cultists. Luckily, rain took most of the attention. Gotcha. His first target was perched between the branches of a tree while another enemy ran toward them, just seconds away. More than enough. Hooking his spear in the ground, he bent around the birch to avoid an arrow and channeled his nature mana into the trunk. The tree creaked as the canopy revolted against the archer. What? Yellowing leaves fluttered down. Caught between the constricting branches and an enemy below, the cultist attempted to leap to another tree. Too predictable. Kai already raised his palm to channel water cannon. The orb flew at the willowy figure mid-flight, aiming for the center of mass. The cultist arched his back to dodge, but was caught in the leg. A scream ripped through the woods. Bones cracked like twigs and threw off the trajectory of the jump. Before the masked figure could land, 3 icicles shot at his chest. A cloud of squirming darkness swallowed the spells and obscured the spear waiting on the ground. Kai stabbed the silver blade through the heart in the earth beneath. Heaving for breath, he pulled out the spear with a jerk and turned to confront the second cultist. The newcomer carried a 2-handed mace and sported a hulking physique. His eyes glowered at the pool of blood where his comrade lay dead. You'll pay for that. I'll tear. Yeah. A hail of ice covered the cast of water cannon. The man still managed to parry with his mace. The impact jerked the weapon back and made him grunt. Nice trick, he spat. It won't work on me. Damn it. Kai threatened another spell with his palm up before turning to run. Taken aback, the man took a moment to chase. Hey, there is nowhere to run, coward. Kai ignored the taunts and cast a water orb to slow him. Water cannon required about 5 to 10 seconds between each cast, though he might be able to shorten the cooldown if he shouldered the backlash. The hulking fighter took the spell head-on. He was clearly a tank, strong against a frontal assault but not as agile in the woods. They must kill or capture us while we just need to escape. Kai curved toward his target. The last archer had cloaked their aura, but he easily tracked them down from the last position. Found you. A whisper warned him before an arrow split the tree behind him. Splinters showered his back as the trunk groaned and fell. Hidden behind a thorny shrub, the archer knocked a second arrow, bow glowing with several skills as he abandoned the attempt at stealth. The shot parted the mist, blasting a hole in the ground on his left. Kai grinned beneath the rain of dirt. With hallowed intuition's level, dodging a single projectile was child's play when he focused. Only a dozen meters separated them. Kai readied his spells, about to release them when the archer put away his bow and ran in the opposite direction. Are you kidding me? Kai gritted his teeth to give chase and cast water cannon at the mace fighter running behind. This must be karma. The 3-man chase drew a winding path through the woods. The archer proved quicker than the hulking cultist, forcing Kai to flare body augmentation. Mana scorched his veins and muscles. He tasted blood in his mouth and still struggled to close the gap. Damn it. He considered using spatial shift, but had no idea how much space mana it would consume or how many casts he had. Only as a last resort. Running into a grassy meadow, the archer twisted mid-leap to shoot back an arrow, an impressive feat, though entirely ineffective. Kai sidestepped the attack and poured his pool of nature mana into the ground to entangle the cultist's landing spot. The hastily grown vines quickly ripped but closed the distance to just 6 meters. Are you also good at dodging? A condensed water orb whirred through the air. The archer lifted his bow, sacrificing the enchanted wood to absorb the spell. I won't get another chance. Kai raised his palm to forcefully recast water cannon. Mana flowed like molten metal through his arm as if his own flesh was ripping. With a scream, he released the spell. Crunch. The orb punched through the chest of the archer, who was still entangled by the vines. Not that good at dodging then. Kai staggered, wheezing and holding his hand burning barely reduced. He wouldn't be casting water cannon with his right anytime soon. At least now I know what happens. Fuck. Breaking my arm hurt less. He wanted to catch his breath, but the hulking cultist was moving closer through the woods and Rain might need help. Come on, just 6 left. I can actually get lucky sometimes. Clenching his fist around the cold spear, he ran toward the fighting sounds near the underground passage. You can't run forever, rat. The shouts of his stubborn pursuer echoed in the mist. Kai cast a water orb through his left palm in response. Watch me. He still had enough mana to cast water cannon 6 times, a few more if he split his mind to refill his reserves. As he passed through the woods, green motes floated toward him, slowly making the pain subside. Is this nature healing? While pleasant, it wouldn't make much difference during a fight. His senses spread ahead to search for the people fighting. 3, no 2 cultists left. The signs of devastation came into view before the fight. Blood, acrid smoke, and burning trees mixed with the chill fog. The lush underbrush had been uprooted, the grass frozen, and corroded by darkness in alternating patches. Rain leaned on his trident in the middle of the battlefield. Streams of pinkish water swayed around him. Blood trickled from a cut on his cheek, though he wore a bright smile, perfect white teeth bared at the cultist across from him. His opponent held onto a broken shield among the corpses of his comrades, dying flames crackling to defend. Guess he doesn't need my help. Kai slowed to jog. Skipping over a fallen birch, he stilled when a stream of pinkish water angled for his neck. You're here. Rain glanced at him. Did you get the archers? Are you hurt? I'm fine. Kai slowly walked closer. I got them. We should get going. Give me a second. I'll close this. At his gesture, the bloody water slashed at the surviving man who held onto his shield. Gato, the hulking cultist, entered the broken meadow panting for breath. He gaped at the devastation as his last companion was decapitated. Who are you? What have you done? He gripped his mace and took a step back. Do you have any idea who we are? They'll make you pray for death. His jumbled mutterings become incomprehensible, covered by the thick fog that rolled in large swaths over the battlefield. Too late. You're not going anywhere. His cackles echoed with glee before his presence disappeared. Kai pointed his spear where the cultist had disappeared. Dense plumes of fog swept over them, chilling his skin and obscuring his senses. The burnt woods turned swirling white, though he couldn't perceive the use of skill or spell. Another ambush. A deep sense of wrongness gripped his guts. Without realizing it, Mana Observer retreated into his body. Kai reached for water magic to push back the fog. Nothing happened. His mana wasn't responding. It flowed steadily in his veins, but when he called, an invisible barrier stood between them. No. It couldn't happen again. Like when he woke up shackled in the cell, he was powerless. He knew where his skills should be. He could feel them, just a hair width away, so close and forever out of reach. Kai brushed his bruised wrists together. He wasn't chained. None of the cultists had even touched him. He made sure of it. Did we step into a warded field? His boots cracked in the frozen grass around him. He could have missed the activation if the runes had been set before their arrival. But why use it now after a dozen cultists died? Even a group of lunatics wouldn't sacrifice their members for nothing, would they? It didn't make sense. What else? There wasn't. A grim memory one he had often replayed in the last month. When Neil was abducted, the fog had grown denser and he lost access to his mana. Shit, cursed depths. Rain blew at the mist. 3 drops whirled above his face before dropping into the mud. His left arm hung limp at his side while the right leaned heavily on his trident. How bothersome. Can you cast spells? Kai positioned his back against Rain's. They might already be surrounded. Only on myself, Rain said. His jaw clenched as if he were exerting physical effort. There are too many of them. I can't pierce the void field, not in the time we have. You mean? Kai bit his cheek, drawing his own answers. Rain recognized this power somewhat reassuring. A team was using some kind of joint ability to suppress mana and skillsless reassuring. If it's a field, it must have a border. Could they escape it? The mist was so dense, he wasn't confident he could run in a straight line. And where would they go? On an island, the cultists could simply follow. Running's not an option. They had escaped a lair of psychos, won a battle against terrible odds, only to encounter a team of bastards with cheat-like powers. Why did I say we got lucky? I jinxed it. Kai found himself smiling at the hopeless situation. He was too exhausted to even be angry, but gods be damned if he went down without a fight. Fuck this. Can you fight without mana? He asked. Despite the siren's monstrous power, he nursed a broken arm and leg. Rain glanced at him with a chuckle. Yeah, I'll manage. I can still use gravity magic and my enhancing skill on myself. A little effort. Kai shook his head. He couldn't help feeling sour that he couldn't touch his own mana and then laugh at himself for being ridiculous. How many? A blade sliced the fog toward his neck. Kai angled the spear to parry. The strike made the silver blade ring with a tail of sparks. He swept a horizontal blow in retaliation, only meeting air. We were talking, you know. Where has courtesy gone? About 10 people. Rain guessed his question, raising the trident with his good arm. It'll get easier if we take down a few. Just kill a couple invisible foes. Right, arrow. Kai twisted his upper body to dodge. The dart whistled past him, clashing on Rain's trident and off into the mist. Nice reflexes. A spearhead lunged at his head. As he sidestepped the attack, a blade slashed at his leg and an arrow whistled toward his chest. Diving to the side, the arrow drew a bloody line through his shirt. Fuck. Kai spun the silver spear to make space, failing to find the attackers. Behind him, clashes of metal echoed around Rain. Fresh blood gleamed on the blades of his trident, just a scratch from the absence of exclamations. Another set of attacks forced Kai to worry about his own safety. The hidden assailants retreated after every strike without space for a counterattack. Damn it, is this the best you can do? Can't even beat me 3-on-1. Kai snorted. Taunts were his only means to get them closer. Or are you scared you'll end up like your friends? He leaned on his spear, slightly panting. I can do this all day. His mind searched for murmurs of danger. The sudden quiet unnerved him more than the combined assault. Was I too obvious? He squinted at the mist in vain. Twice he spotted a shadow, twice it was gone before he could react. Scaredy cats. Your wounded occultist grunted, the sound echoing around him. I can smell your blood. How long can he really last? A female voice sneered. Getting desperate, boy. Stop running and let's see who wins. Kai pivoted on his right leg to follow the voices. If his taunt weren't working, the truth could serve him just as well. Have you finished counting the bodies I left underground? I'm standing and your friends are dead. You'll pay 100-fold for each of them. The woman snapped with a distinct edge. Yeah, Kai snorted, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Can you only spew threats from across the island? It doesn't sound very intimidating when you couldn't catch me in your hideout. You bastard, the woman seethed. He's barking like a cornered dog. An older man interrupted. You think you ever had a chance to escape? We've tracked you since you crawled out of your cell. Don't mistake luck for skill. Nothing happens without our knowledge. Right. Kai rolled his eyes, hoping Rain could break the void field with enough time. And you let me kill your buddies because he had suspected they had found a way to locate him after the alarm was raised, though they were probably overselling their abilities. Wait. Kai fished out the blue bead from his pocket. A web of unknown enchantments covered the glassy surface, warning him when the alarm was raised. Was it also he figured it out? The woman giggled, and I thought he was just a pretty face. A bit late now, though. He thought he could use our wards against us. The first male cultists laughed. Not one of you is going to escape. We already know where your friends ran. They must have already been caught. What? They can't. Panic choked his breathing. Mouth dry, Kai tried to keep a steady voice and threw away the bead. He had done everything he could to keep them safe. They couldn't. You're lying. Am I? He cackled, circling in the fog. Is there someone you care about in that group? If you kneel and beg, I'll give you a cell beside them. This is the last chance you get, boy, the older cultist grunted. You can give your life for a higher purpose. We won't be nice if you continue this pointless escape. Yeah, I'd sooner trust Hobbs with a tuna snack. Are you scared you won't win? Kai chuckled without mirth. I promise if you leave, you won't end up like the others. Arrogant brat. Whoever you're worried about, I promise you'll hear their screams. Ripples of anger shook his focus. If something happened to Kia, Neil, or Flynn, he'd hunt down every single one of these psychos, no matter how long it took. Keep calm, they must be safe. It's you who's hiding. Kai raised his guard. The talks were over. Come closer. An arrow whistled by his ear. Kai had already moved to dodge 2 more strikes headed for him. Interpreting hallowed intuitions, muffled whispers took his entire focus conveniently. It was the only skill he could use. Under the relentless assault, his worries and fears slipped away, leaving only space for survival. The enhancing elixirs flowing through his veins boosted his attributes. His body recalled spearmanship lessons learned ages ago. He would have been more comfortable wielding a sword, though an unbreakable staff of mana alloy had its perks. His arms and shoulders ached to shoulder the blows. He had to stand his ground. Without Rain covering his back, he would get overwhelmed. My mana reserves won't be a problem, at least. It was a meager consolation. The silver blade drew a bloody line through the swirling white. It was the 4th wound he inflicted, but even if he inflicted 2 for each one he received, the odds weren't in his favor. Damn it. Warm blood dripped from a cut down his leg. 3 melee cultists circled him, with 3 more archers shooting at him in rain. Kai heaved for breath between each dodge. The cold air stung his throat. His lungs burned, couldn't slow down. Their attacks were predictable. Ambushing helpless people from the mist, they must have never worried about technique, though their numbers more than made up for it. Against 6 attackers, he was outmatched in raw stamina and attributes, no matter how many blows he parried or evaded. I can't win. The realization came to him with eerie calm. He was a mage first and a fighter second. Without his mana and skills sealed, he couldn't pull a miracle from thin air. His body was barely holding up with the blood loss. Dealing with the void field was the issue. There must be a drawback. No ability was all-powerful, not at their grade. One limitation was obvious. The attackers hadn't cast magic since the start of the fight, though they must have access to some skill to control and see through the fog. How does that help me? It didn't. Even if the void field affected them both, the cultists had numbers on their side. From the metal clashes behind him, Rain contended with 4 foes and the archers, holding on despite his injuries. If he had some secret trump card, Kai couldn't ask him or wait to find out. His vision was already getting blurry. I'm out of time. Now or never. He needed to bridge the gap. Without better options, he'd have to bet on his luck. I swear I don't do it on purpose. Kai twisted beneath an arrow and deflected a spear jab. The cultists always executed a combined assault before retreating to change their position. The archers were less predictable, though they had gotten more frugal with their arrows. 1, 2, 3. When the last sword lunged at his left, Kai spun the spear on his side and dodged into the attack instead of backing. Dashing into the mist, he lunged where the last attack came from and twisted the butt of the spear to sweep his side. With a satisfying crunch, he hit someone. Finally, Kai pressed after the sound. A dark shadow lay on the ground, eyes full of surprise and pain. You should have taken my deal. The spear pierced through his chin into his skull. The easy part's done. Sharp whispers surrounded him. He was alone in the mist, his weapon stuck in a corpse. There wasn't time to retrieve it. Kai left the spear and dove in the only direction that gave him hope of survival. A blade grazed his back as he rolled over the burnt grass. He had hoped the void field would weaken if he killed a cultist, but his mana was still inaccessible. Matt, Rain's shout echoed in the fog, too far to help. Hope you have better luck with your spells. He probably wouldn't survive till then, but better that one of them live. Crouching and ready to go down fighting, something hard pressed against his knee. His hand closed on a leather hilt, a dagger probably lost in the earlier melee. Convenient, luck hadn't abandoned him. Kai jerked to the side to avoid an arrow. 2 shadows loomed before him, sharp blades in their hands. I can take one more down. As he was about to charge into them, a silver light split the fog above him. The cultists froze before sliding to the ground in 4 pieces. A much smaller shadow pranced between their remains. Emru. Hobbs swatted the mist with his tail. He stepped on the bodies, careful not to dirty his paws in the pooling blood. The familiar bond brushed his thoughts, brimming with satisfaction. You did well, buddy. That was a proper ambush. The wall blocking his skills was noticeably thinner. Pressing his will against it felt like swimming through honey. Kai pushed with a single-minded effort. His head strained with the effort when body augmentation surged into his body and woke his sluggish limbs. So much better. He dashed to retrieve his spear, aware the battle wasn't over. Before he could test his magic, the dense fog rolled back as if pushed by an invisible wind. A few meters on his right, Rain held the neck of a hooded individual. With a brittle snap, the man flopped lifelessly to the ground. Are you okay? Sorry I took too long. It's all right, I'm fine. Kai downed a healing potion, retreating toward him. Let's end this quickly. The void field had weakened, but it still messed with his skills. Another weakness. It doesn't work well on beasts. As the realization of his survival sank in, the other worries he suppressed reemerged. Hobbs, can you find Flynn and Kia? They might be in trouble. The last spell tired his familiar more than 1,000 blinks, but he was the only one who could reach them. I'm counting on you. Pride puffed through their bond. In a blink, the furball was gone underground. Kai hoped the cultists had lied, but he had to save his own skin first. 6 cultists still lurked beyond the curtain of fog. I'll take care of them, Rain pursed his lips. The trident snapped into his hand, dripping blood. Just catch your breath. A myriad of water droplets formed around them and flew into the mist. Before Kai could argue, Rain cast an ice spear and flung the trident after it, his arm glowing with blinding mana. A scream sounded on the battlefield and the void field grew weaker. Looks like he got it. Extending his senses with some effort, Kai felt the void field ripple around him, weaker and stronger in patches, 5 of them to be exact. They can't be that stupid. Shackles weighing down his skills began lifting as Rain flung his trident between hails of ice. Kai bent below an arrow, eager to be done. Just 3 cultists left too. He was wondering whether to activate nature healing when hallowed intuition's wails demanded his attention. A cloud of stone dust burst amidst the birches on their right location of the underground passage. You must be kidding me. Too tired to feel anything, Kai raised his spear. A single person walked out of the passage, Alonia woman. The fog parted at her sides, not a speck of dust on her lace dress. Straight raven hair was pulled back and fell on her shoulders, though her crimson eyes caught all the attention. What a mess. She clicked her tongue, pouting. Her feet seemed to dance over the destroyed underbrush as she surveyed the battlefield, focusing on the most recent corpses. You know, it's not easy to get those professions. Oh, well, guess you'll make up for it. She shrugged with a sigh. It's so hard to get decent specimens around here. You did this all by yourself. Shit. Her smile sent shivers down his spine. She wasn't particularly tall or imposing, though Kai felt more terrified than if hordes of cultists had marched out of the passage. Are you sure that is the best way? It's a crack in the wall. Kia climbed over a boulder lodged in the cavern floor. Her boots scraped off a strip of luminescent moss and almost slipped. Raising her hand with the light crystal, she spotted 3 branching passages. Water dripping from the ceiling pattered on her shoulder. The ground had grown steeper as they left the cultists' hideout and hopefully toward an exit. That one follows the direction we were going. She gestured to the widest tunnel. Daryl rubbed his blonde stubble with a stoic look. The most straightforward way isn't always the swiftest. Sometimes we must step off the beaten path to reach our goals. Kia gave him a flat stare. Stop with the nonsense. You're just following your gut. If you didn't second-guess me every 3 seconds, I wouldn't have to come up with made-up reasons. Daryl scowled, raking a hand through his hair. My luck worked fine till now. It did not kill us. Kia wiped the water off her coat. She had lost count of the number of arbitrary turns and damp tunnels Daryl's gut made them crawl through, often when there was a sensibly dry passage beside them. Still, the mana density was falling. They were moving toward the surface, away from the lake of mist. We could already be out if we took a direct path, she harumphed with a glance back. The hunched escapees trailing behind wore more mud than cloth. Their complaints had died down with their energy. It was a wonder how Flynn managed to keep them in a semblance of order and brush off their complaints patiently. Fear and prayers had kept them going for the last hour and Kai's tonics, but most wouldn't get up if they sat to rest. We must get out. One thing she and Daryl agreed on was to never stop moving until they reached one of the Republic's garrisons under the sun, or moons, whatever the time was outside. Kia eyed the cramped passage with a tired grimace. She finally got why people hated tight spaces. We'll have to squeeze to pass through. Better than being dead, Daryl hummed to himself. What? She sharply grabbed his shoulder. It seemed forever since they saw any trace of the cultists, but she wouldn't lower her guard. Is there danger down the other tunnel? Those traitors, how could? Clenching her fists, she forced her mind to stay in the present. Daryl shrugged. I don't know. Maybe. Kia suppressed the urge to shake him and pointed at the jagged passage. How can you be sure we must go that way then? Because it's the best way, Daryl said as if she were too slow to understand simple logic. A gold coin with a strange effigy spun between his finger spirits knew where he hid it. I even got 3 heads. You're guiding us with a coin toss. Kia pressed her lips shut. It was maddening to hang their lives on gut feelings without logic, but they had few better alternatives. She had given up orienting in the underground maze. As long as they followed the upward incline, trusting Daryl or picking randomly was the same. He hasn't led us to a dead end yet. Pinching her arm to stay alert, she headed down the narrow passage. They were still in a mana zone. She had spotted numerous beast tracks, though only skittish red critters crossed their path. We must have gotten lucky. Oh, damn it. Kia shook her head, raising the crystal light for the people behind. The tunnel's low ceiling forced her to bend over, but the passage was straighter than it appeared from outside. How much longer do we have to go? A grizzled man grumbled. Weeks of imprisonment weighed even on an adventurer. Neil hung between him and Mari, pale but conscious. Can't we rest a little? Another feeble voice echoed behind. The murmurs and dragging feet scraped off her patience. It's not like any of them weren't tired, but complaining helped no one. We're almost there. Flynn moved at the tail of the group, offering words of encouragement. Soon we'll see the sun. We will. Kia straightened her back. She didn't know how to cheer people up, but she could lead the way. One step after another, no space for useless ponderings. The tunnel stretched into the cold darkness, narrowing till her shoulders brushed the opposite rock walls. Next one on the right. As my grandma always said, right is the bestest way. Daryl's blabbered nonsense sounded almost reassuring. I must be going mad. Wait, go left. Daryl stopped her at the bifurcation, his coin clinking on the rock at his feet. Left is better. Kia turned back with an arched eyebrow. Wasn't right the bestest way. What's wrong with it? Despite the dubious logic, he had never changed his mind before. Left is the safest. Daryl winked with his strangely colored eyes. Smile looked a little strained, though it could just be the poor lighting. Why am I even arguing with him? She'd sooner find sense debating the sea currents. Left then. She pushed aside a rock with her foot. The left passage was wider, at least. They walked in unusual silence till another passage opened on the right. Where next? Daryl stared at the piece of gold between his thumb and index, brows scrunched up as if listening. Keep going left. Are you sure? Yeah. Daryl nodded, eyes trained on the coin. That's our best shot. I'll lose my mind listening to him. Kia waited for the trailing group to catch up, meeting Flynn's gaze with a tired smile. Come on, we're almost out. She tried to sound reassuring, though it came out stern. She gave them no time to sit down and climb the steep incline. A little further, the rocky passage opened into a vast cavern. Thin stalactites dangled from the ceiling, dripping on a carpet of luminescent moss. Kia scanned the space for beasts. It was clear. 50 meters across, the cavern shrank into a single tunnel. At least we don't have to choose. The exit can't be far. She was about to scout past the bend when Daryl spoke. We should wait here. What do you mean we wait? Her voice pitched into incredulity. Sometimes staying put is the best option, Daryl said wisely, then added in a lower voice just for her to hear. And I think they've surrounded us. Kia was about to ask who, but the who was obvious. You what? She barely contained a shout. How did they find us? She couldn't retrace their meandering path if her life depended on it. Did they get marked with a tracking skill or trigger a trip enchantment? How did the cultists get ahead of them? Unless they headed straight for the exit. One group chased from behind and one waited ahead. You knew. Kia pointed a finger at Daryl, recalling his earlier indecision. Why didn't you tell me sooner? Whatever way we picked, we'd run into them. This one gave us the best chance. Rotten gods. Her heart raced in panic and anger, eyes darting around for a way out a solution. The limping prisoners were already streaming in, staring at the illuminated vast cavern with naive relief. They had discarded their makeshift weapons to conserve their energy. Less than a third would be useful in a fight, and just barely. How many? Kia pulled Daryl aside. How many are coming? And how strong are they? How am I supposed to know? I'm lucky, not a snobby oracle. You're a damned charlatan. Then how are we supposed to survive? Kia slowly exhaled to control her temper. A cool head was most crucial in an emergency. Keaton taught her that, and she would well use it against that bastard's cult. Well, Daryl scratched his stubble, still nonchalant. This path gives us the best shot. That doesn't mean our chances are good, Kia kept her arms at her sides to avoid punching. Humanly cold, rational thoughts were allowed. Can you fight? Did you hide a weapon somewhere? He should have a knife if he managed to hide a gold coin. Not unless you count my charming personality. Daryl's bright grin dimmed a little when it met her glower. You see, I've never been particularly fond of violence myself, though I've heard my looks are more striking than a sword. He wiggled his eyebrows. Basically, you're useless in a fight. Well, yes. But you don't have to be so hurtful. Daryl wrapped his arms around himself as if to physically fend off her words. I brought you till here. Here, she gestured at the cavern. The escapees had already sat on the mossy rocks, including Neil and Mara. Running away wasn't an option. Into a trap, yeah, but it could have been a way worse trap, he said. You gotta look at the upsides. Shouldn't young people be more optimistic? Spirits, why? Flynn walked up to them and lightly squeezed her shoulder. Is everything all right? Kia snapped before immediately regretting it. Sorry, they're coming. She barely finished the explanation when a pale blue glow flickered from the opposite tunnel. Damn it. Flynn, gather anyone able to fight, even if they can just throw a rock. I'm going to stall for time. Okay. A minute will be enough. Be careful. Flynn chewed his lip and ran back to organize the group. You too, Kia said, looking at his back. With his stealth skills, he alone had a shot to escape. She would have screamed at him to run if she thought it'd convince him. Daryl, you're gonna help me buy time. I don't care how, just distract them. I am not really a fan of the spotlight. Crowds give me anxiety. She grabbed his arm to drag him. It's a nice time to get over your fears. Wait, fine. Daryl tried to jerk his sleeve free. I'll do it. Just let go. I knew I could count on you. She stopped near the cavern's center, 30 meters from the opposite entrance. Yeah, Daryl mumbled. He combed his blonde hair with his fingers and dusted his worn-out shirt. This is what I get for my good deeds. We're blessed to have you. Kia nodded distractedly, counting the knives she had. 3. She would much rather have a bow. Shadows danced on the opposite walls as their steps drew nearer. Kia closed her eyes to focus on keen senses. She counted 6 of them, less than she feared and way more than they could handle. They could perhaps field a dozen people, but numbers were all they had. As for grades, weapons, and physical condition, the difference was too large to even mention. She had fought many brutal battles, but none quite as hopeless. 2 would have already been a stretch. A bunch of weakened, fleeing prisoners against a batch of fresh yellow professionals. It was going to be a massacre. Panicked voices sounded behind her as Flynn informed the group they had to fight. We must do this anyway, no matter the odds. Getting recaptured was a death sentence, probably involving some sick, gruesome experiment. She'd much rather go down swinging. At least Kai's not here. Knowing her brother, he must have already made it out. Kia found herself smiling. Everyone said she was the one with the temper, but that was only because Kai hid his better. When he got mad, he wasn't one for half measures. They're here. The shadows strode into the cavern, 6 of them, as she predicted. I'm good enough. He's just ridiculous. 5 yellow and 1 orange, meaning 1 better than she predicted. The difference between dead and deader. I have to buy time. Speeches weren't her strong suit, but she had to buy Flynn time to organize the backline. Hi, you really, the words died in her throat as the enemies came into view. 5 of them wore featureless black masks, 1 didn't. A face so familiar, yet the expression on it was so alien. Confusion, anger, and most of all betrayal swept away her plans. I should have known it'd be you. The cultist said, blue eyes gleaming with cold amusement. You never knew when to give up. Kaylee, Kia hissed, her fingers closing on the hilt of her longest dagger. Only a thread of rationality kept her from lunging forward. Questions and feelings she buried burst into a single question. Why? Why did she betray them? How could someone act like friends for months, share secrets, hopes, and dreams, only to stab them in the back? How could a human do that? You really don't get it. Kaylee huffed and sighed as if answering was a bother. We needed some naive fools to parade around Limgrel, and you made ideal materials for the cult once things were done. 2 silvers with 1 trick. Simple as that. Simple as that. Kia choked on the words. Her nails dug into her palm, drawing blood, though she didn't feel pain. We have slept under the same roof for months, cooked meals, hunted together. How could you? Suddenly, she loathed herself for believing her lies, thinking she had found a friend who understood her. Could what? Kaylee scoffed. Is it really a betrayal if we planned it from the beginning? You said you were ready for the dangers of the mainland. We're not on your idyllic little island where your biggest problem is your mother worrying too much about you. Some of us had to struggle to survive. I would have given you a painless death if you just stayed in your cell. Instead, you had to pull this stunt. How did you get rid of the manacles? Seely unsheathed a dark steel rapier. 4 other cultists fanned out behind her. Not that it matters. Yule. The last masked man grabbed her elbow, whispering something that made her scowl. Don't lecture me. Kaylee snapped, yanking her arm. The mission would have turned out a mess without me. You can't even show your face. The orders were to bring back as many alive as we could, the cultist said. His hands rose in hesitation before removing the mask. He had short black hair and a handsome face that made a dimple when he smiled. You too. Kia stared blankly. The face she had prayed every night to see again, now another blade twisting in her chest. The pain and anger seemed distant, like they belonged to someone else. Perhaps she had grown numb to shock, or there was a limit to the emotions a human could withstand in a single day. He advanced his grade. A memory of her and Keaton sharing their dreams on the roots of an oak tree, yellow leaves falling around. Such a silly thought. How many of those words had been lies? Had there ever been any truth? Focus. Keep them talking. If the crazy siblings wanted to squabble, Flynn could use the time. Waste your breath, suit yourself. Kaylee crossed her arms with a sneer. Just hurry. The praetor gets rid of the toys that displease her. Keaton threw a dirty look at his sister and turned his gaze across the cavern. Kia, his brow slightly furrowed, the blue eyes filled with worry. Put down the knife. There is no need to fight. Yeah, right. Kia ungripped the dagger, a finger at a time. Happy, she would much rather stick the blade in his lying heart, but had to feign some consideration to stall. Not selling your friends to a murderous cult must be incredibly complicated. If you want to help, get your friends out of the way and let us leave. Kia waved to the cultists blocking the passage. As simple as that. Zedin watched her with pitying eyes. Kia, you know I can't do that. I thought so. You won't help. It's not so simple. He clenched his jaw, palms raised. He took 2 steps closer, just out of range for an attack. Please put down your weapon. I promise I'll protect you if you surrender. You know you can't win this fight. Kia almost laughed in his face as if her concern was saving her own skin. We have the numbers. Most of you can barely stand. Keaton coldly regarded the people behind her. You don't have a single yellow fighter in shape and no proper weapons. His voice lowered. I can't keep you safe if you resist. You'll just die for nothing. You fought hard, but you must realize when you've lost. Surrender is the best option. The best for whom? That's for me to decide. She took a step back. Flynn must have. Kia, please. Keaton stared at her with gleaming blue eyes. I don't want to watch you die. She almost believed him, but wasn't foolish enough to repeat the same mistake twice. What about everyone else? What do you mean? You said you'd help me, Kia snorted. What about everyone else? He couldn't even make a decent lie to deceive her. Maybe he wasn't that smart. Keaton bit his lip, his gaze growing colder. We can't save everybody. Right, always the perfect excuse. Kia watched him with disdain. It's not that you can't, just that you aren't willing to pay the price. But I am, Kia. Enough, you got your shot. Kaylee pushed her brother back and raised her enchanted rapier. We wasted enough time. If she wants to die, let her. The 4 masked cultists drew their weapons behind her as she smiled cruelly. Capture the blasphemers who challenged the Stygian cult. Killing or maiming is acceptable if they resist. Kia gripped her dagger and retreated on the mossy ground, her figure camouflaged with the shadows of the cavern. She couldn't hide from the gazes already on her, but it made her movements harder to track. You should have just surrendered if you were going to run. Kaylee swung her rapier in a taunting arc. You always act without thinking, then let others fix your messes. No one is going to help you now. Even that nosy kid is being dealt with. Liar. The seas would dry before the likes of them captured Kai. Can't we talk about this? Daryl said, scrambling backwards. Violence isn't the answer. What's this? Kaylee sneered at the man, studying the grouped escapees. Are you going to confront us with this band of beggars? At least I don't talk big and hide behind others. Kia glared at the cultists and prayed Flynn managed to organize a resistance sesh, couldn't spare the attention to check with Mana sense. You could never beat me alone. Spare me your pathetic provocations, Kaylee muttered through gritted teeth. I had to hide my skills when I sparred with you. Sure, Kia laughed mirthlessly. You were always good with excuses, too. Kaylee pressed her mouth shut. I tried to give you an easy way out. These deaths are on you, always excuses. Kia smirked at the small victory. Hunter's talent and wild strength heightened her reaction and agility, though she felt awfully under-equipped. 4 masked cultists flanked Kaylee. Jagged runes gleamed darkly on the blades of their weapons. Most worrying was the woman wielding a wooden staff with an onyx-focused crystal, a damned caster. Hopefully she was only a half-mage, but she never had Kai's luck. The cultists advanced without hurry, closing them against the rock wall. It'd be a massacre if they charged, though their methodical approach was perhaps more worrying. There are no openings. What are you waiting for? Kia channeled sharpen into her daggers. They were losing the initiative, and she couldn't find a way to respond that wasn't suicidal. The single upside was that Keaton hadn't moved from his spot, staring at her with a sad gaze that filled her with fury. What an asshole. At least he's too far to intervene now. Panic shouts sounded at her back. The prisoners scampered toward the craggy tunnel in the cavern wall. The tight passage could only allow one person through, and more cultists likely lay in wait. Running back is pointless. The only salvation was through Kaylee and her cronies. Now, Flynn shouted. Dozens of rocks flew. Some whizzed dangerously close to her head, aimed at the cultists. Flicking her staff as if to swat a bug, the caster conjured a shield of inky water to intercept the projectiles while the three melee cultists dashed forward. A spear lunged at Kia's heart, danger sense blaring in her head. She twisted and raised her dagger to deflect. The strength of the blow almost threw the weapon out of her hand. Two dark swords joined the spear. Blades slashed at the escapees who joined the fight. Rocks clashed against enchanted steel. 11 men, women, and Neil. What's he doing? Pale-faced, Neil held a knife with both hands as if that was the only thing keeping him standing. Thank the spirits, he stood a little behind the others. Kia could just spare him a thought. Screams and death swept the cavern. The spearmen looked for easier targets while a sword flashed at her neck. Cursed gods. Skills flared with the brightness found only between life and death. Thoughts quickened, senses sharpened, and muscles brimmed with power-all joined to survive an overwhelming foe. Too close to dodge, Kia arched her body and raised her daggers to parry. The strength of the blow was too strong to shoulder and threw her back. She barely kept her feet, arms numb with pain. Did I break a bone? Death danced too close to dally on such details. The masked swordsman attacked with effortless momentum, blade angled at her chest. Kia bent beneath the sword, pushing the edge of her speed and flexibility. The swing brushed her hair but missed the scalp. Die. A man in ragged clothing charged the cultist from her right, a boulder half his height in his hands and muscles glowing with mana. Kia grasped the chance to balance her stance and scuttle back. The swordsman held his ground. A wispy darkness coated his blade from the hilt. Eyes lit with cold amusement, he drew a lazy arc. The charge fell short. With a squelch, the prisoner's severed body slumped to the ground, crushed beneath the two halves of the boulder. A yellow adventurer, dead just like that. He's playing with us. Kia spat blood on the ground, wishing anger could grant her power. 5 meters packed with terrified people stood between her and the cavern wall. A rock whizzed past her ear. More stones flew overhead, bouncing like pebbles on the curtain of inky water. Justice and courage didn't triumph like in the ballads. They bent beneath the tyranny of cruel realities. This was a desperate, ugly fight without a chance of victory. We were so close. Blood and bodies pooled among luminescent moss, feeding the ground with their hopes of freedom. The faceless swordsman walked around the adventurer's innards as if worried about dirtying the soles of his boots. The people she vowed to save were dying. Kia wanted to scream but found her throat dry. She was powerless. No amount of grit and sweat could bridge the gap between grades. Rabble never listens to reason. Kaylee observed the massacre with a smile and cut down a bleeding woman who slipped past the vanguard. If you want to be spared, get on your knees and beg. That traitorous bitch wouldn't even engage on the front line. Kia adjusted the sweaty grip on her daggers. Why? Her murmur was too quiet to be heard above the screams of the dying. Why are you doing this? Did the time spent together mean nothing? How? The realization finally hit her. Kaylee, the fiery and righteous adventurer, the person she'd thought was a friend, had never existed. It was a fiction, an act from start to finish. And still, Kia mourned her loss. I must do something. The masked swordsman advanced unhurried, blade raised to reap lives. I can't keep retreating. In the tunnels at her back waited a slow death, on the battlefield before her a quick one. Either way ended in death. Back at home, Mui always reprimanded her for fighting as if she were immortal, an odd, unintentional compliment. Kia was proud to be fearless where most faltered, but she didn't want to die. Facing the black swordsman with her puny daggers, she wavered for the first time in her life. Of course, it wasn't fear, or recklessness allave that to her little brother. She simply had too much left to do. She had seen but a corner of the mainland, and had yet to achieve most of her goals. Spirits, help me, I don't want to die. The prayers faded in the ether, the cultist ever closer. I'll die on my feet. Come at me, bastard. Kia shouted, raising her daggers, skills blazing without regard for the backlash. If this were her end, she'd meet the ancestors standing proud. The people of the archipelago didn't kneel, so eager to die. The mirth in the cultist's gaze turned to irritation. Darkness coated the sword as his arm pulled back to strike. Suture. The cavern groaned and shook as if an ancient monster had awakened. A shadow, a massive boulder, flew overhead. The swordsman ducked with a cry despite not being the target. Wind whipped her hair and neck. Kia crouched to steady herself, thoughts frozen, mouth gaping. Further up the cavern, every drop of inky water rushed to the masked caster. With a thunderous splash, the boulder crashed into the inky cocoon, spraying acid water and pebbles across the cavern. Kia woke from her stupor when an acid droplet burned her nose. She hastily wiped her face. Glancing back, she noticed a massive hollow where the cavern wall had been flat. Beneath it, a figure fell to the ground. Mari, rock throw was one of her profession's skills, usually flinging a fist-sized stone. That sneaky girl must have specialized it and dumped her whole mana pool into the wall. Why did no one notice the channeling? Did Flynn hide her with a shadow spell? They had theorized potential combinations a lazy afternoon weeks ago, though. A flash and rumbling crackle jolted her brain back to the ongoing battle. Embarrassed by her amateur mistake, Kia turned to the fading light. Escapees and cultists shielded their eyes. Stalling the fighting, her distraction had saved her from being blinded. Behind the front line, the masked caster stood amidst the broken pieces of the boulder. Inky water pooled in the crater of destruction, lightning crackled over its surface, and steam rose from her clothes. The woman held onto the burnt husk of her staff, the crystal focus missing, though her black garb and featureless mask hid her exact condition. Out of nowhere, a dagger stuck deep into her eye socket. Her body splashed into the pool, eliminating any doubts about her state. The cultist, a fully fledged yellow mage, was dead. Banishing her hesitation, Kia dashed at the faceless swordsman while he still crouched on one knee and squinted to recover his eyesight. Let's make them two. With thumping strides, two adventurers sprinted past her, daggers aimed at the same goal, probably another part of Flynn's plan. Fucking rats. The cultist rose to his feet with a soaring swing. The men came at him from opposite sides, blades clanking in a blur of skills. Kia struck low at the legs and stomach, wherever she could hit. A slash swatted the dagger out of her right hand. She committed her weight to her left, stabbing at his crotch. Up close, the sword's longer range turned to a hindrance. She wouldn't get another chance to strike. She had to hit regardless of the price. Got you. As she tasted blood on her lips, darkness engulfed her vision. The foreign essence attempted to devour her, obscuring mana sense. No, Kia shoved more mana into her skills, barreling through the strain and limits. Her dagger pressed forward. The soft resistance of flesh on her blade was unmistakable, though too weak for a full hit. Sight returned as darkness retreated. The masked swordsman limped back, hissing in pain. Blood poured from the long gash on his thigh, a serious but non-lethal wound. Damn it, Kia pressed the assault when she realized she was alone. The blade of her dagger shattered to parry a strike that cut her leg, a blow of spit. She dodged backwards to survive. Beside her, a head rolled to the ground with a dull thud, soon joined by the headless owner. The surviving adventurer slumped to his knees, screaming and holding the stump that was once his hand. Spirits have mercy. The swordsman grinned at her faltering approach, blood fizzling on the pitch-black blade. 3 against 1, they just managed to wound him and lost 2 people. Alone and injured, Kia wasn't arrogant enough to wonder. No help was coming. Flynn fought the masked spearman across the cavern, while the second swordsman finished off the last dregs of the resistance. The other prisoners either begged on their knees or had escaped through the tunnels. I can bring him down with you. Kaylee's shout halted her plans. The girl strode forward, bleeding from the temple and waving her rapier in rage. It's all your fault. Do you know how long it takes to train a caster? You just had to listen. Moria was worth 100 of you. Why? Indifferent to her sorrows, Kia tuned them out and raised the broken dagger. It still had a few good centimeters of steel and a jagged edge enough to slash a throat. With her leg bleeding, she'd have to wage everything on a single strike. Kaylee, please stop, a male voice spoke up. After observing the entire battle in morose silence, Keaton finally moved. Enough people died. You won't gain anything from killing her. Oh, shut up, Kaylee glowered without turning. Don't think I'll let this slide. This is also your fault. Wait a second. He quickened his pace. I'll do whatever you want, just. I won't let you sweet-talk me this time. Everything went wrong starting with her. You should have gotten rid of her. Instead of Kaylee bit her lip and brandished the rapier in preparation. She has to pay. Kaylee Keaton closed his mouth at his sister's indifference, his pleading blue eyes turning to Kia. He doesn't know when to drop the act. Kia almost expected to hear some nonsense about running, but he just watched her silently. Perhaps he knew she wouldn't budge. Too late for apologies. Her last wisps of mana rushed through her veins. She stumbled back, feigning weakness. When hunting, it was all a matter of timing. One dash to slip past Kaylee's guard and one slash to finish her off. I never lost to you. It's over. Kaylee hissed as she reached striking range, the rapier angled for the opening jab she always used. Almost there. The first strike narrowly missed Kia's shoulder. Mana rushed to boost her agility. She was about to spring at her foe when a pair of broad shoulders stepped between them. Even thinner and paler, she recognized Neil's back as he tackled Kaylee to the ground. He shouldn't be here, yet he was. The tall fool always took care of others before himself. Kia dove to pull him back. He and Kaylee were already embroiled in a tangle of limbs and blades. Fear and panic gripped her. Spirits, no. Her hand slip edge couldn't say if on sweat or blood. She desperately clawed at his shirt, arms and cloth tearing, and managed to drag him off. Beneath him, Kaylee's lifeless eyes stared blankly, her face contorted in a grimace with a dagger through the heart. Kia felt no joy or relief, entirely focused on Neil. No, 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 please, we saved you. The rapier had pierced him below his sternum, a jagged wound through the webs of runes carved on his skin. Warm blood pooled on the floor of the cavern, too much for a man already weakened. Why Kia vainly tried to staunch the bleeding. It's all right, Neil said with a rattling breath, his expression almost relieved. I was already dead, you must run. His hand struggled to rise and fell before reaching her. His gaze dimmed. No, no, please, not again. She hunched over Neil's body like a limp marionette. Hot tears streamed down her cheeks, her rage and determination gone with them. Her vision blurred. She knew she should move as cultists wouldn't stop to let her mourn, but her knees refused to budge. Run. That was Neil's last word, again for the sake of someone else. Always a fool. She wished to lie there for the rest of eternity. A silver gleam flashed in the periphery of her vision where Flynn was fighting. People screamed, and a disdainful Emro echoed. Is that a grumpy cat? I must be going crazy. Still, Flynn and Mari were alive. One of them had to survive. It can't all be for nothing. Like Neil helped her, other people needed her help. Kia reached for her remaining specks of will. Lifting her head seemed harder than crossing the sea, yet she did. I must. A shadow loomed over her. Keaton stared at his sister's corpse with an ashen face. His eyes reddened and glassy, his hand tightened around the hilt of his sword, knuckles pale. It's over. She never lost a sparring against Kaylee, and she never won one against Keaton. In her current state, she couldn't evade a single attack, much less escape. What did you do? The faceless swordsman limped closer, clearly enraged. And as if fate were mocking her, a second cultist also moved in their direction. Kia couldn't see the masked spearman anywhere. Did Flynn manage to win? She recalled the odd silver flash, but hadn't seen what happened. Maybe he can survive. Rubbing her hands on a patch of moss to remove Neil's blood, Kia forced herself to stand. She had lost the broken dagger at some point and let her arms fall at her sides. I'm ready. Keaton remained beside his sister. His hand hadn't moved from his sword. The injured swordsman wasn't bothered by such emotions and raised his pitch-black blade to finish her. It was a dark blur of arms and steel. A sword clanked on the ground, followed by the cultist's head. His mask slipped off to reveal the shocked face of a middle-aged man. Kia touched her neck to confirm there was no injury. What she saw made no sense. Cursed moons. Keaton sighed heavily. His drawn longsword was covered in blood. What a mess. He spun and sprang to the last cultist, almost too quick to follow. His blade gleamed in a dark arc that seemed to double its length. What caught unprepared, the man awkwardly parried. Soon, another head joined the bloodbath on the cavern floor. Kia just blinked. 5 cultists were dead. Nothing made sense, but the pain in her leg proved she wasn't dreaming. Why, she wasn't sure if she spoke or just thought the question, though Keaton turned towards her. Just go, please. He pointed to the passage where the cultists came from without meeting her gaze. If you follow that tunnel, you'll reach outside. Run till you see a road and look for the Republic. They should be close. Kia chewed her lip and started to turn away. She should probably take her miracle and go, but she had too many questions. Aren't you with them? She gestured at the dead cultists. I am, he said dryly. It's kind of a family tradition. Then why? Keaton shrugged with a bitter smile. Because I wanted to. Spirits, why do I bother? Each word only increased her confusion. She had more urgent worries than making sense of this lunatic boy. Moans of pain echoed around her. Flynn was gathering the survivors with Hobbs on his shoulders. And if the fussy cat was here, Kai should also be fine. We can't linger. Kia moved to help the injured, but faltered. Will you be fine? Are you worried about me? Keaton raised his eyebrows. His somber smile made a dimple in his cheek. No, she snapped, flustered. I'm only worried you won't survive till I come to repay your backstabbing. He nodded, brow furrowed. Your friends have pulled enough strange shit to make believable excuses. He shook his head. I'll wait to see you again. What a bastard. Kia forcefully turned and marched toward her friends. You won't see me coming. An eerie silence clung to the woods. Plumes of mist swirled over dead bodies and fallen birches, seemingly fleeing the raven-haired woman. Kai stood frozen in her crimson gaze. Heartbeats and hallowed intuition drummed in his head. Desperation and fear. He should run, yet it felt pointless. We're so fucked. His long-bladed spear was no more useful than a stick. There was no escaping, not from a green individual. The primordial terror of a mouse looking up the fangs of a basilisk rushed through him. Who are you? His voice came out strangled, surprised he managed to speak at all. A silly question, the best his blank mind could conjure. Think we must get away. Blood-colored lips curved into a smile. Don't you know already? She said with a velvety voice. The trim of her black dress fluttered. You've been snooping into my affairs for a while. She was the death of any hope for victory. Kai gulped, taking a step back, the cold air heavy in his lungs. Rain's presence moved with him. He prayed the siren had a solution, but didn't dare turn his attention to ask. You're the praetor, he muttered when the silence stretched too long. The name mentioned by the cultists with fear and reverence, the title of the man aboard the Intrepid. Why couldn't there be just one of those monsters? Abyssy Praetor is indeed one of my names. The woman walked over a cultist's corpse as if it were part of the sparse terrain. I like smart boys, just call me Ayla. Formalities are so stuffy in casual settings. Kai wet his lips. His mind stuttered to process her words. What in the world had she said? He inched back bit by bit, scared to run and scared of the shortening distance between them. Was there anywhere he could run? Mana Observer brushed the shore of the island, over 100 meters back. Could he reach it? Would this psycho bitch be slower in the water? Was getting devoured by a lake monster preferable? Say something, damn it. What do you want from us? Something smarter, idiot brain. Kai cleared his throat. You must have abducted over 100 people. What are you trying to create? Mutilated bodies, ink, and jagged runes flashed in his mind. The variety of horrors he glimpsed in the sealed chambers was staggering. Say anything, buy time. Human beings can't carry enchantments on their bodies. He tried assuming an academic cadence, as if his words were more than theories pieced together in the moment, even if you somehow manage to align the flows. Static runes conflict with the changing mana in our channels. Either the victim dies or they destroy the engraving. It's senseless. Ayla halted her walk, eyes narrowing. Fuck, did I push the bullshit too far? Instead of anger, her face lit up like a person finding one more chocolate in a supposedly empty bag. Aren't you full of surprises? You've studied dissonance theory. Oh, what? Kai nodded tersely, just the broad strokes. It's basic knowledge. Well, it certainly should be, she said, laying her fingers on a fallen trunk. The wood cracked and splintered as she shoved it out of her path. The injection of foreign mana into human bodies is such an understudied field of research. There is so much potential hidden in our flesh, if you just squeeze it out. Her hand closed on empty air with an ecstatic smile. You needn't worry, I'll show you what we've achieved, all our progress. She licked her lips. You are the perfect materials to display my research. Young, healthy test subjects react best to the engraving, and at yellow MHMM you'll be surprised how much your bodies can adapt. Crazy bitch. His skin crawled under her gaze. Kai jerked to create more distance when his heel caught on a root, making him fall backwards. He landed on his tailbone and elbow's pain barely registered. Careful. Rain's outstretched hand pulled him to his feet, voice low and tense. Kai gulped and rubbed his sweaty palms on his shirt. He picked up the silver spear, glad to have something to hold. Perhaps he should have kept his mouth shut. Their slow retreat brought them 80 meters from the shores, still too far when a madwoman watched you as if you were her favorite treat. Don't be scared. Ayla raised a hand to cover a laugh as she stalked toward them. I'll personally see you reach your full potential. Let me show you the abyssal shores. You won't regret it, Matt. My name's not Matt. Well, kind of. Kai retreated into the untouched woods, the white birch pillars in the mist. Weeds brushed on his ankles, wetting the frayed trim of his trousers with icy dew. Each second Ayla played with him, he closed the distance to the lake. If she thought repeating the name Kaylee reported would intimidate him, it had the opposite effect. You don't know shit about who I am. She might be a green monster, but she wasn't all-knowing. And hopefully not all-powerful either. He might coax a fish to swallow him if he reached the shore. Better his body rest in the stomach of a beast than with a psycho. Fate owed him that. Rain might survive. Even gravely injured, Kai couldn't think of anyone better to defy expectations, and any chance was better than being captured alive. Let's end this game while I'm still in a good mood. Ayla stopped smiling, her tone demanding obedience. Come now, I promise you won't like it if I chase you. Your friend can barely stand, and I won't let a stupid fish ruin such precious materials. Damn it. Kai stilled rain mimicked him behind. Hallowed intuition hissed he wouldn't be getting another step. 70 meters separated them from the lake and 10 from the predator. He could reach the lake in less than 4 seconds, but doubted it'd be that easy. It's this or nothing. He turned to grab Rain's arm and met his gaze. Do you trust me? Rain weighed him. Despite the bruised face and blood crusted on his white hair, he looked serene. I do. Then you can put these away. Kai gestured to the silver spear and trident. Weapons would only slow them, and his spatial closet was too short. Both arms disappeared in the siren's shell bracelet. Ayla showed no surprise, looking pleased. I knew you were smart, boys. Now come. Water motes surged up his arm. Kai flung his arm, casting a hail of ice shards and icicles. Mana flooded into his muscles, joined to the waning power of the elixirs. He threw Rain on his shoulder and stomped on the ground at full strength to sprint. I can do. Pointless, the predator clicked her tongue. Before crossing the halfway mark, the wave of ice evaporated into wisps of darkness. The ice spears and bladed streams Rain cast behind reached a meter further before also fizzling into smoke. And that explains what happened to my subordinates. Impressive skills for your age. Ayla mused dryly. But you'll regret wasting my time. Her incandescent presence blazed through his senses, faster than what Mana Observer could follow. Kai discarded casting spells and sent more mana into body augmentation. His legs were still extended in his first leap when Ayla appeared at his back, her aura pressing down on him. Fucking monster. The chasm at higher grades was too wide. Kai tightened his arms around Rain and focused on the only power that could save him. Please work. Grasping the knowledge in his mind, Kai fixed the coordinates and channeled space mana through the skill written in his channels. The misty woods turned hazy and his vision shifted with a glimmer. Kai stared at a leafy gray shrub before him, meters from his original position, away from Ayla's clutches. He had maintained his momentum through spatial shift. His boot stomped on a root, luckily angled to push him in the right direction without tripping. It worked. The euphoric thrill washed away his fear. I'm fine, his cargo slapped his back, perhaps a little peeved. Run, come on, you've still got your extremities. Thanks Zervathi, spatial shift worked with a passenger and consumed a fraction of his freeform spell and mana. Kai reoriented himself in his new position. He had blinked on a diagonal to use a tree for cover any instant gain was valuable. Ayla stood still, her hand raised where they disappeared. An artifact. No, that was a spatial skill, her voice echoed with surprise and delight. A laugh confirmed that deranged impression. Truly wonderful materials. Stay back. 50 meters left to the shore and 20 to the predator. The lead he gained evaporated when she moved. Kai threw an arm back to cast water cannon. The compressed orb flew in the trajectory of her charge, hoping his initial spells had lowered her guard. It reached nearer than any attack before being devoured by an invisible force. Damn it. Her clawed fingers reached towards his back. Kai was about to forcefully recast spatial shift when the blinding presence lost her momentum and nearly tripped on the underbrush. What? Gravity tricks too, Ayla hissed. Darkness mana burst around her figure. Weeds withered into nothingness as she stomped at them with unimpeded speed. You two never stopped to surprise. Why don't you understand it's useless? She shielded. Rain tapped his back. Prepare. Before Kai could ask for clarification, strange mana motes tickled his skin. His stride flew over the grass where it was supposed to land and his stomach lurched. Why it? As if the pull of the world weakened and tilted forward, he accelerated. A low branch scraped a bloody line on his shoulder. Icy wind lashed his face. Kai narrowly avoided slamming into the tree, scrambling to adapt. The woods flashed past him, faster than he ever moved in his life, yet it wasn't enough. You made me almost sweat. Ayla appeared in the path ahead of them, arms wide as if to offer a hug. Their combined aces amounted to a game for her. Kai could see the arc of their leap careen toward her, powerless to change course mid-flight. But even if it was helpless, he wouldn't give up. I'm not done yet. Pushing through any resistance, iridescent motes streamed through the channels that spanned his body. Ayla's blood-red lips cruelly curved. About to slam into her, his vision shifted. His boot hit the ground past her, muscles burning to push him into another stride. The woods had opened into a field of weeds, still shrouded in missiles, than 30 meters from shore. A wave of burning pain submerged his relief. It felt like his mana veins had been scraped raw with sandpaper price to recast spatial shift without rest. I'll get you to the water. Kai forced his legs to keep steady and tightened his hold on Rain. You can still escape. A chill swim will do nicely to wash off the sweat. Ayla mused behind them. I didn't think you could recast that skill. Color me surprised. Fuck you. Her presence blurred toward them. He had been a fool to think he could outrun her in the water, but maybe Rain could. Hallowed intuition whispered the predator was upon them, time was up. Kai gritted his teeth and sent more mana into the skill. The grassy field warped and shifted. Pebbles crunched beneath his feet. The clear lake waters gleamed just a little further. His tenuous smile contorted into a grimace bane ruptured his body. He was burning alive. Flames engulfed and seared his channels. A raw, guttural scream tore from his throat. Tears clouded his eyes. Kai wished to crumple to the ground to lie unmoving. His chest heaved, steps staggering. A huff of icy air brought a thin wave of relief to his lung. 7 advancing grades was nothing compared to this. The lake of mist opened just ahead. Still too far, now don't be silly. Ayla's voice slid between his muddling thoughts, a dagger to sever his hesitation. You're harming yourself for nothing. Don't ruin those beautiful channels. She stood beside with a gust, head tilted in disapproval. Rain whispered something in his ear, but he couldn't hear. His legs held no more strength, and the predator was too close. Just one more. Waiting among his waning lucidity, Kai thrust more mana into his scorched channels. His vision hazed and shifted. One last time. Cold water wrapped his ankles. His sight darkened at the edges. Before the backlash robbed him of his will, Kai flexed his remaining strength to throw Rain into the lake. The dousing plunge reached him with a reignited wave of pain, too much for his mind to bear or even comprehend. His last glimmers of consciousness yielded him to darkness. Ayla watched the white-haired boy plunge into the frigid lake. The spray of droplets arched and fizzled on her nightfall cloak without touching the hem of her dress. Closer to the shore, the tan boy flopped into the shallow water unconscious. 3 times. Healing his channels to a useful state was going to be a pain, but she had been too fascinated to stop him. Someone had to be a particular breed of crazy to overstrain their skill not once but 3 times, and while their channels were so fresh from advancing 2, the ignorance of youth was like the endless abyss, always revealing new depths. It rarely happened that she found herself surprised. Today, it happened several times within the same hour, a fruitful trip at least for her own amusement. She would have to rerun background checks on both boys. The reports she got were grossly incomplete. They couldn't be anyone too important. The really bothersome patrician houses would never let their heir scamper around unprotected, maybe a fallen family. Ayla sighed lightly. Her head pounded at the mess left to clean. Still, the losses were negligible. They had gotten what they needed from Limgrel. With the Republic's dogs nosing into their affairs, it was a matter of weeks before they had to close operations. Best not let them drown. The younger material floated face down in the lake. He was the ideal subject to showcase her research leading into the next Facia gift spit out of the abyss, an amusing boy. Ayla strolled into the lake, molding the nightfall cloak over her clothes to remain dry. She hadn't seen someone in such denial of hard realities since her foolish sister's passing. Was he just pretending to be smart, to throw his half-dead companion into the lake and faint on the spot? Was he actually hoping to get devoured by a beast? It felt a little offensive. If he had so little regard for himself, he was better off offering his body to her. Dark eminence dissuaded any creature from swimming near the island. Both materials were safely within range. Only one being could pose a challenge to her here, and that thing never left the mists at the heart of the lake. Perhaps she should send a vaguely taunting report to Zaun. That musclehead always looked for excuses to swing his big sword. We will soon leave this outpost anyway. Ayla bent to pick up her first material. Her hand was about to close on his ankle when the boy slipped underwater, swiftly moving offshore. Her eyes widened in the umpteenth shock of the day. She took an instant to spot the streams dragging the body, seamlessly woven with the mana of the lake. How? Ayla flared dark eminence through her aura, sure no beast had snuck up on her. Was there even one capable of such exquisite magic? Her senses tore through the lake for the culprit who dared defy her. There was nothing. The only relevant presences were her and the two boys ready for harvest. Her brows creased. The aura of the second boy was strange. It was always unusually bright for his grade, but now the difference was too stark to attribute to some elixir. The luminous channels revealed mesmerizing patterns she had never encountered. What are you? A soft humming carried over the plumes of mist, faint verses of heart-wrenching beauty like the lullaby her nanny used to sing. Tears filled her eyes, threatening to spill after years of drought. Ayla leaned into the lake, desperate to hear more. The water reached her sides before she realized she had moved. A shadow shifted within the mist, if only she could. Fear seized her guts with an icy grip. She leaped out of the lake with the full might of Darkstride and retreated another step for good measure. It couldn't be, yet the song seeping into her memories said otherwise. We're deep inland. It can't. Common sense didn't always apply. Ayla cast a wave of darkness to thin the fog and squinted to see. The figure of a young man rose over the surface. Short, snowy hair reflected a blue hue. His sculpted features and unblemished skin made her want to stare longer until she met his eyes. Dark gold and silver melted in his gaze, a burst of color amidst the paleness that seemed to behold her soul. That's. The face was subtly different and free of any injury. Ayla almost didn't recognize the boy who plunged into the lake. A shimmering tail breached the surface at his back as if to taunt her. His pointed smile made her heart flutter and then wrench back in fear. No, no, no. Following a siren in the water that was worse than madness, they needed to leave. Immediately. A spark of consciousness stirred in the depths of oblivion. Once aware of itself, the rise became inevitable, dragged by insistent pain and confusion. Kai mourned the fleeting rest. Every muscle, ligament, and mana channel hurt as if they had been pulled through a grinder and just stopped bleeding. A dull throb split his head-likely skill strain. His thoughts waded through a swamp to connect. What the hell did I do? Untangling himself from the sheets and blankets, he pulled up on his elbows. Soreness made him huff a groan. It took him several tries to lift his back on the headboard of the bed and adjust the pillows. How? Underground tunnels. His lungs heaved cold air to run. They were being chased. The cultists. A fight missed. Blood. A woman with crimson eyes and a lot of pain. He was burning alive, then sinking. Did we escape? Nothing made sense. The thick curtains on the window left the room in darkness. Kai brought his hands close to see wasn't chained or constrained by any enchantment. The sheets were scratchy but clean, the mattress lumpy but warm. Only sharp pain stopped him from using the mana in his veins. Where am I? Kai spun the spatial ring with his thumb. Everything was still inside. The room seemed to belong to an inn. How had he gotten here? He remembered throwing Rain into the lake and fainting beside that crazy woman. Did I escape that monster? Is this part of some twisted game, a skill or ritual? Kai, a figure roused in the shadows beside the bed, her voice hoarse. When she stood, a chair creaked wood on wood. Kai, are you awake? The bright light from a crystal made him squint. When his vision refocused, Kia stood a palm from his face, eyes red and puffy. Her lips parted in hesitant relief as if seeing a ghost. Yeah, I'm awake. Kai relaxed upon seeing her face was safe. That meant Flynn, Mari, and Neil probably were too. He'd deal with the aftermath later. I must find a cure for Neil. I could ask Rizy or Vela for help. Whatever bout of luck let them escape, he felt overwhelming gratitude. Hey, it's okay, Kia. I'm alive, just a little sore. Kai shuffled back under the intense scrutiny and took the glass of water that was thrust upon him. He didn't realize how thirsty he was till he downed it. Are you all right? Also my name's Matt, he added, setting the glass aside. Kia nodded and rubbed her eyes with a sleeve. His words didn't seem to register. I'm happy you're fine. I was worried. The healer said there was nothing they could do for you except wait, but you didn't wake up for 4 days and I. Excuse me, Kai sat straighter, sore abs protesting. Any movement that sped the mana in his veins sent new waves of pain. How had he slept that long? And I still feel like shit. I'm sorry. Kia fell back into the chair, hands folded in her lap. I shouldn't have trusted Kaylee. Or Kaden. She gazed at the window as if it weren't covered. I thought I could handle it, but I couldn't. My mess almost got you killed. If you hadn't come, we'd all be dead, or worse. It's all right, Kai stretched an arm to pat her, unsure how to react. Irritation had long left him. Staying in Limgrel was reckless, but he couldn't blame her. Who would imagine a pair of siblings had joined her group for months, woven a fake friendship, all to use them as pawns for a cult? It was too deranged to consider. And if Kia had realized the manipulation and tried to leave, things might have turned out worse. You can't reason with crazy. I'm just happy we made it out. No one could have predicted. Kia extended her arms around him in an awkward hug. I'm also glad you're okay. She patted his elbow twice and jerked back, face flustered. I should probably go tell Flynn and Rain you woke up. I've promised to tell them. They were so anxious. Before Kai could get in another word, she retreated to the door, fumbled with the brass knob and ran out. That happened. He might make a more acute realization if his head weren't pounding. As things stood, a blinking notification captured his attention. Come on, out with it, dinged. You've been granted a feat for your actions, slippery investigator. You've uncovered the culprits behind Limgrel's disappearances and escaped the cultists' hideout alive. You are awarded 5 favor. I've gotten away. It wasn't some elaborate mind magic he escaped and had the reward to show more favor. Take that, Daryl. His triumphant fist pump caused a spike of pain and immediate regret. Kai flopped on the pillows, waiting for the throbbing to fade. This is just a coincidence. I'm still luckier. Even breathing and getting excited hurt. How could he be so battered after days of rest? I did overuse spatial shift to run. In his excitement over the new profession skills, he failed to consider that the price for abusing them would be just as high. I wish someone had told me. True, he would have recast spatial shift anyway, but still, why did nobody prepare him? Not Elijah, Dora, or his supposed friends. This was a good reason to complain and metaphorically shake his fist. The righteous indignation helped alleviate the pain. If I got a feat for getting away, I should be safe from the cultists. Looking for more distractions, Kai summoned his status. Name, Kai Tylan Matthew Reese Viernon. Race, yellow 404,023, 452,100, 500,000 XP. Profession, favored mystic of the Isles LV0, 1,2324, 18,000 XP. Body stats, strength 36, dexterity 37, constitution 4338 plus 5 4438 plus 6, mind 5343 plus 10 5543 plus 12, spirit 6050 plus 10 6250 plus 12. Perception 3934 plus 5 4034 plus 6. Favor 8391. Boons gifts of the earth. Kahali's retribution. Spatial attunement. Minor elemental attunement. Profession skills natural prodigy LV1. Echoing empath LV1. Astral pathway LV12. Water cannon LV15. Nature healing LV13. Spatial shift LV18. General skills hallowed intuition LV8087. Mana observer LV4449. Body augmentation LV3845. Mana analyst LV3033. Mana weaving LV2633. Mana engraving LV23. Water magic advanced LV2027. Split mind LV2127. Arcane enchanting LV11. Elemental swordsman LV913. Hobbs LV2027. Runic scholar LV811. Nature magic advanced LV67. Space magic advanced LV611. Herbology advanced LV99. Alchemy LV88. Blessed swimmer LV73. Shadow Magic LV 4950. Earth Magic LV 4750. Advanced Hunting LV 37. Treasure Sense LV 3537. Not too shabby. Nothing rewarded experience like flirting with a gruesome death guide was consistent with that at least. Hallowed Intuition had grown by a whopping 7 levels, and other skills made similar leaps. Shadow and Earth Magic had hit their first specialization, though choosing could wait till his mind didn't throb. It was crazy progress worthy of the craziest week of his life. The XP from general skills flowed into his race, while his domain XP fully went into his profession. He didn't regret the distribution. Each level in Favored Mystic of the Isles netted him 6 attributes, and he had already hit the first one. He needed all the power he could get. How many monsters like Ayla lurked on the mainland? Tens of thousands or more. I've gotten too comfortable with my advancement to yellow. In a life or death battle, no one cared if he wasn't yet 15 or a century old. Complaining was the privilege of the living, and he not only lacked strength but also the knowledge. His grasp on the applications of mana and professional skills was embarrassingly shallow when he fought the cultists. He stumbled in the dark to guess at their abilities. I cannot avoid dangers I ignore exist. Bridging the gap to green was an endeavor of several years, but he should at least know what to stay clear of. The encounter with Ayla woke him up enough. Even with 91 favor, he didn't wish to tempt fate more. I got away. Kai slowly massaged his temples. Now he understood why people favored their profession over their grade. Even with yellow relatively close, the next profession level was much closer, and the return is better. I should at least get a couple more level. The door swung open, letting 2 heads poke inside. Both brightened upon seeing him, a wide grin and a quieter smile. You're awake. Flynn reached his bed in 2 strides, eyes passing over him with a studious look. Behind him, Rain closed the door and drew open the curtains. From the luminous pallor and shrouded buildings outside, they were still in Limgrel, sometime around noon. You made us all worry, sleepyhead. Flynn stood back after finishing his inspection, his attempt at a stern expression defeated by his grin. How are you feeling? Do you need anything? I'm okay. Kai pushed back against the pillow to sit up. Well, okay, like I've swum through a storm and repeatedly slammed on shore. But alive, right, the usual then. Flynn let out a sigh that mixed relief and exasperation. His hand reached over the bed to tap his head. Maybe next time, think before wrecking your own body. The healer said you were a step away from doing permanent damage. You got lucky. Damn. I didn't think it'd be so bad. Kai tried to swat away the hand, but the spiking ache made his movement sluggish. Can you stop it? Is this how you treat a patient? Only the stubborn, very reckless ones. If you're not flinging spells back at me, you must be in real pain. Flynn continued poking him with the zeal of a scientist on the brink of a revolutionary discovery. You told me you'd safely get out instead. You looked like a corpse when Rain brought you back. It scared me half to death. I get it. Sorry, Kai surrendered to the probing torment with a sulk. I didn't do it on purpose. It was the only way. Remembering his questions, he turned to Rain. Do you know what happened after I fainted? Did you carry me? What about that crazy woman? Did he use some kind of siren artifact? Would that even work against a green grade? We escaped into the lake, and the Praetor didn't follow. Rain said dryly as if it was nothing much. I couldn't have gotten out without your help. I'm glad you're fine. I tried to tell you the third blink was close enough to shore, but you didn't seem to hear. It's all a little fuzzy. Kai scratched his head. So you just carried me into the lake. He's being modest. Flynn elbowed Rain lightly. Why don't you tell it properly? Or do you want me to do it? No, Rain crossed his arms, his face pinkish. She wasn't taking us seriously, so I took advantage and scared her off. Kai arched an eyebrow. This was making less and less sense. You scared her off. He sure respected his skills, but struggled to imagine that. Yes, I morphed into a siren and hummed a song. Rain stared at his feet. The lake wasn't like being in the ocean, but it was enough to make her believe I could charm her. Or maybe she thought there'd be other sirens nearby. I don't know, she ran away after I swayed her the first time. So that's what you meant by scared. Mythical siren magic that messed with your mind. Rain dismissed it with a gesture. Yup, isn't that so cool? Flynn chirped, throwing an arm around an increasingly flustered Rain. But he doesn't want to show me his tail. He watched the siren, sulking like a kid denied an ice cream. It's totally not fair. He has seen my legs, why can't I see his tail? I can't transform outside the water. We can go to the lake. Pick the time and place, please. Seeing Rain throw him increasingly desperate looks, Kai changed the topic. What about you, Flynn? How was your escape? Is everyone all right? How's Neil? I hope he feels better than I. The sudden quiet made Kai proud of his success till he noticed their somber faces. Flynn, what is it? Fear started gnawing at him. He can't. Flynn let go of Rain, chewing his lip. They were expecting us at the exit. Neil, he. Damn it, Kai leaned on the trunk of a pine, the bark scratching his back. Nature healing's once-a-day rejuvenation had soothed his channels enough to move around at least, but the pain didn't seem to matter anymore. Why him, why Neil? He had done everything he could to save him and still failed. Of course, the selfless hero died saving Kia and taking down the villain. Why couldn't he just look after himself? Spirit's Keel beat herself up for it too. Green motes still swirled around him. If only he could take back the physical pain and leave the wrenching ache. Focus on what you can do. Kai slowly exhaled in the cold air. There wasn't time to lose himself. The Republic had finally decided to show up in Limgrel. They were too late to help, but at least they'd keep the cult away. I'll have to talk with the investigators. There was no way to hide his involvement. Too many people knew. When Rain offered to carry him outside the town to escape Flynn's pestering, they could hardly cross a street without seeing a patrol. How did Vela get them to? A rustling alerted him to a presence. Kai turned to the sound. Instead of Rain, it was Kia who walked into the meadow. He told me you were here. I hope it's fine. I can help you get back. Are you feeling better? You all right? I'm fine, she answered automatically, then pursed her lips. I'll be fine. That's the best I can hope for. Have you decided what you're going to do after this? Kai asked. I heard Mari's going back to the archipelago. Will you go with her? Mom sure would like it. I don't know. Kia shook her head. Probably not. Don't get me wrong, I plan to take only the most boring and safe quests from now on, but I can't go back. Not like this. It'd feel like it was for nothing. I'd go crazy back in the archipelago. I understand, Kai said and meant it. While he'd sleep easier if she went back home, he was the last person who could judge her choices. Kia ambled toward his pine tree, her gaze on the dewy grass. I know I've been difficult to be around. I gave you a hard time since, well, forever. It's all right. You were a child, but you were a child too. Kia dug at a weed with her foot. I don't think I ever properly apologized. Her dark green eyes snapped on him. I'm sorry that I treated you like crap, that I couldn't stand my little brother being better than me at almost everything. That young, I was a smug little brat. It's normal you were annoyed by me. I would have strangled myself. Maybe. You were Mom's favorite boy. Kia said, gaze lost in the misty woods. You weren't there to see her expression break when the Republic told us you died. Mom, she didn't take it well. Of course, she said she was fine in front of us, but it was a lie. She stopped eating, or sleeping, and cried when she thought we couldn't hear. She shook her head with a quiver. I don't think I've ever heard a worse sound. I was scared I'd lose her too and tried to take care of things me, and mostly Mui Eli came when she could, but she had just gotten married and was dealing with her own stuff. I spent months holding my breath, waiting for Mom to crack. Her voice turned distant and Kai couldn't interrupt her. It felt like years before things got better, slowly. Mom started going out and working odd jobs. Her smiles weren't as warm, but she laughed at Mui's awful jokes. I could see her picking up the pieces, though it wasn't until Keen arrived that I saw her truly happy. It was strange. Things were looking up in our family, but I wasn't. I don't know if it was exhaustion or what. I snapped at everyone more than usual. Everything at home reminded me of you, she chuckled mirthlessly. I had already planned to travel to the mainland. So I moved it up a little sooner. I needed something for myself, to keep busy. I think it was the right choice. Setting foot on the continent gave me a goal. It felt like I spent my life in a pond, believing it was the sea. There was never a dead moment. I was just getting my footing when I got Mom's letter saying you were alive. Kia wore a dry smile. Honestly, I wasn't even that surprised. I verified the letter was authentic and thought, of course he has returned from the dead. That's exactly something he would do. It had been so long I didn't think being that happy was possible. Kai opened his dry mouth, searching for the right words. What could he say? It's all right. She wiped a tear from her cheek. I wanted to come see you and Mom, but we had just accepted an extermination quest in the Akaran woods. I couldn't abandon my team, so I got annoyed instead. I was frustrated I couldn't be there, and that you were probably being cuddled by Mom as if your death didn't almost break her. Kia raised a hand as if to anticipate a protest. I knew it was unfair and stupid. You wouldn't disappear on purpose and must have done your best to return, but we were an ocean apart and I was mad. She rubbed her face, looking melancholic. I put more focus on adventuring. We had advanced our badges and earned enough coin to not worry about the next meal. Looking back, that was when Kaylee and Keaton joined. Still, I thought we were doing fine. Even when we came to Limgrel and that jerk staged his kidnapping, I dumbly believed I had things handled. Her smile turned bitter. That's when you showed up and saved us from the Cloud Fairies. After months honing my skills, you emerged from the mists like some blessed champion of legends to save us. But you weren't Kai. It was Matt. I had to feign barely knowing you. Weigh every word I said. All the frustration I buried came back, so it was just easier to push you away. A breeze blew through the thin plumes of mist. Kai moved closer to her, their shoulders brushing, his mind still blank for words. How did she get so eloquent? As if to prove the point, she spoke first. I almost had to die to regain some common sense. When I saw you in that bed, I thought I might lose you again. I'm sorry I scared you. Kai forced out his voice. I promise I won't die anytime soon. The pen scratched the leather notebook, highlighting the silence of the room. So Chief Investigator Craven raised his eyes from the paper, his face a stone slate broken by a perpetually furrowed brow. That's all you remember. The man had a talent to make every question sound like an accusation. as if implying he knew what you were hiding, so you might as well confess. Keep calm. He doesn't know anything. Kai gave a slight nod. His nails were carving lines in the seat of the chair beneath the table. 3 hours of friendly chatting had stretched his patience thin, but he couldn't betray his efforts now. I could just think of escaping. Then my memory got a bit fuzzy when I fainted. He massaged his eyes to emphasize the concept. 2 days later, his mana channels still throbbed at the slightest touch. Faking discomfort came naturally. The chief investigator, ran his fingers over his neat goatee, gaze flitting between him and the notes. Kai slumped on the chair, looking bored and oblivious. May I go, sir? Yes, the word dragged through the man's teeth, clearly unhappy to utter it. Contact the closest precinct and tell them my name if you remember more. Even the most insignificant detail can make a difference. If you had come to investigate sooner, you could have found all the clues you wanted. I hope you bring them to justice. Kai stood to leave. A stare nailed his back till he walked out of the room. He measured his steps on the way out of the garrison headquarters to not seem overly eager. Spirits, I would have grown roots if I stayed longer. Cold gusts whipped his face outside, feeling almost pleasant after the asphyxiating interrogation. Kai locked his hands behind him to stretch his arms. Limgrel looked its dreary usual, the roofs of the buildings shrouded in mist. I can't wait to leave this cursed town. He had considered sneaking away without seeing the Republic's officers, but that might just create more trouble in the future. Useless bastards. After ignoring the disappearances for months, they scoured every corner of Limgrel when it was late. At least a few of the escapees had made it out with Kia. From the bits and pieces Kai overheard, the cult had flooded the underground tunnels soon after. Just leave it. Among Ayla's crazy rambling, one lesson stuck was in way over his head. He mustn't involve himself with green grades or even elite yellows. His profession, attributes, and skills were too low. Turn in the opposite direction and don't look back. The Republic will take care of it. Kai repeated the thought as he walked. He had told them everything he knew about the cult, even surrendered a few of the journals he looted. Only omissions were his own skills and hobbies. The investigator couldn't demand that he reveal his status without a good reason. They must know how serious this situation was. What mattered to him now was finding a quiet town to train, maybe near a low-mana region where he could hone his skills in peace. Time was on their side. 70 million people lived in the Myrian Republic alone. The mainland couldn't be all dangerous. I just have to avoid bloody cults and deranged psychos for a few years. How hard can it be? I've got almost 100 luck. Reaching the Blue Hawk Inn, the voices of his friends led him into the main hall. Finn and Rain shared smiles and chatter at a corner table, while Kia and Mari talked with Daryl of all people. Why is that guy still here? You made it out. Flynn raised an arm to greet him, 2 full backpacks at his feet. I got your stuff from our previous place and bought supplies for a couple weeks. Are you sure you want to leave now? Yup. Flynn leaned to study him. You know we can wait a few days. You still haven't fully recovered. Kai puffed his chest. I can manage. Derville is not that far. He'd feel much safer in the wilderness than in this misty town. Okay then. Flynn stood up, giving Rain a hand to pull him to his feet. With all the guards patrolling around, the road should be safe-ish. After we visit the House of Mirrors, we can see from there. Sounds good. Kai slung his backpack on his shoulder to check the contents while Flynn talked with Kia's group. I should tell Vela what happened if she doesn't already. The arrival of the Republic couldn't be a coincidence, though he had kept his suspicions to himself. He didn't want to expose his connection with Vela or give the investigator an excuse to look deeper into Matt. I can store your backpack if you want. Rain raised his palm, the bracelet of shells on his wrist. I've got enough space. How large is your artifact exactly? No, wait, I don't want to know. I'm not envious. I'm not going to topple over for a bit of weight. Once paid the innkeeper, they all walked out on the streets of Limgrel for the last time. The reinforcements sent to investigate had brought some life back to the town. People cautiously left their homes and hurried on long-delayed chores. I'm not gonna miss this place. The west gate soon rose over the buildings, the stone brimmed with cloaked runes. Names. The guards double-checked their 6 IDs before waving them through. Report to the closest patrols if you see anything suspicious. We will, sir. Flynn gave his best impression of a respectful young man. Finally out. Kai strode out of the shadow of the enchanted bastion. He almost expected the glum town to swallow him back if he delayed. The road was wide up ahead, the edges encroached by weeds, winding up a slope that faded into plumy mist. I can't wait to see the clear sky. He blew on his hands to warm them. Winter was fast approaching, his first one on the mainland. The seasons were harsher here. Despite the wind and storms, the temperature never touched freezing in the archipelago. It's been so long since I saw the snow. Noticing he wasn't lost staring at the hills alone, Kai walked up to his sister. Hadn't talked much since 2 days ago. Hey, are you sure you can't come with us? Just till we reach Derville. This book's true home is on another platform. Check it out there for the real experience. Gaze fixed ahead, Kia shook her head. I want to accompany Mari to the coast. We must reach Varsi to find passage to Arfusa and then home for her. She looked at him, expression unreadable. Don't worry, I'll be fine. Daryl also decided to come with us. Is that guy that reliable? He's lucky. And better than me with people. Here, Kai threw her a pouch. Kia caught it with a hand and almost let it drop, surprised by its weight. When she pulled the strings to peek at gold messars jingling inside, her face immediately scrunched up. Matt, I don't need. Please accept it. I've got much more and it'll make me feel better, Kai said. And it's not just for you. I expect you to contact me at least once a month. The House of Mirrors is quite pricey. Kia watched him with pursed lips. All right, I'll take it if you have no better use for it. The pouch disappeared into her bag. She hesitated a moment before leaning into a hug. But you trust me too. I've no intention of dying. She gave him a squeeze and stood back. Be safe. You have a promise to keep. Her piece said. She spun on her heel and headed down the path. They had a short stretch together before the road split. And that went well. He hadn't been sure after the last conversation, but their relationship seemed to be finally looking up. Perhaps not tightly close yet, but cordial. Kahali guard her. I hope she can stay out of trouble better than me. What's on your mind? Daryl clapped his back and followed his gaze to his sister. You two are closer than I thought, but you can stop worrying. I'll keep an eye on her. You always so hurtful. Daryl grabbed his chest in pain and ran a hand through his hair. After a shower and trimming, his blonde curls were just slightly messy. She'll be safe as long as we travel together. Did I not ever tell you about my luck? You see, since I was a lil child Please know I remember, Kai said to stop his ramblings. And you've also been kidnapped by a cult, imprisoned, tortured, and almost died. Forgive me if I'm a little skeptical. Well, being lucky doesn't mean life will only give you gold and roses. His grin turned distant and somehow mournful. A gold coin carved with odd symbols flicked between his fingers. He flipped it high into the air and let it fall into his open palm. But it does improve our odds of making it to the other side. Seemingly unfortunate events may also grant unexpected rewards. Kai watched him, still unconvinced. What did you get out of being kidnapped? It wasn't much fun for me. Who knows? Daryl shrugged, his carefree smile back. Sometimes the benefits are immediately clear, other times it can take months or years. Mortals aren't made to understand the weavings of fate. To try only leads to madness. I see, so the explanation is beyond our comprehension. Kai couldn't help rolling his eyes. He sure is a master of nonsense. I knew you'd understand. Daryl winked with his mismatched gold and blue eyes. It's been fun hanging with you. For now, our paths split here, till we meet again. Arm raised in a wave, he strolled to join Kia at the bifurcation. Kai, I came as soon as I heard. Vayla's face came into focus, cheeks flushed from running. Her panting fogged the mirror as the emerald eyes darted to scan his body. Are you injured? What happened with the cult? I was worried when I didn't hear from you. I'm all right. Still sitting on a chair, Kai closed the journal he had been studying, using his finger as a bookmark. He couldn't help smiling to see her like this. In the years he had known her, it was the first time the word messy came close to describing her appearance. An auburn lock escaped her hairpin, falling on the corner of her lips, and he counted 3 creases on her academy uniform. She really hurried. Guilt breached through his amusement. I'm sorry I didn't contact you sooner. I needed time to recover, and then it took a few days to reach the House of Mirrors in Derville. 5 days to be precise, more than double what it took him the first time. I can't wait to take a hot bath. You had to recover from what exactly? Vayla asked, voice calm and eyes gleaming. You were wounded? I can find a healer nearby. Damn my large mouth. It's nothing that serious, just skill strain. I overcast a new profession skill to escape and it's taking some time to recover. That is serious, Kai. She pushed the lock of hair behind her ear. Straining a profession skill is dangerous. You can't ignore it and hope it gets better. I know. Kai raised his hands to calm her without sounding dismissive. I also have another skill that can slowly heal my channels, so I'm already better. I'll be as good as new in a week. Both the passive and active sides of nature healing scaled with the vibrant green mana in his surroundings. So aside from the rough terrain and beasts, the wilderness hastened his recovery. Vayla stepped back from the mirror, regaining her queenly composure. How many more skills have you learned? A few. I got lucky. Lucky. She combed back her hair, brows raised in disbelief. I'm glad you're okay after that crazy plan of yours. I asked a friend to alert the central garrison of the province, but then the Republic sealed the investigation, so I couldn't get any information from Limgrel. Was it really the Stygian cult? Is everyone safe? It's complicated. Kai began recounting. He had revisited the events several times during the days of March, from the clues leading them to the Lake of Mist, to the Praetor and Neil's death. I should have. It's not your fault, Vayla blinked repeatedly. She had been the one to sponsor Neil to travel to the mainland and ask him to keep an eye on Kia for his sake. You did all you could. And it's not your fault either, Kai said, shoulder hunched on the chair. Easing the guilt of others seemed much more straightforward than his own. It wasn't us who killed him. Though we couldn't help either. Vayla nodded, arms wrapped around herself. I'll ensure his family won't have to worry about money. It's the least I can do. He didn't deserve to end like this.
He really didn't.
They fell silent, facing mirrors thousands of miles apart. The brief memories of his interactions with Neil flooded his mind. Neil had been one of the best people he had met, helping others regardless of the circumstances, but fate had never cared about good and evil. I can't change the past. Kai broke the stall when the book he had been holding slipped from his hand and tumbled on the onyx tile floor. He bent to pick it up and cleared his throat. I've been studying this journal. Oh, Vale awoke from her thoughts. That's the one you got on the. Intrepid, yes, and I've got a few others I found in the underground hideout. Kai took out a few more volumes filled with notes and slips of paper. The ciphering method is similar, so it was useful to compare them. He had promised himself not to get involved, but a little knowledge wouldn't harm anyone when he already had the journals. You've cracked it. Vela perked up with curiosity. Partially. Kai flipped through the pages and began explaining. I'm still working on some sections. From the first pages, the right true signed himself as Biwas on the run from the cult. The reason was never explained, probably recorded in a previous journal. Paranoid musings to avoid detection filled over half the pages. The diary wasn't meant to be read by someone else, so the entries often lacked context and made logical leaps more confusing than the ciphering. Still, it contained some interesting tidbits. B had been investigating potential collaborators of the cult and searching for people who might help him hide. Among the names was Kai's old teacher, Elijah Lockhart Greaves. It couldn't be anyone else, considering B searched for him in the archipelago. Pity he never explained who Elijah was or why he was looking for him. Kai had been reading the names out loud when Vela interrupted. Callan Cervesi, she leaned forward on the chair. Are you certain? Yeah, he double-checked, fidgeting with the pen against his thigh. Do you know him? Eno Vela paused, scribbling her notes. There is a professor with a similar name, so it caught me by surprise. But it's not the same. Please continue. Okay, Kai flipped to the next page. They spent the next hour speculating about the journal. Their guesses hung on air more than facts, but Kai enjoyed exchanging ideas with her, talking and making connections he would have otherwise missed. I'll tell you if I find anything. Vela closed her notebook when the time drew late. Have you made plans on where you'll go now? Kai stretched his legs. No, we haven't decided yet. Some place to train and grow stronger, probably. That's the best way to be safe. Have you got any tips if you're looking to learn and hone your skills? I do. Vela faintly smiled. There are places made for that. Several, actually. Have you ever considered enrolling in an academy? End of Book 4. Start of Book 5, the Academy Arc Prologue. Prologue. Ice flakes drifted from plum-white clouds. The weather had remained unchanged for the last week, a gentle and persistent dusting, as if the sky wished to bury Raelian in a crystal coffin. It would have without the wards. Vela pulled her hood tighter and hastened her steps toward the wing Aurea across campus. The building looked somber in the weather. Since blood marred the snow, a lull had fallen over the academy, almost holding its breath. All the reassurances of the collegium couldn't hush the murmurs of the accident. Death was hardly a stranger to Raelian's history. The vast number of students and uncompromising curriculum made it a near inevitability, a cost carefully managed by the dean. Sparing no expense, precautions mitigated the risks as far as they didn't hinder growth. The guide couldn't be cheated even by the young scions of the Republic. In the face of mortality, their patrician lineages were salt in the sea. Still, Narcilla and Renri's deaths had been unusual in more than one way. Every corner of the school grounds was supposed to be safe. Since the reforms a century ago, fatal accidents have been confined to major exams, especially in the first year. It's not like it's never happened. It was rare but not unheard of. Whether the culprit was a malfunctioning array or a prank gone wrong, the truth was outside her grasp. Vela exhaled a breath, the puffy vapor warming her nose. In a couple weeks, everyone would move on to other gossip, probably the winter acceptance. The accident was really quite odd. No, I'm jumping to conclusions. Since she stopped researching the Stygian cult in agreement with Kai, she saw conspiracies wherever she turned. Perhaps she needed another hobby. It just rattled me that I knew them. That's all. Vela gazed at the overcast sky. The snow continued to flake, burying footprints in ornamental shrubs. If only she could watch the spiraling swirls and forget everything else. Books and pictures failed to convey the winter of the mainland, the white landscape extending as far as the eye could see, only broken by the towering marble buildings and frozen trees. Vela studied the ice crystals landing on her sleeve, each tiny star slightly different. I'm going to be late. Woken from her reverie by the cold stinging her cheeks, she strode to the wing Aurea, brushing the limits of poise. She had an appointment more appealing than watching snow fall. Across a blanketed garden, a student used water magic to shovel another path, weaving his arms in frustrated gestures. The wards of the academy let the ice build just enough so the students would have a chore to complete for credits or punishment. Vela offered him a sympathetic glance, glad to see no impromptu snowball battles on her trail. Sparse groups of students moved between the buildings, their haughty demeanors hidden by a variety of puffy furs. The coats aimed to provide heat as much as showcase the fur of rare exotic beasts of many unofficial competitions. Vela met disdainful gazes with polite nods and waved at the people she recognized. Her white cape threaded in silver enchantments seemed modest by comparison, almost shabby. A low profile meant fewer problems. Her family didn't have centuries of accumulated wealth and power to rely on, or even the lowest patrician status. There was no golden net to catch her if she failed. Long-time success was worth more than empty pride, and she had the patience to bide her time. Did I tell him everything? Vela quickly climbed the marble steps of the wing area. Inside the wide arched doors, the temperature rose to blooming spring and chatter filled her ears. She narrowly avoided crashing into a student from the martial studies. Uniforms from all courses and years crowded the hall, patricians and commoners alike, everyone gathered to escape the cold. I should have known. The wing area was by far the most popular building on campus. It held little to no educational facilities, just 7 floors of shops selling more than a student could browse in a year. Ignoring the smell of baked pastries and hot chocolate, Vela made way for the closet lift across the hall. The House of Mirrors was on the 5th floor. Excuse me. Teenagers and older students streamed around her, all unable or uncaring to move. Where was the supposed patrician decorum when she needed it? They all packed like any other group of commoners. Could you? It was the last meeting before Kai attempted the test. He probably wouldn't leave if she was late, but what if? I can't be late. Vela pushed her way through the gaps, using elbows where words and apologies failed. No doubt her etiquette teacher would purse her dried lips and harshly shake her head if she saw her. What she can't see can't harm her. Her maid Nally always said that when breaking the rules of proper society, smiling to herself. Reaching the central lifts, the golden clock above the hall signaled only 7 minutes to the appointed time. Vela dashed to the shortest line, nearly cheering aloud when the door promptly slid open. Spirits, I'm so late. She glided inside with all her poise, trying not to glare when a blonde girl stopped on the threshold. The student wore the gold orange of a second year from Mana Studies. She stared down her nose as if expecting someone to get down for her. Can't you see it's full? A student with less patience snapped from the back. Get on the next one. The blonde girl fell back, looking too appalled to answer. Do you know who I am? I'm Gel. My sincerest apologies, my lady. I'm afraid we've reached capacity. The attendant operating the array bowed, looking deeply contrite till the doors shut. He then muttered under his breath, probably something that would make the gaping girl stutter. Chains of runes lit the capsule as the lift started ascending, stopping on every floor to get people down. Vela crossed her arms. Another student tried to meet her eyes. She feigned ignorance, too busy counting in her head. Why did they build so many floors? When the lift stopped for the 5th time, she darted outside with as much grace as the action allowed. Blessedly, the floor wasn't crowded. She reached the branch of the House of Mirrors on the west side. Sat behind the lacquered desk of the lobby, the clerk scanned her with a judgmental air. Yes, Vela high-eyed. She folded her cape over her forearm. I have an appointment. Vela. Vela, the clerk said as if he didn't like the taste of her name and tapped on the enchanted matrix. Yes, your connection is here, room 36. For a planned appointment, the rates start your contact has already paid. He took out a brochure from behind the desk. May I interest you in? Soon she stood alone in the room, the door sealed for privacy. She had barely finished fixing her hair when the shrouded mirror cleared, revealing a room identical to the one she had just left, except for the person sitting there. Hi, Kai smiled upon seeing her. Hi, Vela said, her mind suddenly blank. Why did he always look so calm, and why were her thoughts such a mess? She sat and cleared her throat. Sorry, I'm late, you're not. Kai closed the book in his lap, switching it for a silver pocket watch in his spatial artifact. I was a couple minutes early. Is everything all right? Gray eyes studied her, jumbling the order of her thoughts. Get a grip. It's been a complicated few days. There was no need to infect him with her wild conspiracy theories. Vela laced her fingers to stop herself from fidgeting. You know, Raelian isn't the best academy if you're looking for a quiet time. The students can be particularly competitive. Only half of them passed the first year. You've only told me half a dozen times. Kai chuckled. It's all right. I've discussed it with the others and we agreed to try. I know it won't be easy, but that's the point. You can't get anywhere by hiding. And you said it's the best academy in the Republic. Yes, that's true. Vela cursed at her past self. The idea got stuck in his stubborn mind the moment she said those words. You could also wait for the entrance test next autumn. The students joining mid-year and winter often don't have great success. They're used to make up the number of those who quit early. If he waited, she'd also be in a better position to help him next year. We'll be fine. Kai stifled a yawn with no hint of worry and massaged his eyes. Sorry, I didn't get much sleep on the airship, but really, it's gonna be fine. You told us everything we need to know and we prepared for this. If only it were so simple. His confidence left her with mixed feelings. She knew he was skilled remarkably so given his grade at birth, but everyone at Raelian was a genius of some kind. Yellow wasn't an achievement, just the baseline to attempt the test. How far have you progressed? Vela chewed her lip, knowing it was an impolite question. It had been years since she had seen him use his skills. How else could she temper his expectations? Most here have a few mana and magic skills in their 20s or higher.
Sorry, I shouldn't have asked.
It's fine. Instead of offended, his grin looked amused and a tad smug. If you're curious, we can compare spells when I get there. Vela shook her head. I'll look forward to it then. What am I doing? She wasn't going to change his mind, and she wasn't sure she wanted to. I told him everything he needs to make an informed choice, more than I knew coming here. Picturing him walking her same halls turned her stomach upside down. Suddenly, she wished for the chill air outside to clear her head. The heat in this room was stifling. The temperature enchantments must not be properly balanced. They caught up on what had happened since their last talk before other obligations cut their conversation short. Call for me if you need anything, Vela said. Good luck at the test. Vela wrapped a lock of hair around her fingers, wishing she could sip a cold drink. These should really fix the heating. It's nothing, really. We've signed a contract. It's my duty as your sponsor. Everything I told you is common knowledge at Raelian. You could have gotten the same information anywhere. Perhaps, but my offer is still valid. Ask if you ever need help with anything, Kai said, checking the silver pocket watch. Sorry, I have to go now. I'll see you at the academy. He waved and tapped the mirror twice to end the connection. The artifact's surface rippled and clouded up to its jagged edges. Alone in the featureless room, Vela squished her face between her hands and conjured an ice cube to chew, a very unladylike habit. The square shape pulled on her cheek. Seriously, what's going on with me? Dealing with troublesome people had been a constant in her life, but her skills and experience seemed to evaporate with Kai. He always had a talent for throwing her off balance. It had been that way since their first meeting as kids, and it seemed to be getting worse. I'm probably just tired. Securing her place at Raelian didn't allow her to slack. A stack of books waited for her at her dormitory, and she needed to put in 3 hours of mana exercises before sleep. Vela pushed the ice cube into her other cheek. Lessons and tests were only one side of the competition at Raelian, the fairest side, the one she could control. I hope you'll be all right. Kai left the Onyx building, descending the steps 2 at a time. 4- and 5-story buildings shadowed the roads in the western district of Nerethi, the sun hidden by the shingle roofs. Since he landed at the airport last night, his mind was still wrapping around the size of the city. Passers-by streamed in every direction. Kai watched for carriages before crossing. Awakened horses would trample worse than a truck. I'm quite content with this life. Nerethi was the largest metropolis he had visited in the 2 months after Limgrel. He had seen quite the number. Traveling between the main population centers was quick if you bled gold for airship tickets, and he had drawn a trail of blood across the Republic to reach the Heart province. This should be the last one for a while. Flying among the clouds earned them more time to train. Kai paused at a crossing to recall the map Flynn showed him. Really didn't want to ask a stranger for directions. Valor Road should be. He spotted the correct street plaque, aligning the knowledge in his head with what he saw. His next appointment was a 30-minute walk. He had just 2 days before the entrance exam and much to do. Despite Vela's apprehension, he wasn't nervous for the actual test. He had a pretty good idea of his chances. The information she provided could fill a notebook. Knowledge of Raelian was barred without a patrician status. He would have spent a fortune to learn half of it and never found the rest.
And she said it was nothing.
It might be true for her, but he didn't have her connections. He knew just 2 people on the mainland at least that he could reliably reach. One was Vela, and the other one he was about to meet. She's too nice for her own good. Anytime he had a doubt or problem, she was promptly there to offer assistance. It was true they signed a contract, but it was more for appearance's sake. He hadn't done much for her. Is she feeling guilty for Limgrel? It had never been her fault. Kai couldn't understand why she went out of her way for him. Did she see it all as an investment? I'll find a way to repay her when we meet. He took
Saber
Street, moving toward the river that crossed the city. Passers-by streamed on both sides, reducing his speed. He didn't have the permit to run on the roads. I've got time. Surrounded by way too many people, he summoned his status to distract himself. Name, Kai Tylen Matthew Reese Viernon. Race, yellow 452,100 480, 5,500 500,000 XP. Profession, favored mystic of the Isles LV 13188, 22,000 XP.
Body stats: Strength 36, Dexterity 37, Constitution 4438 plus 6 46 38 plus 8, Mind 5543 plus 12 59 43 plus 16, Spirit 6250 plus 12 66 50 plus 16, Perception 4034 plus 6 4234 plus 8. Favor 91. Boons gifts of the earth. Kahali's retribution. Spatial attunement. Minor elemental attunement. Profession skills natural prodigy LV 110. Echoing empath LV 17. Astral pathway LV 211. Water cannon LV 514. Nature healing LV 38. Spatial shift LV 816. General skills hallowed intuition LV 8788. Mana observer LV 4951. Body augmentation LV 4546. Mana analyst LV 3337. Mana weaving LV 3337. Mana engraving LV 23. Water magic advanced LV 2730. Split mind LV 2729. Arcane enchanting LV 1112. Elemental swordsman LV 1314. Hobbs LV 2729. Runic scholar LV 11. Nature magic advanced LV 711. Space magic advanced LV 1113. Herbology advanced LV 99. Herbalism LV 14. Alchemy LV 8894. Blessed swimmer LV 73. Shadow magic LV 5055. Earth magic LV 5056. Advanced hunting LV 3740. Treasure sense LV 3739. He had made good progress in the last 2 months. His mana skills especially benefited from the extra attributes and the study of his profession skills. Accepting quests in the Hall of Seekers, he had learned how to thread the limits of. Favored Mystic of the Isles without straining his channels. 3 levels are enough for now. Attributes granted diminishing returns. The first point in spirit was worth more than the 100, though he wasn't yet clear on the progression. Kai switched his domain XP back toward his race. Profession levels could wait until he had a more appealing goal. I'm so close to the enhancement. It was a pity he couldn't reach yellow before enrolling in Raelian, though that meant the academy wouldn't know either. It would make for a fun surprise. After listening to Viola, he was ever more curious to see how he compared to the students there. He had envied those golden babies since Vuria told him of them 9 years ago. They must be quite good, but I haven't wasted time. Away from the commercial districts, the streets quietened with a diminishing flow of people. Kai flicked open the pocket watch with his thumb 5 minutes to his appointment plenty, if he hadn't gotten lost. Split Mind had tracked the road signs while he browsed his status. He had followed the indications correctly, well probably. It was a new city. I should have taken Flynn's map. The clop of horses on the pavement alerted him to a coming wagon, the pair of coachmen too busy arguing to pay him notice. Kai turned to the tall warehouses and nondescript buildings that flanked the road for clues of his whereabouts. The plaque names didn't ring a bell. Did I take the wrong turn? A patrol of guards moved up ahead, none lower than full yellow. They wore the gold and forest green livery of Househeart. Kai debated whether to retrace his steps and ask for directions when a breeze brought the tang of freshwater silt. Beyond a corner, the dark blue waters of the Leitna River flowed at the end of the street. Didn't doubt it for a moment. A bridge arched hundreds of meters to the east bank, letting a swarm of boats and enchanted vessels sail beneath. Tiny workers, merchants and peddlers moved everywhere he looked. Kai stopped on the stone embankment reeds floated in the current near the shore. A pulse of mana prompted him to push his senses downward, beneath his feet. Chains of cloaked runes ran along in both directions Sanother corner of the city's wards. The whim to probe filled his head with hallowed intuitions, frantic whispers. It was just a thought. Despite the yellow one density where Nerethi sprawled, he had yet to spot a single beast, not burrowed deep underground or flying above the rooftops. From the open view of the river, the city extended with no limits. Proud buildings rose on both banks of the Leitna, with colorful market stalls hiding the bend downstream. Kai had read of the millions calling the Republic home, seen maps of the 7 provinces and many minor territories. He understood the numbers, but ink and paper couldn't capture the weight of reality. The size didn't sink in till he flew over the endless plains, hills, and forests and walked through cities packed with people. And this isn't even the capital. He had almost caused a brawl when he asked about the biggest cities on the deck of the Zeppelin. People from rival provinces were very passionate about the ranking, and only agreed that Myria stood at the top. Write my appointment. It should be around here. He spun on his heels looking for the place. 4 floors, brick walls, and a gray shingle roof. Too many buildings fit the description, and the flow of passers-by hid whether any had a fish crest on the gate.
Should I check upstream or downstream first? Kai patted his pockets, looking for a coin to toss when someone cleared their throat. Matthew Reese Viernon, an elderly man, stood beside him with the slightest bow, a gloved hand bent 90 degrees before him. He had gray hair combed back and a thin mustache. His pristine maroon clothes appeared vaguely familiar. Kai bit his cheek and arched an eyebrow. Alfred. The man looked different, but the demeanor and suit were the same. How could I forget the faithful butler? Alfred's confusion showed plainly on his taut face. You must have me mistaken for someone else. My name is Artesius Gilbert, he said with a polite smile. My master sent me to guide you since it was your first time in Nerethi. Your master Matthew, I presume. The crowd seemed to part before Alfred's dignified demeanor. Kai walked behind him. The building he had been looking for stood less than 100 meters away. A wrought iron gate encircled a short garden before the door proper that was opened for them by another servant. Upon entering the tiled floor, the noise of the streets faded, and the air assumed a fresh floral scent. Numerous presences moved inside the rooms of the 4 floors. Kai curbed his curiosity, following his guide up a ramp of stairs and down a corridor to their destination. The master is waiting inside. The butler turned the knob and bowed aside. I can always rely on you, Alfred. Kai patted his shoulder in passing. From how the man stiffened, the action must have broken some core tenet of butlery. He entered a wide, luminous stud-eyed door merrily shut on his back. Even at first glance, he recognized the eccentric decor and plush armchairs favored by the owner. Had fun terrorizing my servants. Risey sat behind a massive mahogany desk, webbed hands laced on a pile of papers. His reproach was blunted by his smile and the orange crest quivering on his head. You know, hiring competent people is hard enough without you making them run away. I just wanted to give him some encouragement. Kai sulked at the unjust accusations. You touched his shoulder. The merman ruefully shook his head, gesturing to the sofa arranged around a coffee table. Kai plunged into the velvet seat and stretched his legs. Is that bad? Extremely. I've never seen Gilbert so shaken. Risey's grin again undermined his seriousness. He smoothed his silk robe and went to a corner of the room where a golden stove was boiling beside a set of porcelain service. Feel free to talk. The room is warded. I'm glad to see you doing well. Any preference for the tea? Pick the best one for me. I'm happy to see you too. They had numerous conversations through the house of mirrors and missives, but they hadn't met in person since the archipelago. I didn't think I'd see you so far inland. Why? I won't shrivel and die if I step away from the sea. I'm not a thrice-cursed siren, Risey snorted. Moving on land is just inconvenient, but I guess that's what rivers are for. Yeah, that must be it. Kai chuckled, wondering what face the merman would make if he learned about rain. I must be there the day he finds out. Risey sat down across from him, softly blowing on the tea. 5 gold messars for both, give or take. I got it for cheap. Already buckled for an absurd price, Kai nearly spilled the tea before firming his grip. You're kidding me. You wanted the best. I don't brew it just for anyone. Risey brought the cup to his flat nose, humming contentedly. You pay for quality. Are you sure you didn't get scammed? Kai stared at the cloud of mana swirling inside the pale blue liquid. Not like I can resell it. This better make me grow wings and raise my skills. Kai brought the cup to his lips with the utmost care. Sweet honey and salty sea breeze swept his mouth. The floral flavor brought new notes with each sip and left a refreshing aftertaste. The stress from the continuous travels to reach Nerethi melted away. He relaxed in the plush seat, just enjoying the moment. Not bad, huh? Risey exuded smug satisfaction. It was worth expanding my roots inland. It's all right, I guess, Kai said, immersed in the ever-changing taste. Was it worth gold? Probably not, but it was damn good tea. Is this how you spent the money from selling my items? What's the point of money if you don't enjoy yourself? The merman savored the tea with no hurry. I don't intend to die on a pile of gold I never spent. You do have a point, Kai furrowed his brow. Drowning in his own riches was exactly how he imagined the greedy fish would like to pass. So your affairs are going well. Quite. Your funds are in good hands. Risey flashed his pointy teeth. His aura and profession had grown from their last meeting. What about you? Is your mind still set on Raelian? The winter entrance especially doesn't have the best reputation. I'm set, Kai said. Waiting another year would be a waste. To grow stronger, his efforts and ingenuity couldn't beat an institution that had stood for centuries. He might as well aim for the best one. And Raelian was the only place where his abilities might not stand out over his peers. Not too much, at least. Then I won't try to dissuade you, Risey sighed. Just keep in mind, Raelian isn't simply an academy. Many patrician families of the Republic send their offspring there. It's both a competition to reinforce their status and a way to draw ties among future elites. Basically a nest of young tyrants. Vela told me as well, in much detail. Kai down the last sip of tea. I'm prepared for it, avoiding them if possible. Raelian wouldn't be the best if the powers of the Republic didn't gather there, nor would it be renowned for its privacy and security. He had no interest in games of politics. With thousands of students admitted each year, he would only focus on his studies. It doesn't matter who their parents are if I get stronger than them. A simple and arrogant solution: either you swim or you drown. Well, I'm glad to see you're confident. Risey drew his fingers on the porcelain teacup. Good luck at the test, though I know you won't have trouble. Just are you sure your companions can get in too, even if they don't go for? Mana studies there are no easy courses. It'll be fine. Kai scratched his nose to hide a smirk. They haven't wasted the last 2 months. While he experimented with new herbs and recipes to refill his stash, Rain and Flynn spent their time out on quests. In his words, a merchant measured his worth by anticipating market changes, and scouting potential buyers and suppliers information was king. He's quite chatty when you get him going. It's not much of a debate. Nerethi is the second largest city after Myria by population. Others rival it in trade and wealth. Depends on what you value. The merman gestures with a crunchy cinnamon cookie as he spoke. It's all right for a settlement so far from the sea. House Hart has held the governorship of this province for generations. They aren't the keenest merchants, but the security is good. Kai nodded, munching a snack of his own. Should I take notes? Oh, before I forget. Rizey placed a polished casket on the coffee table between them. This is for everything I've sold, after the agreed fee. I've got only a couple of items left in storage that are hard to place. You did great. Kai leaned forward. How long would it have taken him to sell the disparate materials from the hidden sanctuary? Years, or more. Opening the lid, he gazed at the neat rows of gold and chromium coins. Maybe I should drink that tea more often. There are the equivalent of 8,326 gold messars, Rizey proudly announced. Some of the goods you provided were rarer than I expected. It helped me make quite a few useful connections. Kai nodded, entranced by the fortune. He could retire and live like a rich tycoon the rest of his life. That'd be far too boring. The decision had already been made. He took 10 yellow chromiums, 70 orange, and 300 gold messars to round the value to 2,000. Storing them in his ring, he closed the lid on the 6,000 remaining and pushed it toward Rizey. Put them to good use. Rizey drummed his fingers on the casket. Are you sure? You know I can't guarantee a return. No investment is without risk. Even the safest ship can sink in a storm. We've already drawn a contract. I know the risks. I trust you'll make better use of it than I. Kai met his pale blue eyes, taking out the already signed papers. Instead of letting his wealth rot in his ring, a skilled merchant could multiply it and share the returns. He still carried 3,000 gold, adding to his previous finances an almost excessive amount, though Raelian's admission wasn't cheap. The Academy doesn't lack other ways to spend, from what Vela told me. We'll see who's richer, me or those punks. Just wanted to make sure you had no second thoughts. It's a deal. Rizey grinned, adding his signature to the contract. His scales beamed a shade deeper. I'll put them to good use. And for the trust. You've no idea how much this helps me. I won't forget it. Kai raised his hands in embarrassment. There is no need to thank me, and we're both gaining from this. I feel like I'm getting the better deal, actually. No other merchant would give him such favorable rates unless they planned to run away with his money. I'll try to live up to your expectations. You know, my father used to say there could be no deal where both sides were happy. Guess that's another thing the old fish had wrong. The merman giggled like a mischievous child, only then regaining his composure. Speaking of which, don't you have something else for me? What? Oh, you mean these. Kai deposited a row of vials by color. They were supposed to repay the herbs Rizey supplied him, though the value of orange and low yellow potions felt lacking now. I know it's not much. It took a while to get used to the new ingredients. Do a few golds matter? No, I love them. The merman grabbed a flaming red potion as if someone might steal it. Uncorking the vial, he smelled and peeked at the contents. Some kind of revitalizing elixir. These are always so fun to appraise and sell. It's truly a pity you'll go to Raelian. Why don't you come with me instead? I'll set up a lab on my ship and buy all the herbs you want. Tempting, but no. Can I offer nothing to change your mind? The orange crest with shades of green flattened on his head, and he watched him with a stubborn smile. I'll make you rich. I'm already loaded. Kai winked as he stood up. Now I've got to go track down my inn. I'll write you once I get into Raelian. He couldn't wait for the days to pass. Aspiring candidates flooded the meadow wherever Kai looked. From mid to late teens, short and tall, girls and boys, eager, bright-eyed, and jittery. The sea of chattering bodies submerged the grassland, leaving only the examiner's podium soaring over their heads. More continued streaming out of the buildings at his back of Rion, who passed the initial screening and test. The wide field didn't let Kai see the fenced boundaries of the property, somehow still within Nerethi. This is gonna take a while. At a glance, it looked like any large school gathering back on Earth, plus some fanciful hair colors, all except for one other detail. Every teenager in the meadow was yellow or higher, with no exceptions, over 1,000 of them. This was only one of 5 such fields Raelian had set up for winter intake, spread across the city. Kai twisted to the side to avoid clashing with a girl. Her purple ponytail fluttered like cotton candy on her back, woven with golden beads and the steel plaque with her applicant number. She moved to join a group of upright kids, never once glancing back. Even in plain attire, the patrician spawn stood out. They flocked together, looking down their noses at the plebeian masses, often not bothering to hide their scorn. They made up a third of the applicants, but would comprise over half of those admitted, according to Viola. Every candidate must bring nothing except unenchanted clothes for the test's spatial artifacts included. The head evaluator had been starkly clear on the matter. His voice had thundered over hundreds of teenagers in the hall as if shouting right beside them. Damn maniac. Kai ran his thumb where his ring should bestow safely with Rizhi. His ears still rang with the warnings. Any piece of enchanted gear in their possession would lead to immediate expulsion and a ban from future acceptance tests. Same went for consuming enhancing potions, external buffing skills, or any means to boost their abilities. Cheating wasn't tolerated at Raelian. The dean didn't believe in second chances for those unable to follow basic rules. Who's even stupid enough to cheat here? Do anything? You can't treat me like this. It's not mine, a shrill voice cried. Kai turned to watch a blue-haired kid struggling in the grip of a stone-faced woman. The young examiner dragged the boy away like a piece of driftwood, deaf to his cries. Her dark green attire featured a single white stripe on the arm, indicating she was an assistant evaluator, likely an upperclassman working for credits. More pleading and angry shouts rose over the meadow as the examiners picked out cheaters. No explanation was given, just a command to follow. Most left willingly, their heads bowed in shame. Only a few loudly protested and were forcibly lifted. Fools were a persistent breed. No matter the circumstances, someone always thought themselves smart enough to avoid getting caught, or was simply too stupid. It's the most prestigious academy in the Republic. They must have seen people try every method. Kai noticed with a bit of schadenfreude that the majority of the teenagers eliminated seemed patrician. Who else could have the arrogance and means to attempt cheating? Money burned with no refund. Taking the test alone cost 5 to 20 golds depending on the course of study, and that was chips compared to the enrollment fee. It shed some light on how the academy possessed extensive landholdings within such an expensive metropolis. Is that why they take so many students and have them in the first year? Winter intake accepted half the number of the late summer testing, 2,500 among all courses. They must make a killing. Kai stopped doing the maths when the number passed 1 million messars. The amount was mind-boggling, and he didn't like being reminded of things he couldn't buy. It was just distasteful. Our magic academy's expensive to run. They must have an army of employees still. They better be worth. Hey, Flynn exclaimed in his ear, grabbing both shoulders from behind. How'd it go? That damn profession skill. Kai froze and bit his cheek. He'd sooner chew sand than show surprise to the sneaky bastard. It went fine. He turned to face his beaming friend. I assume you also passed. Of course, I got full marks. Flynn said with a smug grin. 5 whole points. Who knew the Republic education would turn out helpful, eh? What did you get? Does it matter? Crossing his arms, Kai turned to search the crowd for someone, probably Rain. That test serves only to screen applicants. It barely counts. Anyone with an education and some brains could pass the questionnaires. From the number of patricians, that was probably the point. Elitist jerks, he had completed the sections on math, logic and skills just fine. However, his knowledge of the Republic's geography, history, and laws was a little rusty. Stolen story, please report. What do they matter? I'm going to a magic academy. It's pointless. Come on, tell me. Please. Flynn watched him with pleading eyes. His tan face shone with the sheen of his new grade, stepping to remain in front of him. It can't be that bad. You're so smart. How to praise yourself by praising me. You're not fooling anyone. I'm smart enough to know that test doesn't matter, Kai said. When the smiling fool intruded on his vision again, he grabbed his ear to pull him aside. Stop hopping around. It's distracting. Okay, I'll stop. Let go of my ear. Please, you're hurting me. Flynn held his hand, trying to pry the fingers open. He was riding the high of his recent advancement. The rush of attributes at Yellow made everyone feel invincible for a period, though that didn't make it any less annoying. Deep breaths. Kai released him. Stop behaving like a hyperactive kid. We should be looking for. Hey, Rain. Flynn easily overlooked the crowd, standing on his toes, and waved his arms at a head of platinum hair. We're here. Hi. Rain squeezed past a trio of patricians to reach them. He watched the throng of people, patting his own arms and shifting his jaw. I was looking for you. There are a lot of humans here. Yup, it's packed. Flynn used his body as a barrier to make space for him. It shouldn't take much longer. What score did you get? Other paper test, 4.5 points. Rain said distractedly, then smiled at the tall boy for the courtesy. My studies didn't cover the laws of low other kingdoms. Well, you did great. Flynn cheered and spun toward Kai. See, Matt, it's easy. Now's your turn to tell the score. We all shared. Damn snooper, he's not gonna drop it, is he? Resigned, Kai sighed. I got 4 points. Happy? Oh, that's okay. Flynn ruffled his hair with lightning speed. Don't sulk, Matt. 4 is still good. I mean, it's not 5, but just one step below it. You only needed 2 to pass. You don't have to feel inferior. Not everyone can be an unparalleled genius after all. I should have ripped your ear off. Kai raked a hand through his hair to comb them. I'm not sulking. Probably the worst sentence one could utter to sound like a sulky child. Of course you're not. Flynn shared a look with Rain and leaned forward. Come on, man. Give me this one. We both know you're going to beat me on the rest of these tests. I hate when he's right. Fine, you won. Kai clenched his jaw, forcing the words out. You're the smartest. I'm never going to hear the end of this. Flynn's smug grin could melt sand into glass. I never thought this day would come. He dried an imaginary tear from his eye, voice cracking with emotion. I want to thank my admirers. You were right for believing in me. I knew I was destined for. A deafening clap saved Kai from further nonsense. The spirits haven't forsaken me. Over 2,000 teens turned to the podium across the meadow, whispering and covering their ears. Examiners in muted colors gazed back. The head evaluator stepped to the edge of the platform, 3 stripes on his arm indicating his rank. He was a balding, old man of middling stature, possessing no notable traits except for his overbearing aura. Green, not an early grade either. The sight had become more common after traveling across the Republic, but none had projected their presence so openly. It feels almost nostalgic-like when I met Vuria. I hope Elijah and Dora are doing well. Around him, numerous teens had gone pale. Some held their throats as if choking for air. You're at yellow, get a grip. They were fully grown adults by the standards of the Republic. Flynn rested his head on Rain's shoulder, looking mostly peeved to have his triumphant speech interrupted. Quiet, the head evaluator thundered, silencing the field of heads. If you have passed the first round of testing, congratulations. He spat the word like an insult. Your head must hold something resembling a brain. Now that we've gotten rid of dead weight, we'll start the tests proper. He slowly surveyed the sea of candidates. If you have done any research, you should know we'll be assessing your status and affinities next. His hand rose to hush the stone-silent crowd. Before you start whining, the test results will be kept private. Every examiner is bound by sole contract not to disclose your details. Only your point score will be made public. Raelian is proud to offer the highest degree of privacy, even to students who have nothing worth hiding. The man stood upright like a nail. The tests will proceed within 2 distinct rooms for evaluating your status and affinities. And yes, even applicants for martial and artisan studies will have their affinities measured. While the weight is lower than for mana studies, elements offer unique advantages that can't be ignored. Behave and don't make trouble if you want to try another year. Flaring his presence, the head evaluator turned to leave but doubled back. Almost forgot. If you score less than 50 points for your status, you're out. Raelian has no need for slackers. Done, the man marched off the podium. Personable much. He must have the same social skill as Kia. Before the crowd recovered from the shock, a woman with 2 white stripes took the stage. Her amiable smile and pink pillbox hat put her in stark contrast with her superior. Good morning, candidates. I hope you're all having a pleasant day. She spoke with a light, almost musical tone. I will explain how to proceed with the tests so we have a smooth experience. Please listen carefully. I will say it only once. Nodding to herself, pleased at the quiet crowd, she detailed how they had to divide for the measuring stations. Don't be anxious. If you've always worked hard, the status evaluation will be a breeze, and you won't get eliminated regardless of your affinities. Now follow your assigned marker and wait for your turn. I hope to see you in the next test. Leaving the podium empty, colorful bubbles flew above the crowd, each reflecting a number in black letters on 3 sides. Kai looked down at the pin he fixed on his chest in 1,785. Neat. Looks like we're in the same group. Flynn tapped his steel plaque with N1799 and half-hugged Rain, who had N1771. The numbers must loosely follow the time of registration, rather than the course of studies. There were 21 stations spread throughout the buildings that delimit 3 sides of the meadow. That's ours. Flynn pointed to a lime-green bubble with the number 17 that floated beside the podium. A scuffle of bodies and voices swarmed around them. They waited for the most eager students to go before heading toward their line. Can't you check again? The girl fluttered her eyelashes over her teary hazel eyes. Sitting between the bare walls of the room, her body flopped on the rim of the desk, lower lip quivering. There must be some mistake, I'm sure The reading is accurate, you got 46, Jolene said, laconic. She not so subtly fixed the "Don't touch the desk" paper sign, ensuring it lay perpendicular to the scryer. Why can no one read? The day had just begun, and this was the 4th crier. Stifling a grumble, she plucked a cotton handkerchief from the stack in the drawer and sent it to the applicant with a gust. No snot would touch her desk this year, should come prepared. Here, clean yourself. Was any number I said different from your status? I am no, but she wiped her puffy cheeks, stammering. Then there are no mistakes. Jolene spun the paper chart to face the sobbing girl. The numerical values for each line of status were clearly represented. If the spirit scryer made no mistakes, the rest is simple math. No, you don't understand. I can't get rejected. My mother should have trained you harder. I didn't set the standards. Jolene tapped the array below the desk and waved off the crying girl. The door across the room swung open with the clack of the lock and hum of wards releasing. Light and cool air filtered inside. If we have to drag you out, you'll be barred from attempting the test next year. The sniveling applicant stared at her motionless. All the worst ones today. We've got a schedule. Jolene raised 3 fingers and began counting down. 3, 2. The girl jolted upright, her eyes suddenly clear and staring daggers. I'll remember this. She stormed out of the room, stomping her feet. That always wakes them. Jeline pressed her lips together, noticing the contaminated tissue abandoned on her desk. No manners at all. That girl should be thankful for the anonymity. A spell chain formed in her mind. The cotton handkerchief fluttered upward, incinerated in a ball of blue fire, the ashes flying into a bin. Water condensed to scrub her hands and desk. The applicant's chair straightened. Lastly, a gust cycled the air of the testing room. "Ma'am," the petite assistant examiner peeked in from the threshold, a clipboard in her hand. "Candidate 1716, 45 points. A demerit for attitude," Jeline said. Next, 5 breaths later, the new applicant arrived, an older teen with short, scruffy hair and baggy clothes. He flinched when the door clanked shut on his back, an unreasonable number of wards sealing the room. "Take a seat." She gestured to the empty spot. Dragged it to sit, Jeline internally winced. From his slouched posture, he definitely wasn't patrician lower chance of a crier if he found he wasn't special enough. Bless the merciful moons. Jeline leafed through the pages of her folder. Words flowed from her mouth, methodical and dry like the steps of a ritual. "Your applicant 1717. Why, yes. You're looking to enroll in artisan studies. Yes, I'm a goldwright and jeweler, an apprentice." He probably hadn't owned the metals and gems he worked with. "I see details aren't necessary. The examiners outside should have explained how this test works. I'm bound never to reveal your information. Any questions before we proceed?" No." "Excellent." Jeline aligned the square artifact and the value chart in front of him. "Here, you can reference the points. Feel free to run the math in your head and correct any mistakes. Less than 1 in 10 ever did. We'll start by measuring your grade. Lay your hand on the scryer and relax." Her mana flowed into the nebulous crystal with the aid of Artifact Mastery and Ether Analyst. She prodded at the applicant's status, drawing out the relevant information and avoiding those forbidden by contract. Yellow, 5 points. Course relevant skills, 18 points. Voluntarily offered skills, 2.6 points. Boons, 10 points. Profession skill slots, 12 points attributes per level. The values added in her mind to form a complete picture. An average candidate pursuing an uncommon field. Less competition and less demand. While Raelian wasn't the pinnacle for most artisan studies like it was for mana studies, it still ranked near the top. Only a handful of specialized houses surpassed the academy, and no unbound commoner could access those. A minute later, the applicant walked out the door with a smile. He might enroll if he played his cards right. Candidate 1717, 53 points. Next, another boy sauntered inside. The door shut and the steps repeated. Habit and skills led her through the procedure with a fraction of her conscious attention. Despite the preparations to swiftly complete the assessments, pleasant applicants proved few and far between. After the 7th crier, Jeline counted the handkerchiefs left in the drawer. After the 14th, Jeline suspected someone had set her up. Moons have mercy. Water, fire, and air flared to disinfect the room, but her magic no longer felt enough. The desk required a cleansing ritual. Barely halfway through the applicants, and the number of unsolicited displays of snot and bawling was staggering. A true statistical anomaly. With her luck, she should have gotten an above-average split. A bout of poor fortune. The 7th attribute dealt in probabilities, not certainties. Someone with a stronger fate could have pulled her into their orbit, though their luck must dwarf her own for that. Both possibilities seemed highly unlikely. The question remained, was it more or less than willful sabotage? Candidate 1754, 39 points. Next, Jeline pinched the bridge of her nose. Regardless of circumstances, she had a schedule to abide by. Once back in the academy, she would get to the bottom of this, if someone purposely caused this streak. Moons spare them. The culprit would discover mild manners were a life choice, not her innate nature. Candidate 1766, 48 points. 2 demerits for attitude. Next, Jeline wiped the desk with a spare handkerchief dabbed in a solution for scrubbing cauldrons. Must thank Mielette for the sample. An assistant examiner dragged the screaming applicant away. If the fool boy had actually damaged the scryer, 10 of his lives couldn't have repaid it. 1/3 left. The 1767th applicant took longer to arrive. The boy lingered on the threshold, eyes wide like a pet hamster caught in the pantry. He was probably 15, though he looked younger, with the baby-faced children born at yellow often carried. Take a seat. Jeline bent her lips in the bearing of a smile that made him go pallor so much for the effort. 17 criers, a single handkerchief in the drawer. How did I get roped into this? She wouldn't have accepted if the dean hadn't personally asked. The pay was good, but her days as a pauper mage begging for funding were long gone. 100 messars was too cheap to shoulder this number of meltdowns. Jobs requiring a sole contract were never popular with her expertise. She should have haggled for better rates. Or a window. Gusts couldn't rid the faint smell of burnt tissue that accompanied too many fire spells. The room was a stone cube with no decorations, wrapped in layers of wards. It was widely excessive for novice applicants. The theatrics served to ease the paranoia of old houses, worried their secrets would be pried into. It's the last year. As the desk drawer lay empty of handkerchiefs, the number of criers thankfully waned. She might just make it for a late lunch. 3 minutes per applicant would be sufficient. Candidate 1770, 53 points. Next. The door opened and shut while she tidied her folder. Running her index over the remaining pages heartened her. May I take a seat? A melodious voice asked. Please do. Jolene raised her gaze and blinked at the youth. A true statistical anomaly had walked into the room. Did I miss a celestial alignment? Astrology rarely piqued her interests, but she wouldn't have missed that. Perhaps the seventh sister was playing tricks in the sky, or she caught the attention of a cabal of pranksters. Curious. With a serene smile, the platinum-haired boy slid into the chair. He was handsome, inexplicably so, which was the most unremarkable fact about him. His movements carried an innate grace, not the showy grandeur of skills, but something more subtle, a mix of high dexterity, expert tutoring, and understated confidence. Decades of assessing students made the distinction apparent. Peak of yellow. Jolene didn't need the scryer, it was plain to see. Who was he? Though grade wasn't everything, reaching yellow before enrollment was uncommon even at Raelian. Had one of the 7 great houses sent their progeny, the teens showed none of their telltale signs. Why would the families send him to the winter enrollment? Direct heirs had every hour of their lives planned years in advance. Only the very confident and very stupid entered Raelian in winter, a superfluous complication. The mystery ignited her interest, drawing her full attention to the present. Candidate numbers served to ensure impartiality, however. Her job also included asking questions and assessing the applicants. If she deduced more than the essentials, no one could blame her for doing a zealous job. Your applicant 1771, she asked, her reasoning completed in moments. I am. What was with his voice? When she focused her perception, every word sounded like a melody, but she couldn't pinpoint the accent. You're looking to enroll in mana studies. The folder held bare-bones information, so Jolene focused on him. What made you apply this season? At 16, he could have entered 2 years earlier. Raelian's the best academy in the Republic. The timing worked out like this. A pair of amber eyes studied her as she studied him. He knew what the test was about and wouldn't slip more information than was required. Fair is fair. The examiners outside Jolene gave the routine speech, aligning the scryer and chart in front of him. Any questions before we proceed? No. He laid a pale hand on it without further prompting. Numbers don't lie. I'll start with your grade then. She activated her skills. Mana flowed into the scryer with practiced ease. The nebulous surface stirred with color and light, a mere echo of the information drawn inside. Her brow creased. She felt an unusual resistance to reading his status, even considering his grade. Each word was like untangling steel wire that slipped at the tiniest distraction. Another examiner might have failed entirely. Try to leave yourself open, Jolene said, relaxing her taut neck to hide the strain. Brute strength would be unpleasant for them both. Will be done quicker. The boy didn't respond, though the resistance sharply lessened. Show me. The strands of information rose to the crystal's surface, reflected in her mind. Yellow, 40 points, nearly a passing score by itself. The 5 course relevant skills. Jolene gaped when she saw a green line among themanly taking up 1 slot too. At 16, she blinked, scrambling to adjust her hold on the artifact before it ruined the reading. Shamefully unprofessional. Course relevant skills, 48 points, if only. The boy had selected no further skills for scrying. For the first time, Jolene resented her soul contract for barring the names and levels of the remaining skills. The information lay within her grasp, yet she couldn't read it. Get a grip. Unchecked curiosity was unbecoming. You're not a girl anymore. Jolene cleared her throat before continuing. Voluntarily offered skills, no points. Next came his profession, early orange expected at his age. Let's see. The crystal artifact shone in shades of blue. Boons, 15 points. Profession skill slots, 21 points. Attributes per level, 6 points. Perfect marks. There were no flaws in his profession path up to orange. A pity she couldn't read their actual information. Jolene almost sighed when the teen pulled back his hand, knowing they were done. The gesture almost carried a hint of amusement. I must be imagining things. 130 points. She scribbled, highest score of her career. The second place had volunteered several skills beyond the mandatory ones. The boy showed a row of perfect teeth, pleased but not surprised. His score guaranteed him a spot at Raelian even without the other tests. Is there anything else? We're done. Congratulations on the assessment. You must have trained hard. Grade could be given at birth, but skills were earned. If she was lucky, she'd see him in her courses. The door clanked open as he left. Candidate 1771, 130 points. The assistant on the threshold nodded, then froze and looked up at her, wearing a baffled expression. Excuse me, ma'am, could you? You've heard me right, Jolene waved off the stuttering man. Next, applicants came and went while her mind remained hung on the teen. Was he really not part of the great houses? The mystery intrigued her and she wouldn't be alone. While his status details were private, his score was not. Math never lied. News would spread through the collegium like wildfire. The dean might even take an interest that man had always been a perfidious snooper. Almost done. Jeline cycled the air in the room, anticipating taking her lunch with a glass of blue wine. Even the statistical irregularities seemed to have finally settled. Candidate 1784-59. Next, it had been a long few hours. She deserved a break. Perhaps a relaxing read in a shaded pavilion after eating, away from snooty kids. Any questions before we proceed? Receiving no answer, Jeline noticed the boy was staring at the scryer with a deep furrow. I assure you, the reading artifact is harmless. Shouldn't it be a sphere? What? She frowned in turn. A crystal ball, such an eccentric idea. Round surfaces distort the wording. A square is easier to read, neat and straightforward geometry. I see. The boy nodded, thoughtful. He continued peering as if to decipher the layered enchantments. A notion as absurd as it was shameless. He must be entranced by the craftsmanship. So Jeline drummed her fingers on the folder, eager to turn the last pages. Do you have any other questions? No one ever asked a question, let alone two. The applicant broke the stare. Yes, what do you see when you read my status? Is it the same words I see? Or an interpretation, maybe just meaning? Statistics hadn't proved reliable today. It depends, Jeline sighed. Initially, it's like an impression, a blurry image that becomes crisper the deeper I look. Details and colors get added. Today I won't dig enough to see your full status. The boy looked duly fascinated, so she took the chance to continue before he broke her expectations again. Now lay your palm on the scryer for the assessment. All right. He touched the crystal surface, his mouth twisting to suppress a chuckle. Sorry, it tickles. It does? You must be sensitive to mana. Few people trained to perceive mana without skills. A peculiar applicant indeed. At least he respected the. Don't touch the desk sign. His tan skin and accent were hard to place. I'll start with your grade. Jeline linked to the artifact, intrigued to see his results. He looked relaxed too, much saw but not patrician. A warm glow suffused across the scryer. Yellow 5 points, course relevant skills 18 points, no voluntarily offered skills 0 points, you're certain you won't show other skills. She wasn't supposed to ask, then again, he had broken several unspoken taboos himself. Yes. He browsed the value chart, those 5 are enough, youthful stubbornness, even decimals could make the difference. Experience would impart the lesson better than any teacher. Jeline moved on to his profession, spurring golden rays to bathe the room, boons 20 points. Profession skill slots, 18 points attributes per level, 6 points. That. It couldn't be, she reran the test, making sure to pull at every strand of information. There were no mistakes, it was. An exception, having 4 boons at Orange wasn't supposed to be possible, not under normal circumstances, kind that no mortal on Elides could replicate or seek out, including the higher races. Is something wrong? The boy asked, gray irises scrutinizing her. Jeline closed her mouth, scribbling on the folder to hide the embarrassment. How long had she frozen? She prayed to the moons that it wasn't longer than 3 seconds. Everything's fine, she waved casually. You've totaled 67 points. Congratulations, it shows your effort. Few score so high at your age, none that she could recall outside the houses. I'll see you at the academy. The door swung open as she gestured for him to leave. What a singular individual. The day was full of surprises. Candidate 1785, 67 points. Next, flipping the last pages of her folder, the closing goal reinvigorated her, as did assessing some real talent. Soon, she would have lunch and sip her vintage wine. The only blemish on her mood was one bawling crier. With no handkerchief left to clean, the desk was unsalvageable. She'd have to burn it. Candidate 1798, 45 points. Next, Jeline was still scrubbing her hands when the last boy walked in, tall and tanned with wavy hazel hair. He followed her hint to sit, not requiring further prompting. Hello, ma'am. Do you need a? He put a hand in his shirt pocket to take out a handkerchief. Blue silk with no embroidery, pristine and fittingly ironed. Jeline gave an approving nod. Whether he had observed the previous applicants or it was a spontaneous gesture, the offer showed initiative and good manners, both laudable traits. Do you have any questions before we proceed? No, ma'am. He nibbled at his lip, nervous. Paying closer attention, the inflection in his voice matched the peculiar boy from earlier. There must be a story there. Where were they from? Lay your hand on the scryer and relax. It won't take long. The boy followed the instructions despite his apprehension, gaze fixed on the value chart. Not patrician and likely not born from wealthy citizens either. A most uncommon sight at Raelian. While the martial studies had less strict requirements than the other courses, they still presented insurmountable challenges for ordinary people. It was impressive he got here, but effort alone wouldn't carry him through. Light and shadows chased each other on the crystal scryer. Jeline swiftly read his status to avoid prolonging his anxiety. Yellow 5 points, course relevant skills 16 points, voluntarily offered skills 3.1 points, boons 10 points, profession skill slots 15 points attributes per level 5, a solid foundation, nothing dazzling and no obvious weaknesses either. It was peculiar that he had a magic skill among his main offensive tools. What would he have scored if born in privileged circumstances? You scored 54 points. Congratulations, I passed. The tall boy beamed, almost giddy. Jeline had the sudden impulse to reach over the desk and pat his head. That would be most inappropriate, so she smiled at him instead. I'll see you at Raelian. Her instincts told her he'd managed to enroll. He turned and nearly skipped out the door. Candidate 1799, 55 points, 1 merit for attitude, and there was no next. She was done. Food and wine waited for her. Zalgar Arminius Crowler, esteemed associate professor of Raelian Academy for Superior Studies, clicked his tongue. A single affinity barely reaching 40 and a few paltry minors. To enroll in mana studies, he scoffed, noting down the applicant's pathetic result in elegant letters. Clank. The lowborn boy ran out the moment the door unlocked, releasing the wards, not even a bow or waiting for a dismissal. Untalented and mannerless. How had this rubble passed the status threshold? True, few examiners possessed his discerning eye, but they couldn't possibly consider admitting such uneducated dredge. It would have never been allowed in my time. When he had frequented, people accepted their station. From the highest patricians to mana siphoners and bound servants, everyone knew their place. Over a century of lax hands and undisciplined leadership had eroded that natural order to its sad present state. I warned them what thinning the blood would do. Zalgar Arminius Crowler allowed himself a sigh. It pained him to see Raelian's decline. He had hoped the new dean would restore the Academy's old glory, but despite his illustrious bloodline, the man was too young and radical. Drunk on his own accomplishments, he refused to listen to the wisdom of age. How could they let this happen? When they instituted martial studies, he recognized the usefulness of training promising servants and retainers, but vehemently protested placing them on the same grounds. You didn't raise dogs together with their masters. It was common sense, but the Collegium still outvoted his proposal. And look what that brought us. Swarms of lowborns encroached upon mana studies, an insult to Raelian's legacy. How much further must they disgrace the institution before? The assistant at the door cleared her throat, watching him with pretty brown eyes. Professor Crowler, what is it, girl? Send me the next candidate. He snapped his fingers to get her moving. Why am I surrounded by incompetence? To think she might graduate from Raelian made him shiver. The standards had fallen precipitously low. The girl lingered on the threshold and held the clipboard to her chest. Excuse me, Professor. I need the result for candidate 1768 to proceed. The results, you. The air shimmered in rippling waves of mana. If they hadn't cut his research funding, no one would speak to Zalgar Arminius Crowler with such impertinence. His arms shook and clenched, searching the empty desk for something to throw anything aside from the plaque bearing his name. What does that matter? He spat, heat rising from his neck as his aura crackled. Such rubble will never enter Raelian, not while I breathe. Sign 9 points and fetch me the next candidate. Be quick. Ayai's the assistant darted away with a shallow bow, stuttering excuses. How? What had he done to deserve such treatment? This was what happened when you started making exceptions for people who didn't belong. To have a professor of his standing perform menial tasks. Inexcusable. I'll be treated with the respect I deserve. His chest heaved. House Crowler might have fallen from the middle peerage, but it maintained powerful connections. The dean will hear about this. Zalgar Arminius Crowler breathed in and out to settle his nerves. Even in the face of injustices, true patricians kept a befitting poise. Come on in, he motioned at the candidate entering. The boy met his gaze without flinching, door shut behind him. His snowy hair and softly sculpted features looked unusual. They didn't match any of the bloodlines he recognized, though he couldn't be a lowborn citizen from his bearing, a new lineage, or a foreign half-blood. Some patricians were known to have bizarre tastes, and there was always the possibility of an arranged marriage outside civilized lands. It was the easiest way to ensure an alliance would endure, though it diluted the blood. For newly raised families, a title couldn't replace the ancestry and history of a true house. Better than a commoner, I suppose. After the slew of inepts, the thinnest dignity was welcome. Take a seat, young man. Let me see what I can do for you. Associate Professor Zalgar Arminius Crowler. An odd smile curved his lips. It's an honor to meet you. Finally, some manners. Zalgar gave a terse nod, chest puffed with distinguished demeanor. It heartens me to see a promising seed among the chaff. Raelian is in dire need of them, but do tell I didn't recognize from which house you hail. Though new blood, it might be worth remembering. Excuse me, Professor Crowler. His pale brows formed a furrow. I thought we weren't supposed to say. He's still so naive. Don't mind the examiners, young man. They like to exaggerate. He leaned on the desk to share a complicit glance. What's the point of anonymity between us? Oh, I see. The candidate dipped his chin, eyes widened in understanding. But well, I'm not from the Republic. I doubt you'd recognize the name of my house. Excuse me. Zalgar fell into his seat, mouth dry and curled in disdain. Not a half-blood, but an uncivilized barbarian. Really, he would have realized if he had taken a second look. It's obvious. The boy's face was too perfect. It couldn't be natural. His family must have paid a heathen biomancer for the modification. Proper patricians knew better than to excess in such extravagant splurges. His own closing eyebrows and pronounced nose distinguished his ancient lineage. He would pick that over a handsome veneer any day even if he had the money. What an awful day. Let's get this over with. He flicked his hand to the array on the left desk side. My time's too precious to waste. 7 concentric runic circles covered a base of adamantine brimming with mana, the enchantments linked to a square catalyst of moon quartz. Zalgar licked his lips. The price of the materials alone was worth a villa in the capital's inner district, more than these commoners deserve. Spill a drop of blood in the center. He gestured to the enchanted needle beside the array. Hurry up, boy, I don't have all day. My apologies, Professor. The fool boy kept smiling, almost naively. Instead of using the needle, he pressed his thumb against his canine. Savages, a drop, gleaming bright crimson, fell upon the enchantments. Sit back and don't touch the array. Zalgar took a bead of crystallized mana from the drawer. We'll see if you have some measure of talent. Pitiless sister, it's such a waste. With a regretful gesture, he placed the bead on the siphon mark and watched it melt into a stream of light. The glow spread through the runic chains. The array hummed to life, painting the room in color. Dark purple, silver white, and a deep ocean blue, mixed with a myriad paler hues. What's happening? Zalgar squinted at the bright light, too busy analyzing the results on the quartz catalyst to ponder it. This doesn't make any sense. His gaze darted to check the integrity of the array. The mana flowed smoothly through the runic script. He couldn't spot any irregularity, let alone a scratch. Everything was working correctly, but these results don't make sense. What does it say, Professor Zalgar Arminius Crowley? The boy sat straighter with an inquisitive smile. I'm good with water magic, but I've never had a professional reading done in the Republic. Why is this fool? There's a mistake, yes. That's it. Zalgar waved at the array and grabbed another bead from the drawer. Add another drop of blood. No tricks this time. Is that necessary? The ignorant boy asked, clearly confused. Stop wasting time and do it. Okay, Professor. He bit his finger again, performing each gesture with exceeding slowness. Another drop of crimson fell on the runes. Another bead of crystallized mana melted into the array. Another ocean of blue light flooded the testing room. No, no, no. It can't be. He had followed each step without blinking. There were no mistakes. Professor, is everything all right? The boy tilted his head up at him. Divine moons, why did you bless the unworthy? To be naturally gifted with such an affinity, when had he last heard of a value this high? It appears the sleeping sister has bestowed on you a bit of talent, Zalgar croaked, obsessively checking the catalyst, his hope for errors slowly withering. Really? The boy beamed. How much is it, Professor? You've got 3 major affinities, mind at 54 and gravity at 63. Both are exotic elements. Likely you'll never achieve much with them. Same for the minor ones, not worth mentioning. I see. The boy bobbed his head, white teeth shining. I will try my best, Professor. But what is the 3rd major one? Moons, why? Zalgar massaged his balding scalp. Water at 82. Affinities scaled exponentially closer to 100 and became equally more difficult to raise. The difference wasn't very noticeable until 50, where each point began to mark a significant improvement, and at 82. Why moons? Why this nobody? Sorry, Professor. Could you repeat that? The boy perked up, pale eyebrows arched in confusion on his forehead. You said 82. Is that good? Of course, the uneducated lowborn has no idea of his loathsome luck. Yes, Zalgar gritted his teeth. It's quite good. We're done here. Now leave. He slammed his hand on the rune to unseal the door. Of course, I'm honored. Associate Professor Zalgar Arminius Crowler has found me worthy. The boy performed a shallow bow before gliding out of the room, like runes wasted on a kettle. Sensing his mood, the assistant keeping the record stood by the door. Professor Crowler, candidate 1771, 47 points. Her eyes widened. The applicant got. Don't make me repeat it. Why, yes. The girl threw glances at her back where the jolly fool had disappeared. I'll send in the next candidate. This day can't get any worse. Zalgar Arminius Crowler crumbled into his armchair. The moons would bring justice to the worthy in the end. He must believe that. The following applicants lifted his spirits, all patricians with bright futures ahead, his mood only marred by another lowborn commoner who fancied herself a mage. Candidate 1783. 13 points, not even one affinity above. The words choked in his throat, stifled by a throb in his chest. Damned soul contract. Ancient houses rightfully wished to protect their offspring, but who cared about the affinities of some peasant or retainer? It was already an honor that they got tested for Raelian. Most of them wouldn't pass the first year anyway. How many are left? He had tested over 30 applicants, majority unworthy of his time. The academy couldn't treat him like some lowly laborer. The moons will reward the worthy. May the patient sister witness my struggles. Send in the next one. Zalgar Arminius Crowler snapped at the assistant girl who scurried to obey. Alas, the next candidate proved to be another disappointment. More rubble. Hello, the boy greeted, sitting without permission and seemingly ignorant of the glare. From his skin tone, he must be from some uncivilized borderland, spending his time out in the sun. Zalgar exerted his aura over the room to discipline him. The boy blinked, showing no hint of discomfort. May we begin? Why doesn't he react? At this distance, flaring a green presence should make the young teen pale and sweat, perhaps even cause him to hold his throat for air. He must have a skill to resist. That must be it. Only an ignorant commoner would waste a slot on a showy ability, a truly short-sighted choice. Time will teach him. All right, boy. Zalgar flicked the page of the folder and beckoned with his chin at the array. We may start. Place a drop of blood in the center. The sooner he was done, the sooner he could move to more worthy candidates. The blonde teen watched the enchantments in wonder. Clearly, it was his first time beholding equipment of such value. Excuse me, examiner. How does this array work? I've never seen runes layered like this. What nonsense is he spouting? Of course you haven't. Zalgar let out a forceful chuckle. Even if I explained its workings, you wouldn't understand. You're lucky you even get to witness it. Few of your stock can say the same. I see the bumpkin pursed his mouth and nodded to himself, attention fixed on the runes. So you don't know either. How dare you? His voice rose, garbled at the child's audacity. Do you have the faintest idea who I am? The boy turned to address him and gave a glance at the gold nameplate. Associate Professor Zalgar Arminius Crowler, not a senior lecturer yet. I'm sorry. That must be hard. It's just a technicality. I'd have gotten the seat ages ago if they didn't cut my funding. Zalgar spluttered before realizing he was justifying himself to a nobody. With a cough in his fist, he regained his patrician poise. My position is miles higher than you may ever reach. How can you question me without even introducing yourself? Who let him in here? The boy scratched his lobe, gesturing around him. Isn't that the whole point of the sole contract in the sealed rooms, to maintain anonymity between candidates and testers, and to avoid favoritism? That doesn't excuse your behavior. He straightened his back over the height of his armchair seat. The word of an examiner precedes those basic rules. This talentless lout wasn't worth losing his cool. The boy cowered in his seat, hiding his lower face with a palm. You're right, sir. His voice rang terse and defeated. I apologize. I'm not yet familiar with patrician etiquette. Once we're done, I'll find the head evaluator and confess what happened. The rude question about the array and not introducing myself. I hope he'll give me a fitting punishment. Wait. The head evaluator, Zalgar wet his dry lips. His ears hurt thinking of that old lunatic. We shouldn't bother such a busy man over something so small. The boy looked down at his feet, appearing repentant. But Professor, isn't it only fair Why did I get stuck with this virtuous idiot? The moons are merciful. Zalgar Arminius Crowler magnanimously waved off the guilt. It was a patrician's duty to guide the masses, even those undeserving. As long as you've recognized your faults, there is no need to dwell on them. Spill a drop of blood and let's get on with the test. This day has gone on long enough. The applicant peered at the enchantments as if debating something most likely the wrong of his actions. At last, he stabbed his finger on the enchanted needle and spilled 2 drops on the runes. Is that enough? Yes, Zalgar said, strung between cheers and exasperation. Stay back. The reading won't take long. Not a second passed when the boy spoke again. You'll measure every affinity I have, the ones above 10 points. Those lower aren't considered relevant. He marked each word to show his desire for silence. The boy drummed his fingers on the desk underside. May I have a copy of my affinities? The examiners outside said I could have one. How can even a commoner be so unaware? Yes. He curtly grabbed a clean paper from a drawer and slapped it down beside the quartz catalyst. Just keep quiet. I need to focus. Of course. My apologies, Professor. I'm really glad we resolved our misunderstanding. Do you mind if I take a look at this? The boy grabbed the golden name plaque from the desk, the one bought with his own money. You brat. No, I do not mind. Just don't scratch it. Zalgar forced the words out between his clenched teeth. At this point, he only cared to get this over with, even if he must swallow his irritation. The boy bobbed his head, finally keeping his mouth shut. It'll soon be over. Once the testing was done, nothing stopped him from kicking out this uncivilized commoner. He'll rot back at his little farm, and I won't see him again. The thought kindled his determination. The boy might even cry once he saw his insignificant talent. Picking a bead of crystallized mana, Zalgar eagerly watched it melt into the array. Light flowed through the circles of runes, growing brighter and brighter, then brighter yet till his eyes started tearing. A rainbow of hues: deep blue, vibrant green, earthy brown, iridescent shades, and muted grays. Blessed moons. The quartz catalyst buzzed with the affinities, forcing him to focus. Zalgar noted down the numbers on the prepared paper, one after the other, without seeming to end. Once he was done and looked at the lines of elegant text, his throat closed. How is this possible? Major affinities. Water 71. Nature 68. Space 64. Earth 60. Shadow 53. Minor affinities: air 23. Darkness 20. Fire 16.
Mind 11. Dream 10. Light 10.
At 71, his highest affinity was not unique among the patrician house's upper echelon. But his elements didn't stop there, no, water was just the beginning. 11 affinities above 10 and 5 majors all above 50. The numbers were simply absurd. How are my results, Professor? The boy leaned on the desk, naively blinking. Are they good, you monster? Zalgar threw the crumpled paper at him, veins throbbing in his neck. He unlocked the room, his arm quivering and pointing. Get out. Now the boy calmly bent to pick up and fold the sheet, cruelly smiling as he turned to leave. I'll see you at the academy, Professor. The assistant examiner, peeking from the door, looked baffled at the scene. Candidate 1785, 58. Zalgar Arminius Crowler raised a finger to silence the woman. Not a word. Send in the next one. Ah yes, Professor. She scribbled down the result, pecking her head back and forth. How radiant moons. How is it the work of some blasphemous god? It doesn't make sense. A young patrician came in next. Zalgar couldn't pay him any attention. His only wish was to lay down with a bag of ice over his head. Time and candidates passed in a blur till the last applicant came in, a tall, low-born boy with amber skin, likely a field hand. He had the decency to wait by the door, gaze respectfully down. Could be worse. Take a seat. Zalgar gave a tired gesture. From the info provided, the applicant aimed to enroll in the martial study in appropriate ambition for his station. Silence, no silly questions or annoying fiddling. He has some manners. Zalgar leafed to the last page of the folder. You must be lucky to have gotten here. Yes, I'm very thankful, Professor. I could never imagine the moons would bless me with such grace. To think I'd be tested by a professor of Raelian MHMM, there is potential in him. Indeed, the moons reward the worthy. Zalgar Arminius Crowler cited. Put a drop of blood on the array. Do you wish to have a copy of your affinities? I'm amenable since you're the last. He picked a mana bead to feed to the enchantments. Applicants for martial studies were only required to measure major affinities, making the process relatively simple. The crystal melted into the array. Bright purple flashed over gray clouds, lit by paler hues beneath. Zalgar jotted down the numbers, his thick brows climbing his forehead at the results. Major affinities, shadow 58. Lightning 53. Plant 32. Metal 30. That's notable for one of his kind. While the lowest affinities would never amount to much, the highest two offered ample potential for growth in his profession skills. With appropriate guidance, the boy could make a useful tool. House Crowler was always in need of trusted retainers. A pleasant ending. Contact me if you get into Raelian. He graciously smiled at the boy. I could find a place for you. The young applicant bowed deeply, obviously shaken by the generosity of the offer. That's too gracious, Professor. The moons reward the worthy. I see potential in you, young man. You may leave. Candidate 1799, 24 points. In the rows of chairs outside the testing rooms, Kai sat bouncing his knees when the door opened. Flynn strode fully past the threshold. Only then did he turn to smirk. So how did it go? Any problems with the old fool? Only keeping my laughter in. Flynn winked. It went well. I think I just got offered a job. A job? Kai swallowed. Are you gonna take it? Nah, he can't afford me. He rested his arm on Rain's shoulder. And you owe me a dinner. MHMMOSH Hood try tease. Flynn used a saffron flatbread to gesture at a tray of velvet root tarts, his cheeks full. A plate balanced on his elbow to let him hold a glass of spiced wine and use his free hand on a fork. Add knee of thesh too, pliash. Yes, sir. Just one moment the server angled the tart with a pair of silver tongs, struggling to find a spot that wouldn't ruin the precarious pyramid of fancy foods. Kai gave the woman a sympathetic look. Her face lit in relief when Flynn forked a slice of meat pie, freeing precious space. How is he still not full? Hungry teens wandered the tables laid with delicacies and icy drinks served by waiters in spotless suits. All dishes used pseudo-mana ingredients or higher Raelian had spared no expenses. The feast spread across 3 halls, offering way more food than the remaining applicants could eat. His group counted about 150 candidates after merging with 4 others, a third of the original participants, with the tests far from over. I'll have one of those. Rain offered his silver plate, pointing to a tray of pickled moon plums and smoked silver ox livers. Since eating his fill, he had switched to smelling and collecting curious-looking treats. Flynn vehemently shook his head, beating his chest to swallow. I'm still peckish. And it's free. Come on, we haven't checked the last hall. I must try one of everything. Working hard to clear his plate, he led the charge toward the last side of the banquet. A pudgy patrician sneered at the pile of food as they passed the double doors separating the spaces. Stuffing his mouth like a beast, the whisper to his companion begged to be heard. He must never have had food in his life. The red-haired teen listening elbowed him. Don't be a jerk, Jev. Why, it's true, he has no manners. Oink. Flynn grunted as he walked by them, too concerned with the food on his plate to care. Hey, the pudgy boy stepped forward to say more, but reeled back when Rain glanced his way. Probably not a friendly look. I should ask him to teach me. Kai trailed after his friends into the last vaulted hall. Avoiding patricians at Raelian was going to be harder than anticipated, thankfully. Only a minority went out of their way to share unrequired opinions. Can't be worse than the last examiner. Recalling the old professor with bushy eyebrows, Kai raised his forearm to stifle a laugh and not splutter his tea. Had he ever met a man so drunk on his self-delusions? The face he made upon seeing his list of affinity had been worth all the nonsense. That might have scarred him. Minor elemental attunement had improved the kinship with all his elements, though the increase depended on their starting value. The lowest, like fire, had gone up by 7, while water only gained 1. They said it'd get harder to raise them. Either way, Kai was satisfied with the boon. Any boost to his elemental magic was invaluable, and his minor affinities became much easier to use. He wouldn't suffer freezing temperatures again. I scored higher than Ray. Even repeating himself that comparison was futile, the results filled him with more pride than he wished to admit. He had been bummed by the gap in their status score, and the points he could have gained from yellow just a few thousand XP away. Ultimately, the longer he could avoid the spotlight, the better. His affinities attracted enough attention on their own. I should have enough points to pass, or close to it. A pity he couldn't study the enchantments in the testing rooms, such exquisite runework. He hadn't seen anything similar since Edgar kicked him out of his workshop in High Arbor. Wait up. Kai strode to catch up to Flynn and Rain. They had stopped at one of the farthest tables, debating the virtues of a pumpkin cake with bright red stripes. Don't stuff yourself. You know we have more tests to go. It's fine. Flynn cleaned his hands on a napkin and patted his flat stomach. I've still got plenty of space. How can he? It must be a skill. Could a stomach develop a spatial subspace? Probably not, but you might be able to accelerate digestion. Excuse me. Flynn smiled at the waiter, pointing his fork at the pumpkin cake. Could you give me a slice of? Brunch time is over. A voice thundered across the hall, causing the crystal chandeliers above them to quiver. The chewing and chattering of teens ceased. All remaining candidates gather in the main hall. Wait. You have 30 seconds or your application will be considered forfeit. I'm afraid the banquet is closed, sir. The waiter gave an apologetic bow. We aren't allowed to serve food outside the set limits. May I put away your plate? Such a pity. You heard the man. Time to go. Kai patted Flynn's slumping shoulders. Come on, put down the plate. We're on the clock. From what he observed, the head evaluator was perfectly capable of failing an applicant over a 1-second delay. Do we really have to? Flynn gazed at the pumpkin cake as if considering grabbing it and making a run for it. Before he could make up his mind, Kai dragged him away by the collar of his shirt. Flynn let himself get pulled with only a token resistance, free arm grasping toward the disappearing prize. I only wanted a slice. It smelled like bitter seaweed. Rain wrinkled his nose, leaving his plate to a waiter. It probably wasn't very good. Yeah, definitely tasted terrible. Kai let go of his friend as they joined the stream of candidates funneling through the double doors, but my tummy's hungry. Flynn sulked and massaged his stomach, and it was free. He weakly fought a server who wanted to take his plate before conceding. I'm sure you won't starve. There'll be more food at Raelian. In the main hall, waiters carried away the last banquet tables. The door shut on their back after entering. Kai couldn't see the head evaluator behind the heads of the other applicants, though that didn't hinder hearing his speech. Quiet, the old man blanketed the crowd with his presence. Climbing an invisible dais, he offered a curt grunt of approval. I must congratulate you on passing the first selection. Whether it was the tutors whipping you, talent at birth, or your own determination, you must not have entirely wasted your childhood years. That sounded close to praise. Kai fell back onto his heels. They exchanged a better view for breathing space at the back of the hall. The head evaluator swept his gaze over the applicants. His attention seemed to linger in their direction, though it was too brief to say. Using him for cover, Flynn was quietly munching a chocolate cookie he smuggled inside, while Rain poked his cheeks to make him laugh. And they say I don't take things seriously enough. Now, the man's voice soared to quiet the rising murmurs. We'll proceed with the course-specific tests for the 3 academic divisions. Talent and skills alone aren't enough to enter Raelian if you don't know how to apply them. 3 examiners joined him on the dais. As the speech continued, all 3 sported 2 stripes on their uniform, signaling their rank. Kai recognized the terse woman from his status evaluation, auburn hair tied in an elaborate chignon and lips pressed in an unenthusiastic line. Despite her stoic demeanor, he got the distinct impression her presence there wasn't in her plans. Did someone pull out? Now follow your course representatives to your place of evaluation. The head evaluator gestured to the trio. The mandatory tests for mana and martial studies will conclude tonight. However, all of you can take the voluntary tests until noon tomorrow. For those uninformed, I'll remind you that every applicant needs at least 120 points to enroll. Lower scores won't be considered, regardless of the spots available or path of study. If the successful applicants exceed the number of available openings, the highest scores will take precedence and course-specific exams will decide any tie, he said. Are there any questions? His frigid gaze surveyed the hall, daring anyone to speak. Kai half raised his arm before letting the hand fall. Too many people were packed around him for his taste. It was still nice knowing he had enough points to pass the threshold. It would be funny if I ask. Good, the head evaluator thundered before Kai could reconsider. I'll leave it to your course representatives to explain the details and hope to see you at Raelian. Do your best. His aura pulse again. Any less won't be tolerated. The man marched off the stage, letting the second female examiner take the dais. Kai recognized her from the same pink pillbox hat and bright smile she had worn that morning. Hello, candidates. Nice to see you all again. I know many of you worked hard for this opportunity. Her bubbly voice lightened the mood, contrasting with the dry instructions that followed. The test structure wasn't much different from what Vela told him. All meals and accommodations would be provided until the end of the trials, although candidates could lodge in Nerethi if they wished. Given his lack of an estate in the city, Kai would take advantage of Raelian's lavish services that he had already paid for. With her speech concluded, the applicants' chatter soon filled the vaulted space. About 30 teens left with the woman. The aspiring crafters made up the smallest but most diverse group in terms of age and profession. It must be a nightmare to test them all. Kai kept to the edge of the hall to avoid the press of the mob. Could he have enrolled in the artisan studies with his alchemy and enchanting? His current identity was that of an alchemist's son, though brewing potions was a secondary hobby for him. Hopefully, the lack of information on his upbringing and the journey on the mainland would justify his combat magic. So Flynn rested his back on the wall between him and Rain. Looks like we have to split. Yeah, Kai said, stretching his arms. Best of luck. Try to hold back the tears. Flynn dryly chuckled. Also, don't get into trouble. I know it must be hard, but no shady conspiracies or deadly fights till I'm back. And when do I ever do that? Kai made an indignant huff. For an answer, Flynn spun to stare at him with a raised eyebrow. Okay, fair, he sighed. That might have happened on rare occasions. We'll be fine this time. You know I'm not the one still missing points. Yes, I know that's how it should be. It's why they still have tests. Flynn looked at him in Rain, shaking his head. Only monsters like you two have already hit the threshold. Honestly, you should thank me for hanging around. I only hear envy. Kai laughed. After all, mighty mages don't mingle with trained brutes. He parroted the conversations he had overheard around the hall. Yeah, and mages would get shanked in a back alley if someone didn't watch over them. Flynn responded in kind. Don't miss me too much. Same for you. Kai waved him off with a grin. Two groups were gathering around the professors. Since Flynn passed the static checks with decent points, why worry about the practical tests? Are you really going to be okay? Rain asked with a frown. You still need a lot of points, and you haven't had much time in yellow. Some of these candidates are quite strong for you know. Flynn staggered back, dramatically grasping at his heart before smiling again. It's gonna be all right. The competition has nothing on me. Despite the smug reassurance, Rain chewed his lip. I don't want to join Raelian without you. Then it's good I'll also be getting in. Flynn leaned in to give each a one-armed hug and a squeeze. Okay, gotta go. The trained brutes are about to leave. He gestured to the applicants trailing Professor Beltram out of 2 double doors. I'll see you after my triumph. Look for the candidate who carries the heads of his enemies. Of course, Kai rolled his eyes. Just play it safe. And don't do anything I wouldn't do. Right, you know that's not as helpful as you think, Flynn said and ran to join his group with a cheery wave. Mana Studies had the privilege of being the last to leave the hall. Left alone, Kai glanced at Rain. Stop worrying. He'll be fine. How can you be sure? Even if you're prepared, something can always go wrong. Rain begrudgingly nodded to that. Come on, we gotta go too. Kai headed to join the 60 or so applicants around Professor Thorwin, making sure Rain was following. Stay close, any questions? Professor Thorwin gazed at the crowd of silent teens, cutting the pause short when she crossed his gaze. If everything is clear, let's proceed. We've got a tight schedule. I won't wait for stragglers. Is it my imagination or did that feel strangely targeted? Kai followed the tail of the group, noticing with mild exasperation Mana Studies had the highest percentage of patricians over half. They climbed several ramps of stairs and slowed before an arched doorway on the 5th floor. Outside, wind whipped an open balcony with a low buzzing in the background. What? A zeppelin hovered beside the building, linked with 2 sets of chains and a metal ladder to the terrace. The applicants were already boarding as if it were nothing special. I should have listened more closely. When they said they'd take the test in another location, he hadn't expected they'd take an airship to get there. Who used a zeppelin to travel within a city? Where are we going? Kai reached the boarding ladder, not realizing he had spoken out loud. Eyes. I explained earlier, the test quarters are in the North Central District, Professor Thorwin said. She stood by the hanging bridge to count the passing applicants. The wind somehow didn't buffet her auburn hair. Kai hurried to board to escape her disapproving gaze. They sure like to make everything grand. Dark emerald zeppelins hovered above the meadow, gold hulls shimmering in the waning sunlight. the air filled with the dull hum of their rotors. Flynn looked up when another airship circled the field. It threw off a ladder to deposit its cargo of marshal applicants. Is it the 11th or the 12th? He had begun to lose count, unable to distinguish a new ship from one returning on a second trip. There was a damn fleet of them, ferrying thousands of candidates from the 5 testing grounds across Nerethi, everyone at Yell. The sheen of his new grade quickly faded in the mass of candidates. Having just turned 17, he fell in the middle of the age group. Martial studies accepted youths 2 years older than their mage counterparts, up to 19. I guess physical attributes take longer to grow than spirit and mind. Wandering through the sea of applicants, cold gusts stung his face. His attention dashed among 24 conversations for useful tidbits, while his ears and nose froze. He stayed on the sparser fringes, closer to the woods surrounding the meadow, towering oaks, chestnuts, and pines. The size of the hunting grounds defied common sense, yet they were still within the outskirts of Nerethi. All the riches in the world can't buy common sense. They brought us here but can't give us anything to warm up. Or a snack do they like to watch us freeze our asses off. Flynn cupped his hands, breathing fogged vapor on them. If only he could lie on his couch back in High Arbor, wrapped in a blanket. A sharp gust shattered that dream. I should have brought Rain's scarf. Dropped here with only a numbered silver tag and instructions not to enter the woods. To think he had paid 5 golds to take this entrance test, over a year of his savings gone, and it's pocket change for most patricians. Highborns and commoners stood in distinctly separate groups, though even the latter looked well off from how they dressed and spoke. Flynn raked a hand through his hair, trying to shake the creeping sense of inadequacy. Since landing on the mainland, grand and extravagant sights had become the norm. Thought he had found his footing when Nerethi multiplied the madness tenfold. Get it together. Growing up in the slums of Slicespring, people expected him to live and die there, surprised every time he took a step beyond. Now that he had friends counting on him, he'd sooner stab his leg than disappoint them. Kai would be lost without me. How could I do that to him? Alone, his best bud might walk into a well head among the clouds, only realizing he fell when he heard the splashing. That, or start a blood feud with every patrician at Raelian. Both sounded equally likely. And I ain't here freezing my butt to leave empty-handed. The head shouter said the mandatory testing would end tonight. Winter days were even shorter on the mainland. At this pace, it would take place after dark, not that he would complain. The course-specific test varied each year. Woods were one of the most common settings, though the exact rules changed. I'll deal with whatever they throw. He had only one doubt, a word he had heard patricians mention with implication he didn't fully understand. Flynn spun on his heel. The shallow dip of the field let him survey the ocean of heads, stretching hundreds of meters to the opposite tree line. About 3,000 martial candidates passed the status check, fighting for 1,000 spots. The fastest way to clear his doubts was to ask someone directly. No people in groups. That excluded most applicants close to him, and no patricians. They were the best informed, and also the least likely to answer. He needed someone willing to chat with a stranger, and smart enough to know the information he needed. Following keen hunch, he walked up to a girl at the edge of the field. She leaned her back on a tree trunk, her scarlet hair tied in tiny braids and pulled back with a leather headband, just a few strands escaping. Her posture reminded him of a hunter. She had given him a few covert glances. Whether she found him cute or was sizing up the competition, it made no difference to him. Hey. Flynn stopped a meter away when he saw her stiffen, offering his hand in a quiet smile. From her wary posture, he chose not to look too eager or desperate. I'm Flynn. The girl stared at his palm but made no move to shake it. His arm fell back to his side. Time ticked. Did he pick the wrong person? Hey, she said, her voice carrying a lilting quality. Rowan, why doubt it? I'm never wrong except when I am. Nice to meet you, Rowan. Flynn kept his tone light, with the inkling that his attempts at humor would only irk her. Are you also taking the test alone? Can we chat, direct and to the point? Who cannot appreciate that? Rowan raised an eyebrow. Aren't we already? Not the easiest audience. Yes, we are. He swallowed half a dozen nervous jokes. Maybe he still wasn't straightforward enough. Do you know what are the credits that everyone mentions? Rowan eyed him up and down appraisingly. I do. Great. Can you tell me then? Flynn chuckled like she had made a joke. Curt people always stumbled when he took their laconic responses as amusing. The girl crossed her arms. Just why should I tell you? For my eternal gratitude and sparkling personality. Flynn bit his tongue to hush the words and glanced at the sea of candidates. Most of them are in groups already. It won't be bad to have an ally if it's a team test. Those are rare, but they've used them before. He had overheard people discussing them. It's been a few years since the last. Who knows, this test might be the one. Rowan pursed her lips, spinning one of her red braids around her finger. Even if you're right, someone who doesn't know about credits of merit wouldn't be much of an ally. Ouch, how cruel. Biting his tongue, Flynn wore an unbothered smile. Do you have anyone better in mind? He looked at their sparse surroundings. These credits of merit don't sound very important for the test anyway. You'd be losing nothing with only upsides. Don't make me beg. Seconds stretched before Rowan finally broke her stare. All right, you make a fair point credits or a currency and a measure of success for students at Raelian. The best performers of the winter intake will also earn some. You mean those who earn the highest total points? Flynn asked. The snippets he overheard without context finally started to make sense. Are these credits very valuable? Quite, Rowan said. First place for martial studies gets 100, scaling down for the top 500, and nothing below. They can buy many advantages at the academy or pay for the tuition fee if you aren't she motioned with her chin at a preening patrician. Most importantly, they help you make it to the second year. Looks like I picked the right person to ask. You're awfully well informed, Flynn said. You're not patrician, right? Should I call you Lady Rowan? The girl snorted, though her bitter expression hinted at more. Not unless you want to get stabbed. And that's not how you'd address me if I was one anyway. She rested her hand on her empty belt, probably where she'd usually carry a knife or sword. I feel your pain. Flynn raised his hands placatingly. Just Rowan then. She acted like a bristly stray, but he was making progress. Do credits really matter for this test? Like we're all trying to get the most points already. The reward would push even those sure to enter to do well, but it didn't change much for him. It's more important than you think. Rowan gave him a weary shake. The practical martial test always changes, but a few commonalities exist, like the most common way to earn points. I'll let you guess. I don't know. I see. Flynn scratched his brow. More stray bits of conversations came together in his head. Yeah, you can often get some points by eliminating other applicants. Rowan scrunched her nose disdainfully. Even when it's not optimal, it has the advantage of reducing the competition. Nothing is ever truly easy. And let me guess, usually it's patricians hunting weaker applicants, Flynn asked. The richer they are, the greedier. Rowan leaned in with a dip of her head. You said it. 9 times out of 10, yes, they're the strongest competitors. You must avoid the guys who are sure to pass the most. They're the craziest ones. Beneath her brusque ways, the girl had been remarkably kind. Will do, Flynn said, but you have to do the same. I'm enrolling, she stated like a fact, her voice then dropping to a whisper. I've come too far not to. She knew an unusual amount of details for a random applicant. The mystery intrigued him, though he could wait after the test to snoop. I could ask. A stifling presence curbed his curiosity, covering the entire field and drowning the chatter of 3,000 voices. Candidates, listen up, a speaker thundered. The head shouter had arrived. I will now explain the test. Damn my high perception. Why is it always him? Each word rang painfully in his ears. Flynn blinked, seeing the old man literally float above the applicants and below the zeppelins. He would have laughed if his green aura wasn't choking him, making the icy wind feel warm. I'm sure you're all eager to start while there is still light. The gray-haired man chuckled, looking at the cloudy sky. Looks like the moons will be covered tonight. Now, first of all, he raised his hand and snapped his fingers. The sound echoed like the crack of a whip. Immediately, streams of light spread to cover the sky above the meadow. A chorus of ohs and ahs rose from the crowd. Colorful rays arranged to form a lifelike picturea map of the woods with their open meadow in the center. They really are mad. The woods were even larger than Flynn predicted. Each hill, stream, and valley meticulously painted on the sky. A gray square enclosed the green irreparably a stone wall with 8 numbers painted, 2 per side. He was memorizing the points of interest when he caught a movement out of the corner of his eye. A dozen examiners left the airships, positioning along the edge of the field with a crate in their hands. What are? Let's thank the Hart family for lending us one of their private hunting grounds. The head shouter thinly smiled. Your objective for this test is very simple. You must reach the exit with the same number as your plate. Easy, right? He raised a silver tag to show the one engraved on one side. 8 groups will be sent out 5 minutes apart. On your way out, you can retrieve a piece of weaponry and 1 light crystal from the examiners. The sooner you reach the exit, the more points you'll earn. Why do I get the impression he's lying? Flynn took out his plate, looking at 5, North Wall, East Gate. The foreign wooded terrain complicated matters. Sizing the meadow for comparison, he'd take little over an hour to reach his destination. Probably double that in the dark, if he didn't get lost, because then again no light. Easy my ass. Naturally, there are other ways to raise your scores, the head shouter said. We've hidden bronze, silver, and gold plates in the woods. They're worth 1, 3, and 7 points respectively. Some lay on the ground or under a rock. Others are in, let's say, more roaming spots on 2 and 4 legs, because a freezing trek in the dark was already too pleasant. Flynn glared at the floating man. 300 upperclassmen from martial studies have already spread in the woods around you. If they get your plate, you're eliminated. They won't use skills. You just have to score a single hit to make them surrender. Their plates are basically free. As for beasts, the yellow or problematic species have been removed from the grounds. You'll only have to deal with orange and red whelps. If you still need rescue, inject mana into your plate. It'll signal the closest examiner to come and get you. Naturally, you'll also be eliminated. The head shouter threw the silver tag high into the air. The metal fell into two square pieces. Speaking of your plates, they attune to you when you took them, and they'll break if you get too far away, so no stashing them in a hole. He continued explaining the rules, even mentioning credits, though he skipped the essential implications. Flynn alternated between listening and studying the glimmering map. It wouldn't be easy to orient himself in the dark. He didn't know which route he might be forced to take. I've been wondering. Yes, you can take the plates of your fellow candidates, the head shouter rumbled. Mind that they're only worth points if they carry your same number. If you're in Group 1, you can only earn points from other applicants in the same group. He showed the two silver squares in his hands. You just need the numbered half to claim the points. An examiner will come checking when a plate breaks. His aura flared over the meadow. We expect you to behave with decency. If anyone is found purposefully inflicting serious injury to their peers, they'll be eliminated. Worse will happen if you kill somebody. I don't care if you later say it was an accident. The frigid presence bore down on them as if to impress the concept. I hope everything was clear because I won't repeat it. You have till dawn to reach your exit point or we'll come looking for you. That will also mean you failed the test. If you want to drop out, stay in the field. For those who aren't cowards, good luck. Before the crowd could devolve into chaos, a whistle interrupted them. First group out, a voice yelled. Flynn turned to Rowan as the field burst into a shuffle of bodies. Guess it's not a team test, but they've not forbidden them either. What's your number? The girl showed a silver tag with a 1. First one. I must go. Oh yeah, best of good luck. You too. Rowan ran to an examiner to pick up her weapon. Just me then. Gray clouds shrouded the setting sun, casting a rusty red hue over the sky. Soon it'd be dark. They sure know how to make a test fun. Flynn spun the silver plate over his knuckles. His other hand ran over his sleeve and belt where his knives should have been. He felt naked without them. Every 5 minutes, another whistle sent a group into the woods like a swarm of fireflies. The field quickly emptied, making the shuffles more orderly. A few gathered in the center, unwilling to take the test. Just got to avoid the problematic guys. Martial studies wasn't prestigious enough for many ancient houses, meaning there were only several hundred patricians to contend with instead of thousands. Another whistle echoed. Fifth group out. Clouds shrouded the moons, leaving only crystals to illuminate the meadow while the temperature rapidly dropped. It might even rain. What a miserable time. Maybe this will be fun after all. Flynn joined a queue away from the mass of Group 5, who picked north for the closest route. He worried the examiner might run out of specific weapons, but the crates looked spatially enchanted. Coincidentally, he had chosen Professor Beltram's line. The monolith of man offered him a stick enchanted with light runes. Good luck. I hope to see you at Raelian. His gravelly voice sounded sincere. Breathing out the cold air, he entered the woods armed only with 2 daggers and his wits. Wind rustled the dark canopies. Towering trunks and branches contracted in the falling temperatures, filling the woods with their ominous creakings. Flynn froze when an owl hooted, expanding his advanced mana sense. Far on his left, a glowing red signature glided on silent wings, its talons closed on a chubby rodent that was nibbling on a mushroom. A panicked squeak, followed by a soft crunch. The woods returned to their eerie quiet. Sorry, little guy. You can't let your stomach control you. Flynn said a silent prayer for the dead mouse. For good or ill, the owl didn't carry a plate. He wouldn't have to climb the tree to reach its nest. His hands still bore the scratches from catching a very mean squirrel to steal its bronze tag. I didn't even touch his stash of nuts. Such ingrate. Channeling mana into heightened perception, he could crisply hear the flitting wings of moths and insects skittering among the dead leaves. Every sound was a piece of the woods around him. Flynn retracted mana sense to his close surroundings. While useful in the dark, other applicants might notice the skill, especially if he met one of the upperclassmen. Free plates, my foot. Even without active skills, each student working as an assistant examiner remained dangerous. He had seen a petite girl bash a team of 3 on their heads, a single strike each without breaking a sweat. He wasn't going to test if there were weaker upperclassmen with his face. His luck was decent, but not Kai's kind of good, so damn cold. A light crystal poked his ribs beneath his linen and woolen tunics. The glow escaped the buttons of his coat, illuminating the ground ahead, just enough to avoid stepping on a twig. While heightened perception could enhance a sense above the others, the distinction wasn't perfect yet. It was the curse of a high perception. Everything was more vivid. His sight got keener as the cold got sharper. I think I might hate winter. The travelogue of the Heart Province called it the cozy season, a chance to enjoy hot beverages and admire the snow-covered scenery. All propaganda. Should have guessed that when the booklet came so cheap. Flynn huffed. His fogged breath tickled his nose. Though the woods sheltered him from the wind, they didn't stop the drop in temperature brought on by nightfall. Threads of frost already wove on the blades of the tallest weeds. He had stopped feeling his ears an hour ago, but rubbing them would make too much noise. Those jerks knew about it. When Raelian's examiners ordered plain clothes for the testing, he hadn't anticipated a midnight trek in the woods. At least, he had worn a comfortable pair of boots to keep his feet warm. Back in the field, more than one patrician had paraded in lustrous silks, and Sandalsty wouldn't be having a great time tonight. "Stay away," a yell rose above the murmurs of the woods. Flynn stilled mid-step, eyes closed and head tilted to pinpoint the noise. Several voices argued hundreds of meters to his right, 126 of them. Despite not being a team test, people grouped to reach their gates or more offento ambush other participants for plates. Bright lights pierced the underbrush. Flynn looked away not to ruin his night vision. The shouts turned to metal clashing. 3 against 3, a worst-case scenario. Damn fools. If one side didn't quickly prevail, the noise would attract more opportunists and devolve into a melee free-for-all. No one would care about the number on your plate then. It already happened near the central meadow, and he wasn't eager to participate again. Flynn skulked in the opposite direction with phantom steps. The cost of shadow mana was reduced in the dark. He dashed on the tree roots to avoid leaving a trail when he had the sudden hunch to hug a tree. Not one to question his whims, he leaned on the old oak, his cheek on the coarse trunk just as the air shifted behind him. The breeze brushed the hairs on his neck. A shrouded individual had run past him. That was quite close. Flynn listened for a few seconds in case the shade returned, but the guy must have headed for the fight. It was a good reminder that there were other participants skilled at stealth. Standing back up, he patted the gnarly oak. Clashes and screams echoed behind him. The battle had turned into a free melee, as predicted. It would likely grow larger before dying down. Sometimes being right still sucks. In case of more invisible runners, he picked a less obvious path on the roots. Before his 10th step, a crystal lantern lit the shrubs ahead. Really, those loud idiots. A single set of strides was fast approaching. From their open lantern and bold pace, they must be an upperclassman. A gold plate wasn't worth the risk of running into a monster. Flynn strengthened his shroud and sped away from the battle, only slowing when the woods returned to their creaking darkness. Just reached the gate. Yeah, right. The head shouter was such a bald-faced liar. He could orient in the dark just fine, and keen hunch warned him whenever a beast came near. No, the true issue was Peepluhitch really wasn't surprising. Crossing the wrong individuals meant immediately losing the test and his chance to enroll in Raelian. Maybe I should have joined a team. Despite seeing a few forming around the meadow, the risk of backstabbing was too high. Blind gambles were a fool's hope. He only liked betting when he knew all the players and rule send how far he could bend them. It'd be a disaster waiting to happen. How would you even split gold and silver plates? He had taken a roundabout route to his gate to avoid getting ambushed, but each encounter pushed him further off course. He would have long gotten lost if he hadn't memorized the entire map or spent 2 months adventuring. The reward for reaching the exit dropped by 1 point every half an hour. 3 points out, almost 4. Flynn breathed a long puff of vapor to settle his nervous. Caution and patience were key, more so because he started in the 5th group. Not only did he lose the chance of finding easy plates, the 8 gates weren't numbered in order, so the 5th gate bordered the 1st and 7th. Rushing for the exit was only viable for the first group out starting 25 minutes later. The risk of running into other candidates was too high. Flynn wasn't even sure the 5 bonus points made up for it, but he never expected total fairness. People had to adapt. This should be far enough. Getting too close to the outer wall wasn't good either. The trees grew sparser, and it was an obvious route for anyone who got lost. Just follow the boundary of the hunting ground up to your exit. Flynn turned his path to the 5th gate. He could still make good time and search for plates on the way there. Beasts often carried one, and he had found another wrapped in a bush of ivy. Heightening his senses, he sifted the noise. Wind rustled the canopies, the distant rush of a stream. A beetle clicked beneath a fallen log, branches creaked, and a chime. What oh, fuck. His hunch strangled his hopes of stealth. He had been spotted. Mana rushed into his skills. Twigs snapping underfoot, his muscles burned and flexed as he changed direction at full strength. He kicked off a trunk to leap through the highest branches of a shrub. Wind and leaves whipped his face, the cold no longer a bother. His left boot scraped a root in the landing, the other struck solid ground. He flared his mana to maintain the momentum, ready for another stride. The chime echoed in front of him. Shit. Flynn dug his heels into the soft ground, skidding to a halt at the price of his souls. His hands gripped the steel daggers underneath his coat, gathering lightning mana to confront the short shadow who barred his path. Don't try to escape. A young voice called. It's useless. A crystal illuminated a boy with short, dark green hair. The newcomer pointed a greatsword at him, chest puffed up and back straight to make every centimeter of his modest height count. His fierce posture was somewhat undermined by his round face and chubby cheeks. A child. Flynn looked at the kid who didn't reach his collarbone. He would have never guessed the boy to be 14 if that wasn't the lowest age to enroll. Relaxing his grip on the daggers, his humor was only slightly chipped when he noticed the little bud was yellow. Not an upperclassman, though hardly better. Just my luck. I had to run into a pocket-sized patrician terror. You have good senses. The boy squared him up with curious eyes. His oversized greatsword never wavered, measuring the same height. The others didn't realize they'd been spotted till I bonked their Lord. Till I knocked them out. If you give me your plate, I won't harm you. An examiner will come to get you out, and you can try again next year. The kid clenched his jaw to make the baby fat on his face less apparent. As a result, each word came out stilted and still too high-pitched for the authoritative tone he aimed for. Should I call him young master or Sir Chubby? Flynn bit his tongue not to chuckle. The feat became notably easier when his gaze fell on the collection of bronze, silver, and gold plates clinking on the kid's belt. Unable to avoid a quiet gulp, he forced his attention to stay on his opponent's face. 44 points if he didn't miscount, more than he needed to pass the threshold for Marshall. Hey, the boy narrowed his eyes, threateningly waving the slab of steel. Are you ignoring me? Sorry, you just took me by surprise. I'm in Group 5. Flynn showed the number on his silver tag. Even knowing the boy could be a formidable adversary, he couldn't bring himself to feel anxious. It'd be useless to you. A powerful mana sense battered him from head to toes. Not again, Sir Chubby lowered the greatsword. The proud posture deflated into a sulk. Why are you even here and no other plates? This is the path for Group 4. Are you lost? Your gate is in that direction. The boy waved his weapon just a few degrees off from where Flynn remembered his exit. Sounds reasonable enough. He made his tone respectful, hunching his shoulders to look shorter. If Kai was anything to go by, little guys hated to be reminded of their tiny proportions. And poking them often resulted in violent outbursts. If you're looking for plates, there was a melee over there. Flynn vaguely gestured in the direction. It was a couple minutes ago, but with your speed you might catch the stragglers. I saw an upperclassman join. Sir Chubby snapped to look where he pointed, eyes gleaming with excitement. Where exactly? He's either very gullible or has a skill to detect lies. Showing his open palms, Flynn stepped closer to the boy to explain. Hunch warned a sneak attack would harm both of them, not that he would hit a kid, even a patrician one. It was about that way. He pointed, still vaguely. Sir Chubby squinted at the underbrush, brows furrowed. How far do you mean? Did you see any landmarks? I think I passed a stream. Flynn crouched to look from his same height. It should be past that silver pine. Follow the slope down and you can't miss it. He innocently looked up, cold sweat drenching his back. Here. Father said I should always repay my debts. The boy threw him a bronze plate and disappeared into the woods. Flynn watched the tag fly in an arc, bounce off his chest, and fall among the frozen weeds. What a polite young man. He bent to pick the bronze piece up, holding a gold plate and 2 silver in his other palm. 14 points altojed there quite the fruitful haul. If he took more, the missing weight would have been too noticeable. A little guilt prickled him for pickpocketing such a nice kid, but then again, gathering plates was the goal of this test. The boy would have more than enough to enroll, at most getting fewer credits of merit. I'll buy him an ice cream next time I see him. Flynn stored the tags and dashed into the woods, eager to make some distance. Who knew when Sir Chubby would realize he had been robbed and come back with a vengeance? So many participants were eager to fight. No one seemed to get that there were no rewards for winning battles, only getting the plates to your gate mattered. I should have enough. Swallowing the tags had been the right choice to avoid getting robbed. With the 4 he already collected, he reached 22 points. The head shouter never said they couldn't carry the plates in their stomach. Flynn patted his tummy. Metal wasn't one of his favorite snacks by far, but one had to use the means they had. Hopefully, they won't be too annoying about it. His cloak of shadow should last till the 5th gate. The night was too dark to refill his mana reserves quickly. Shadows thrived at the edge of light otherwise, it was just plain darkness. Sneaking through the underbrush, Flynn spotted few participants on his way to the 5th gate. Perhaps the melee attracted those nearby, or there were fewer people on the outer edge of the woods. He must make it out in the first wave before the desperate fighting began. It went no, I'm not gonna jinx this. Something terrible is definitely going to happen. I'll lose my plates, get disfigured, or just die. Spirits be my witness, I have no hopes. Is that? Expanding his senses, he confirmed his hunch. A snake was hibernating in a burrow beneath the ground he had just crossed, an orange beast cradling a plate between its coal silver or maybe even gold. Nope, I'm not gonna stop. A tag wasn't worth delaying. He must not be greedy. The snake was probably venomous, immune to lightning, magic, and daggers. Yup, definitely. And how did they even get that tag in there? Flynn marched on. Nearing the 5th gate, he heightened his senses and slowed his pace. An ambush near the exit was another obvious strategy, albeit slightly hindered by the wandering upperclassmen and the number of gates. Then he got another hunch to take a short detour. It could be a good opportunity for him. It sighed as if that wasn't the line all seasoned scammers used to lure you. Stop tempting me. I've got enough good things tonight. Flynn shook his head. The hunch grew more pressing with each step. All right, fine, just stop pestering me. Maybe the skill was suggesting an alternative route to avoid an ambush. It would be stupid to ignore that. This better not be another snake or a squirrel. He veered his path according to his hunch. It only took a minute to spot the soft glow painting shadows among the trees. Another participant, great. Well, since he was here, he might as well check out who they are. It was only reasonable. He only heard a single person breathing. Who knows, maybe they had fainted beside a bag of plates. Only one way to find out. Drawing on his shadow mana, Flynn crept closer to take a quick peek. Guess I got the bag part right. Plates chimed in the makeshift satchel the girl carried across her shoulders. At least 7 of them. She paced between 2 trees, holding a bloodied spear in one hand and pulling a handful of her braids with the other. Her arm was wrapped in darkened gauze, though the wound didn't seem to bother her. It would be rude not to say hi. Hey, Flynn stood up from the bush where he was crouching. A bit chilly tonight, ain't it? Rowan spun her spear toward him in one fluid motion, ready to strike. More impressive yet, she managed it without ripping a single strand of her scarlet hair. The glow of her crystal was enough to light them both. Oh, it's you. Her posture relaxed slightly upon seeing his face, though her hands remained firm on the spear. Why are you here? Just passing by on my way to the gate. Flynn shrugged with a glance at the flattened weeds where she had been pacing. Are you lost by chance? Rowan pressed her lips together. I'm not lost. Should I tell her she's pouting? Of course not, Flynn said. It must have been a long way to get here. Maybe you just can't recall the shortest route to your gate. The trees tend to all look the same in the dark. Rowan worked her jaw. Perhaps I might have forgotten that. He slowly nodded. Reasonable. Happens to everybody. He gestured past a silver pine. I'd try going in that direction. About 20 minutes depending on your pace. What? I've got something in my teeth. If you keep staring at me, you'll make me blush. Flynn struck a heroic pose for her. I don't expect a reward. Let's just call it even for the intel you gave me. Rowan watched him without the hint of a smile. You're in the 5th group, right? Yeah, be careful. A large team is ambushing people around your gate. I counted 20 of them. The guy with the twin swords is especially annoying. She motioned to her bandaged arm. It's where I got this and why I lost track of the shortest route to my exit. Having said her piece, she turned to march away. Good luck. Rowan raised her spear without turning. You still owe me one, let's say half. One, she said, disappearing into the woods. Tough bargain, all right, no point in delaying. His hunch had paid off, though he wasn't very pleased about it. Flynn heightened his senses and used phantom steps to creep among the dead leaves and frozen mud underbrush. Trees and vegetation quickly grew sparser, widening his view. Hearing wasn't his only good sense. Moonlight pierced the mantle of clouds, illuminating a massive stone wall. The construction towered above the woods, double the height of the tallest oak. Yup, they're all crazy. Peeking from a leafy shrub, Flynn narrowed his attention to the 5th gate. A dark square opened in the wall, perhaps 10 meters across. The black number on top confirmed he found the right exit. And shit. Unfortunately, Rowan hadn't lied. He soon spotted 7 guys hiding around the exit, and there were at least 13 more. Damn it. It was too many bodies and skills to make a run for it. Such an obvious and annoying strategy. Being right is such a curse. Flynn fell back behind the shrub with a tired huff. This was going to suck a lot. As things stood, he had to wait till someone else broke the blockade or offered a diversion. That could mean 5 minutes or 5 hours freezing his face in the mud while lying in wait. The sky thundered above, shedding light on the stone bastion. No, don't you dare. Flynn glared at the clouds. The Hart Province's travelogue said Nerethi was warded against the snow. A sensible decision. The icy fluff was fun and all, right till you were knee-deep and stopped feeling your nose and toes. Unfortunately, the cheap booklet hadn't specified if it could still rain. Praying the moons for mercy, Flynn removed a rock poking his gut and settled in behind his shrub for a miserable wait. Please, just no. While the gods were silent, he caught a silver twinkle in the corner of his vision. 4 tiny paws walked over his legs and back, stopping on his shoulders. A pair of violet eyes looked down at him. Hello, Flynn craned his neck to greet the majestic silver cat. How are you doing, buddy? Did you come to check up on me? Forgive my blasphemous prayers. I swear I only serve you. Mio. Hobbs leaned to lick his face, such a merciful master. Yes, don't worry about me. It's all going according to plan. Flynn whispered, half covered in leaves and mud. He reached into his coat pocket for a piece of fish jerkbone he'd never dare touch. Here, buddy. Are you hungry? Sorry, I don't have more. Hobbs smelled the offering and devoured it in 2 quick bites. Emru. He slumped on his back with a satisfied purr. I'm glad you like it. I'll buy you more when we finish here. Mew. Oh, well, I wouldn't want to impose, but if you'd be so gracious. Flynn twisted his arm to gesture at the gate. Could you distract those guys for me? I need to get in there. Hobbs gazed at the area where the applicants were camping. Meow. Of course, I would be lost without you. So would Kai. He's just too prideful to admit it. The silver cat leaned for another lick. Emru. Okay, I'll wait for your signal. When the weight of the puffy furball disappeared from his back, Flynn rolled out of the shrub. He had to get into the agreed position. His fingers hurt from the cold. He crept among mud and weeds toward the left side of the gate as close as he felt was wise. His wait wasn't long. Lights and shouts rose at the opposite side of the entrance, some panicked and some angry. Flynn didn't stop to ponder what Hobbs had done. He leaped out of his hiding place, shrouded in shadow. His body burned with mana, pushing him into a breakneck sprint. 60 meters separated him from the gate. 50. 40. 30. He was almost 20 away when a girl took notice of him, screaming, "Don't let him pass, too slow." Flynn was quite proud of his speed, but no one had any regard for his pride tonight. Several applicants bolted to intercept him, only one close enough to matter. The stocky guy closed the distance in a blur of pale green light. Under the thundering sky, the young man grinned viciously. He swung down, two swords gleaming like starlight. "Caught you, rat. Yeah, congrats." Flynn mirrored the grin, using two fingers to focus his mana. A bolt of lightning split the night. The force of the spell sent the guy crashing several meters back and made everyone else falter. At yellow, the man would survive. "Rowan sends her regards." Flynn jumped into the dark opening of the gate without looking back. Kai blew the steam rising from his ceramic mug. The tawny tea smelled like cinnamon and candied apple, sweet and nostalgic. He couldn't ask for better on a cold winter day, doubly so if served with fresh butter biscuits. Each bite made a satisfying crunch before melting on his tongue. Raelian sure isn't stingy on comforts. Hundreds of candidates gathered in the massive hall, arrays woven through the mosaic of a verdant forest held up the ceiling in defiance of gravity. Kai sipped his tea away from the crowd. Few applicants approached the refreshment, too prideful or nervous to eat. Outside the Gothic windows, clouds choked the last rays of daylight. The hall overlooked a quartz square with a brass statue in the center. The monolithic warrior gazed away in a heroic pose, his hands resting on a 3-meter greatsword. That must be brass. It can't be gold. There were few passers-by around Nereth's central district, though it might be for the late hour. The Zeppelin had deposited them on the upper floor of the Academy's estate without a chance to snoop outside. The journey across the Republic had stoked his curiosity about the provincial capitals. If he saw how Nereth's elites lived, he might finally grasp the scale of their wealth and power. Kai walked by the tables set beneath the windows. Compared to the earlier feast, the refreshment looked meager, just 3 dozen kinds of salty and sweet treats to match an equal selection of beverages. I did pay 10 gold for this test. Determined to get his money's worth, he stopped beside Rain. Found anything good? A few. The siren took a nibble of a cookie with neon blueberries, adding it to the others on his porcelain plate. "Do you think Flynn would like these too? I could save some for him." Kai eyed the brightly colored sweets. "I'm sure they have them at the testing grounds for martial studies. He's probably enjoying them right now." "Yeah, you're right." Rain nodded to himself, swallowing the cookie in 3 nervous bites. "He'll be fine." Kai peered at his plate for a distraction. "What's your favorite? I've not tried any of those." Rain picked an almond tart crusted with caramel. "This one is salty and sweet." The idle chat continued till a clap silenced the hall. "Candidates, gather up." Professor Thornwind's voice echoed through the wide open space. Her high cheekbones and jaw were set in stoic disgruntlement, slight enough that Kai might be imagining it. 3 other examiners stood behind her on the elevated podium, giving her a wide berth. She regarded the crowd of 500 and demanded their attention with a steady green gaze and firm posture. When every eye turned to her, she began her speech. "We can proceed with the mandatory testing for mana studies. The assessment will be structured into 3 trials to measure your fundamental abilities with mana. To enroll at Raelian, you must reach minimum proficiency in each test." Her words hushed the murmurs. The explanation flew with dry efficiency: instructions for the tests, point distribution, minimum thresholds, and credits. Vela had mentioned the importance of those, though Kai was unclear about the exact benefits. The more the better, can't go wrong with that. The rewards sharply decreased from hundreds of credits for the highest score to just 20 for the 100th. While winter intake was considered less competitive, there were plenty of yellow applicants who failed to enroll in the fall. "I'll try for the top 20 or 30. If everything's clear, we can proceed with the first test." Professor Thornwind surveyed the quiet room, her face softened by the shadow of approval. "Now." Glowing lines spread over the marble flooring, forming a grid over the large hall. The squares ran in columns of 2, with short corridors in between. Each spot was large enough for a person to comfortably stand and not much else. "Position yourselves in a square and wait for the assistant examiners to distribute the sealed orbs. I better not see any scuffles. There's enough space for everybody." Seeing their stunned gazes, she cleared her throat. "Now please, we're on a schedule. I'm sure we'd all like to retire at a decent hour." Her words turned the dazed hush into a shuffle of feet. Kai stepped into the closest square beside the refreshment tables. The wards didn't impair his sight or hearing, though they restricted his ability to sense mana outside their strict boundaries. Beside him, Rain shared an encouraging look. His mouth moved, his words blocked by the enchantments. No whispering with each other. He responded with a smile. The nature of the wards made it impossible to study them with mana observernaut without intrusive prodding. And considering they were meant to prevent cheating, it might not be wise to try cracking them and triggering an alarm. "I should wait till we finish." Half the candidates contended for the spots closest to the podium, while the rest spread to the corners of the hall. A girl in a flowing white dress stopped beside his square, hair braided with golden threads. She tapped her sandal expectantly, her pretentious posture screaming patrician. Does she really think I'll move? Kai looked at the examiner's podium, feigning ignorance. With a huff, the girl followed his gaze to Professor Thornwyn and left murmuring, "Ignorant bumpkins. City people sure are strange." After a brief scuffle and two candidates getting escorted away, the rest found their place. A pair of assistant examiners walked between each row to distribute the test material from an enchanted bag. Kai took the glass sphere, his attention captured by the intersecting ring of runes. He hadn't known what to expect when they called it a sealed orb, but this. It's a puzzle box, well, a puzzle ball. He had spent months on Vuria's cube, losing his mind to solve the 42 layers recently. He had also built a simplified version for his little brother, Keen. He couldn't mistake it, regardless of the shape. His fingers ran over grooves in the cold glass, looking for seams or movable parts to pry. Nothing. Is it a single block? Isn't that a bit simple? Rearranging the runes drastically increased the challenge, but maybe he expected too much from an entrance exam, and he had yet to check it with Mana Observer. We might just have minutes to solve it. From the scrambled patterns and missing connections, he'd have to use his mana to link the enchantments. Now Professor Thornwyn said, if everyone has received a sealed orb, we may proceed. This test will measure your logic and deduction capabilities, together with your mana manipulation. I warn you that any attempt at cheating won't be tolerated. You may call the assistants once if you have an important question. Her slender arm rose to quiet the invisible chatter. For anyone worried, I assure you that knowing runes isn't necessary to pass this test. You'll have an hour to unseal the orb. Each one has 7 parts, and you must solve at least the first to continue. She gazed at the orderly columns of candidates, ignoring the few waving in protest. Time starts now. You may use your skills. A silver hourglass materialized above them. Aside from the translucent appearance, every detail was indistinguishable from a real object, down to the falling grains of sand. Is that light magic? How damn later. Kai stopped gawking and studied the puzzle ball with runic scholar and mana analyst. Beneath the scripts engraved on the surface, Mana Observer revealed a deeper set of runes, everything connected to a cloaked core at the center, the hidden mechanism of the puzzle. Alas, he wasn't supposed to interact with that. 2 layers with 343 runes, only 98 unique ones, probably 7 combinations. Deducing the rules of the puzzle was part of the test. His mind tried to assemble the patterns into a coherent enchantment, following years of habit, but this wasn't a test of enchanting. He had to look at it like an encrypted message, runes instead of letters. It wasn't the first code he cracked. He quickly spotted several repeating patterns and runes with parallel flickering, the pieces he must assemble. It can't be that easy, can it? Kai sent his mana into the transparent glass. Finding little resistance, he wove a filament through 49 runes, careful to touch no others. Once he linked the last into a smooth flow, the glass orb hummed and glowed a bright red. That should be good, right? Professor Thornwyn had mentioned something about colors, and if the glass didn't shatter, he must be doing it right. Okay, next. The glimmering red runes highlighted the new path forward. Kai closed his eyes to focus on his skills. Shielded from sound and people, the glass sphere became his world. The patterns looked glaringly obvious. Groups of mirrored runes flickered like the notes of a song in a symmetrical distribution. Once he cracked the code, it took seconds to make the required connections, splitting his mind to work faster. Mana weaving excelled at this type of delicate work. The glass sphere hummed, turning from red to vivid orange as the structure of the puzzle was made apparent. Yellow and green lights followed, more a chore than a challenge. The static configuration of runes shrank the possible solutions with each color, even if some components were repurposed. Kai double-checked the orb for mistakes. Everything seemed right. He hadn't misinterpreted or broken the puzzle. Who even designed it? I get they had to build a wagon load of them, but still perhaps I shouldn't compare them to Vuria's cube. All his excitement to solve a new puzzle box had evaporated. The most revolutionary part of this test was the round surface rather than a square. At Blue and Indigo, the solutions became increasingly long, as if a series of tedious steps could make up for the lacking creativity. The only hurdle was threading his mana through the sphere. Any mistake reset his progress, meaning he had to get it right on the first try. Another obvious solution. It did push his ability to manipulate mana, so that wasn't a complete waste. Almost there. The last color grabbed back his attention. He wove an inverted radial pattern through over 300 runes and aligned 14 components from previous solutions. Done, Kai smiled at the violet glow emanating from the orb. Every rune had been connected. He couldn't see any other solution. The puzzle was done. It wasn't too bad. He couldn't say how long it had passed. Stretching his stiff neck and back, he glanced at the other candidates. No other orbs glowed. A spike of panic covered his back in cold sweat before he realized the wards on the ground must be responsible. No cheating and no hints. Had other people finished, there were hundreds of them. A few applicants scoured the ceiling and floor for solutions, but most were intent on their orbs. Beside him, Rain also studied his puzzle sphere, too focused to pay him attention. Has he not finished either? His chest swelled with pride, and Kai tried to contain his grin. It might be that Rain got stuck, or it might be that he got distracted by the craftsmanship. And I have the perfect skills for this test. I was lucky. And guess that's still on me. Kai switched his weight between his legs, trapped in the square of ground. Professor Thornwyn hadn't said what he should do when he finished, but she warned not to leave the grid till the test concluded. I am done. Seeing an assistant examiner walk by, Kai swallowed his hesitation and raised his arm with the orb. Excuse me, I have a question. What do I do if I'm done with the test? He never liked speaking with strangers, but practice made perfect. He had to get over it eventually. The tall young woman halted, looking for the one speaking. Here, Kai said with a polite smile and waited for the assistant to make her way to his patch. She leaned into his square to speak past the wards, her face a mask of plain courtesy. What is it? Do you wish to leave? No, I'm done with the puzzle. Kai showed her the violet sphere. I unsealed all the colors. There isn't anything else, right? The upperclassman blinked, her lips soundlessly parted. How did you? Her gaze flitted between the orb and him, examining both with her mana sense. Finally, she took his glass puzzle. I must ask a professor. Come with me. For what? I can leave the square. Kai glanced at the lines crossing the marble floor. Yes, she schooled her expression into a haughty scowl. Stay close and don't speak with the other candidates. All right. Kai crossed the boundaries, almost expecting to get zapped. Nothing happened. He hurried to keep pace behind the assistant, just then remembering the massive hourglass that floated above them, craning his neck to measure the grains in the translucent projection. About halfway through, I'm pretty sure she said 1 hour. Shouldn't the course-specific test be harder than this? The quick strides of the assistant gave him little time to ponder. She led him through the columns of candidates to the podium at the end of the hall. Wait here and don't move. She exchanged words with a colleague, discussing briefly and showing the orb. They threw him some not-so-subtle glances before disappearing past a white lacquered door. I should have waited in my square. Kai scratched his brow. His wait didn't last long. Professor Thornwyn entered the hall, the orb in her pale hand. Her eyes opened a fraction wider upon seeing him. It's you. Hi, Professor. Kai smiled. The woman seemed reasonable enough. She squared him up, her voice dry. You unsealed this orb in 30 minutes, huh? Do they think I cheated? Taking it as a compliment, Kai felt his grin grow wider. I did indeed. Probably less than that. Did I make a mistake? Professor Thornwyn met his beaming expression with flat composure. Not exactly. She took out an identical glass sphere from thin air. Can you solve this for me and explain your thought process? Again, do I get bonus points for it? Kai put forth his most innocent look, still sensing a coming. No, he added, I'll be more tired for the next tests if I must use my skills. The steely gaze regarding him softened a hint. I guess a reward is due if you manage it. How much? 1 point. If everything is correct, that's not much. Can't you do 5? 2, 3, we're not haggling. 2, all right, I'll take it. Not like he had anything better to do. Kai accepted the clear glass orb, confirming the runes were identical to the one he had already solved. So once you analyze the rune's configuration, it's pretty clear. Aside from some clarifying questions, Professor Thornwyn observed the process in silence. It took him 10 minutes to thread his mana through the glass, slowed by his explanations. Cycling through the colors, the indigo glow turned to violet at last. And this is it. Kai offered her the second violet orb. The solutions were a bit repetitive. It wasn't very hard. The professor studied him with inscrutable green eyes. Delicate work under pressure and time constraints isn't easy for most candidates. The tiniest mistake forces you to start from the beginning, straining your ability to shape mana. How else could it be? He nodded, though he still didn't get it. So do I get 3 points? She pinched the bridge of her nose. Fine, 3 points. You may return to your square. The silver hourglass was almost empty. The next test will begin shortly. Will it be easy like this one? Kai fished for information with a cheeky smile. Professor Thornwyn looked about to sigh, but still answered. It will be challenging in different ways. You'll be in teams of 2. The highest scores pick their companions first. Being lucky was better than he remembered. Standing beside the refreshment tables, Kai peered at the rows of candidates. Some gripped their glass orbs with sweaty hands, some bared their teeth at the rings of runes, and some gazed at their feet for inspiration. Just a few stood still, waiting for the silver hourglass to empty. Their bleak and disgruntled expressions didn't suggest success. Did no one complete the puzzle? He would have taken longer without his previous experience, but still. Both patricians and commoners here had reached yellow and likely received an extensive education. Is it nerves? They had to weave mana through hundreds of runes. The enchanted spheres reset their progress at the tiniest mistake. Adding the timer and the stakes of entering Raelian, it turned into a vicious cycle. Kai gave them a sympathetic look. He had also been a bundle of anxiety in his earlier childhood, but he wasn't rattled so easily anymore. When did I change? It just sort of happened. Maybe. Time is up, Professor Thornwyn announced as the last grain touched the bottom of the hourglass. Stop your skills. If any mana touches your orbs, you'll be eliminated. The assistant examiners will now pass to collect them. An imposing presence washed over the applicants, a kind warning for any fool daring enough to cheat. If you haven't achieved any glow, form an orderly line for the exits. Setbacks can teach us more than successes. Those who qualify may try again next year. From his square of quiet, Kai watched beaming smiles and bitter scowls bloom around the hall. Luckily, the arrays spared him from hearing the emotional outbursts of hundreds of teens. Looks like most of them passed. He studied the palisades of bodies as the assistant spread to retrieve the glass spheres and register the results. Only the last color mattered. No prize for finishing early. Being too exceptional is a hard life, Kai mused with mirth. His confidence could use a boost after all the opulent and monumental sights of the last few days. I did also get 3 extra points. The grid at his feet flickered, then dimmed, crashing a chorus of voices into his ears. Stunned by the noise, most applicants fell quiet. Only a few continued arguing with the assistants. Remain in your square till all the orbs have been collected, Professor Thornwyn's voice echoed, her forehead scrunched up at the louder arguments. Your scores can still be lowered for poor conduct. She might not enjoy this, but she's good at it. Another kindred soul punished for her success. Without the wards, Kai could see the glow of the other spheres. Orange and yellow were the most prevalent colors, followed by green and red. Only a few teens held dull orbs. They quickly scurried toward the exits once they realized everyone could see them. The mood in the hall settled. Kai squinted to count the blues and indigos among the bodies, cutting off. There weren't, man. How did it go? Rain asked. He spun on his heels, remembering the person behind him. It went well, you. Rain balanced a violet orb on his knuckles. I did well too, a curious idea for a game. It was fun to solve once I figured out the rules. His brow creased as he watched him. Matt, where's your orb? My orb. I finished early and turned it in. The professor wanted to check it. Kai looked at the approaching assistants and his empty hands. They must know that, right? I'm sure it's fine, Rain said, following his gaze. You must be really good at puzzles. I saw you leave just halfway through. I am all right. Kai scrubbed his hair in embarrassment. The test had been a perfect fit for him. I had some experience with puzzles. Orbs, please. A female assistant reached them. She faltered upon seeing the violet glow in Rain's hand, then stared at his face. Congratulations. Completing the puzzle is an impressive feat. I am in the 5th year at Raelian. Laws. Rain politely smiled, raising his glass sphere to her. You need this. Did she know about me? He felt just a tiny bit annoyed about the treatment. It works out either way. Around him, several participants complained about the complexity of the runic patterns and discussed where they got stuck. Others were frustrated at the constant resets whenever they brushed the wrong rune and had to rethread mana from the beginning. Looks like it was hard. Congratulations to everyone who passed the test, Professor Thornwyn said as the assistants collected the last orbs. Focus and precision are essential skills for a mage, and so is knowing how to efficiently tackle a problem. Each color you've revealed will reward you 4 points. Excited murmurs rose at the announcement. Neat, 28 and 331, 160 altogether. Kai grinned, free from any lingering worry about enrolling. The only question was how high he could push his score and how many credits he'd earn. Remember, there are 2 more tests to earn points. The professor raised her voice. The next trial will focus on the second fundamental of magic, mana sense. You'll cooperate with 10 other candidates, but the teams won't be entirely random. Starting from the highest total score, you can pick another candidate as your companion. We will continue till everyone is in a pair. If you get chosen, you may not refuse to team up. Still grumbling about the puzzles and calculating points, the applicants split into 4 groups, 1 for each professor in the corners of the hall. Excuse me, Kai made his way to the front of the crowd with Rain. The teens arranged in an arc, giving a wide berth to the assistant examiners and the professor in charge. Dumbledore's twin. Is that you? Make silence. The old professor wore a robe embroidered with silver thread and a tasseled hat. His bony hand brushed a white beard while the other waved a list. Step forward when you are called and be ready to choose a teammate. You'll lose your chance if you don't pick in 5 breaths. Is that clear? A very grumpy Dumbledore. The old man's eyes turned to the list. Now first. Rain Ryu, that was quick. All right, Kai patted his friend's back, a little miffed he wouldn't see his own ranking. I'll let you pick me since you insisted. Kai yawned, continuing his smug act. Anyone better than me, there's a way to find out. With a half smile at him, Rain strolled before the professor, unbothered by the eyes that locked on him. That's me. Yes, Dumbledore scrutinized him, receiving a brief nod from his assistants. Who do you pick, young man? I choose. You'll pick me, a pink-haired girl called, turning every head toward the back of the crowd where she stood. The applicants squeezed to form a path for her. Ripples of reverence and envy spread in her wake. The few voices protesting were drowned by odd whispers or pulled back by their friends. Near the front, Kai perked his ears, trying to puzzle out her identity. Is she famous? The girl stopped before the professor with assured confidence, her eyes fixed on Rain. Gold and emerald beads chimed in her hair. I'll be your companion. We'll make a great team. I reached Indigo in the last test. She spoke as if she were bestowing a priceless offer, and I thought I was vain earlier. The professor furrowed his long, bushy eyebrows but didn't question or reprimand her, simply waiting for a name. Who do you pick, young man? Rain spared the girl a glance. Matthew. I see. Dumbledore jerked his head out of a nod. He looked at Rain as if to confirm he didn't mishear. When the silence stretched, he cleared his throat and leafed through the list. Matthew Reese Viernon here. He scribbled down the names and motioned at one of his assistants, who jolted forward. Guide them to the second test. Next, we have Natalie. Yes, Professor. The upperclassman looked at them with a scrunched-up face, his nasal voice oozing with disdain. You two, come with me. He moved for one of the double doors. Okay. Kai was too eager to leave the hall to argue. 100 pairs of eyes pierced his back since he had been picked, filling his ears with whispers and speculations. Who was the guy who was picked over Merle Verloon? Did anyone know his house? Did he hide his orb during the first test? What did he get? The girl in question remained stunned on the spot, blinking her pink eyelashes, watching them leave. When she attempted to speak, they were too far away to hear. Kai slipped through the door after the assistant. A carpet muffled his steps into a long corridor. Doors lined both walls up to a golden staircase. You could wait for me. Rain poked his head behind him with a mock sulk. To think I picked you over everyone else. And remind me who finished the last test first. Kai flicked back his hair, a palm too short for the gesture to work, then motioned to the upperclassman who marched ahead without waiting. I'd say you got the better deal. Rain caught up to him in 2 strides. I don't know. That girl looked pretty good. Merle Verloon. She only reached Indigo in the last test. Do you know her? Rain perused the gallery of paintings in the halls they passed, occasionally glimpsing candidates from other groups. She was kind of a weirdo, didn't even introduce herself. The assistant ahead let out a choked sound, muttering unkind comments under his breath. Neither of them cared. I just overheard people mentioning her. Kai lifted his gaze to the ramp of stairs stretching several floors into the massive property. One of the provinces is named after her, or at least her family. Despite the gaps in his knowledge, even he knew the 7 main provinces of the Republic. Verloon Province extended further east, famed for housing the seat of the 7 moons. She's someone important in this kingdom, Rain asked with mild interest. Kai shrugged. After 1,000 years, the great houses might have cities full of descendants. I don't know. She's in the winter intake and only got Indigo, so she's probably not from the main line, still important enough to make the other candidates hold their breath. His comments elicited another strangled gasp from their guide. They had descended to an underground floor through several hallways. Kai was considering how to test their guide's vocal range when the man stopped before a black lacquered door. In here, he curtly opened the door for them. Does the second test take place here? Kai peered inside. Multiple wards enveloped the room, obscuring the interior in a layer of shadows. Yes, the assistant snorted. It'll all be explained inside. All right. Despite his skepticism, Kai had no grounds to argue. Hallowed intuition told him there was no danger. He shared a glance with Rain before stepping inside. What the? Pitch black darkness covered his vision. Excuse M. The door shut on their back. Great is this part of the test. Even if the guy disliked them, Kai couldn't imagine the assistant would risk his position to sabotage them, though he might have skipped part of the explanation. Mana Observer spread through the room unimpaired. It was a featureless box with 4 crystal altars set in a square and a second locked door. Are you all right? Rain stood beside him. A globe of light coalesced on his palm, illuminating the painted floor tiles and the runes circling the walls. I'm good. Kai squinted at the spell, making a memo to learn that cantrip himself. With his minor elemental attunement, his affinity for light should be barely sufficient. Do you think the test has already started? Rain tried to push the doors open before moving to check the altars. Kai shook his head. Professor Thornwind said we'd be in groups of 10. We're missing 8 members, and I don't think she lied. Giving false instructions was a level too convoluted for an entrance test, so we wait. Yeah, Kai said with a sigh. His eyes fell on the geometric symbols decorating the floor tiles. They clearly had a purpose, but the ward stopped his inspection on the surface. About a minute later, an array on the ceiling hummed to life, lighting the room as the door opened again. 8 candidates shuffled inside, their steps faltering upon seeing they weren't alone. So we waited in here for nothing. What a jerk. Hi, looks like we're on a team. Kai broke the stall with a friendly smile when the door clicked closed. They might already be on a timer. Do you know what the second test is about? You don't. A short boy in a flaming red robe raised his chin, sneering. Why are you even here? What does it look like? Kai swallowed the snappy response and fought to keep a smile. We were told to wait inside. The guy who brought us here wasn't very far. Don't get in the way. The boy cut him off and turned to chat with his more muscular companion. The other applicants had similarly drifted off with their partners, ignoring the fundamental principle of a team test. If the examiners had crammed 10 people into the room, there had to be a reason. Everyone seemed intent on going it alone except for one pair of girls, who kept sneaking glances in their direction. What is it? Kai didn't trust his tone to hide his irritation, so stayed silent. After another round of murmurs, the girl with the blonde ponytail gathered the courage to speak. "You're the one who made the orb glow violet. They must be from our hall." Finally, someone with a little sense. Kai was about to answer when he realized they were looking at Rain at him, of course. He had completed the puzzle too quickly for people to notice, burdened by my own brilliance. "I am." Rain's terse smile made the pair squeal in excitement. "Can you tell us about the second test?" "See, I told you it was him," the girl whispered to her companion, then pivoted to face Rain with a bright grin. "Hi, I'm Myra. So you want to know about the second test?" "They didn't tell us much, just that we have to get out of this room within an hour to pass." She mumbled through a few more details. Their conversation drew the attention of the rest of the room. "You got Violet." The short boy stared at Rain, his smirk faltering. "You expect me to believe that? It's true." Myra stubbornly crossed her arms. "I saw it myself." He was also the first to pick a teammate, and even her eyes flicked toward Kai and back. Why did you pick him over Muriel?" "Sure, act like I'm not even here." Rain gave him a sympathetic smile, marred with amusement. "Matt was the best option. He finished the puzzle faster than I him." "Are you telling me you and he both got Violet?" The boy with the red robe snickered. "Do you think I'm stupid? No one completed the puzzle in our hall, and we have two here. Spirits grant me patience." Kai clenched a hand over his other wrist. The second test had already started, and the timer was ticking. If they couldn't appreciate the luck of landing in this group, he wasn't about to waste time convincing them. "What did you get in the first test?" He raised an eyebrow at the boy. "Did you reach green or blue?" What does that matter?" The young guy snorted. "It was a stupid test. Mages don't need to solve puzzles or spin mana like some common weaver." "How did you even know it doesn't matter?" Kai held his gaze. "So you didn't reach green." The boy's face tinged a shade closer to his clothes, fist clenched at his side. "You have no idea what the levels of my skills are. My father is a fourth circle mage, and I bet 100 gold messars will get out of this room before you, if you insist." "All right, let's make it double." Kai offered his hand to shake on the deal. 200 golds to the first who finds the way out of here. He would have wagered 1,000 messars if he thought that would get paid. The short boy stared dumbly at his palm. "That are you serious? Do you even have that much money?" "How else would I enroll?" Kai said. "I can pay once we finish testing. Or are you scared to take the deal?" The provocation was as banal as it was effective. He waved to the teens observing their exchange. "We're all adults. They can serve as witnesses for our bet, right? We should cooperate." Myra weakly protested, though the rest just nodded along. All except the boy's companion, who tried to pull him back. "Joran, I don't think you should." "Shut up, Rick, I won't lose to this nobody." Joran yanked his arm free and shook the deal with a sweaty palm. A smirk plastered on his face. "It's a binding agreement. You can't get out of this. I'll have my money." Kai smiled in response. "May the best man win." 199, 200. Kai aligned the rows of gold messars on the table of the inn. The sunlight filtering from the window made the hawks embossed on the coins shimmer. All there. A butler from House Hellion had delivered his winnings at the crack of dawn. When he made that bet on a whim, he hadn't truly expected to receive the money, but he had underestimated the pride and deep pockets of patricians. Letting a few chatty candidates spread word of the wager must have helped too. Before the winter intake was over, the cleaning staff also knew he and Rain escaped the first room in 13.5 minutes, an indisputable win. "Easiest money I ever made." Kai felt a twinge of guilt recalling Joran's disbelieving babbles and shattering ego, but the snide insults that came before washed that away. No one forced the short boy to take the Bator to behave like an insufferable brat. His family could afford to pay. He got even points from being grouped with us. A fair deal, though Hellion House might argue otherwise. Tapping his fingers on the hardwood desk, Kai ran his hand over the gold to store it in his ring. 200 messars. Most people wouldn't see that much money in their entire life, and he won it on a stupid bet. He didn't know how to feel about that. Proud, thrilled, and melancholic. Numb and overwhelmed. A mix of everything. He was entering a different world. From starving in the dingiest town of the archipelago, he'd risen to the gilded halls where the Republic's elites mingled. Even the commoner applicants seemed accustomed to servants fluttering around them, like invisible drones tossing aside meals from chefs who honed their skills over decades. It seemed yesterday that he'd run along the shores of the archipelago, scalding sand beneath his bare feet, salty wind in his hair, a nobody from a forgotten corner of Elides. Now Neretha's rooftop sprawled for miles beyond his window. He stood in one of the Republic's largest cities, about to enroll in one of its most prestigious academies. The shift felt jarring, like he had missed a step in between. 2 years alone in the sanctuary probably didn't help. His memories of the time there were a muddled tangle he didn't wish to touch. He went in as a child and emerged as an adult. Everything moved in a rush afterwards. He had only been on the mainland for a few months, and not quiet ones. Yes, he just needed some time to adjust. A knock pulled him from his thoughts. "Hey." Flynn poked his head through a crack in the door, a giddy grin on his face. "Ready to go? The streets are getting packed. We can't be late." At least he's adapting well. Coming, Kai grabbed his spatial bag and headed downstairs into the common room where Rain was waiting. A crowd of late risers lingered over breakfast at the wandering soldiers' tables. Flynn skipped the steps to reach the white-haired boy, uncaring of the glances from the other patrons. Ready to go. Did you get everything? Yes, Rain let himself get hauled to his feet, looking amused by Flynn's excitement. I'm curious to see the Academy's portal. Kai followed the chattering duo into the bustling streets. The crisp morning air was untouched by the harsher city smells, carrying the scent of fresh bread from a nearby bakery. They splurged on a private carriage to reach the central district. The mustached coachman welcomed them aboard, guiding an awakened horse at a brisk pace. The enchantment smoothed out any bumps in the road. Do you think the Academy is as large as they say? In a high mana zone, Flynn continued sharing his expectations. He had been radiating enthusiasm since he qualified for martial studies with a top 50 score and earned 20 credits. I heard portals were rare in Lower Kingdom's reign hadn't been fazed by earning first rank, but looked equally eager to see the human academy. Kai nodded along with their conversation, rubbing his eyelids with the heel of his hand. They had all done well in the practical tests, perhaps too well. The flexibility of his elemental magic had carried him through the last trial and the optional sparrings. Ranking fourth, his plan to keep a low profile looked ever more naive, though he still hoped to blend in better at the academy. It was worth it to get 200 credits. The rewards for mana studies were much higher, proportional to the heftier tuition fee. Students still preferred to pay the enrollment with messars if they could afford it. There must be better uses for credits. Before even stepping foot in Raelian, Kai could see the cracks in its veneer of fairness. Hardly surprising. Matt Flynn poked his shoulder as the carriage rolled to a stop. Come back among us mortals. We're at the checkpoint. Time to get off. He grabbed both their bags and hopped onto the paved street. Kai followed him. The arched gate to Nereth's central district cast a shadow over them. The black stone crenellations glimmered 50 meters above. Every line and angle seemed sculpted to intimidate, bearing the howling wolf of House Hart, burnished gold on a dark green field. With few exceptions, commoners paid 20 silvers for the privilege of entry, a hard boundary in everything but name. Why don't you rob them already? Guards in the Hart livery regulated the flow, their posture as straight as the halberds they carried. The queue to pass was predictably short. A stone-faced man scrutinized Raelian's acceptance letters before waving them through. Crossing the thick walls of the gate, wards washed over them, scanning for threats and marking their mana. Kai rubbed his arms to stave off the uneasy feeling. The mark would fade once they left the district. Hallowed intuition confirmed it. Damn annoying. Exiting into a wider street, he shielded his eyes from the rising sun. Dense mana tingled on his skin, and the sweet aroma of flower beds blooming in winter made his nose twitch. There were few passers-by, and plenty of carriages rolling over the sparkling pavement there, rates incomparable to those outside. Behind the enchanted fences, the most modest house dwarfed the palaces in High Arbor. Why does everything need to be so grand? Kai jogged to catch up with Rain and Flynn. The Academy's property was a short walk from there. Unlike the late summer testing, winter intake applicants were given only 3 days to settle their affairs. It had been a mad rush to finalize his deals with Rizhi and purchase what he might need for the Academy. While the shops at Raelian sold everything, Vela had warned him their wares often came with an upcharge. He wouldn't waste money just because he had them. A chip for your thoughts. Flynn slowed to flank him on the sidewalk. His excited gleam dulled. Or is that how you say it? You've been quiet since yesterday. You know my wisdom is at your disposal if you want to share the burden. Ahead of them, Rain was studying the window of a smithy with suspicious zeal. Did they organize? I've just been busy with stuff, Kai said. He must get his act together. Are you Suyur? Flynn tilted his head at him. You aren't sick, hungry, cold, sleepy. His brows rose with each question. Or are you also feeling the need to steal that guy's wig? With a side glance, he guided his gaze across the street where a man was getting off a carriage. His lush mane of golden hair fluttered in the wind. With a studied gesture, the guy tossed his hair back, each strand falling in perfect locks. I bet he's bald, Flynn whispered, narrowing his eyes in suspicion. No one has that much hair. And did you see how they move? There isn't a breath of wind in this street. Huh, that's true. The color could be from a bloodline, but normal hair didn't bounce like that. Suddenly, Kai got the impulse to pull off a strand and study it. It must be a wig. Yep, Flynn nodded, then turned to him with a more serious look. Hey, I know it's a lot, all of this. He spun his finger over the city and the passers-by. Every building has more floors than is reasonable. I can walk a week without crossing the same street. And the people, so many of them, everywhere, always new faces. They just live surrounded by strangers. He pinched his face while shaking it. That still doesn't even scratch it. You know, the candidates at the test could recite the last 7 generations of their family. Like, is that normal? Every conversation they mention something I've never heard of, and I just nod. His shoulders slumped with a sigh. So, yeah, everything here is a lot. It's okay if you're having second thoughts. Kai walked quietly, unsure of what to say. Guess I wasn't the only one. Without his memories of Earth, he would have been much more overwhelmed by the mainland. He has never left the archipelago. I should have thought of that. Flynn hung his head and mumbled, "Tell me what bothered you was something similar, or I'll feel very, very awkward." Something similar," Kai chuckled to lighten the mood. "Sorry, I was just surprised. You always look so at ease, excited by all the new and crazy stuff." Yet Flynn raked a hand through his hair and smiled bitterly. "I'm only better at hiding it. Half the time, I think I or those around me are going crazy. Maybe I should have just stayed in High Arbor. I had my place there, a comfy couch. A decent job. It was a bit boring, but also relaxing." Flynn glanced at the students joining the stream. Almost all had families and servants in tow, hauling trunks of luggage. "And now I'm here," he said, "going to Raelian with weirdos who can recite their last 7 generations. But I'm not special like you." "What did you say? Special?" Kai laughed. "He only had a few extra memorists, that's it." "You know what I mean," Flynn said. "I didn't come out of the womb flinging spells, brewing potions at 6 months old and learning swordsmanship from a mystical master. And I don't turn my foes into toads in my free time. I can't turn people into toads." "You can't yet." Flynn gave him a pointed look. "Give it a few years. We're going to a magic academy. That's not how magic works." "I'll give it my best try," Kai said, knowing the bounds of reality wouldn't win him the argument. "You also got into Raelian with a pretty high score. Who cares about the family trees of the other students? It's not them." "Really silly battle maniacs. Guess not all stereotypes of martial studies are false. They say smart ones are already at Raelian. Well, we'll see when we get there. They might all be silly." Kai spotted their destination in the distance. White spires soared above the city's palaces. He could see the corner of the dense hedge circling the academy's central property. If the rumors were true, they'd be at Raelian in less than an hour. "Matt," Kai glanced at his tall friend, back to his self-assured pace and grin. "Yes, Flynn, just know I'll deny everything I told you in the last 10 minutes. And if you tell Rain that I'm not special, you're going to wake up bald. I appreciated our talk too." Kai clapped his back with a smile. "And it might be worth going bald if I get a wig like that guy. Now, you're too short to sport that kind of mane. It'd make your head look too big, though I might pull it off. So you're looking to go bald." Kai summoned a flickering flame in his palm. "I can help with that, free of charge." Flynn blew off his spell. Maybe in a few years. Catching up with Rain, they joined the queue of prospective students outside the property. An assistant examiner checked the admission letters. Kai bent to scoop up Hobbs, savoring the silky fur between his fingers. His registered cat familiar flopped in his arms with a grumpy glare at the wait. "Who knew I'd be going to school again? What's the worst that can happen? Bad grades." There were worse places to go if he wanted to solve his doubts. He had bled, sweated, and clawed his way through years of grueling effort to get here. Now he'd see how his peers had used that time. "They should be here." Vela flicked open the golden lid of her pocket watch. The hands of the clock had barely moved since the last time she checked, 17 seconds earlier. Her breath fogged, but she didn't feel cold. She paced in the square radiating around the Somornarium, one of only 7 publicly known spatial nodes in the Republic. The snow coating the dome made it glimmer like diamonds, far cheaper than the arrays inside. A sparse crowd had gathered, waiting for the first group from the winter intake. Friends, retainers, and guides charged to welcome the new arrivals. They should be here soon, if he got in. While she believed in Kai's skills, the course-specific tests were unpredictable. A poor fit or disgruntled examiner could have your points. And what if one of his friends failed to get in? Flynn had proven himself a capable informant in High Arbor, but here he was up against candidates who had been tutored from birth. And that other boy, Orin, she knew he wasn't patrician and little else. How skilled could a traveling caster be? Mana Studies was probably the most sought-after course in the Republic, even during the mid-year acceptance. They can always try again next year. Vela chewed her lip, checking the pocket watch, agging 33 seconds. Now they're definitely late. A slight thrum of mana spread through the square, so subtle she would have missed it if she weren't looking for it. The movement behind the windows of the Summonarium confirmed what her senses felt. They're here. Vela stalked closer, then backed away from the circular building. Her gaze flitted among the 4 entrances. Where should she look? She could watch at most 3 doors at a time. What if she missed him? Before she could find a solution, hundreds of teens began flooding into the square, their expressions struck between awe and nausea. This would be the only time most of them crossed a portal. Airships were far more practical for ordinary travel. We should have organized better. It was the first group of arrivals, divided by ranking. She stood on her toes, looking for a familiar face among the crowd. Is he not with them? "Are you looking for someone?" a voice exclaimed behind her ear. Vela jolted back, nearly tripping as she turned to face the culprit. A pair of amused gray eyes met hers. "You're here." Her mouth fought between a smile and a scowl. "Hi." Kai offered a slight smile, playing innocent. "Did you wait long?" "No chapter today. No chapter today." Hey, how are y'all doing? Sorry there'll be no chapter today. I've been sick for the last few days. I thought it was getting better, but this weekend I still had a fever, so I've not been able to write much. Next chapter will be on Friday unless I'm still sick, but in that case I'll make an announcement. If you hear nothing, expect a chapter. And there is the veiled spire. Vela gestured to a tower like a spike of black glass stuck in a wood of snow-dusted pines. It holds one of Raelian's skill vaults and a few courses of higher magic. Access isn't restricted, but only upperclassmen go there. As first years, I'd advise you to stay away. Her gaze passed over each of them in turn, confirming they were focused and listening. Everything clear. Crystal, Kai said, trying to fix the maze of paths and rules in his mind. Raelian was like a city-state unto itself. Flynn had pulled out a notebook 2 hours ago and was still scribbling notes, while Rain craned his neck, wide eyes darting to take in all the sights. Okay. Vela tucked a lock of auburn hair behind her ear and let her hands rest at her sides. That covers the main areas you need to know, at least for mana studies. She offered Flynn an apologetic glance. I'm not as familiar with the areas exclusive to martial studies in the southern grounds. Flynn waved off her concern, tucking his notebook and enchanted pen into a pocket of his long coat. It's quite all right. I'll figure it out later. Your creepy magic buildings are much more interesting anyway. Yes, I can introduce you to someone later, if needed, Vela replied, her voice perfectly polite, maybe too polite. She takes her role as guide pretty seriously. Kai narrowed his eyes. Something was off with her. She hadn't been this stiff when they talked at the House of Mirrors. And why did she keep avoiding his gaze? Did I offend her somehow? Since rooms wouldn't be assigned until the sorting ceremony that evening, she'd offered to give them a personal tour of the academy grounds and help with paperwork and luggage. He had known Raelian was large, but hadn't truly grasped its scale before. Towering buildings rose in clusters across snow-covered fields, frozen ponds, and frosted woods. A grid of stone roads ran through the main facilities, and winding cobblestone paths connected the rest. They had been walking for the last 3 hours and still hadn't reached the fringes. Kai might not have believed the academy bordered one of the Republic's largest mana forests if the ambient density didn't brush green one. His skin hadn't stopped tingling since he stepped out of the silver portal in the summonarium. Each breath felt fuller, every sense sharper, his muscles eager to move. I missed this. I know it's a lot to take in at first. Vela smiled at their slightly lost expressions. You'll get used to it, at least for the most part. Just stay on the paths and you'll be fine. She checked a gold pocket watch, its lid engraved with a seahorse. It's nearly noon. Do you remember where the Wing Oria is? 3 arms pointed past a hill at their right with near-synchronized motion. Valala blinked, letting a hint of surprise slip. That is right. About a 15-minute walk, Flynn added. We can make it in 10, Kai said. The map was simple compared to the tangle of Raelian's formal and informal rules. Depends on our route, Flynn replied. She did tell us to stick to the main roads. That would be best, Vela agreed, glancing up at the puffy clouds scattered across the sky. The side paths are cleared less often when it snows, and the minor arrays can malfunction. Her gaze grew distant, then she shook her head. You'll have time to use shortcuts once you know your way around, so that means I'm right. Flynn grinned brightly at Kai. Don't worry, I'll come looking for you if you get lost. I wasn't wrong. Traitors, come on, let's go find something to eat. Flynn chuckled at him. I'm curious to see how the food's here. Remember you promised to buy me lunch with the money from the bet? I do. And I also remember you saying you'd never eat again this morning. Kai recalled the aftermath after using the Portala swirl of silver, a flash of kaleidoscopic lights and hundreds of miles crossed with a single step. Though the consequences for many students hadn't been quite so brief, a fair number of them had emptied their stomachs in the square. I'm pretty sure you swore never to eat again, in fact. Wasn't that bad for me? Practicing spatial shift paid off. Now let's not dig up painful memories. Flynn used a hand to cover his eyes as if he couldn't bear the thought of his lost breakfast. That was 3 hours ago. I can't get bogged down by past me. I must keep looking forward. He pointed down the cobblestone trail. You're so courageous. Kai rolled his eyes. And will lunch help you cope with the loss? Yes. Flynn pressed a hand to his forehead. It might lessen the... All right, then I'll also cover your tuition fees. Kai added almost like an afterthought. Flynn's grin turned into a grimace. You don't need to do that. I'll pay it with credits. I have enough for the first installment. You know there are better uses for credits. You'll spend the rest of the year paying off tuition while everyone else gets ahead. Kai tried to keep the exasperation out of his voice. Why was he being so stubborn? Let me help. Your fee's just 100 gold. Just 100, Flynn raised both eyebrows. Since when was that small change? You could buy a town for that back home. Maybe 2. People here live in their own crazy world. You know what I mean, and how much I have. Kai raised his ringed hand. It's only half of what I got from that ridiculous bet. If I needed something you could easily provide, wouldn't you help me? It's not the same. Flynn's scowl deepened, and I might not if you told me not to. Really? Kai gave him a skeptical look. Maybe. Flynn crossed his arms and avoided his gaze. I don't know, it would depend on the circumstances. Right, so take the money and use your credits for something useful. If you really have to, consider it a student loan. You can pay me back after graduation. A student loan? Yes, just without the predatory part. The predatory part? Flynn blinked, even more confused. Wait, is that from Kai waved it off. Doesn't matter, just say you'll take it. Unauthorized duplication. This narrative has been taken without consent. Report sightings. Flynn chewed his lip for several seconds, then sighed. Fine, add it to my tab, I'll pay you back, with interest. I don't want interest. Kai huffed. Having 100 more or fewer messars in his ring made no difference. Gold didn't depreciate like Earth's money. Just do well in your studies. I can't be seen hanging around with a weakling. Flynn scoffed. Can't be worse than being seen with a short boy. You never appreciate my sacrifices. Kai stomped a boot on the frozen cobblestones. I'm still growing. His height was perfectly normal for his age. He wasn't yet 15. Of course you are, little buddy. Flynn ruffled his hair before he could dodge. You've still got a good centimeter in you, maybe even 2. The spirits always loved you more. They recognize a good investment, Kai grumbled. It's been a while since we sparred. I can show you how to see the world from the ground. I hear it gives you a new perspective. Maybe the spirits will notice you too. Shut up, I am not short. Kai sped up to catch up with Vela and Rain. Of course, Flynn kept pace, looking ahead with a smile. I'm sure there's at least one person who thinks so. What does that mean? Nothing much. You're the perfect size. Don't worry, I'm not. Kai shook his head. Probably just another tease. I'm out of practice with jabs. As they neared the marble shadow of Wing Aurea, the paths filled with streams of students in enchanted cloaks trimmed with fur and feathers. The winter uniforms beneath marked their years: burgundy, rusty orange, beige yellow, and forest green, easy enough to remember. Crests and lining details in gold, silver, and black denoted their course of study. Kai resisted the urge to scan them with Mana Observer. Asking not to be noticed in a magic academy was hopelessly recessive with his luck. Old habits die hard. Rude. How are we supposed to address the patrician kids? Kai asked Viola. She'd already taught them a dozen ways to greet professors depending on time and place. He'd never cared much for etiquette, but he didn't want unnecessary trouble. Viola pursed her lips and sighed. It's complicated. The amended 16th principle states every student attending Raelian shall be treated equally, regardless of their station outside, till their education is complete, and in practice. Flynn asked. Well, she checked that no one was nearby before lowering her voice. Many patricians treat the principles more as general suggestions than strict rules. They might take offense if you address them informally or don't give them precedence. Kai frowned. What codes are you talking about? The founding principles of Raelian's Code of Conduct. She tilted her head, puzzled. The ones you agreed to follow when you enrolled. You didn't read them. Sorry, it's my fault. I should have mentioned it. She rummaged through her spatial purse, her arm reaching down further than the small pink bag suggested possible. With a scowl of effort, she pulled out a thick tome that stretched the opening to its limit. Raelian Academy's codex gleamed in gold letters on the cover. Here, you can borrow mine. She offered him the volume. Each student can request a free copy at the administrative building, but it takes a few weeks during intakes. Viola watched him, puzzled. That is the abbreviated version. The full codex is over 3,000 pages. They've been adding rules for centuries. A bit of a lengthy read. You can get around with this one and some common sense. She tapped the spine of the book in his hands. I see. Kai discreetly stored it in his ring. I'll return it once I finish reading it. At least the parts that look important. The buzz of chatter grew as they reached the broad plaza in front of the Wing Aurea. Footprints in mud marred the snow, while the trickle of students became a continuous stream. Here you can find anything you need. Viola stopped beside the marble steps, glancing away at the distant buildings. You know where your welcome ceremonies are tonight. We can meet later if you need. Wait, Kai caught her as she looked about to leave. At least let me buy you lunch. What? She halted mid-step, face visibly flustered. Lunch, food. Kai motioned to the colossal building looming over the 4 of them. You have to eat too, right? Let me treat you. It's the least I can do after you showed us around. Viola frowned slightly. You mean, join you three for lunch? Yes, Kai said, noticing Flynn and Rain sharing grins and whispers in his periphery. Was I not clear? If you have something else to do, don't feel obligated to come. We can meet up later, or tomorrow. We'll find our way. You've helped so much more than you had to. No, Ivela froze when a honeyed voice chimed in behind her. So this is why you suddenly disappeared. How you kept yourself busy, Val. The voice giggled. I didn't think you were the type to see three boys at once. Two girls walked toward them. The taller one glided on the pavement with the grace of a ballerina. Sharp cheekbones accentuated her pale complexion and jet black hair, which was held aside with an amethyst brooch. She observed them with cool curiosity. Her more petite companion was the one who had spoken. She had a doll-like appearance, with golden locks, large purple eyes, and a perfect almond face, though the mischievous smile and confident gait hinted she might not be that innocent or delicate. All new students, you sure don't waste time. The girl scrutinized them each in turn, hands angled on her hips. Her long eyelashes fluttered upon seeing Rain before hurriedly moving on to Kai. Well, I can't say you have bad taste. Still, I feel a little hurt that you didn't share. Lai's Vela snapped out of her daze, cheeks flushed, glaring daggers at the newcomer, their friends from home. I was showing them the grounds around Raelian. You'll make them think we're all mad. Friends, Lies curled a lock around her finger and smiled sweetly. I see I jumped to conclusions. Please accept my apologies. She rested a dainty hand on her chest, looking truly remorseful for a moment. Then she turned to elbow Val and whispered, how could you never tell me you had such cute friends coming to Raelian? I'm barely presentable. Flynn covered his bright smile, leaning on Rain and barely containing his laughter. Enough nonsense. Vela pulled her back, her face smoothed into a tight expression. You didn't have to meet them now. They just got here. Oh, I'm sorry. Lies spun out of Vela's grip to stand before them. I have not introduced myself. I'm Callissa of House Fairmont. You can call me Lies. Any friend of Val is a friend of mine. She gestured to her wiltly companion, who watched the exchange in silence. And this fascinating creature is Renaria Drakmore. Not much of a talker, but very worth knowing. Now tell me more about yourself. How long have you known Val? And I thought Flynn had thick skin and too much energy. Kai glanced at Rain and Flynn. Both stood further behind than he remembered, letting him alone to confront the inquisitive girl. Resigned, he extended his hand. I'm Matthew. Matt is fine too. It was proper to offer only a first name to patricians. Hopefully, she doesn't expect me to curtsy. She seems casual enough. Matthew, Lai's manicured eyebrows lifted, eyes widening as if she saw him for the first time. Matthew from the archipelago, the one Val is always running off to chat with in the House of Mirrors. Yeah, I guess that's me. Kai looked in confusion at her gleaming gaze. Am I missing something? Even the quiet Renaria had parted her lips in surprise. It's so nice to finally meet you. Lies clasped his hand in both of hers, leaning forward as if afraid she'd miss a pore on his skin. Val has told us so much about you. Has she? Kai stepped back to escape the inspection. Throwing a glance at Vela, who looked pale. What things exactly? She wouldn't break my cover identity. She basically built it. Only good things. I can't wait to know how you two met. Lies beamed, glancing at the bustling plaza and rubbing her arms. But maybe somewhere warmer to talk. I'm freezing. That's a great idea. Flynn slung an arm over Kai's shoulder and tapped his back with a suggestive look. They're Val's friends. Guess we'll be seeing them again. We were just about to have lunch, Kai offered. Do you want to join us? I'm buying. Maybe you can suggest a place in the wing Aurea. Handsome, considerate, and apparently generous. We'd love to accept your invitation. Lies hooked arms with Vela and Renaria. You truly have the best friends, Val. I'm so envious. No, definitely not. Cashin wiped the recording from the crystal cube and set the last file atop the discarded Palby now. It towered over his desk. He would have burned them if not for his secretary's nagging about waste. How could someone born with every advantage accomplish so little? It was shameful. Too many old bloodlines had grown stagnant, using their position as a pedestal to look down rather than a foothold to climb higher. If their inanity didn't bleed into the wider republic, he'd gladly watch them fall when the wake-up call came. Alas. Cashin exhaled a slow breath. It's not a bad year. Many professors viewed the winter intake as fodder to fill out the ranks and motivate current students. The belief held some merit. From 1,000 new intakes in Mana studies, less than a third finished the first year, and the number fell to a tenth by the end of the second. Still, there were always surprises, and this year they were particularly plentiful. His gaze settled on the 34 files he had selected. Those would join his personal archive to observe the privilege of being the dean. He rarely misjudged students, and the first-year trials were specifically designed for that purpose. There could be no growth without true stakes, one step at a time. Cashin stored the files in his orichalcum ringall except for two. He skimmed the examiner's notes, letting his skills form a more complete picture. Both were interesting in their own ways, though only one required an urgent decision. Rain Ryu. Almost certainly a false name, a foreign youth welcomed by the Republic. If the boy was a spy, he had put remarkably little effort in concealing his origins, too little to even be intentional. And what kingdom would send an agent with such talent? Not even the immortal kingdoms. The story here was more complex, or perhaps simpler. Cashin smiled as a knock sounded at his office door. Boldness and subtlety both had a place. He could spend all night speculating or find the truth from the source. Enter. Gladys opened the door. Glancing at the files piled beside his desk, her stern wrinkles smoothed into almost approval. The student you requested. She stood aside with a shallow bow and let in the subject of his musings. Interesting. Rain Ryu entered his study with no hint of wariness, nor flinching when the door shut behind him. Cashin had never cared much for appearances, least of all in students, but the boy had something magnetic about him. What was it? The snowy hair and light amber eyes revealed new shades as the light touched them, but he had seen more dazzling combinations. Was it the shape of his features then, something in the proportions that spurred him to keep looking, almost like Lowen? Though the student looked nothing like her, he carried a similar otherworldly presence. It seemed glaring now. Those memories refused to fade even after a decade of attempts. Not to reminisce. Come, take a seat. Cashin gestured to the free chair. Acting nonchalant, he stacked a few stray documents beneath a brass songbird paperweight. Excuse the chaos. I haven't had time to clean up. The student surveyed the artifacts and ancient tomes on the shelves with calm curiosity. As he approached the desk, the amber eyes moved onto Cashin. Where even professors and senators tended to avert their eyes, Rain Ryu openly held his gaze. No mere child could face a fifth circle mage without faltering, not unless it weren't their first time meeting an individual at Blue. Why is he making it that obvious? Or he just doesn't care. Cashin couldn't recall the last time that happened. After reclaiming his position in House of Stairs, every person around him wanted something, whether knowledge, favors, wealth, or just his approval. But the boy didn't care for his status, no more than for his secretary in the hall. Cashin almost laughed. His heart quickened to a beat every few seconds, excited by the discovery. Rain Ryu was most definitely not human, and he's not wearing a disguise. His skills and wards had both agreed, no artifact, illusion, or biomancer stitchwork. The boy's flesh was as real as his own. Few species could pass as human, fewer still if he excluded those from myths or long extinct. Two possibilities. A shapeshifter would have used a more subtle approach. It was in their nature to blend in. Even when they hid in plain sight, they still hid. A siren. That explained the boy's self-assurance. The arrogance of races that never had to fear a bigger predator. Cashin was familiar with it. The question is why he's here. You wish to see me? The boy took the initiative to speak. His voice was pleasantly musical, though harmless so far from the sea. Cashin slightly smiled. I assume you know why. The boy pursed his lips, taking his time. Yes. Twee, a merry note came from the paperweight on the desk, a songbird of brass and blue enamel. While its species was long extinct, the enchanted copy survived the millennia. Truth. The boy looked at the artifact, guessing at its purpose. I highly value honesty, Cashin said. He had excavated the songbird himself from a ruin in the Golden Coast. Not the most powerful truth scryer he possessed, but it was ancient and hard to fool. Indeed, it might be the most feared artifact in the entire collegium. Revered professors paled and stammered at its sight when he summoned them. Contrary to common belief, he had found that displaying a truth scryer could be more effective than hiding it. Rain studied the bird's tilted head, not worried, only curious and fascinated. Could you tell me where I can find one? That is a first. Nowhere that I know. He gently brushed the blue feathers. The people who created this artifact have long since disappeared. Sorry, I meant the bird they used for inspiration. Is he? Cashin leaned back in his armchair. The boy looked totally serious. I'm afraid the species has also gone extinct. People believed they could tell the truth from lies and captured them till none remained. I see Rain slump with disappointment. When he looked up, his gaze was clear again. So are you going to expel me, not wasting time? Good, should I? Cashin asked back, letting the question hang. Raelian was founded to help youths grow to their full potential, away from external interests. Contrary to some of my predecessors, I don't care about who my students were before enrolling, only about their intentions here. He studied the teen across from him. You must know your presence is unusual. Who sent you to Raelian? No one. I came on my own. No hesitation in the answer or nervousness on his face. Twee. The songbird announced its decree. Cashin laced his ringed fingers on the rim of the desk. Do you have any ulterior motives for enrolling? No. Again, Rain showed no hesitation. Twee, I'm glad to hear that, Cashin said. The second truth scryer on his finger confirmed the boy believed that was the truth. Another advantage of having the songbird on display. No one thought to look for a second artifact. Still, that didn't explain why a siren enrolled in his academy. Is it truly a whim? Applying human common sense to other races was futile by definition, especially to those born so high. At the same time, forcing certain answers wouldn't be wise till he had a complete picture. Do you plan anything that might be harmful to the academy or its students? Cassin asked instead. Rain wrinkled his nose. That's too vague for anything but yes. Is hurting their pride harmful? Or taking the credits that could have gone to another student? Or what if a professor burns down the academy because they don't like me? He listed without inflections. It might happen. He put in some thought. Indeed, it might. Cashin chuckled. Since he had returned to the Republic, few people dared to disagree with him openly, much less call him out. He would have been suspicious if the boy answered no without thought. Let me rephrase it. Will you follow the rules of Raelian's academy, and not intentionally cause harm, as much as any other student, and to the best of my knowledge? Rain replied flatly. He went back to studying the songbird as if the conversation held no interest to him. His composure before a fifth circle mage was impressive, though his origins wouldn't protect him if Cashin chose to turn him to ashes, a proud fool or a young monster. He considered flaring his aura to call the bluff. In his youth he might have, but though he looked still in his 30s, he wasn't nearly so young. Patience had been the toughest and most rewarding lesson he had to master to reach his position. Are there other sirens coming to Raelian? Cashin asked without changing expression. As students or others, not that I know of, anyone who knows you're here. Rain tapped the songbird's brass and blue enamel. They might or might not, but they will find out if I disappear. Not a fool then. Was the boy a wayward exile or a runaway scion? One last question, Cashin said, wishing to ask 1,000 more. The 2 students who enrolled with you, are they also linked to your birthplace? No. The boy's gaze snapped upwards. Gold and silver speckles glowed in his eyes, anger flaring. His jaw clenched. They have nothing to do with it. We met by chance after I left. The first honest emotion the siren showed since entering his office, and it regarded his companions. Were they thralls under compulsion, servants picked up along the way, or learned secrets Rain wanted to keep hidden? Interesting. Cashin sensed he had found an important thread. If he dug further, he might unravel the mystery, at least part of it. Still, he chose to relent. Patience was key when dealing with higher races. With no imminent threat to Raelian, he could find the rest out with time and observation. Yes. 3 moons drifted across the night sky, their pale light catching on the clouds that veiled their edges. The largest celestial body cast a faint green, its surface scarred with shadowed craters. The divine scriptures named it the moon of vigor and perseverance, tied to the attribute of endurance. Kai had never cared to learn more. It shared its orbit with a slightly smaller sister that glowed a faded blue, the color so washed out, he had once thought it a trick of light. He knew it was the moon of wisdom and knowledge from the students walking the path around him. Commoners and proud patricians alike turned their faces skyward, eyes closed, palms raised. They murmured formulaic verses under their breath, then went on their way. The 7 moons rarely meddled in mortal matters and were especially distant presences in the archipelago, only showing in odd sayings and nightly rituals on the hills of High Arbor. Kai had sometimes wondered why the church never tried to convert the Isles, but idle curiosity couldn't make him pry into divine affairs. He had read enough histories in Vuria's library to know better. The moon's understated touch made it easy to forget that 60 million citizens in the Republic worshipped them. Are they actually watching us? Kai peered at the sky. It was harder to tell superstition from truth in a world where magic and gods were proven concepts. Perhaps it was time he learned more about them, but not tonight. Let's not be late. Lamplights hung like bell flowers on arch stems, casting a soft glow over the cobbled paths. He followed the stream of first-year students out of the sparse thicket, one of many trails crossing the snowy fields towards a massive domed building. The amphitheater prepared for Mana Study's welcome ceremony, and the sorting stood like a dark leviathan against the night sky. Its humongous size matched the number of students 1,000 from winter intake, joining those already enrolled. So damn cold. With the sun gone, the temperature had plunged deep below freezing. Kai buttoned his enchanted coat up to his chin. It looked like the patricians' puffy cloaks were more than a showy display of wealth. Leaving his arms at his sides, he conjured a tiny ember in his cupped palms. It was surprising how much heat the smallest flames could produce here, how they strained his meager fire affinity. Joining the crowds around the amphitheater, the night air warmed enough not to sting his lungs. Probably some ward. Kai didn't bother looking for it. A web of glowing enchantments ran below every patch of ground in Ralgan. Whereas he, hesitant to spread his senses, he stepped onto a stone bench looking for the head of platinum hair. Nowhere in sight. Flynn had gone to the Marshall Study's welcome ceremony, while Rain had disappeared, saying he had to meet someone. There were too many swarming people and too little light. Above him, the lost sister peeked through the clouds of the smallest and brightest moon, drifting further apart from her siblings, painting the sky in shades of ethereal violet. For all its supposed mystical omens, Kai still failed to spot Rain. After craning his neck for a minute, he decided to follow the flow of new students into the amphitheater. Rain must already be inside or have used another entrance. Just me. Crossing the stone corridors and emerging onto the bleachers, Kai paused to stare at the countless rows of seats until the student behind him shoved past. With the lighting inside, he could properly grasp how insanely huge the building was, spacious despite the thousands gathered. The older first years already sat on the higher stands, Viola and her giggling friends somewhere among them. Halfway through lunch, he had given up deciphering their game of smiles and glances. They didn't pry into his life after the initial round of questions. Flynn also seemed to know something, but refused to tell him. It doesn't matter. Kai followed the clerk's directions to sit on the lower levels closer to the stage. Settling into the wooden chair, he distracted himself with the conversations around while he waited. The waves of excited murmurs crossed the crowd about the imminent sorting of the rooms. Many arms pointed at the stage below, where a deep purple drape hid the rumored Bowl of Fate. Kai could only see its vague, round shape. Vela and Renaria described the artifact as a glorified draw machine, a way to assign rooms and ensure impartiality. The tradition traced back to the Academy's founding, and like all old traditions, it gave birth to many superstitions about fated roommates, lifelong friends, and enemies. With thousands of students each year, finding examples pro and against was just a numbers game. Hopefully, I won't end up with anyone too annoying. Soon the people stopped streaming inside, and a thundering voice demanded their attention. Good evening. The stout figure of the head examiner walked onto the stage, positioning himself beside the purple drape. Welcome to Raelian for all the new students who passed the testing. As for the more experienced first years, I expect you'll lead your peers by example. Why does he always shout? Maybe forcing them to cover their ears was an unorthodox way to ensure they couldn't get distracted. Kai really hoped he wouldn't end up in one of the man's classes. Despite the volume, the welcome speech was blessedly brief. Dry congratulations for enrolling with a warning that things would only get harder, and instructions for tomorrow's lessons. Now, we'll proceed with the sorting of the rooms. The head examiner unveiled the hidden artifact on the stage, an old bronze bowl encased in spiraling tubes of metal and faded runes. The lower seats of the amphitheater filled with odd whispers, while the students on the higher seats looked down with chuckles. You'll channel your mana into the bowl of fate and receive a token with your room number. Before anyone asks, once you draw your lot, the results are final. Whether you end up with people you like or hate, I won't hear any whining. If you can't handle so little, Raelian isn't the place for you. Now form a line. Various attendants directed the new students to form a queue from the lower seats. Kai followed them. He still couldn't see Rain, but there were so many people that he didn't worry. Descending toward the stage, the other students hid the bowl of fate from view, though he could hear the tokens rattling in the tubes as the artifact spat out the numbers. Soon, he stood before the old hunk of bronze. Trails of light wound through the dormitory grounds beneath the shrouded moons. The buildings were plain by Raelian's standards, 3 floors of milky white stone curving through the sparse woodland, divided for males and females. Even with hundreds of new students looking for their accommodations, the evergreen trees and hanging lanterns created a sense of peaceful seclusion. Wards softened distant noise and warmed the chilly wind. It's quite nice. Kai crossed a bridge arching over a creek. Barely 5 minutes ago, he was walking between behemoths of marble and enchanted steel in the heart of Raelian. Now he stood in a quiet refuge. In the daylight, he might spot the spires of the towers above the trees, though that was hardly a flaw. Why else go to a magic academy? From the grumbles of other students, he had expected far more Spartan accommodations. Unsurprisingly, kids who wore phoenix feathers in their hats and belts of dragon leather weren't the most reliable source. These buildings were only the dormitory for first-year mana studies, the lowest it'd get. I'd ask what they're used to, but I don't really want to know. Their closets must be bigger than my house. Now, where is my room? Kai ran his thumb over the grooves of his bronze token number 150. After all the whispering about the bowl of fate, the sorting had passed with underwhelming efficiency. Channeling a trickle of mana into the dusty artifact, he caught the token that came rattling out. The lower the number, the farther from the central amphitheater, toward the older dormitories. The greatest omen was some tingling when his fingers touched the oxidized bronze of the bowl, but that was probably his own suggestion. Well, let's see who I'm with. The number meant little without knowing his roommates. Living with a bunch of teens wasn't high on his wish list, but he chose to treat it as part of the experience. From what Vela said, the academy offered enough places to study and practice in a worst-case scenario. He could visit his room only to sleep. Spirits willing, he might even be alone if no one had extracted his number. The first-year dormitories could accommodate up to 3,000 students, ensuring there was sufficient room at all times. I didn't gather 91 favor for nothing. This should be it. At the end of the paved trail, a building rose in a crescent around an ancient oak. Dark green ivy covered much of the facade and balconies, the milky stone more weathered than the newer buildings, though the difference was only apparent if he squinted. Fingers crossed, I'm alone. The door etched with a vine motif slid open as he approached, revealing a lounge lit by glowing crystal chandeliers. 3 tables filled the space, their lacquered surface marked by generations of students. His gaze shifted to the small libraries nestled between potted plants and portraits of stern-faced mages. What would they consider a common book here? Can't live in this, a loud voice came from the doors leading inside, followed by more groans and complaints. A new student found his accommodations and roommates entirely inadequate. How will we survive living with a private bedroom and a shared space? Servants only come once a day. What next? Do we make our own beds like peasants? My father will hear about this. The shouts sounded so stereotypical that Kai was chuckling when an irate boy stormed into the lounge, prompting him to clench his jaw and hide his amusement. With a raised chin and a billowing cloak that looked like molten metal, the first year stopped shy of crashing into him. Simply outrageous. Kai moved aside with a sympathetic look. It is, the teen regarded with a curt nod and left the building. Funny guy as long as I'm not with him. Poking his head into the inner corridors, a group of students joked and snickered at the boy who left. The gold numbers above the doors of the ground floor were blessedly too low. Hi, Kai waved with his token to not seem awkward. Do you know where? Upstairs, a teen helpfully pointed, while the others kept laughing. Last floor. 148, 149, 150. This is it. Climbing 4 ramps of stairs, he stopped down a corridor on the 3rd floor. The tapestry of enchantments over the dormitory prevented any peeking inside. All right, hope for the best, prepare for the worst. Drying his palms on his shirt, Kai took a breath and neared his token to the brass handle. 3 locks and an unknown number of runes clicked. No light inside. The door swung open with a light push. Unable to wait, he spread his senses through the living space and bathroom, stopped by the doors of the 4 bedrooms. No aura present, though people definitely lived here. Sweeping his gaze from left to right, he spotted a pile of books on the coffee table near the couch, a wrinkled cloak on the table chair, and a plate of half-finished citrus snacks on the counter. After the sorting, the new students went ahead while the rest remained in the amphitheater to avoid creating chaos in the dormitories. His roommates must have been here for 5 months. Not alone then. Kai stamped his boots on the doormat to avoid dirtying the hardwood floor. Stepping inside, he noticed a brown spatial bag beside a round table with 4 chairs, his own luggage. The academy's attendants had delivered them in less than half an hour since the sorting. Truly lousy service. He had stored anything important in his ring, but still checked the threads tied inside the latches of the bags. No one had touched his clothes and notebooks. As Flynn said, the simplest tricks often worked best. Truly dreadful accommodations. Giving a closer look at the living room, he noted more pieces of clothing and dirty plates in the sink. The kitchen corner housed several enchanted cabinets for preserving food and 2 stoves. Probably no one expected them to cook. Beside it, a pair of muddy boots leaned on the glass door of the ivy-covered balcony he had seen from outside. He couldn't call the room large especially if he got 3 roommates, but he had lived for years in smaller houses. If this is the worst it'll get, I can't complain. The mess was less than he expected from 2 or 3 boys living together. No trash on the floor, and someone had even changed the air. I should check the bedrooms. It'd feel weird to wait for them in the living room. A short hallway led to 4 warded doors. The enchantments were weaker than the ones outside. Kai still couldn't see any flaw to crack them, but he could figure out how many flatmates he had from the occupied ones. And I get the first pick of what remains. That never hurt. Choosing the closest room on the right, he reached for the handle just as the door opened on its own. An equally surprised teen blinked at him. He was about the same age and height, with short black hair and purple eyes that narrowed on him. Who are you? The aura of suspicion mixed with the tingle of mana stirring and a whisper of warning. Kai stepped back, rummaging through his pocket for his numbered token. I was assigned to this room. I'm a new student, definitely normal, and not awkward. The stranger studied the enchanted key, slightly relaxing his posture, though he didn't stop regarding him with suspicion. Why were you trying to enter my room? I wasn't, Kai said, then slowed his tone not to sound defensive. I was looking for a room to place my luggage. I didn't know which ones were occupied. He didn't add that the senior first years should be at the amphitheater, which would make it sound like he had truly intended to snoop. Maybe a quick peek if the door was unlocked. That barely counts. Checking the rooms was the quickest way to learn about his roommates. Who could blame him for that? They'd be stuck together for the foreseeable future. I'm Matthew, by the way. Kai extended his hand to salvage his botched introduction. The teen looked at his hand, making no move to shake it, brows creased. His stiff bearing and sculpted scowl made him almost certainly patrician. With his arm extended, Kai scoured what etiquette he knew in case he made a faux pas. The silence stretched till another presence sauntered between them. Meow. Hobbs rubbed his head on his legs and preened to observe his roommate. Back from your explorations. Disliking crowds and noise, his royal fluffiness had toured his new kingdom against any warning of caution. While the furball had grown into the middle stages of yellow, every professor at Raelian had reached green. This is my familiar, Hobbs. Kai took the chance to pull back his hand. Picking up his silver cat, he waved his little paw. You can pet him if you want. Emro. Hobbs turned his head aside as if indignant. I know you love the attention. His roommate had already stared at the cat. A hand lifted to run his fingers through Hobbs' fur before he quickly pulled it back as if jolting awake. I'm Alden. Pick one of those 2. He gestured to the rooms behind him and shut the door. All right, that went well. What do you think? Kai looked at Hobbs, who modestly licked his paw. Mewa, of course he was in awe of your silky coat. Not much of a talker. Didn't he need to leave his room? Kai debated knocking in case Alden forgot, but decided not to push his luck after Hobbs saved his first impression. About to check the empty rooms, the clicks of a lock in the living room warned him of someone coming. Kai dashed back not to botch another introduction. He was still debating whether to put one or both hands in his pockets when a head of platinum hair appeared in the doorway. Rain strolled inside with 2 large bags, more for the experience than utility, since his spatial bracelet had enough space. He tilted his head with a smile. Long time no see. I wasn't sure they had given me the right room. Forgetting about his hands, Kai numbly stared at him. You're here, he stated the obvious. Did he mistake how the room assignment worked? I didn't see you at the sorting. I was late. The siren looked over the room, putting down his luggage with a rattle from the knickknacks he had stuffed inside. His brows furrowed when he noticed his stupor. I thought we'd both prefer staying with someone we know. I hope you don't mind. No, I mean, I'm happy to see you, Kai said. Just how are you here? The worry smoothed into his usual faint smile. I heard you could pick another roommate for 100 credits, Rain said. I had enough. And the dormitories are separated by the courses of study, so I chose you. So much for Raelian's traditions and adapting. Everything has a price. Kai snorted, recalling the head examiner's speech. Though 100 credits was a lot, half what he got from ranking 4th in the winter intake. Most students earned about 10 credits a month, from what he had heard at lunch. He didn't yet have the list of services and resources on sale for credits, but he wouldn't have spent 100 to choose one roommate. Still, watching Rain peruse the kitchen, he couldn't tell him it was a waste either. Now I'm being stupid. Kai ripped the envy from his thoughts. If he started whining about people born richer or with a higher grade, he would just dig his own grave. There would always be someone with more, especially at Raelian. What do you think our 2 roommates will be like? Rain mused as he finished his inspection of the kitchen, washing and drying plates in the sink. How do you know there are 2? Kai went to help him clean. Rain booped his own nose. There are 2 cents. Actually more than that, but 2 are stronger. You didn't notice. No, that's not something I usually pay attention to. Least of all, the smell of a bunch of teenagers. Well, I know us humans don't have the highest perception, but you can learn a lot from your nose, like where someone went, if it will rain or thunder or just people's emotions. Rain sniffed the air around him. You were nervous a few minutes ago. I may be a little. Kai gave himself a self-conscious sniff, focusing on aligning the clean plates in the cabinet before he sweated more. The enchantments in his clothes should hide any scent clearly not well enough. That's a useful skill, he said to fill the silence. You don't need a skill. I got used to the difference on shore when I went adventuring with Flynn. Then it's just practice. It's easy once you can tell the most common smells. Rain opened the glass door to the balcony without noticing his embarrassment, or more likely, ignoring it. Damn it, he can smell it. Kai focused on wiping the counter, distracting himself with the potential applications. Most people suppress their senses for comfort, only focusing on their sight and hearing when needed. Even if human perception and noses weren't the keenest, by now, he could probably match a dog or close. Maybe he shouldn't discount the idea so easily. Well, I don't have to start tonight. Looking at the clothes on the couch and chairs, Kai didn't want to know how his roommates smelled just yet. It'll snow tonight. Rain came back from the balcony. How was the roommate you met? We didn't speak much. His name is Alden, he said, then frowned. But how do you know I met? Rain proudly wrinkled his nose. The trace is fresher. He smells like pinecones on a frozen tree in irritation, or maybe wariness. He shrugged. It's easier with people you're familiar with. How do I? Kai closed his mouth. He didn't want to know how he smelled that much. Speaking of nervous people, Rain threw a glance at the door. A second later, the locks clicked again as if on cue. The teen who opened wore a black hooded coat over the burgundy first-year uniform, missing a button on the cuff. Oh, hey. 2 newbies? He pulled back his hood on a mess of hazel hair and a grin. His pale yellow eyes moved between them, then glanced at the sparkling counter. Sorry for the mess. I thought I'd have time to clean. I'm Robert. Rob's fine too. Rob pushed the door closed with his heel, watching them with a grin. It's nice to have a full house again. I wasn't sure we'd get any newbies from the winter intake. You are? Rain Ryu. Call me Rain. In a single step, the siren stood before the stunned newcomer. Looking him over with an inquisitive smile, he accepted an enthusiastic shake. The new guy doesn't look that nervous. Kai waved from the table where he was sitting. I'm Matthew. Matt is fine. Searching for his secret weapon, he found Hobbs was snooping in Alden's room and couldn't be bothered to come out. Just don't steal anything. Yes, everything the light touches is yours. Still no borrowing, tasting, or breaking stuff. Nice to meet you both. Rob flexed the hand he used to shake Rain's and sauntered inside. He ran a finger on the sparkling counter, whistling appreciatively. I don't think I've seen the kitchen this clean even on the first day we got here. His gaze shifted between them. You must have used magic. Is one of you a water summoner? Both of us, Kai said. It had been a while since he heard the term. That's what you call water mages, right? Yeah, that's what most people use. Rob threw his black coat on a chair and sank into the seat. You know, water summoner, earth shaper, and wind weaver, all the bells and whistles. As they say, mages are the only people too proud to just call themselves mages, so they came up with special little titles for each element. His hand swatted the air with grandiose self-irony. Water's not really my thing. That's at least half an excuse for not washing the plates. But hey, I can warm the room if you need. With a fake cough, he blew a stream of flames as if exhaling smoke. The fire flowed almost like a liquid, spiraling into a sphere over his palm. Once Kai could feel the heat across the table, Rob closed his fist to extinguish it and showed his unscathed palm after a dramatic pause. I'm a fire breather. Ooh, Rain clapped. That must have taken a lot of practice. That was smooth, Kai said with wide eyes. A little flattery couldn't hurt the first chat with his roommates, and controlling flames with such precision did require considerable skill. Unlike water and earth, fire didn't like to be shaped and contained and always tried to spread. I'd need to reach green for that level of control without fire magic. It looks cool, eh? Rob proudly beamed. I thought fire breather was a stupid name till I learned this trick. And only burned myself 8 times to get the timing right. He showed a burn healing on the other hand. It was so worth it. An insufferable light bender downstairs told me I couldn't do it, so I had to. He just knows how to shine light through a crystal, as if that's impressive. Rob scoffed. What about you? Any hidden talents besides dishwashing? I'm best with water magic. Rain made the understatement of the century with a straight face. Matt's good with elemental magic. He can cast quite a few. Really? Rob leaned on the table with an expectant look at him. Come on, you must show me. What can you do? All right. Kai internally rolled his eyes at Rain's amused gaze. You already know water. I'm not very good with fire, but I can cast shadow and nature spells. Knowing they expected a demonstration, he dimmed the crystal illuminating the room, masking a thread of green motes creeping toward the ivy on the balcony outside. The wards of the glass door nearly shredded his mana apart, but their focus must be on blocking threats from the outside since he managed to squeeze through. He let the light return as a tendril of ivy knocked on the glass. Rob jolted to his feet, looking at the waving leaves and back at him. His eyebrows raised, mouth agape. You're really a shadow walker and nature singer. 3 major elements, that's rare. And how did you cast through the wards? They're weaker on the glass. I can also use a couple other elements. Kai brushed it off, a little embarrassed by the odd reaction. Just got lucky, being born with several affinities. So do they really have a name for each element? Yeah, at least for the non-conceptual elements, but there must be titles for those, too. I just don't know them. Rob sat back. Keen attention replaced his slouched posture. I know about Metal Forger, Lightning Caller, Darkness Binder, and a few others. I see. Kai hummed, recalling those he had already heard. What do they call space mages? Space mages. You almost never see those, so people just call them space freaks, Rob said with a chuckle. I mean, who else would study space magic? Years of training without reward, and a single mistake will reduce you to a mush of flesh inside a wall. Unless you're born in House of Stairs, only weirdos or madmen try it. I heard it was quite a hard element to master. Rain used a hand to scratch his cheek and cover his smile. It must take a particular kind of stubborn individual to study it. You're so funny. Kai kicked him below the table and muffled a curse when his toes hit his shin. A bar of iron would have been softer. Space magic must be really hard. It's mind-bending for sure. I respect their efforts. Rob walked up to a cabinet to take out a cup of lemon snacks, throwing one in his mouth and offering them. Want one? They're still good. I bought them yesterday. He gestured to throw one before Kai could refuse. Wait. He raised his hand to catch it. The snack had barely left Rob's fingers when it disappeared into an iridescent light. What the fuck? Kai blinked up at his roommate, then blinked again and closed his mouth. No need to play up his surprise. His senses didn't lie, and he was too familiar with that iridescent mana to mistake it for anything else. You can use space magic. I'm a bit of a freak, I guess. Rob watched their astonishment with a lopsided grin. But that's about the peak of my casting, and calling it a space spell is a little generous. I wouldn't use it on anything close to my fingers. He reached toward the sink to pick up the mashed remains of the teleported snack and throw it into his mouth. Still tastes fine. The house sponsoring me made me keep practicing since I have the affinity, but I doubt anything will come from it. Rob leaned back on the counter. I might cast something useful if I reach green. But it's more likely that they'll use me to recharge some spatial artifact or erase. His shoulders slouched with a heavy sigh. Really, man-gathering space mana is such a pain. You can't even imagine. He gave a dry shrug, his gaze wandering over the stoves and sink. His head jolted back when it caught a glimpse of Silverfar too late for Hobbs. Did you see that? What do you mean? Kai furrowed his brows, seeing no reason to ruin the fun so soon. The sink, did we miss a spot? Rain asked. Or are you hungry? Of course, superior magic is hard to cast, buddy. I'm happy you found another acolyte. Rob rubbed his eyes. No, nothing. Using space mana sometimes jumbles my sight. Tell me about you, Matt. You're really good at cleaning stuff, huh? Sorry for the mess. Scratching his neck with a sheepish look, Rob went to gather his stray clothes in the living room. I got used to having the whole space to myself in the last month. It's fine. Rain waved it off. I've seen worse. As long as he doesn't make it a habit, he's more easygoing than the other guy. You've already met Alden. Rob followed his gaze to the rooms in the hallway. He's not the most sociable. I did, Kai said, briefly. Meaning he shut the door in your face. Rob chuckled with a knowing look. Don't take that personally. He takes a while to warm up to people. If he told you his name, you did fine. We lived here a month before he said more than 3 words to me. As long as you don't touch his stuff, he's one of the easiest patricians to get along with. His eyes widened in panic. Oh, I didn't mean to say that highborns are. It's fine, relax. We're also lowly commoners. Kai leaned back in his chair. Rain didn't seem to mind about human status hierarchies anyway. We won't tell a soul. It all belonged to him. Hands full with the bundle and a pair of muddy boots, he kicked the door of his bedroom open and dumped them inside. Hey, have you picked a room already? It's been a while since they were filled. No, not yet. Rain sprang to grab his bags and dashed to the hallway. On the other side of the table, Kai twisted out of his chair to follow. Wait, first pick is mine. I did clean these ones. Rob spread open the doors of 2 identical bedrooms. Sorry, no windows on this side. Oh, I see. Rain sulked, eyes flitting between the doors, undecided. Taking advantage of the indecision, Kai carried his bags into the second room. It was about 5 paces across, with a bed and wardrobe along one wall and a long desk, empty bookcase and several shelves lining the other. The furniture was plain but high quality, engraved with durability enchantments. I know it's not much, but you get used to it, or you expand to the living room. Rob laughed. He hung an arm on the threshold to lean inside. Apparently it's some lesson about the humility we need to learn magic. Blah, blah, magic lessons. It looks all right. Sitting on the bed, Kai sank slightly into the mattress and noticed no lumps. He brushed the soft cotton sheets and the plump pillow. Really the picture of poverty. Seeing Rain in the hallway without his luggage, Kai followed his roommates back to the living room. If you're hungry, you can take anything that's not labeled. Alden, there should still be a few snacks. Rob motioned to the enchanted cabinets. We don't have much to drink aside from water. The academy forbids alcohol in the dorms, or any other fun potion for that matter. Rain moved to the cabinets with a blur of steps. If you really don't mind. Anything of mine is yours, for tonight at least. Rob generously waved to go ahead. If you have questions on Raelian, ask away. I was also lost during my first weeks here. Don't mind if I do. Trying any snack that Rain passed to him, Kai recalled his ever-growing list of questions. They had been chatting for an hour when someone knocked on the door. I'm pretty sure there are only 4 beds per apartment. His senses pushed past the wards, immediately recognizing the presence outside. It's for me. He went to open the door. Vela stood there, her eyes snapping up to him. Hi, I didn't see you at the welcome ceremony, so I wanted to check if you needed anything. She peered over his shoulders at Rob and Rain. You got a roommate, 3 actually. Craning his neck back, Rain whispered something that made Rob laugh and give Kai a thumbs up. Can't leave them a second alone. Sorry, I should have known you'd be busy. We can talk tomorrow, it's late. Vela turned to leave. Is that your friend Matt? Rob cheerily waved from the table. Rain rested his chin on his hands, hiding his lower face. You should accompany her to her dorm, and take your time. We can keep chatting later. Kai moved his head between them before shaking his head and turning to face Vela. Would you like some company back to your dorm? I wanted to stretch my legs before going to bed. They still needed to clear a few things, and things would only get busier once the classes started tomorrow. I am fine. You don't need to accompany me. It's no trouble. Come on, let's go. Kai closed the door and walked down the corridor and waited for her to follow. Can you enter the male dorms? I thought there was some rule against it. Vela averted her eyes, cheeks blushing. They don't mind if the girls stop by. As long as we stay out of the rooms. I see, good to know. Kai held the door for her as they walked into the lounge downstairs. Ignoring the snickers of a group of boys that occupied the tables, they proceeded outside. He paused a few steps where the paved trail split and scratched his head. Which way are we going? Her emerald eyes gleamed with amusement. My dorm is this way. Vela took the lead, strolling down the lit paths and gesturing ahead. You know, that's the exact direction I would have picked. Of course you would. You always know where to go. How do you know me so well? Kai raised his hands in feigned shock. But you still need to tell me how you knew where my room was. I have secrets too, Vela replied with a mysterious smile. Rain told you, didn't he? You didn't seem surprised to see him there. Spirits, Vela huffed, crossing her arms. Maybe he did. Maybe my reaction was all a ploy. Nah, Kai shook his head. You're just messing with me. Well, if you're sure, she strolled ahead with a laugh. The paths between the dorms were mostly empty. Most of the senior students looked to have already returned, leaving few stragglers on the trails of hanging lanterns. I'm sorry about lunch, Vela said after another round of teasing. I didn't mean for Lies and Renat to ambush you. They're not usually so mischievous. It's okay. I can take a joke, Kai shrugged. I'm glad at least they had a good time. They sure did, and I know they can be a handful, but they're trustworthy. She took a trail around a pond, glancing at him. I mean, I truly trust them. Despite their act, Lies knows how to keep important secrets, and Renaria is quieter than a fish. I didn't tell them anything about you, but they probably suspect we met earlier than 6 months ago. It's my fault. I must have slipped a few hints when I thought you'd never meet or enroll here. It's fine. Kai smiled to assuage her nerves. Even if those giggling girls suspected something, they'd have no proof. As for trusting them, that would take a while longer. They walked in comfortable silence before Vela spoke again. You never told me how the testing went, if you don't mind me asking. No, I don't mind. I got forth, Kai said, looking back when Vela stopped on the trail. She searched his face for signs of a joke and found none. You're serious? Yes, it wasn't that hard. Kai tried to keep the swell of smugness from showing in his grin. My status was good enough. Then I did well in the practical exams. You did well. Maybe more than well. He should maybe add that Rain got first, but at the moment it didn't feel vital to tell her that. This should be your dorm. Kai looked up at a 3-story building's stones looked closer to ivory than milky white. I'm sorry I can't accompany you inside. It's fine. Vela bobbed her head, still looking dazed. Kai smiled. I'll see you tomorrow. I'm late. Throwing aside the cotton sheets and heavier blanket, Kai slipped out of the bed into a crouch, bare feet on the cold hardwood floor. His senses swept the room before his eyes fully opened. Plain wardrobe, desk, empty shelves, the bags of luggage he had been too lazy to unpack last night's bedroom at Raelian. His heartbeat slowed. Fleeting images of sleep lingered in his Minda classroom of students whispering and laughing in schadenfreude, while Mrs. Jones scolded him for being late. Naturally, his first dream of Earth in years was about school. Despite his hazy memories, he was fairly certain his middle school teacher hadn't worn a pink hat or looked like Dolar's Umbridge. Middle school was when he started spending more time in a hospital bed connected to an IV than in the classroom. His parents had switched him to homeschooling shortly after. Not my first pick for a dream. Conjured water splashed over his face. Rubbing his eyes, Kai dispelled the droplets as they trickled down his chest before they pattered on the floor, the remnants of sleep and embarrassment fading. I'm not late. From the red hues of the clouds in the skylight, the sun was just rising an hour earlier than he had intended to wake up. Better than being late, I guess. After accompanying Vela to her dormitory, he had chatted with Rob and Rain well into the night. 4 hours of sleep was a bit less than he needed at Yellow, but he'd survive. I must get my next enhancement, just a few thousand XP. The extra attributes would be useful, especially mind and constitution. Stretching his arms and back, Kai yawned before spending 10 minutes unpacking a few pairs of clothes and 36 books and journals. He'd gone shopping in preparation for Raelian, yet only filled half the space. Even Rob had called the room tiny. Did I forget something? How much more stuff do I need? Most of the study materials would be provided by the academy, so it was probably that. Checking the sheet with his provisional schedule, he had a slew of introductory courses aimed at new students in the morning, and just one class shared with Vela in the afternoon after an appointment to get the first-year attire. He never thought he'd parade around in a school uniform not in this life. On the upside, he wouldn't have to worry about what to wear. Well, mostly. The dress code wasn't strict about accessories and outerwear. He planned to ignore the clothing wars, just as Vela had advised. The patricians would judge him regardless, storing a notebook and the abbreviated Academy's codex. Kai tiptoed out of his bedroom, mindful that the sound wards only muffled the noise inside. With a bit of luck, he could grab some leftover snacks before the others woke up. 2 steps later, he paused on the threshold of the living room, blinking at the scene. I'm not the only early riser. Alden lifted his gaze from the kitchen counter, freezing with his hands still scrubbing the silver fur. His purple eyes were a shade darker than Hobbs, widening as a pink flush tinged his pale complexion. Good morning. Kai chuckled, seeing the stark contrast between their gaze so embarrassed, one glaring at the interruption of his belly rubs. I thought I'd be the only one up. He strolled into the kitchen corner, determined to avoid another awkward moment. Hobbs slumped on the counter, his paws up, protesting the end of the scratches. Morning, Alden said, his voice steady. He wore a glossy black robe, woven with an intricate array of runes. His relaxed posture stiffened as he released Hobbs and regarded Kai with a cool gaze. I didn't mean to touch your familiar without permission. It's fine. Kai waved him off, as if he were crazy enough to interrupt Hobbs' petting sessions. You can continue. He seems to like it. Hobbs adorably pawed the air, sending grumpy waves through their bond. How is it my fault that he stopped petting you? Kai rummaged through the cupboard for any morsel that survived last night's snacking. Grabbing a box of stone-dry biscuits, he filled a kettle and fiddled with the stove's enchantments to boil water for a tea. Alden lasted only seconds before he fell for the furball's act. As long as it's agreeable to you. Some students can be very particular about their familiars. His jaw set into a scowl, then turned impassive. Are there many of them? Kai asked. He hadn't seen any beasts, though he hadn't been paying close attention with all the new sights and information. No, perhaps 36 students in our year, Alden said, focusing on the needy cat. At least the ones on campus. Most prefer to wait until after graduation to bind a familiar if they can make space in their skill sets. I'll pay more attention. When the guide had offered him the skill after a year of barely surviving in the sanctuary, he had been too starved for connection to hesitate. He hadn't expected any benefits, much less the boost to his spatial spells and affinity. Their bond had continued to strengthen, but he hadn't found much information on the mainland aside from taming skills. Why wait? Isn't it better to bond early? Alden made an ambivalent gesture. Many houses see Raelian as a test to see how far we'll reach. Strong familiars are rare and expensive. It's worth delaying a few years to find a better fit. No one wants a companion that can't keep up, or worse, one that surpasses them and escapes their control. That sounded like a mercenary view of familiarsnot that it surprised Kai. He just couldn't imagine thinking of Hobbs that way. Each bit of information filled his head with more questions, though he had the distinct impression that prodding his roommate would make him curl up like a hedgehog. Well, he's chattier than Rob said. Want a cup of tea? Kai pulled out the fanciest sky blue tea box that Risey had gifted him. When Alden gave him a terse shake, Kai poured the boiling water into a mug and scratched his spoiled cat to let the leaves brew. It worked out fine for me and Hobbs. It's different. Alden gave a curt huff. Most people who bind a familiar aren't doing it for the company. Mages especially. They don't want to settle for a weak beast willing to bond early. Back stiffened again. Not that there's anything inherently wrong with that. Kai stirred his tea with a strand of mana, frowning until Hobbs' smugness cleared up the misunderstanding. The ephemeral distortion around Hobbs had only grown stronger with his grade. Kai's own senses brushed past the furball, dismissing him as a low orange beast unless he specifically focused on him. Weighing what would be funnier and less harmful, Kai sighed. If they lived together, his roommates were bound to find out anyway. Have you checked his grade? I didn't mean to offend you, Alden said, biting his lip. Of course, I've his hands deep in the silver fluff froze. Yup, you're both at mid-yellow. Surprise. If his skin weren't pasty white, Kai was sure his roommate would have paled. He likes to go unnoticed, but he's harmless. Kai blew steam off his tea, using casualness to diffuse the situation. Well, unless you're a tasty fish or a crunchy treat. In that case, you'd better run. Hobbs licked his paw, his larger violet eyes filled with innocence, wondering why the pets had stopped. You truly have no shame. After the initial shock, instead of recoiling, Alden gave Hobbs a look of fascination. How can it be? What kind of breed is he? I've never seen such a cat with this type of cloak. Does he think his only power is hiding? Your guess is as good as mine. Kai shrugged. I found him sneaking to steal my food when he was a kitten, and I couldn't bear to send him away. The bond rang with Hobbs' disgruntled protest, disputing who had adopted whom. Love you too, buddy. The talk about the cost of a familiar strengthened his resolve to keep Hobbs' abilities from becoming common knowledge. If space mages were rare, it couldn't be much different for beasts. Hobbs arched his back, his claws flexing as he stretched and enjoyed a second round of scratching on his back. Truly shameless. Is that why you like Flynn? 2 peas in a pod. Do you have any tips for the first day? Kai asked, hoping for more insights. Alden gave him a sidelong glance. Don't be late. Front row seats fill up fast. In fall, we had a week before lessons started, but for winter intake, the professors won't wait or slow down if you get behind. Swim or drown, eh? That confirmed what he had suspected. Despite his curt manners, Alden showed the insight of someone well-versed in Raelian's world. Kai suppressed his bubbling questions once more. The light crystals dimmed as the rays of dawn filtered through the window. Kai quietly sipped his tea till Hobbs slinked off the counter, content with his massage. The fussy cat seemed to prefer the antisocial boy, despite Rob's spatial affinity. You were really lucky. Alden watched the fleeing fluffball. His lips pursed into a brief sulk before he stood up and turned to the living room as if just noticing it. You made Rob clean up. Faint surprise tinged his statement. Really, he did most of it on his own after I washed the dishes, Kai said. He was very helpful last night. You could join us next time if you want. And Mabe, let me pick your brain. I will consider it. Alden's brows furrowed, studying him. He looked about to say more when a shuffle of steps in the hallway caught their attention. Rob strode into the living room, his shirt wrinkled and a sleepy grin on his face. Good morning. Got anything good for breakfast? Just dust and water. You and Rain ate everything last night. What? Reality can't be so cruel. And what's that scent? I'm not a tea guy, but your mug smells like a crisp breeze. Promising sea blend, Alden said, shrugging under their gazes. My uncle also likes it. He gave Kai an unreadable look before turning to leave. I'll see you later, Matt. See you. The dark-haired boy disappeared back into his room. Every third word and glance, Alden seemed to imply something Kai couldn't quite figure out. Hope that wasn't too awkward. Rob lightly elbowed him and whispered, You woke up at the crack of dawn. It was fine. He was polite, and he knows a lot of stuff. Kai downed the last tea in his mug. Is he like from some important family? Rob paused, stuffing his mouth with a honey bun he must have hidden. Omking Ike th hat. He swallowed before standing on his toes and sticking his head into a cabinet. And Kai leaned forward. You can't leave me hanging like that. Tell me more. Rob threw a wary glance toward Alden's room. Alden doesn't like people gossiping about his family, and he knows how to hold a grudge. Trust me. You should ask him if you really want to know. Didn't you just tell me he doesn't like to talk about it? Yeah, but then he'd be pissed at you and not me, Rob grinned. Anyway, you're gonna let me try your tea. If Alden knows it, it must be some really fancy stuff. He cupped his hands like a bright-eyed kid. You wouldn't say no after I shared my food, would you? Fine. Kai pulled out the sky blue box, but I'll make it. Risey hadn't mentioned the price since it was a gift, but Kai was sure it was ridiculous like usual. No way he'd let his roommate burn the leaves. The kettle is yours, Master Brewer. Rob stepped aside with a bow. Do you need help boiling the water? A flame crackled on his palm as he eagerly approached the stove. Stay away from my tea, you pyromaniac. Kai doused the flame with a generous spray of water, guiding the droplets away from himself. Hey, Rob held out his dripping arm and sleeve. He tried to splash Kai, but the drops flew back in his face. Stop cheating, better element wins. Kai dried him off with a nonchalant snap. Now let me brew your tea. Unless you've changed your mind, not a chance. Rob plopped into a chair, arms crossed. This is because I didn't tell you about Alden, isn't it? I've no idea what you're talking about. Kai tapped the runes on the stove to heat the kettle, while Rob sent sparks at the tea box, trying to dodge the intercepting droplets. It felt strange to fling spells over the kitchen, but not in a way Kai minded. He enjoyed the casual approach to Magicno, tiptoeing around, afraid to panic people or look like he was showing off. The elemental feud continued until the tea was ready, and they turned their focus to the upcoming lessons. Rob made the conversation effortless. Half an hour later, Rain finally roused, wandering into the living room with spiky hair that somehow still looked great. Despite his grade, he'd never been a morning person. Hi guys, what's that smell? Some fancy tea. It'll wake you up. Rob beamed. He should try it too, right, Matt? Yes. Kai reached for his tea box, already noticeably lighter. Why did I take it out? Let me see. Rob flipped through their class schedules as they left the dormitory. You both have. Status fundamentals as your first class should all be mostly stuff you already know. Skill paths, profession trees, and such. Professor Lysander is a bit of a hard-ass. If he looks at you, just nod like he's enlightened your entire world. Rain bobbed his head in acknowledgement. They emerged from the sparse woodland. The paved paths branched through the showy fields toward the cluster of soaring buildings. Their carved facades gleamed in the morning light. Streams of early students moved between the buildings, already hurrying to class. This way is faster. Rob led them on a trail of frosted cobbles. Better to get to Selim Tower before the hallways get packed. My first day was a mess. We can find it on our own. Kai pulled his gaze from the building to keep pace. Don't you have classes too? It's fine. Rob shrugged. I have enough time to accompany you before my first lecture. The buildings are easy enough to find, but inside they're like a maze of stairs and corridors. They expect you to know where the celestial and astral halls are, even if their names aren't shown anywhere. No need to thank me. Rob winked back over his shoulder. The academy pays me to show you newbies around the first week. Just say I was the model guide if anyone asks. Wait, Kai narrowed his eyes at his back. Is that why you answered all our questions? Rob opened his mouth in mock shock. How could you assume something so brutally accurate of me? He laughed. To be fair, it was only true for the first minute, until I saw you weren't insufferable punks. You have no idea how many students think the moons revolve around them. Still, the academy only expects me to answer a couple of questions and get you to your first class. I'll accept your gratitude for the rest. Kai rolled his eyes, though he noticed that, beside him, Rain looked more bemused than surprised. Was I the naive one, or did he tell him? The cold air stung his face as they reached the wide roads cutting through the heart of Raelian. Rob led them through the Alla Ordinist administrative office and exited on the other side, arriving at a massive, dusky turquoise tower, nearly as wide as it was tall. As they stepped inside the arching portal, the vaulted atrium unfolded with 6 stairwells and a dozen branching corridors. Even with Rob's help, they took 5 minutes to navigate the maze to the barrel hall on the second underground floor, leaving Kai a growing sense of appreciation for their guide. All right, this is your place, Rob said with a grin. Good luck and try to keep up. I like having 3 roommates again. Waving, he strode down the wide hallway. I'll try to catch you at lunch. All right, same for you. Turning to the double doors, Kai pushed them open with Rain following behind. Inside the hall, rows of seats led to the podium and desk at the bottom. Hundreds of students already streamed in from various entrances, creating a hum of conversations. Not my first day at school. How bad could it go? Announcement 15 August. Announcement 15 August. Announcement. The plan was to edit Book 3 in bits and pieces, while also writing new chapters. Maybe put out some shorter chapters which never really worked out. I've made decent progress, but it's been less than I would have liked. At my current pace, it'll take me another 6 months to finish editing it how I like, which is not really viable for me or my publisher XD. It's the longest one by far, 93 chapters, and even only spending a couple hours per chapter, and it's often more. It'll take another 130 hours of work for the remaining part. With my track record on estimates, I dare say it's probably going to be longer. Japanese letter. Having Book 3 hanging over me has also been causing me a silly amount of anxiety. And I realized I've been doing the same thing I did last summer, trying to grasp everything, only to end up burning myself out and taking longer to recover. I don't want to repeat that experience. The only other solution would be to cut corners on new chapters or the editing of Book 3. Blame my perfectionism, but I can settle for good enough when I know I can deliver something better with a little more time. Okay, that's everything. Hope y'all be doing well. Next chapter will be on this. Monday, August 18th, then the one after on. Monday, September 15th. 2 lifetimes, 15 years of struggle from the bottom rung, more brushes with death than could reasonably be counted all to end up behind a school desk. Kai sank into the hard wooden chair, unable to shake the sense of strangeness that had gripped him since he woke up. Should I say that I've made it, or that I've failed completely? From the top of the lecture hall, students streamed in from 10 sets of doors, filling the rows of seats. Half of them already wore the burgundy first-year robes. Contrary to what Alden had said, the front seats hadn't been contested until more than half of Barrel Hall had filled. He spun his dad's pen between his fingers beneath the desk. The golden clock above the podium ticked down the last 4 minutes before the lesson began. And this is why I don't come early. The academic atmosphere felt somewhat familiar yet different. Teens with imperious bearing chatted about spellcasting mana, and runes thrummed through the floor beneath his feet. The massive hall, covered in polished stone, exuded a presence and elegance unlike anything on Earth, rising in semicircles to accommodate 1,000 seats. It would be wildly impractical if not for the higher perception, allowing even the last rows to see the podium clearly. Kids on Earth can't fling fireballs from their hands or crack desks with their fists either. Something up. Rain gave him a glance from the seat beside him. The siren's gaze flitted over the sea of students, unable to hide his giddy fascination. You smell melancholic. Have you been to a school before? Damn his nose. It's my first time at an academy. I'm fine, just overwhelmed, I guess. Rain nodded, his eyes still scanning the hall. I never imagined masters would tutor such large classes. Everyone from the winter intake must be here. It's quite crowded. A snort came from behind them. It won't last. The halls will empty once the trials start, thinning the numbers. How can someone come late to their first lesson? Kai turned to see a boy fidgeting with a wristband of rubies. The young patrician looked over to them, seemingly content to have aired his grievances without saying more. Personable, just as the hour was about to chime, latecomers trickling in to fill the remaining seats. Door behind the podium swung open. A man marched in, punctuating each step with the tap of a staff topped with a sculpted lion's head. Golden scrollwork decorated the sleeves and collar of his indigo robes. Despite his white hair and beard, his face was remarkably smooth, showing barely any wrinkles. The mage paused before his desk, hands clasped behind his back. He regarded the hall with a cold scowl, prompting a shuffle of chairs and feet as distracted students scrambled to stand. The lively chatter faded till the last chairs screeched into a silent hall. You may sit. The man's voice carried a deliberate drawl. With a tilt of his head, the doors to the hall swung shut. Welcome to Guide Fundamentals. I'm Professor Albius Rowaney Lysander, High Magus of Mana Theories. You may address me as Professor Lysander. As new students, today will be the first and only time I'll be lenient on your lack of decorum. A hard-ass, like Rob said. Why did I even sit in the front row? Kai nodded along at the spiel on the importance of a mage's manners. Chin raised, the man paced on the raised dais, his tone dry. As you should know, if you've read the papers delivered with your schedules, Guide Fundamentals is one of 7 basic courses you must pass within the next 2 months. Your time at Raelian will be remarkably short if you must retake more than one test. We have little time to waste. Despite the drowsy cadence, the introductory speech was brief. Moving into the lecture, Professor Lysander took a crystal cube from the fold of his robes, setting it on the desk and tapping it with his staff to channel mana into the runes. The top face glowed, drawing the words he spoke on the wall above the podium. Since many of you have yet to receive your course textbooks, I'll keep this lecture to the fundamentals. He smiled thinly. I recommend you take notes. Anything mentioned will be on the test at the end of our lectures. A rustle of paper and muffled groans spread through the hall. Few students seemed surprised by the floating words. Once the writing filled the wall, the first line faded to make space for the next set of sentences. That's neat. The projection itself was a simple application of light magic. Kai was more intrigued by how the enchanted cube registered and translated speech into text. Just imagining the necessary runic matrix made his head spin. At least several interlocking arrays with thousands of runes each. Professor Lysander's sweeping gaze brought Kai back from his daydream. He quickly scribbled the projected words and gave his best impression of a dutiful student. Under the blessing of the 7 moons, the guide grants us endless possibilities for growth. It's up to us not to waste this gift. His voice rose, echoing with the shadow of passion. Millennia of experience and research have gone into understanding the potential of our status, yet we grasp but a sliver. You'll continue studying the paths for growth throughout your years at Raelian, and beyond if you have any sense. For the purpose of this course, we'll focus on the basics. The mage gazed over the hall, disdainful. Each year, I see students claiming they've already mapped out their profession and skill paths with their family's repositories, thinking themselves above these basic lessons. He punctuated the word with a thud of his staff. And year after year, I see hundreds of those same students fail to specialize a skill, miss the evolutions they wanted, and fall into dead skill paths. At the first pitfall, their road to green crumbles into dust. His attention shifted from student to student as if he had already seen their failure. Your skills, professions, boons, and attributes. Everything in your status is interconnected, a window to your being of all you have and will achieve. And like the roots and leaves of a tree, every part serves a purpose. Every decision affects the larger whole. A single crack, a missed specialization or lower attribute, can cripple the tree's growth and cascade into a failed path. Though let's start with something simple, a general skill, the first addition to your status in childhood. Even easier, let's pick a skill you're all familiar with, mana sense, one of the cornerstones for those studying the arcane. If you're enrolled at Raelian's mana studies, you must have evolved the skill to yellow. Some of you might have even reached the level 50 milestone, but let's rewind the clock to when you first learned mana sense at orange. He tapped the crystal cube. The words above faded, replaced by a branching skill tree with over 20 specializations for the level 50 and level 75 milestones, connected through a web of lines ending with 10 evolutions at level 100. Are there really so many? Though the exact wording sometimes differed, Kai recognized the specializations he had chosen, along with several others. A web of thick, dotted, and double lines connected every option. Choosing not to specialize mana sense kept the most paths open, though few evolutions were completely cut off. Specializations that increase your range, acuity, elemental sensitivity, and many more. Each combination will impede or favor certain evolutions like advanced mana sense, mana sight, mana awareness, elemental vision, or one of the rarer versions like mana observer, arcane sense, or etheric perception, Professor Lysander said. While this tree lacks the more esoteric branches, it should contain all the options you've encountered. I expect you to map your orange skill path for the next lesson. Even two people with advanced mana sense may experience subtle differences depending on the path they took to get there, and those differences will affect their skill path to green. The professor let his words hang in the hall with a stony face. There are so many possibilities. Kai was too focused on copying the skill chart, adding his own observations to care. He never imagined people had researched skill progression with such detail. A stupid assumption in retrospect. A whole world had opened up, and he was trying not to get swept up in the implications. Taking advantage of the respite to stretch his neck, he noticed several bored faces around him. A few students furiously scribbled like him, though most seemed not to care despite the professor's warnings. Did everyone already know all of this? Besides him, Rain was taking notes with a thoughtful frown. At least someone sensible remained. Kai was about to give him an approving nod when he noticed the contents of his friend's notebook doodles of a squirrel writing a caricature of Professor Lysander. The page before had a bird and an octopus dueling with spears. Before Kai could shake his stupor, the lecture demanded his attention. This is the most basic example of a skill path, the professor said. Unfortunately, skills don't exist in isolation. They're influenced by each other, their core attributes, and your boons. First, we'll add another variable. You should be familiar with mana manipulation. The words projected on the wall shifted, doubling the specializations and evolutions, and tripling the paths connecting them. Kai blinked at the chart, his throat dry, using split mind to copy it while listening to the lecture. Simplified chart, adding only mana manipulation, we have 148 permutations to grow mana sense from orange to yellow. If we then factor in the influence of attributes and another perception skill, the number increases. So basically, I've just been winging it. Whenever the guide gave him options, he spent considerable effort considering every angle and implication. But how could a kid compare to millennia of research, a whole damned field of research he had ignored till now? Sweat drenched his back and palms. His mind stretched in a dozen directions to grasp every new fact, straining split mind and still failing. Few facts kept him from panicking. From what he could see on the chart, his path to mana observer seemed decent enough. And if Dora, Vuria, and Elijah had never mentioned any of this to him, he trusted that any decision he'd made couldn't screw him over too badly. I'm gonna strangle them regardless. Just need to find them first. Was it too much to give me a little warning? Whatever the answer, Professor Lysander's incessant drawl kept his thoughts from spiraling unless he wanted to miss the lecture. Why has he gone silent? Already overwhelmed, his mind took a moment to realize the hall had gone silent. Lifting his eyes from the page, Kai saw the old mage staring at the rows of seats above him with an icy glare. You, and you, the professor gestured with his staff toward 3 groups of students more than 50 rows back. I do not tolerate guffawing during my lessons. 5 demerits each. and you'll submit a 3-page essay on this lecture. What a single voice rose in protest. 10 demerits for you, Caspium Carven. If you think your father will argue for your sake, think again. I expect those essays by tomorrow unless you want to double your punishments. All of you, I never forget a face. He has a funny idea of his first day leniency. Kai used the breather to order his notes. Even with his focus on the lecture, the chatter couldn't have been that loud if he hadn't noticed. 10 demerits on the first day. He had read about them in the first sections of Raelian's Codex. Like debt, demerits had to be repaid with credits of merit. Then they had the added little downside that if you accumulated 100 over the course of a year, you'd be expelled, no matter if you repaid them thigh stacked up. A tenth of the way to getting kicked out. Poor guy. The rest of the lesson passed in a blur as Kai filled page after page with notes, recording the expanding list of interlocking factors. His hand ached from trying to keep up with his thoughts, unused to the speed of writing. From what he could tell, he hadn't walked into any of the egregiously bad skill paths or still had time to correct course. While the journey from orange to yellow mattered, going from yellow to green was where the foundations became set in stone, at least, according to Mr. Scowls. He had already been planning to restructure his status, ditching a couple of skills, like treasure senses and advanced hunting. They had served him well in the sanctuary, but now he had to survive a very different kind of environment. He had asked Viola what skills would be more useful at the academy to confirm his ideas. Manage for now. At the lowest rungs of yellow, there are still many paths open. Even a fool can stumble onto a solution. But now is when you set your foundation for the rest of your life, Professor Lysander reiterated. You might still reach green if you're lucky, but without a solid and comprehensive path, you'll never move beyond the early stages. Once your skills evolve to take too many skill slots, it'll be too late. What did he say? Kai paused, his pen hovering above the page. That almost sounded like skills at green could take more skill slots. Information about the grades beyond yellow was extremely scarce, but surely someone would have told him. He looked at Rain, who was nodding along, unable to contain his question, whispering, "Do skills take more skill slots at green?" Usually yes, the siren said without lifting his eyes from his doodles. It depends on the skill and the evolution. A chime marked the end of the 2-hour lecture. That's everything for today. Professor Lysander tapped the cube, deactivating the projection. I'll remind you that you'll need to submit a path for your main magic skills to pass this course, and I don't mean whatever your family or tutors gave you. I will not approve any plan if you can't justify your own decisions. With that, the old mage thumped his staff on the way out, his scowl firmly in place. Kai stared at the white plaster of the wall. He had done one lesson, and his mind was already a boat lost in a storm. Students filled the hallway of Selim Tower. Complaints about the dull class and the stuck-up professor mixed with the background chatter. Kai let his feet follow the stream toward his next class, though his mind remained a jumble of thoughts. An arm hung lazily over the bag slung across his shoulder, the notebook and pen balanced between his fingers. Means I'll have fewer skills at green. Delicate crystal arches intertwined above him in the vaulted ceiling. Was he already on the 3rd floor? A hand pulled him aside as a group of second years in rusty orange uniforms barreled through the packed hallway, shoving aside any first year too slow to get out of their way. Seniority privileges my ass. They're jerks. Silently scoffing, Kai looked at the hand that had steered him clear, realizing Rain had spoken. What? You're worrying too much. Rain watched him with a wry smile that made it clear that wasn't the first time he repeated the sentence. Sorry, I was thinking that I need to redo my status. Maybe I've messed up some skills. You're doing fine. Rain pulled him toward the right where the hallway split. His amused expression shifted to one of apology. Sorry I didn't mention skills taking more slots at green. It never occurred to me you wouldn't know. All good. I also never asked, Kai said, shaking his head. The smidge of annoyance had already faded. From what little he knew of sirens, Rain must have grown up surrounded by green grades or higher. If most other students also knew, it wasn't surprising the topic never came up. Besides, green skills were a far-off issue compared to his skill paths. Had he fucked any of them? What about his profession? Professor Lysander had underlined their importance, saying they'd tackle them in future lectures. All right, one thing at a time. I never heard any adventurer in the Hall of Seekers or passers-by mention this stuff. Flynn would have told me if he knew. Probably most people in the Republic know nothing and live just fine. I wasn't even the only student who looked surprised. Breathing out to settle his jittery nerves, Kai stuffed his notebook into his bag. He'd seen a few patricians use spatial artifacts, but from the odd and envious looks they got, he'd rather avoid the attention. I'll figure this out. He was on his way to his next course. Skill paths at orange only seemed of relative importance compared to yellow. The only issue might be that he'd already passed the first milestone of Mana Observer, but taking no specialization rarely created problems. Focus on what I can do now. Kai turned to his personal encyclopedia on the arcane. Do you know how it works exactly? Evolving skills to green, I mean. How do you know how many skill slots you need? What if you don't have any open? I do know a bit. Rain smiled and took the barrage of questions with admirable patience. When you push a skill to the peak of yellow, the guide will tell you how many slots each evolution needs. Usually it's between 2 and 3. But it can go as low as 1 or even above 4, he added, leading him up a ramp of stairs. Most people who reach green keep the new slots for that. Otherwise, the guide can help you discard yellow or lower skills to make space. Well, he clenched his jaw with a faint scowl. It's not pleasant, but it's better than doing it by yourself. He speaks of it as if he has experienced it personally. Wait, does he have a skill at green? That nope. If his mind wasn't already overflowing, Kai would have pondered the revelation for hours. Alas, space for thoughts was currently at a premium. He filed the tidbit away to focus on the current topic. So it's possible they take a single slot. I just need to find the right evolutions. Just that indeed, Rain chuckled. You're the first person I've heard put it that way. It's not that simple though. From what my tutors said, having 5 skills that each take a single slot is already exceptionally lucky. He glanced at the packs of students ahead. I doubt the number is much higher around here, no offense. Yep, it's probably lower. None taken, Kai said. Still, hard doesn't mean impossible. His slots were already limited. Based on the math, he would end up with fewer skills at green than he had even with the increase from advancing in grade. Rain looked amused at his stubbornness. Perhaps it's not impossible to get more 1-slot evolutions, but you should ask if it's desirable. Mana Sense is known to take 2 or more slots when you evolve it to green. Even if you find a niche variant that takes 1, it might twist the skill into something you don't need. He raised one shoulder in a shrug. 1 skill that fits your path is often better than 4 random ones, and sometimes the evolution you want simply takes more slots. That's a good point, Kai begrudgingly nodded. Between an evolution of Mana Observer that only let him perceive water mana and one that improved his general elemental perception, he'd always choose the second, no matter how many skill slots it took. Same for the rest of his core skills. Selecting skills based solely on their slot requirements would turn his status into a patchwork of mismatched skills. For the skill slots to matter, the evolutions had to be, if not equally good, at least comparable. There's no point in having a higher grade skill if it doesn't do what I need. Glad I could help. Rain nodded before turning to speak with the other students in line. A group of first years had sauntered to the front. Kai didn't see what his friend did, but the young patrician soon queued behind them while he neared the opening metal doors, still mulling over his discoveries. A dozen students emptied the elevator before more could enter. Rain tugged him to get on the round stone platform with a giddy smile. 5th floor for us, please. The attendant politely dipped his head in acknowledgement, took everyone's instructions, and then shut the metal doors to operate the arrays. Several enchantments lit beneath their feet. Rain craned his neck to admire the glowing runework decorating the cabin, stretching up to the brass ceiling of the lift. His eyes widened as the platform began to smoothly ascend. It must be his first time. Not much point for an elevator underwater. How is it gravity mana? Nope, don't get distracted. How many skills do people have at green? Kai asked. It depends. Rain casually rested his ear against the wall of the compartment, unfazed by the glances he received. Probably somewhere between 12 and 18. It's not so bad. Where would you find the time to train 28 general skills? Your lifespan increases with each grade, but your skills also become much harder to train. And that's not even counting your professions. You do have a point. Kai ran a hand through his hair in thought. He already struggled to juggle all his affinities with alchemy and enchanting. A few skills had inevitably fallen to the wayside. On top of those he planned to discard. Green's still far off. Even his highest skill, hallowed intuition, would likely need over a year to reach level 100, depending on how much trouble found him along the way. I'll have to plan all my skill paths. He flipped through his notes as they exited the elevator into a quiet atrium. Wide glass windows illuminated the dusky turquoise flooring and offered a view of the snowy fields below. You don't need to worry so much, Rain said. Having the right combination of skills and specializations helps unlock specific evolutions, but your experiences and achievements still matter more than any planned path. You'll do well regardless. The siren was certainly kinder than he, but rarely gave out empty compliments. Anyways. Kai flipped through the pages of his notebook, adding the new information. From Professor Lysander's examples, there were optimal and mediocre paths, but few that entirely closed off his options. Careful planning increased the chances of a desirable evolution, but Rain confirmed he could obtain the same results by winging it. It was just much harder. Boring rules don't apply if you're good enough. He wanted to plan his status once he had a better grasp of things, but knowing there was always another way helped soothe his nerves. If he could get by making it up as he went, then surely he could do even better if he put in the effort. Do you have a plan for your skills? Kai glanced at his companion. Yes, I have one. Rain scratched his head, looking away. My skill and profession paths are like a family heirloom. It's not something I can share without causing bigger problems. That's all right. Everyone has their private stuff. I can still offer advice if you need it, Rain quickly added. I never asked you because I didn't want to pry. You need to know someone's status and their goals to give meaningful advice. Not that you need to tell me anything. You're good. Kai gave him a friendly bump on the shoulder. You've already helped me more than I can ever repay. You're quite the teacher. You're not taking advantage of me if I'm okay with it. Rain smirked, bumping his shoulder back. You and Flynn have also taught me a lot since I landed here. Really? I did, Kai arched an eyebrow. Thinking back, he might have answered some basic stuff about how towns and humans worked, general information about wildlife, nothing important. Well, for you, maybe it was common knowledge, Rain said smugly. Still, stuff I'd never heard about. Yeah, gotcha. He was pretty sure he had asked way more questions, and how could he compare arcane magic to human trivia? One was definitely harder to learn about, well, as long as he's happy. Kai flipped through his notes again. If you really don't mind, I've got a few more questions he could use a second opinion to compare with Raelian's lectures. Go ahead. Rain laughed. I expected nothing less. Chatting among themselves, they arrived at their next class with a few minutes to spare, settling into the middle rows. The Astral Hall was smaller than Barrel Hall, holding only a few hundred students instead of 1,000. The professor of History of the Myrian Republic and the 7 Great Houses was already seated behind a massive enchanted desk, absorbed in a black leather-bound tome, its pages yellowed with age and the spine marked by mold. In contrast to Professor Lysander's timeless appearance, she looked positively ancient. Her face was a mask of wrinkles and sunken features, with a hooked nose and thin white hair falling messily onto her shoulders. All right, she looks like the witch from a storybook. Is that rude to say if she actually practices magic? At the chime of the hour, she closed her tome with a sharp clap and began her lecture. No long-winded speeches, no addressing the new students, and not even a snide comment. She just launched into a passionate discussion about the 7 houses and their contribution throughout the history of the Republic, her voice surprisingly sprightly. Oh, damn. Kai quickly opened a clean page to take notes, deciding to write down everything and make sense of her rambling later. Compared to Lysander's slow drawl, her approach was much more lively and perhaps a bit too passionate. She jumped from one topic to the next, veering into tangents that seemed only loosely related, as if everyone in the room already knew the subject matter. Halfway through the lesson, she remembered the crystal cube at her desk. With a flick of her hand, she projected her words onto the wall, using the artifact as an excuse to speak even faster. I'll have to buy more notebooks. It wasn't since he had studied herbology under Dora as a child that his head felt so overstuffed with information. Luckily, the lecture only lasted an hour before he split off from Rain to head to his next class, and then the one after that. By the end of the morning, his writing hand painfully throbbed. He spent half his lunch break looking for the restaurant passing as a cafeteria before hurrying toward the Terra Tower for his next lesson. It was clear that most classes assumed a fair amount of prior knowledge. Many students already seemed familiar with the subjects, while he barely kept pace with the lectures. Maybe I should have waited for the next year. Apparently, when many people gave him the same advice, they had good reasons. Not that he was going to give up now. He just had a little catch-up to do. It really feels like going back in time. Getting his uniform offered some respite despite the seamstress accidentally poking him with a needle as she adjusted the measurements. He could barely follow her hands as she tailored the clothes in minutes, while he tried on different pairs of shoes and boots. The burgundy fabric with golden lining looked fine in the mirror. A bit tacky for his taste, but considering the amount of gold and silver around Raelian, it was surprisingly sober and comfortable to move around. The remaining 2 pairs will be delivered to your dorm when they're ready, the woman said. We can make more adjustments, but you'll have to wait till we finish the first orders. If you destroy or want more spares, you'll have to buy them. She paused, flipping through a ledger. I see you also have a familiar. A cat? Yes, Kai stopped in his tracks. All familiars on school grounds must wear a collar to avoid accidents. It's the academy policy. Great. Who's gonna convince that grumpy cat? I see he checked his pocket watch and straightened his new clothes. He couldn't complain about the fit or the quality. Can I come back later? I really need to get to my next lesson. Always in a hurry. The seamstress waved him off. Just make sure to come back before you attend the lessons on familiar bonds. I won't cover for you if Professor Gardel comes asking. I have that course too. He'd have to check the schedule later. Running out of the Aula Ordinas toward another tower, he was drenched in sweat despite the winter temperature by the time he found the hall for general elemental spell practice. The enchantments on his uniform were proving their worth, concealing the evidence of the rush. He slowed his pace to hide his labored breathing before entering the heavy doors. The hall was on the smaller side, about 200 or 300 seats. Students had already filled most of the rows, and the atmosphere was surprisingly relaxed. Kai remembered that elemental practice was one of the few courses where all the first years mixed together. He had been looking forward to this one, hoping for less scribbling and more spell casting, as the name suggested. He was scanning the room for a seat when his eyes landed on a familiar face. A second later, Vela noticed, and waved him to one of the front rows and open spot beside her. Kai twirled his fingers, channeling a trickle of water mana to get rid of the sweat. He had taken 3 wrong turns before getting here. I must look like a mess. How do they even expect us to find the right hall without an indication? The enchantments on his uniform should smooth the creases from the run, but he couldn't entirely fix his disheveled appearance without a more flashy magic, and Vela had already locked eyes with him. He thought he had done well memorizing the layout of the building, and he had the problem was navigating the hallways and corridors inside. In the hurry to stick to his schedule and digest the deluge of information, he had forgot they might have a lesson together. Vela sat in one of the side rows, her auburn hair cascading on her shoulder, poised and prim like usual, no way to delay. Hey, Kai scooted between the desks to reach her seat. The rows were arranged in only 3 levels on the hall's floor. Did you keep a seat for me? He asked with a teasing smile. Vela pursed her lips, turning to tidy the pens in the textbook already set on her desk. The red volume sported a title in black letter on the cover and spine. Foundation of General Elemental Magic Practice I by Rogali Tan Teosiais. It was empty. Her stiff posture gave away her act. I wasn't sure you were in my same group for elemental practice. You can sit here or look somewhere else. A head of golden curls giggled. Of course she kept a seat for you. Lies leaned back in the chair beside Vela, watching him with a prim smile. Hi, Matt. I always thought Raelian's uniform was drab, but it looks good on you. Shows your arms. She cupped a hand to whisper. Most students have such spindly limbs, it's disheartening. But tell me, how did your first day go? Any trouble finding the hall? I have a hot drink if you're thirsty. Is this how it feels speaking to me? Renaria dipped her head in greeting in the last seat. Good afternoon. Behind her quiet demeanor, her teases were just as sharp. Why did hallowed intuition not warn him of the danger? Stupid skill. Of course, they're in class together. Kai considered using an excuse to escape. A strategic retreat might be less awkward than 2 hours beside them. He must have really been too tired not to notice. Are you not going to sit? Lies rested her chin on a hand, batting her long eyelashes as she leaned on her desk to look at him. You wouldn't break my heart like that, would you, Matt? It's really nothing, Vela said, pulling a lock of hair behind her ear. Not many people sit in the front rows in this class, but how did your first day go? When we enrolled, we had a week at the academy before the lectures, and it was still overwhelming. It must be worse for winter intake. Well, the professors have been quite intense, but I can manage, Kai shrugged as he massaged his writing hand beneath the table. I just need to adapt to their pace. They want to weed out the weak ones, Lies said as she checked herself in a pocket mirror with a glossy pink case. No one likes when the hallways are packed after an intake, professors included. I heard they're intentionally harsher to make freshies drop out and slim the classes. Better to focus their efforts on those worth teaching. Well, unless you're one of those new clueless students. She innocently tilted her head at Vela's stare. What? I'm just being candid. You always say bitter truths are better than sweet lies. I'm sure Matt will pull through, right? I will. Kai gave a stiff smile and bent to take out his notebook, half the pages already filled with the morning lectures. If they admitted fewer students, they'd solve both issues, Renaria dryly said as she leafed through the pages of her textbook, and not get their tuition fee. Lies poured a steaming cup from a silver canteen, taking tiny sips. The drink smelled like a combination of chocolate and jasmine tea, although still appetizing. How do you think they pay for our gourmet meals and the rewards of merit? Whether you're expelled on the first day or make it through to the second year, once you set foot on the academy grounds, you pay the same. Regardless, you shouldn't say that on Matt's first day. Renera gave a slight shake. You're being inconsiderate. He doesn't seem like someone who gets discouraged so easily. The two continued bickering among themselves. Vela looked torn between the desire to strangle them or sink into the floor. From the way she massaged her temples, this wasn't an uncommon occurrence. Sorry, she whispered. Don't pay any heed to what they say. It's fine, Kai shrugged. It doesn't bother me. As long as they aren't teasing me, it's all good info. See, Lies smiled triumphantly. Matt appreciates my honesty. How did she hear me? Renaria shook her head. That's not an excuse to. A silvery chime signaled the 4th hour of the afternoon. The chatter in the hall dropped to a few voices, including Lies and Renaria, who flipped open their textbooks, the arguments seemingly forgotten. Only some new students still whispered, slow to catch the changing atmosphere. Is this course so bad, or is the professor another hardess? Kai looked at Vela. How's general elemental magic practice? Anything I should know? It was his first lecture that mixed the first-year intakes, so he didn't know what to expect. Listen to the professor, Vela said, looking relieved that the lesson was about to start. The lecture shouldn't be too hard for you. They're actually awful. The professor is never satisfied. No matter how well you do, she'll just rip apart your efforts. Lies lifted her palm with a pious expression as if praying to the moons for mercy. To put you with us on the first day, you must have crossed a moonless bridge last night. She gave him an empathetic look. Stolen story, please report. You're exaggerating again, Renaria said, Professor though. The crisp staccato of steps cut off the rising argument. Kai turned to see a familiar face stride into the hall. Oh. Apologies for the delay. Something requiring my attention came up, so I went to grab your academic texts. Professor Thornwind descended the stairs to the raised dais, carrying a tall pile of books in her arms that she deposited on the lecturer's desk. Kai recognized the red spine as 6 more piles appeared beside the first. Most professors possessed a spatial artifact, though the mere fact that most were not all told of their rarity better than words could. Invisible force, likely air, arranged the textbooks in neat piles. Professor Thornwind took her seat and introduced herself in her calm, dry tone. Welcome to the new students joining General Elemental Magic Practice. Since today we're in a hall, we'll go over a brief overview of the course before splitting into groups to assess your skills with some mana exercises. Expect a lot of shuffles in the classes in the first weeks, while we look for the class most suited for your development. Wait. Is there like a class ranking? Kai wrote down his questions and notes, just explaining what they do, put Professor Thornwind above half the other lecturers with bonus points for having brought their course books. Raise your hands if you don't have a text. The professor motioned at a group of senior students in the front row who stood to hand out the pile of books. The girl murmured a stiff, "You're welcome," moving past. Some proper info at last. Kai split his mind to follow the lesson and flipped the book. The sharp and elegant letters in the index looked printed, though lacked the formulaic details and colorful images expected from textbooks on Earth. Only black ink on crisp white paper, with a few simple drawings and diagrams in the latter half. The volume had 2 main sections, for general elemental theory and exercises magic elemental skills, respectively. Skimming the pages, he encountered a few unfamiliar technical terms, although he could deduce their meaning from the context. Finally, a class where he understood the subject matter. Of course, the practical course is still half theory. The first section mixed basic physics with a sprinkle of superstitious notions, explaining the concepts associated with each affinity. The mutability of water, the passion of fire, the evolving balance of nature, and a dozen chapters of more dubious nonsense. Kai wasn't sure how that knowledge would help cast spells, but the practical exercises looked much more interesting. How did I not think of this? He was used to weaving intricate constructs of unattuned mana for training. Why had he never thought of doing the same for water magic? The book showed hundreds of ways to shape the elements to improve his magic skills, requiring no or minimal tools. Am I an idiot or, looking around the hall, a few new students worriedly skimmed the theory chapters, but not a single one seemed to care about the practical section. Does everybody already do that, really, again? Kai was tempted to slap himself when a sliver of common sense stopped him. Perhaps I'm not an idiot. Elemental motes took longer to gather, and he didn't know how if it was possible to reabsorb them once he cast a spell. Wasting water mana for exercises was impractical, especially in the thin ambient essence of the archipelago, where he lived most of his life. When he wanted to test his skills, fighting beasts or exploring mana zones was always more effective, and it wasn't like he had never exercised his elemental skills. He just looked for a more utilitarian purpose: an ember of fire to warm his palms, water to meticulously wash the kitchen, earth and nature for building camps in the wild. If I were born a rich patrician, exhausting my mana in convoluted shaping exercises might make more sense. Maybe it's even the only good way to train. He had never been in the position to empty his reserves in his summer estate, casting concentric loops of water or building star-shaped trees. Is that really how mages level their skills? If such exercises could fill hundreds of pages in just one of Raelian's course books, these methods must be decently effective. It wasn't bad that he'd never tried them before. The guide rewarded new experiences, meaning they'd only be more effective for him. Only one of many fields of spellcraft. Regardless of the path you choose, mastering the foundations of elemental magic will offer inspiration. Professor Thornwind finished the explanation. If everyone has received a textbook, we'll try some simple exercises to test your proficiency. Your seniors already know how to split into the 7 main elemental branches. Those with more than one major affinity can choose the one they're most comfortable with. Today's showing won't count towards your final grade, but it may affect future lessons. So do your best. If any of you specializes in an element outside the main branches, wait till I get to you. I'll ask your seniors to show some patience guiding your newer peers. You can gain much insight from teaching someone. Start with the exercises on chapters 27 and 31 till I pass to check on. The class began shuffling into 7 groups with the ease of habit. Some students went to the cabinets in the corner of the hall to take out bags of dirt, potted plants, mirrors, and other tools. Only some new students stood around, looking lost. Already practiced, the lesson barely began. Liz raised a dainty hand to her chest with a forlorn look. Vela quickly gathered her things. I remember you complaining about the theory lecture last week, and you don't even take notes. That's because your annotations are better than anything I could ever write. Liz let out a light sigh that managed to sound both humble and dejected. I can recognize when I'm outmatched. Instead of chasing the moons in a fruitless endeavor, I must play to my strengths. Of course, Vela said with a wry smile. Unfortunately, I can't cast spells for you. Unfortunately, Lies agreed. She unhurriedly stored her things in her spatial bag. The smaller hall let the students rearrange the desks without too much shuffling. Truly, why must we practice those wearisome exercises in front of the class? I can't wait to select my own courses, though she'll probably focus on the freshies today. What's your affinity, Matt? I can offer some advice for light magic if we're together. What do I pick? I'm best with water. Kai followed Viola, walking between the rows of desks. I'll be in the group with you, right? Ice belonged to the water branch. He remembered reading that the highest affinity often swallowed the other elements in a branch. If someone possessed both ice and water, or stone and earth, they were almost always minor affinities. We'll be together. Viola kept her gaze stiffly ahead. I'll do my best to explain. The shaping exercises seem tricky, but they aren't much harder than what you're used to once you understand how to approach them. Viola pulled back a lock of auburn hair to give him a reassuring look. Professor Thornwyn only wants to see where you're at. I'm sure she won't demand anything outrageous. Hopefully jinxing doesn't work by proxy. I'll trust you then, Kai said. You two enjoy the lesson. Lies winked and strolled to join the students gathering around a set of tables filled with crystals and mirrors. Renaria gave them a polite nod before heading towards the fire breathers. A boy was already casting a helix of flames in front of a line of odd students from winter intake. Rob's trick was more impressive, but it looks fun. Sparks of magic soon filled the hall. Kai and Viola joined the third largest group, made up of about 50 water summoners. Despite the large number, most people stood in teams of 5 or less, with a clear distinction between the senior students already casting and the newbies gaping at the pages of their textbooks. It was chapters 27 and 31. He quickly found the page in his manual. There were 20 exercises in each chapter, though only 8 were suitable for water magic. This will be fun. Kai threw a glance at the crisp pages of his textbook to confirm he hadn't missed a step. 27.7 The 7 Moons Journey Fourth Permutation, Suitable Affinities, all, with preference to elements with a physical manifestation. Description: conjure an elemental sphere circled by 7 smaller spheres in adjacent orbit. The first is the closest, moving on a horizontal axis. The second moves at half the speed of the first. The third moves 3 times the speed of the second on a perpendicular axis to the first. The fourth. Locking the 7th water marble at a 30-degree angle in the furthest orbit, he used a steady trickle of blue motes to lock the spell while he checked the speeds and angle ratios one last time. Looks like I got everything. The exercise tested his proficiency with split mind and water magic. Just from the morning lectures, he had learned that multitasking skills were nearly as important as mana sense and manipulation for any mage above the 2nd circle. Did I do it right? Kai asked over the background chatter in the hall. His eyes remained on the spell. When he received no answers, he turned to see Vela stare at his spell with parted lips. That means good, right? The ice marble she had conjured to show him the exercise now moved in stilted, wobbly orbits. 2 moons collided with a click, quickly creating a chain reaction. Her cheeks flushed, looking at the state of her spell. The ice marbles froze in place before she turned them into shimmering mist. With a little sidestep, Viola leaned to cover her blunder and inspect his spell. It's very good. The execution is nearly perfect on your first try. Have you really never trained with this exercise? Ignoring her failed spell, Kai smiled to hide the effort of maintaining his own. After a lifetime spent underselling himself, he couldn't resist flexing his skills a bit. Once I've made orbs of unattuned mana circle around me for fun. I've also tried it with water, but not with exact spheres. Does that count? Having a bunch of water spells orbiting him made him feel like a cool mage imitating the solar system rather than the moons, though he had never moved them with such strict requirements on speed and angles. It felt similar to the coordination trick of using a hand to pat your head and the other to rub your tummy. Only he also had to hold a different tempo with each foot, count multiples of 7, and flex each finger asynchronously. Okay, maybe a little trickier. It gets easier once you get down to the basics. That doesn't count, Viola said, her brows knitted in cautious disbelief as she looked between him and the spell. Have you never done this before? Maybe it didn't have the same name. The 7 Moons Journey is one of the most common shaping exercises for layered spells. There are 1,000 variations. Never seen one. Exercises aren't really my thing. I'm more one for practical applications of elemental magic, Kai said to put it mildly. His mind was straining to maintain the looping orbs while keeping up the conversation. He made an effort to relax his jaw to look more nonchalant. Have you thought the reason I got it on the first try is because you're a great teacher? Her face turned a deeper shade and her gaze fled, wandering around the group of students. She really blushed too easily. When she looked up again, she had crossed her arms and puffed her cheeks. Stop teasing me. I'm being completely serious here. Kai switched away his smirk for an honest smile. Summoning all the spheres and converting the speed ratios to the smallest moon was good advice. Without a plan, it would have been a mess to adjust the spell on the go. He waved at the spell, using the excuse to make the spheres drip and evaporate. The relief to his mind almost made him sigh. He'd be an idiot to strain split mind at the beginning of the lesson. You would have come up with a plan on your own, Vela said, though she looked mollified. Well, probably, he agreed. They had spent too long speculating about the Stygian cult in the House of Mirrors not to know how they both reasoned, but it would have taken me more than 3 minutes to nail it down. 5. Well, I appreciate the trust in me, but you're overestimating me. I reckon it would have taken 6 minutes, maybe even 6.5. Kai nodded gravely. You've spared me half the time. Vela gave him a flat look, pressing her mouth to cover a smile. You're an idiot. A hand raised to his chest, mouth opened in mock shock. How can thy words hurt me so much? Her lips finally quivered upwards. We're in a lesson. She threw him a dirty look and discreetly punched his arm with her tiny fist. Lies didn't lie about professors looking for excuses to slim the classes. Try to be serious. You don't want to get demerits on your first day. All right, my bad. Kai raised his hand in surrender and massaged his arm. She packed more strength than he'd expected in those willowy arms, not like anyone is paying attention. With the looser lecture style, many students were chatting while pretending to study their textbooks. Professor Thornwind's upright figure had moved from the group of exotic affinities toward the plant branch. Her faded indigo clothes stood out among all the burgundy. From the pale first years she was instructing, the new intake wasn't impressing her. She noted something in the rigid folder she was holding and motioned to the line of new intakes to step forward with a slight shake. Kai had seen convicts look more cheerful. During their interaction, the professor hadn't seemed one to wantonly punish new students, but neither one to give a free pass. Could the hands-off lecture be a test to see how they'd manage themselves? Or was he overthinking? I'd better get these done before she gets here. He couldn't and wouldn't let himself fall short after his boasting. Are you gonna show me the next exercises? Kai grinned at his impromptu mentor. I got lucky with this one. Casting multiple spells is my thing. Some of the others look pretty tough. Do they really? Vela narrowed her eyes, skeptical. Of course, Kai said. I wasn't lying that I'm not used to these exercises. Your explanation helped me a ton. He bit his cheek, realizing maybe he had gotten ahead of himself. Sorry, I shouldn't monopolize your time if you need to practice. Eno, remember, I'm the one who offered. She grabbed her open text, any hesitation replaced with stubbornness. Professor Thornwind also asked us to help new students. I'll practice as I explain them to you. While there was value in figuring things out for himself, the morning lectures had highlighted enough subjects that he had to catch up on. The academy wouldn't give him a second chance if he failed to keep up, and after paying the 500 gold tuition, he would get his money's worth. No question about it. He would ring out the academy for every last messar or consider himself a failure. I won't pay to finance some patrician's fancy meals. Kai pushed his thoughts aside to focus on what Vela was saying. Like this. Her brows furrowed as she fused the 4 symmetrical sides of the prismatic ice structure. Clear walls let him see the inner beams slide together like a puzzle, a thin web of cracks spread where one beam came a millimeter too short. Vela pursed her lips, reversing the spreading cracks and turning the ice clear till the construct was completed, the most elaborate Christmas tree decorations Kai had ever seen. You did great. He congratulated her once it wouldn't disrupt her concentration. From the clinking quiver that crossed the structure, he had done well to wait. That was quite impressive. But you fixed it in time and finished it. That's what matters. I did all right, she said, clearly pleased behind her poised expression. Do you want to try? The reflected puzzle works a little differently for ice than water. They blazed through the assigned chapters, weaving mana into increasingly complex spells, tackling new constructs past the pages Vela had studied. Each exercise required a slightly different approach, though they shared a focus on control and precision to make efficient use of elemental essence. Gifts of the earth, he had an abundant reserve of water motes. Each try didn't cost much mana, but it'd quickly add up if you screwed up too often. Several students had already sat down to meditate and refill their reserves. General elemental magic practice was the first lesson where Kai felt ahead of the curve, bringing him back to the lessons he received as a child. 2 people with the same skill level could show distinctly different results depending on how they had trained it. At least in the lower grades, raising a skill was just a matter of consistency. Fight for your life in clever ways or swing a sword at a dummy. One would take longer than the other, but a patrician tutored at home could get swordsmanship to yellow just as well as a soldier on the battlefield. The difference would be their effectiveness. The textbook taught how to efficiently weave complex spells in addition to improving the fixed factors. While raw attributes, affinity, and skill level mattered, they weren't easy to raise a knot in the short term. Ding. Mana Weaving LV 30, 738. Water Magic Advanced LV 30, 31. Split Mind LV 29, 31. Or maybe you can. Kai grinned as he finished shaping a knot of streaming water. Training in a completely new way was clearly paying off. He had set the notifications to warn him. A level in Split Mind came from the previous day, but the rest was from this lesson. Let's see the next one. Vela was juggling with an ice construct somewhere between a chandelier and a moving carousel. Wishing not to disturb her, he skimmed through the pages of chapter 32 for another exercise. The shattered star wasn't really suitable with water, but looked interesting. Summoning and twisting a stream of water and ice, he had almost figured it out when his ear picked up a shuffle of feet and whispers. It's a bit quiet. Looking up, the new students from the water group had gathered around a set of 4 tables right beside him. Several pairs of eyes shifted between him and a woman in faded indigo robes, observing him with a narrowed, measuring gaze. They can't have stared at me for that long. At most a few seconds, right? Behind the professor, Vela was throwing him some very pointed looks. Kai coughed into his sleeve, dismissed his spell, and put on his brightest smile. Professor Thornwyn. I'm so glad I have the chance to learn from you again. I'll see you later, Matthew. She turned to gesture to a girl with ash-blonde hair who was doing a poor job of hiding her schadenfreude. You there, show me the third exercise in chapter 27. With a scattering of envious and puzzled gazes, the collective attention moved to the girl just as quickly as it moved on him. She stammered a few words before attempting to cast Inverted Tower with ice magic. Kai stared and blinked. What? He thought he hated getting the attention of a crowd, but being completely ignored didn't feel much better. Why did she call me out if she didn't want a demonstration? Vela slipped closer to him. Sorry, I noticed it was our turn too late, and she said not to disturb you. That's all right. I should have paid more attention. Kai watched the newbie girl butcher the casting. Inverted Tower. He probably wouldn't be seeing the girl at the next lesson. The class had been selected based on the points in the affinity test, though that didn't account for how they were distributed or their skills. Every newbie water summoner moved to perform an exercise and earned a few pieces of dry advice in short order, none as disastrous as the first girl. Okay, now. Kai watched the professor move past him onto the fire group like he wasn't even there. How has she forgotten about him? Matt, Vela tapped his shoulder before he could chase the professor to voice his indignation. I think she meant later. Huh, you mean like at the end of the lesson? He glared at the back of Professor Thornwyn. That probably made sense. Still rude. No one else was singled out, he said. Why me? Vela gave him a long look. I really can't imagine why, but I'm sure it's nothing bad. You won't have to wait long, the lesson is almost over. Yeah, you're right, he said. It was just disappointing. There were 20 minutes till the lesson finished on the clock. I'll just have to wait. Resigned, Kai sank into a nearby chair and idly flipped through his textbook. He had already completed the chapters, and he didn't want to exhaust himself in case Professor Thornwyn made some outrageous demand. He found a curious chapter about cooperative exercises. Most of them pitted 2 people against each other, not very collaborative, though they seemed fun. Vela sat beside him a few minutes later, sipping water from a cup. Did you find anything interesting? I didn't ask you how your first lessons went. She glanced back at the light and fire branches, without lies and Renat teasing. It went. Kai closed the book, opting for honesty. Well, it was a bit overwhelming. Especially the lesson with the skill paths. It seems everybody here has their status planned for the next century. Once he opened the lid, his thoughts came gushing out. Vela listened to his tangled speech with an understanding look till he finished. If it's any consolation, it wasn't much different for me, she said with a rueful look. I knew about skill paths, but that was about it. What I had prepared was so awfully insufficient that it'd be embarrassing to show. She cupped her face with her hands. Sorry I didn't warn you. I thought it'd just be confusing. The topic isn't something you can explain in an hour or 10. That was probably for the better, Kai agreed. Knowing a little would have just made him anxious. Have you figured out your skill paths? Any tips are welcome. Guess nothing beats decades of experience. Kai nodded. I'll keep that in mind. A chime announced the end of the lesson, just as Professor Thornwyn finished assessing the last student. Matthew, please wait here. Kai watched the students file out of the hall, sharing looks of relief and jokes. The group rearranged the rows of desks, wiping every surface and storing the elemental tools back into their cabinets. With strength and dexterity at yellow, their movements looked almost like a coordinated dance, lifting and carrying piles of boxes with no effort. After spending most of his life in the archipelago, he couldn't help feeling a little jarred being surrounded by higher-grade people, though not in a bad way. I'll wait for you. Vela gathered her notes in her spatial satchel, motioning to the desk where Professor Thornwyn had called him. Kai threw his bag over one shoulder. You can go ahead. I don't know how long it'll take. You don't need to be late for your next class. The professors hadn't proved forgiving of tardiness even on the first day. No point in them both being late. His next lecture started in 15 minutes. He didn't like his chances to justify his delay if Professor Thornwyn took him too long. It's fine, Vela gave him a reassuring look. This is the last class of the day. The rest of the evening is personal study for me. I've also promised to accompany Lies to a restaurant that opened during winter break in the Wing Ori, but there is no hurry. One moment, Kai half turned to rummage through his backpack, taking out a crumpled sheet with his weekly schedule. His brows creased into a deep furrow. Why the fuck do I have 4 more hours on my first damned winter intake? His jaw clenched to avoid a loud curse. It was the 6th hour of the afternoon, and he had arrived at Raelian yesterday for the spirit's sake. He understood the professors might want to weed out less committed students, but it was starting to feel like active sabotage. Do they think I'll give up for a little inconvenience? They've no damn clue. I still have a couple lessons. Kai stuffed the sheet back into the bag, softening his irritation before looking at Viola. You should go. I'll have to rush to my next lecture once I'm done. I'll catch up to you at dinner, or tomorrow. Viola opened her mouth, probably to argue, when 2 girls moved to join them. Why don't we leave this lovely hall? Liz tiptoed with the grace of a ballerina, unhindered by the skirt of her uniform. Renag glided behind her. A speck of char marred her cuff that she quickly dusted off. How was your first lesson together? Liz's perfect smile lit with amusement. I can't believe I missed your demonstration, Matt. How did it go? Did you survive the grilling? Not exactly. Still have to do it. Kai motioned where Professor Thornwind sat, sifting through a pile of papers and noting them with precise strokes of a silver-tipped quill. I'd better not make her wait. I'll see you later, or in a couple days. 3 would be good. He slipped toward his fate, hearing wishes of good luck at his back. New students threw him curious glances, especially those close enough to witness Professor Thornwind single him out. A blue-haired teen sneered at his friends about lowbloods inevitably failing short. Let's talk again in a few months. Kai was about to step on the dais when he remembered some senseless rule about getting permission to approach. Professor, he quietly greeted her. Matthew Reese Viernon, Professor Thornwind said without emotion or inflection, her gaze buried in her papers. Patience is a virtue that will serve you well at Raelian. Guessed there must be some rule about greetings, too. Well, in for a copper, in for a gold. He took the acknowledgement to walk up to the enchanted wooden desk. My apologies for the hurry. I don't want to arrive late to my next lesson, he said, doing his best not to sound flippant. The scratching of her quill stopped. She raises her gaze to him, her eyebrow forming a thin arch. They assigned another lesson after this, too. Her mouth pursed in disapproval as she turned back to her papers, resuming the scratching of her quill. Which class and professor? Fundamentals of Arcane Languages with Kai checked his schedule for the name. The lecture hall was in the same building on a different floor. He calculated a 3-minute run if he didn't get lost. Professor Asmondus. Percival is a reasonable man. His introductory classes stick to the textbook material. I'll write you a note for the delay. Finally, someone reasonable. Fine. Maybe patience isn't my strongest virtue. Sue me. Even with a signed note, he'd rather not arrive after the lecture had already started and get questioned in front of every new student. The first day was a little early to kill his anonymity. Professor Thornwind maintained her stoic focus on her work. Every lock of auburn hair was neatly tucked in a chignon. Kai thought he saw a flicker of amusement, but her tone remained dry. Do you know the purpose of basic courses? She asked. Why do teachers always answer with more questions? He couldn't see what she was getting at, but gave his best answer. From his knowledge, the Republic didn't have a unified schooling system. The widest initiatives covered a province, catering to teach writing and math fundamentals to commoners, while patricians preferred private education. I imagine the Academy wants to bring every student up to a minimum playing field and shore up their gaps before moving into harder courses. Teachers love to drone on about foundations. The professor rewarded his answer with a studious glance. That is mostly correct. You reported no formal education in your enrollment filings, but have a deeper perspective. Have you truly never frequented an academy or tutor? Damn. Kai bit his tongue. My father taught me. Shrugged, remembering to answer as Matthew. And I like reading books. A lot. Short and sweet. The fewer details he provided, the less chance someone would disprove his story. He didn't think he had said anything special, though he'd noticed he tended to see things from a wider lens, probably, a consequence of his memories of Earth, living in a global world with information at his fingertips. Thornwind peered at him, a smooth visage hid her thoughts. Her suspicion didn't matter as long as she did. If rumors were to be believed, she'd be hard-pressed to find any student at Raelian without secrets. Each patrician house, tutor, and preparatory academy has their own teaching methods, without mentioning the students enrolling from more unconventional backgrounds. She punctuated the words with her gaze. The basic courses in the first semester bridge the gap and build a solid foundation, though they're not designed to be completed in 2 months. Kai gave her an attentive nod, keeping silent till she continued. General elemental magic practice serves to confirm a student's basic proficiency before moving to advanced elemental courses. Since you seem impatient, show me the 7th exercise of Chapter 27. She took out a copy of the textbook from thin air, opening the book on the exact page of The 7 Moons Journey. The ticking seconds swallowed his questions and puzzlement. He skimmed through the steps, summoning 8 spheres of water before the desk, 1 planet and 7 moons. Adjusting the speed and orbits, he checked the text to confirm he remembered the exact angle of the axes. He was done in less than a minute, not much of challenge. Rotate the 4th moon's orbit by 30 degrees and double the speed of the 2nd. Oh, all right, Kai made the adjustments, like this. Have the speed of the fifth moon and turn the angle perpendicular to the sixth, then move the first. The list of changes continued. As he finished one, the next followed without pause, again and again, adding a new sphere, stopping another, switching them, creating parallel orbits. His mind pulsed with split mind, losing track of the number of changes when he noticed the demands had stopped coming. You can dismiss the spell. Cast the 11th exercise in chapter 23. That wasn't part of the lecture. Another 3 minutes had passed. Kai harumphed and quickly flipped the pages. The exercise had the shortest descriptions he had seen today, paired with an apt name. Crystal clear, is this some type of dig at me? It looks easy enough. He summoned another fist-sized orb half. The water exercises seemed to require one. Fiddling with his image of the spell, he quickly stilled the floating water sphere to look clear as glass. Summon one more, Professor Thornwind said without lifting her gaze from her reading, was half certain she was feigning her disinterest. A glowing wisp appeared between his orbs, the spell so subtle he hadn't detected her casting. His fascination morphed into annoyance when the wisp highlighted any ripples that crossed the surface of his spheres. Another, her voice droned on, it's just a niche application, nothing that hard, one more, of course. A minute later, Kai added a fifth sphere. He had a growing suspicion that she'd increase the number until he bilayed. Not that it changed anything, wouldn't give up, not on his magic skills. The spell was deceptively simple. He could easily summon 20 more. The issue was shaping perfect spheres. The tiniest tremor spread ripples through the water, taking several seconds to settle. He couldn't brute force a solution either. Using too much mana destabilized the spell. Even varying the amount he channeled caused distortions if the supply fluctuated by more than a couple specks. Just there, 7. Move them in a clockwise motion, a complete turn every 3 seconds. Oh, come on, is this some punishment for being impatient? It's the first lesson. Changing his image sent a wave of ripples across the spheres. Shadows crisscrossed the surfaces as the globes began orbiting the wisp like a floating chandelier. He understood the exercise. Sloppy spellwork wasted mana, and empty reserves meant no defenses when a beast attacked him. Still, at some point, the cost of focus wasn't worth sparing a half emote. Watch the ripples, the goal is. Crystal clear, Kai scowled at the terrible pun. He would have glared if he could spare the effort without messing up his spell. Spirits damn him if he let her win. I can do this. Breathing out, he focused on Mana Observer till his mundane sight blurred, the whole world reduced to 7 glowing blue spheres. He had to actively hold the spheres to counterbalance the impact of the air as they traveled, but clamped down too hard and he'd squish them. It took a nonsensical amount of precision and patience. A lot of patience. The first sphere stabilized like the surface of a mountain lake, one down. Once he figured out the right approach, it was only a matter of copying it 4 more times, without messing up the others. Time and thoughts fell away. Each sphere became increasingly difficult to maintain as the number increased. His head throbbed with a rising headache, his eyes turned watery from the unblinking stare. Done. The wave of triumph almost caused another ripple. Almost. You can dismiss the spell, Professor Thornwind said without interrupting her work. Your ability to split cast and adapt is notable. I advise you to work on your control and efficiency, though you've shown acceptable proficiency. Acceptable. I've seen the other students. Growling in relief and irritation, he nearly let the spheres splash in front of the desk. He caught them a palm above the floor and turned the water into vapor that he spread across the hall. That wasn't. Deng. Mana Observer LV 5152. Mana Weaving LV 30 839. Water Magic Advanced LV 30 133. Split Mind LV 30 132. That was a fine exercise. Maybe I should ask for private tutoring. The experience was sure to fall once he acclimated. The question was how many levels he could earn before then. Here, Professor Thornwind offered him a paper above the desk. What's this? He recognized the thickness of expensive paper, confirmed when he saw the crest for Mana Studies in red ink, depicting a wand and quill crossing over a tome. His eyes widened at the contents. Certificate of Basic Proficiency in Water Magic. Issued under the supervision of Professor Jeline Amoris Thornwind, Senior Lecturer of Elemental Magic at Raelian Academy for Superior Studies. Awarded to first-year student Matthew Reese-Viernon. This certificate attests that the student has demonstrated basic and practical understanding in the elemental discipline of water magic, including but not limited to. Congratulations on passing the course, Professor Thornwind said in a deadpan tone. I usually prefer a longer, more comprehensive test, but you were in a hurry. Final score, casting adaptability, 100-100. Casting speed, 100-100. Elemental proficiency, 100-100. Elemental control, 10-0-100. Kai noticed a tiny smudge on the zeros of Control, as if the quill had changed course mid-stroke. I assumed you would have insisted you retake the test if you received less than full marks, Professor Thornwyn. Jolene said, again, Kai wasn't certain if he saw the hint of a wry smile or just imagined it. I'd rather we both spare the time and effort. You'll be short on them in the coming weeks. I'm not sure if that's a compliment. If his schedule was anything to go by, he could use the extra time. Weren't you in a hurry? Jolene watched him as if expecting to see him bolt, then turned back to her stacks of papers, probably grading them. I've been told I should be more patient, Kai said completely straight-faced. If he had to enter the hall late, 5 or 10 minutes made little difference. He felt remarkably less hurried after passing one of the 7 basic courses. Indeed, you should, the professor said. After passing the basic course, you'd usually join more advanced courses, though considering you've enrolled during the winter intake, I'd advise you to wait. You won't be required to attend this course for the next 8 weeks, not unless you wish to attain basic proficiency in other elements and attend their advanced courses. She threw him a meaningful look. Is it about the oath of secrecy from the intake? We can discuss my skills if we're alone, Kai said, carefully storing away his certificate. I'd like to test my other elements. Not right now. Would it be a problem if I skipped a few lessons to practice on my own? Depends. I remember water was your highest skill. What's your proficiency in remaining elementals, especially with shaping exercises? I have mostly trained in practical settings. Saying he fought beasts in a hidden realm probably wouldn't be wise. This lesson was my first time seeing a text of elemental exercises. The scratching of her writing ceased. Professor Thornwyn put down her quill, giving him a long, weighing look. You had no experience before today. Well, I've trained my magic skill, but not with these kinds of exercises. Another student helped me figure out how to approach them. I probably wouldn't have reached full marks without her. You're speaking of Miss Haidide? Jolene noted something on a paper. I see you can let her know she'll receive 5 credits of merit for exemplary conduct during my lectures. You won't be reprimanded for skipping them, she said. Even her sighs managed to sound dry. Though I expect you to send proper notice if you wish to test another element. 3 lecture days at the earliest. Kai nodded. I will. He still planned to attend to get targeted advice for his other affinities, and I've heard some professors offer to counsel students on skill paths. Maybe I should ask her hourly rate in credits. Find me after one of my courses. Bring specific questions, she curtly said. We'll also need to discuss your elements. Seeing her resume her work, he turned to move toward the exit. If he hurried, he should reach the hall only 10 minutes late. Matthew, Kai pivoted to see a slip of paper flutter towards his face. Reaching for magic, he nearly ripped the sheet before recognizing the words on it. A signed note for his tardiness. You'll need to show that to Professor Percival. If you don't speak, you won't have problems. Now leave. Jolene shooed him to go. Of course. Kai turned, sprinting down the halls. 1 course down, 6 more to go.